Jiang Chen uses the undying bird soul to strike back, its power pushing back two cultivators. Jiang Chen isn't as easy to deal with as they thought. These two are now more cautious. Quite interesting, Jiang Chen is no longer in the mood to play with these guys. I also think you guys are quite interesting, but summoning a ghost Dao soul, Jiang Chen announces confidently, I don't have time to play with you. This arena battle ends here. With that, he glares and unleashes a series of deadly moves. Vajra Thousand Hands, Ninefold Spiral Life Gate, 3,000 Great Flames. A bizarre force of ghostly energy forms in the sky, revolving around all things. The cultivators are now shocked. What is this? The tentacle-like aura erupts wildly. The forbidden technique Spiral Life Gate's power is too strong. Dao souls swarm towards one of them, lying in the corner like a grotesque root, scaring him to death. The formation is easily broken. This isn't good. He can simultaneously use forbidden techniques and Dao's soul martial arts. He possesses too much. We must find a way to get close and attack. Jiang Chen nods in agreement. You have a point, but... Vanishing Feather of the Underworld. Jiang Chen's attack swiftly passes through the necks of two. You're afraid you won't have that chance. Li Yuan, witnessing the spectacular attack, excitedly smashes the table. Interesting, it seems the competition is over. The host steps down from the stage and immediately announces, this session's 4 Academy Tournament champion, Jiang Chen, is selected for the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Jiang Chen. Lan Xuanqi. Huo Shen. It turns out Jiang Chen's vanishing feather of the underworld was just a warning, not taking the lives of Lan Xuanqi and Huo Shen. Jiang Chen politely yields. Lan Xuanqi gratefully replies, I didn't expect that even the combined forces of 6 people couldn't defeat you, Huo Shen says. Jiang Chen is telling the truth. There aren't many people I admire in my life, but you're still the boss among them. If there's a chance, let's fight again. The inner courtyard dean leads the chosen disciples away. In the future, we will all be Heaven and Earth Pavilion disciples. There will be many opportunities to interact. We should set off now, Li Yuan adds. Everyone, please go. Just then, Lan Tui interrupts. Wait, he invites Jiang Chen. If you come to the Balan Academy, my Balan Academy will definitely protect you. Li Yuan is annoyed. This Lan Tui dares to poach people in front of me. But the old man standing next to him looks a bit familiar. Let's see how things go first. Jiang Chen asks blankly, Balan Academy is ranked 2nd, Heaven and Earth Pavilion is ranked 1st. Why wouldn't I go to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion ranked 1st and instead go to your Balan Academy? Li Yuan nods in agreement. There's nothing wrong with my brain, he says to Lan Tui. Little friend doesn't want to, why bother? Lan Tui, though bitter, still pretends to smile and replies, looks like this kid isn't very friendly. But Lan Tui was a calculating guy. To begin with, he planned to pull a fast one on Jiang Chen. A strange ray shot into Jiang Chen's forehead, catching him off guard. Before he could react, Lan Tui spoke for him. He agrees now. The surrounding crowd was shocked, not understanding what was happening. The disciples were moved. I wouldn't regret dying if I could get such special treatment in my life. Jiang Chen is so awesome that 2 academies are fighting over him. The disciples and Zhu Yuhuang also arrived. Master, are you okay? Zhu Yuhuang examined him and said, what's the panic? They're after Jiang Chen's potential. They're not going to beat him up anyway. He won't lose out wherever he goes. What's there to be afraid of? Li Yuan felt that something was wrong and asked uncomfortably, Lan Sui, what do you mean by this? Lan Sui respectfully presented something. Just a disciple. The Heavenly Earth Pavilion has countless geniuses. They don't lack one like him. Li Yuan was shocked to see. Realm-breaking pill. Martial skill treasure book. Lan Sui's methods are too much for a disciple. Could it be that at this time the old man following Lan Sui spoke up? Yi Yuan, the big boss, is very satisfied with this disciple. Li Yuan pressed further. Who are you? The old man that Li Yuan had been wondering about from the start finally revealed himself. I am Qinglao, the inner courtyard dean. Hearing the name was extremely shocking. It was the current grand dean of the Balan Academy. Qinglao. It is rumored that his cultivation has broken through the celestial 5 degenerations. Yet he came to the 4-Direction Divine Institute for Jiang Chen. Li Yuan probably had no choice but to agree, accepting the gift and replying, since Qinglao has spoken, this disciple will be handed over to you too. Qinglao is the one who controls the Balan Academy. I don't need to offend him for a disciple. It's better to have friendly relations with him. Lan Sui and Qinglao sealed the deal and immediately took Jiang Chen away. That being the case, we'll be leaving first. The 2 of them quietly took Jiang Chen back to the Balan Academy. When they were almost there, a voice called from behind. Lan Sui, Qinglao, please stop. Qinglao didn't bother paying attention, saying, pretending to be ghosts. He waved his hand, blowing away the ridiculous illusion in front of him. Break it for me. The people of the Yama Pavilion arrived together to demand the person. Qinglao's methods are great. Qinglao must know that this person is a wanted criminal of the Martial Pavilion. We can't let you take him away. But Qinglao has never given back anyone he's picked up, replying, you guys alone can't stop this old-timer. As soon as he finished speaking, a mixed bunch of cultivators landed and surrounded them. What if you add us? Martial Pavilion 100 Beast Hall Master Xuan Bai, a 7th stage upper position cultivator. Another person from the Martial Pavilion also joined the battle. If they're not qualified enough, then can this old one make Qinglao stop? He is Jin Zhongyang, the chief disciple of the Martial Pavilion's 10 halls, the second person after Linlang Wentian. It seems that this time they've put in all their effort, determined to bring Jiang Chen back. Ji Zhongyang spoke. Jiang Chen is a thief that the pavilion master has ordered to be killed. If you insist on protecting him, don't blame this old one for not giving Qinglao face. At your level, you probably have many enemies. Is it worth getting injured for protecting Jiang Chen? But Qinglao didn't care at all. Signaling to Lan Sui understood and replied, "What you guys said makes sense, but..." Lan Sui then used his tongue to fight. Jiang Chen has not yet joined the Baolan Academy. If you want him, why not ask the Heavenly Earth Pavilion first? As soon as Lan Sui finished speaking, Li Yuan of the Heavenly Earth Pavilion appeared, lazily strolling back and forth behind them, shocking them. Li Yuan didn't joke with them anymore and went in front of Ji Zhongyang to question him. What? Now even the disciples of my Heavenly Earth Pavilion have to follow the rules of the Martial Pavilion? Ji Zhongyang no longer had the aggressive tone he had at the beginning. He had to choose his words carefully and reply, "Vice Pavilion Master Li Yuan, we didn't mean to offend the Heavenly Earth Pavilion. It's just that this kid offended Lin Lang." Li Yuan didn't have time to listen to his explanation, interrupting. "Back then, Lin Lang Wentian didn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me when he was cultivating in the Heavenly Earth Pavilion. Is Lin Lang Wentian planning to betray his sect and betray his ancestor?" Knowing his place, Ji Zhongyang replied in a flustered manner, "Pavilion Master Lin Lang didn't mean that. Vice Pavilion Master Li Yuan, you're being too harsh." Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Lan Sui made a concluding remark. "If you say you don't mean anything by it, then please step aside, Hallmaster Jing, and let me pass." Ji Zhongyang watched Jiang Chen being taken away, thinking to himself, the internal affairs of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion are complex, and the Balan Academy is spread throughout the world. With my cultivation, I might not be able to keep these 3 people, but the Pavilion Master is currently injured. It's not worth it to clash with the 2 great academies at this time. Old Qing's silence is terrifying, and he even turned back with a smile. "Thank you, farewell," Li Yuan returned the gesture. "Safe travels, old Qing." Li Yuan regretted his decision, miscalculated. This Jiang Chen must have something special about him, otherwise the Martial Pavilion wouldn't have sent 3 hallmasters. I shouldn't have given him to the Baolan Academy. Seek Hui. Ji Zhongyang was once again outmaneuvered. He swallowed his bitterness and left. Jiang Chen and the Baolan Academy might not be easy to deal with in the future. Lin Lang, Pavilion Master. Jiang Chen had been unconscious for a long time. After being brought to the academy, he finally woke up. He opened his eyes groggily and saw old Qing watching him intently. "Little friend, you're awake." Jiang Chen jumped up, confused about where he was. An old geezer was sitting right in front of him. "Where is this, and who are you?" Old Qing replied. "This old man is Qing Kong Yishi, the Grand Dean of the Baolan Academy, known as Old Qing. This is my abode, little friend. You will be this old man's close disciple from now on, aren't you happy?" Jiang Chen jumped up and grumbled. "Happy my ass," Old Qing patiently explained. "Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a virtue of the people of the Wushen continent. Now that the die is cast, why not calm down? Let's talk about that martial skill of yours, Changqing." Old Qing's words were cold and concise, but they went straight to the issue the other party was concerned about. Jiang Chen then began to pay attention to this old man. "He probably had to start a conversation," Jiang Chen asked. "Is that the reason you insisted on bringing me to the Baolan Academy?" Old Qing replied. "Yes and no." He took out a flute and said, "This flute is called Wangqing. It's the 4th-ranked hidden weapon martial art, also a martial skill." Old Qing explained. "There are thousands upon thousands of martial skills and techniques in the world, but less than 50 martial skills make it onto the rankings, and the martial skill you possess happens to have a very significant background." Jiang Chen was surprised. "I've heard that the supreme Wangqing art is a set of combined martial skills. Could it be?" Old Qing was intrigued. "It's a pleasure talking to a smart person." "That's right. The Chongqing art and the Wangqing art combine to form the supreme Wangqing art, abbreviated as the supreme art," Old Qing added. "I'll exchange your Chongqing for my Wangqing and protect you in the Baolan Academy. This deal isn't a loss for you, right?" Jiang Chen, being the smart aleck he is, had to consider it carefully. "That's what you say, but I still feel like I'm getting ripped off. I originally wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Pavilion." Jiang Chen thought it over and replied, "Forget it, you've already dragged me here anyway." Jiang Chen took out the Changqing, and in exchange, Old Qing gave him the Wangqing. The old man thought, this kid quickly put down his dissatisfaction and made the best choice. He doesn't seem like a teenager, but more like an old man who's experienced the world. But for me, it's a good thing. Wangqing immediately took effect on its new owner, so that's how it is. If you want Wangqing, you must have Qing first. After understanding Changqing, Jiang Chen immediately grasped its operating mechanism and drew a rule. Only then can you obtain the supreme Wangqing. As expected of a top-ranked hidden weapon martial skill, it can kill people invisibly within the vast melodies. Jiang Chen focused on feeling the flow of its sound. If you can achieve mastery, just one tune can kill hundreds of people. Seeing Jiang Chen accept Wang Qing so smoothly, old Qing asked, "Little friend, how is it? Did you merge the martial skills?" Jiang Chen considered. It seems this old guy can't merge them, which makes sense. After all, merging skills requires extraordinary talent and knowledge. Jiang Chen chose his words carefully. Alas, old Qing, I can't merge them either. It seems it's not easy to obtain the supreme Wang Qing art. The young man chuckled in his heart. Serves you right, you old bastard. You played me, but sooner or later you'll be begging me. Old Qing was no longer as kind as before and got angry. If you can't merge them, what are you still standing there for? An eyesore. Lan Sui, hurry up and take him away. That's right, to the outer courtyard. Lan Sui eagerly replied, Yes, sir, old Qing. Jiang Chen was played hard by the old geezer and screamed, Outer courtyard? I'm the champion of the 4-courtyard tournament. At the very least, I should be a top disciple of the inner courtyard. You're messing with me. Old Qing pouted and retorted, You can't even merge the supreme Wang Qing art, you little punk. Do you still have the face to be a top disciple? Get lost, get lost, get lost. Jiang Chen turned away sullenly. You think I want to stay here that much, huh? Who's leading the way? Lan Sui covered his mouth and laughed. All right, old Qing. Silently watching that sly fox Jiang Chen leave. He actually knew all along how strong this kid really was. Hopefully this kid won't let me down. Somewhere in the Baolan Academy at this moment, Jiang Chen had already left old Qing's cave residence. You can do exactly as I told you before, no holding back. Once he takes the bait, kill him. This subordinate obeys. The dog-faced guy smirked as he promised. This subordinate will definitely make sure this Jiang Chen never returns. Lan Sui led Jiang Chen to the outer courtyard. I'll take you this far. Your cave residence is right up ahead. Have a good one. Jiang Chen stepped into the Baolan Academy's outer courtyard. Jiang Chen thought to himself, I just feel like something's off. Did old Qing and Lan Sui really snatch me from the hands of the Heaven and Earth sect just out of kindness? While he was lost in thought, someone came to bother him. Halt! A few green and red-haired thugs came out of who knows where, yelling loudly, heard that Dean Lan Sui personally welcomed a guy with connections from the Four-Direction Divine Academy. Is that you, kid? A Wang realm waste is worthy enough to enter our Baolan Academy. Trash should get out. Get out! Jiang Chen sighed. I've just arrived at the Baolan Academy, and someone is already restless. But sending a bunch of idiots to provoke me, do they want to die? Jiang Chen replied. Cultivation academies should be the most tranquil places, yet there are dogs barking nonsense, annoying. Jiang Chen immediately flared up. Murderous aura leaked from his eyes, adding, Another half a word. These blockheads laughed heartily. Did you guys hear that? The Wang realm trash said we're trash? In front of a bunch of us, the honor realm. You dare be presumptuous, brothers. Teach him a lesson. They were about to teach him a lesson, but instead got taught a lesson by the student. These fake teachers were suppressed by the Xuanhuang power. Beaten half to death. Looks like you guys are insistent on dying. Each and every one of their faces turned purple. Impossible. How could a small Wang realm injure us? Ah, my meridians. My tendons are broken. How could this be? I'm crippled. Shikao, watching from behind, was gloating. Excellent. He took the bait. Jiang Chen stepped out mockingly. If you come looking for trouble, you should be prepared to be crippled. Sparing your lives is already merciful. That dumbass strained his neck and cursed. Trash. You crippled your fellow disciples in the academy. That's a serious crime. The disciplinary hall won't let you off. Jiang Chen heard the 3 words, disciplinary hall, for the first time. Only then did Xiekao step forward. Private duels, severing a fellow disciple's path of cultivation, violating the rules of the Baolan Academy. Jiang Chen, come with me to the disciplinary hall to answer for your crimes. Jiang Chen feigned surprise. So that's where you were waiting for me, he said to him in a flat tone. I just crippled them. You came at just the right time, Xiekao replied. The disciplinary hall supervises and manages the outer courtyard. I discovered that you violated the academy rules. Very strange. It's just a pity I was late and couldn't save those disciples. If Dean Lan Sui wasn't protecting you, I could cripple you according to the rules right now. Immediately come with me back to the disciplinary hall to answer for your crimes. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Jiang Chen replied without the slightest hesitation. All right, lead the way. Since I'm sure old Qing is sitting in the Baolan Academy, I won't be in any danger. Might as well go and see who exactly is targeting. Xin Kao looked at him and just wanted to devour him. Arrogant kid. Today I'll definitely make sure you enter but never leave. The Baolan Academy's disciplinary hall is not a child's game. The disciples, watching the commotion, couldn't help but worry. The newcomer has already fallen into the hands of Deacon Shikao. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave the disciplinary hall. Our Baolan Academy has strict rules. The disciplinary hall is even more ruthless. I don't know what mistake this kid made that he dared to violate the rules. Let's follow and see. Shikao had already led Jiang Chen back to the disciplinary hall, the place for judging and sentencing criminals. Oh heavens! He crippled his fellow disciples. The disciples outside were stunned. This is an irreconcilable feud. Even if he doesn't die, his cultivation will be crippled. Shi Kao spoke up. According to the rules of the Balan Academy, private duels that cripple fellow disciples are a serious crime.
Jiang Chen found it interesting and replied, "Oh really? Then let's see what kind of serious crime it is." Shi Kao didn't expect Jiang Chen's tone to be so unchanged.
He went mad, holding up a weapon and shouting, "Kid, you brought this on yourself."
Ji Kao drew a few forbidden spell attack formations.
Jiang Chen observed his strange formation. "What exactly is this?"
Xian Kao spoke up. "Considering you're a newcomer, I've suppressed the attack formation to 7 parts. If you can withstand this, I'll let it go." Jiang Chen realized it was the attack formation.
The academy disciples were horrified. Heavens! The attack formation, using the attack formation to punish, is no different from directly crippling his cultivation, even if he cries to the heavens and earth. Wouldn't he turn into a pool of blood under the attack formation? He wants him dead.
Jiang Chen felt the pressure of this formation. Suppressing the power. I see that the power of this formation is at 10 parts. He was extremely suspicious about the conspiracy behind this matter of Xie Kao. Xie Kao looked at Jiang Chen gleefully, like a fish in a barrel. "Jiang Chen, do you know your mistake?" Jiang Chen closed his eyes tight, preparing a plan of action, and replied calmly, "How would I know I'm wrong if I'm not wrong?"
Xie Kao was going insane, unable to endure it any longer. "You're still running your mouth when you're about to die. I won't let you get out of here alive today."
With that, he poured all his strength, not holding back to 70%. Like before, Xian Gao was determined to kill Jiang Chen, activating the disruption formation at full power. The pressure in the formation was now pushed to a level ready to erupt, capable of crushing anyone inside. Jiang Chen widened his eyes. "No, I can't underestimate this guy's intentions." The pressure of the disruption formation surrounded its prey. Tightening more and more, Jiang Chen stood motionless in the middle of the formation. He circulated the Xuan Huang Qi power, and his energy aura began to emanate. Jiang Chen's body suddenly dried up and cracked like a rock. Xian Gao grinned gleefully. "My full-powered disruption formation can't be withstood even by someone at the Earth realm. I'm waiting to see you turn into a pile of bloody mush." Jiang Chen was being squeezed into a pulp, his whole body now like a sugarcane being slowly fed into a grinder. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "This formation is kinda interesting, but that's about it."
Within Jiang Chen's body, a terrifying aura was gradually forming. "This formation is perfect for helping me."
Jiang Chen had it all planned out. He stood up suddenly and shouted, "Break!" The aura erupted. Jiang Chen broke through to the lower tier of the venerable realm.
The 8 extraordinary meridians in his body absorbed a strange surge of electric power in the space. The mark on his forehead now changed, showing an advancement to a major realm.
Jiang Chen suddenly entered a dimension where the memories of his past lives appeared. This is the inheritance memory of the myriad transformations God King.
Jiang Chen clenched his fist, causing the aura to dissipate. It seems this violet blood essence is the inheritance of the myriad transformations God King. Jiang Chen unleashed a fist, determined to destroy the formation. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the punishment hall. People could no longer see anything. From the blinding light of the formation shattering, the disruption formation is broken. He broke through to the venerable realm. Could it be that he used the disruption formation to temper himself? A genius. He deserves to be called a genius.
Shang Gao fell to the ground, looking at Jiang Chen like he was a ghost. "You should have turned into blood. Why aren't you dead?" Jiang Chen crossed his arms and looked down at him. "I'm not dead, are you surprised? Since I entered the Balan Academy, you've been plotting everything. First a bunch of idiots provoked me to make me take action, then you appeared and dragged me into the punishment hall, using your position for personal revenge." Jiang Chen bluntly exposed this moron Xi's conspiracy. "Now it's my turn to ask you." Jiang Chen's aura enveloped Xie Gao's mind, causing him to be terrified. Jiang Chen asked, "Who told you to do this, you stubborn mule?"
"I, Jiang Chen, am the punishment hall enforcer."
"The Balan Academy has strict rules. You've committed a great crime. Now step down." "And I might still be able to, Jiang Chen," he asked. "What can you still do?" Xian Gao was stunned by Jiang Chen's coldness. Jiang Chen suddenly disappeared, arriving behind Xian Gao, grabbing the scruff of the dog-faced bastard's neck.
"Killing a useless enforcer is nothing. I don't think Qing Lao or the person behind you would make a move because of that."
Jiang Chen whispered deadly words into his ear. "You won't talk? Then die." Now seeing death clearly before him, Xi Gao hurriedly screamed loud enough for the whole academy to hear. "The central courtyard. It's the 6 devils of the central courtyard." Xi Gao's scream echoed throughout the cave. "It's the 6 devils of the central courtyard." The news now reached Qing Lao's ears through Lan Tui.
The 6 devils were disciples sent by the Martial Pavilion to the Balan Academy,
under the instructions of the Martial Pavilion,
to bribe Xi Gao, wanting to cripple Jiang Chen. This wasn't the first time Xi Gao had done this.
Qing Lao decided, "It's time to let Jiang Chen into the central courtyard." Lan Sui replied, "Liu Ma is in the central courtyard." "You mean?" Qing Lao said in an icy voice. "The Balan Academy has been peaceful for too long. Some people have forgotten the blood of the Balan Academy, and they've forgotten that this old man is still angry. Let Jiang Chen go in and stir things up. Those hidden cowards will surface.
Lan Sui responded, Qinglao. Right now the deans of the outer and central courtyards have both defected to other sects. The deans of the earth and sky courtyards are just watching, unable to tell right from wrong. I am the dean of the inner courtyard, but I am weak and powerless. I'm afraid no one will listen to me.
Qinglao understood. He took out a command medallion and gave it to Lan Sui, saying, Take my command medallion. Outer courtyard disciple Jiang Chen has great talent. I am making an exception to promote him to a central courtyard disciple. He will report to the central courtyard immediately. Lan Sui was intrigued. Understood, Qinglao added.
Also, outer courtyard steward Shi Kao disregards the rules, uses public resources for personal gain, and maliciously targets outer courtyard disciples. Deprive him of his cultivation and expel him from the Balan Academy. Lan Sui obeyed and left, thinking.
It seems Qinglao is determined to use Jiang Chen to cleanse the Balan Academy this time. It didn't take long for Lan Sui to arrive at the disciplinary hall. Jiang Chen, Xie Kao, Shang Kao immediately cried out, Dean Lan, you've come at the right time. Quickly punish Jiang Chen. He is committed. Jiang Chen thought Lan Sui's arrival was timely as well.
Lan Sui raised the command medallion and said, I am acting on Qinglao's orders. Outer courtyard disciple Jiang Chen has exceptional talent and will immediately report to the central courtyard. Furthermore, outer courtyard steward Shi Kao will be deprived of his cultivation and expelled from the Balan Academy.
Shi Kao crawled and wailed. What, Dean Lan? This is not my fault. He even dared to.
It was all Jiang Chen provoking the outer courtyard's rules. It's his fault. He should be crippled. He should be expelled from the academy.
Lan Sui, without changing his expression, stepped forward and instructed Jiang Chen. You should go to the central courtyard. Leave things here to me. I won't let you suffer any injustice, Jiang Chen replied. No one can make me suffer injustice. Jiang Chen actively promised Lan Sui. However, I should indeed go to the central courtyard to settle this score. Jiang Chen immediately went to the central courtyard. The central courtyard of the Balan Academy was indeed grander and more imposing than the 4 divine pavilions. However, this place was so big, finding Liu Ma wouldn't be easy. Jiang Chen was lost in thought when someone called his name. Jiang Chen. It was the martial pavilion disciples in the Balan Academy. They had been waiting for him for a long time. We heard you were promoted to the central courtyard this morning. Did you come to greet your senior brothers? The central courtyard disciples gossiped. Isn't that the martial pavilion gang? These guys always form cliques and bribe stewards. Anyone who messes with them is screwed. They're all late-stage venerable realm cultivators. How did the new guy provoke? Jiang Chen quietly glanced at these monkeys and asked softly. Liu Ma is from the martial pavilion.
He thought, I don't have to look for him. That guy sneered and replied, So what? There are so many of us. Can you kill us all, you good-for-nothing?
Jiang Chen found their laughter amusing and laughed back. Liu Ma was annoyed, not expecting Jiang Chen to be so arrogant. He couldn't stand it anymore and ordered his lackeys, attack, kill him. Jiang Chen coldly flashed forward, taking the initiative to fight, but Jiang Chen didn't bother to dirty his hands killing those late-stage venerable realm cultivators. He simply brushed past them like the wind, heading straight for Liu Ma with a few basic chops. Liu Ma's face was mangled in an instant.
Jiang Chen was done. Too fast, too dangerous. Liu Ma's lackeys stood frozen, watching their boss die.
Jiang Chen crossed his arms and turned back, saying to them, Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a fool so eager to die.
The lackeys couldn't believe it and shouted, Jiang Chen, you're asking for death.
The central courtyard disciples were shocked.
He bypassed 12 late-stage venerable realms and killed Liu Ma, who was also in the venerable realm, in the blink of an eye. His speed is comparable to someone in the earth realm. So badass, Liu Ma's loyal follower couldn't bear to watch his boss die without doing anything.
He ordered the whole team, kill him.
The late-stage venerable realm cultivators with slip discs immediately jumped forward to surround Jiang Chen. He was somewhat excited. Surround and attack.
Jiang Chen was preparing to finish off these monkeys, when suddenly, a crimson heavenly tribulation gathered in the sky.
Lightning crackled, thick as a spiderweb.
The whole bunch, along with Jiang Chen, craned their necks to look up in shock. Tribulation lightning, my heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen was bewildered. No way, this sound, could it be the top-ranked heavenly tribulation?
The swordsman from the martial pavilion exclaimed in dismay. He can attract this kind of heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen must not be allowed to live. Kill him. The martial pavilion swordsmen immediately worked together to cast the guardian sword formation, letting the deputy leader preside over the attack.
He had to seize the moment before the lightning tribulation struck to kill Jiang Chen decisively. His sword strike unleashed a fierce force, coming to kill. Minor 8 Desolation sword formation. Several disciples below were fully assisting him, so his strike could explode with power.
The central courtyard disciples ran amok. These guys are insane. Heavenly tribulation is here, and they're still attacking. What's their grudge? Seeing this bunch of lunatics being so stubborn, Jiang Chen yelled,
This is the Red Lotus karmic fire tribulation. In the top 5, even gods can be killed like it's nothing. You guys want to die?
The swordsman stubbornly replied, Today, even if we die, we'll drag you down with us. As his sword light arrived, it felt like 1,000 blades descending.
Before Jiang Chen could finish explaining, he charged again,
but Jiang Chen was stunned not by the clownery of the bunch, but by the flame tailing the swordsman. Boom! The explosion shook heaven and earth. Jiang Chen was terrified. "Are you nuts? I'm not playing with you guys anymore," he said, then took off running for his life. The swordsman was determined not to give up. Don't even think about running. The Red Lotus karmic fire tribulation ignites wherever there's commotion. The swordsman kept chasing heedlessly, unaware that the fireball was closing in right behind him. "Jiang Chen, let's die together." Jiang Chen panted as he ran, cursing. "Are you guys from the Martial Pavilion all crazy?" Before he could even touch a strand of Jiang Chen's hair, the swordsman was blasted to smithereens by the fireball. Jiang Chen was speechless at this group. "I already said, this is a heavenly tribulation in the top 5. I admire your guts." The Martial Pavilion underlings howled. "Leader," the whole bunch of them, like mad dogs, charged at Jiang Chen, determined to take his life. "You killed our leader, we'll fight you to the death. Go to hell." Jiang Chen had to continue running for his life again. A bunch of psychos. The Red Lotus karmic fire tribulation struck again, the fireball incinerating the Martial Pavilion bunch. "The more people, the greater the power of the heavenly tribulation, you bunch of idiots." Jiang Chen was charred by the fire, cursing bitterly. "A bunch of crazy fools." Before he could even catch his breath, the fireball came crashing down again. Jiang Chen screamed and yelled, "It's still coming! Hey, let's talk this over!" "No matter what, I am still an outstanding young man. How can heaven bear to be so cruel to me?" The fire rained down like a waterfall. Jiang Chen suddenly froze when he heard an old voice speak. "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen cheered excitedly. "Heaven has finally recognized my handsomeness and wants to ally with me." Qing Lao appeared like a god, yelling, "It's me, Jiang Chen. If you keep running, the entire academy will be buried because of the tribulation lightning. Get back and undergo your tribulation, or else get out of the Banlan Academy." Jiang Chen, with no face left to save, reluctantly replied, all right. The old man was still busy monitoring Jiang Chen's repentance when a stray fireball hit both teacher and student squarely. Jiang Chen was now no different from a piece of barbecued meat, thinking, "Luckily, the profound yellow force can help me reshape my body otherwise." A person came over, witnessing the devastated scene of the central courtyard, asking in bewilderment, What happened here?" That's the central courtyard. Discipline Hall enforcer Li Dong," he screamed. "Where is my discipline hall?" Jiang Chen joked as he dug through the rubble and called out to him, "I can explain this." Li Dong cleared his throat. "Explain my ass. You are Jiang Chen, causing trouble as soon as you entered the central courtyard, and now you've directly killed over a dozen fellow disciples. You're truly crazy, beyond help, Jiang Chen. Didn't you guys rush in yourselves? Don't blame me, really." Jiang Chen felt awkward and advised, "Listen to my explanation. There's a reason for this. I can compensate." Li Dong refused to listen to another word from Jiang Chen. He flew into a rage. "Don't even think about weaseling your way out of this. Today, I'll suppress you as an example. You clearly just want to twist right and wrong." Jiang Chen could see that these disciplinary elders only wanted to show off their authority and bully people. "What fairness are you talking about?" he realized immediately. "As expected, you're the Martial Pavilion's lapdogs. There's no reasoning with you." Jiang Chen was ready. "Bring it on." Lan Sui then stepped forward and spoke up. "Elder Li." Li Dong was surprised by Lan Sui's presence. "Dean of the Inner Courtyard. Are you saying a Dean of the Inner Courtyard also wants to interfere with the Middle Courtyard affairs?" Lan Sui replied. "The rules of Banlan Academy are strict. I naturally wouldn't interfere with the disciplinary elders. I just have some doubts and hope Elder Lin can answer them," Lan Sui stated calmly. "Zhang Jitang controls the Middle Courtyard. In theory, nothing escapes his notice. Like last year, 10 Middle Courtyard disciples went missing. Elder Li might just so happen to be absent. Last year, Qi, the #1 martial artist of the Middle Courtyard, accidentally killed someone, and you just so happened to be busy." Lan Sui had now gained the upper hand, and asked, "Li Dong, abandoning his duties and being bought off. Such major crimes, do you remember how they are punished, Elder Licia?" The elder was speechless, trying to argue. "Lan Sui, are you trying to go against me?" Lan Sui replied calmly. "I'm just asking for some guidance. Why are you so tense? Since you want to punish disciples anyway, why don't we talk as we go?" Yan Dong was at his wit's end, unable to reason with Lan Sui. "Lan Sui, you're good," he sulked and plotted. "If Lan Sui insists on clarifying these matters, I'm afraid my cultivation will be crippled, and I'll be expelled from Banlan Academy. Looks like I can't make a move against Jiang Chen today." Lin Dong reluctantly left, threatening Jiang Chen. "Don't think you can run wild in the Middle Courtyard just because Lan Sui is protecting you." "Don't let me catch you," Jiang Chen retorted, infuriating him. "Sure, I'll be waiting for you," Lan Sui then signaled to Jiang Chen not to pay attention to him. "Take a look at the letter I brought you. I heard it's from the little princess of Baidi City." Jiang Chen eagerly took it and excitedly opened it to read Bai Fengyu's letter. Little Yun's words rang out. "Master, it's been more than a month since we parted ways the other day. After you left, Nani Mimei and Hua Lianyi dropped out of school one after another. Not knowing where they went, Jiang Liu and Zhu Yu Huang also suddenly disappeared, leaving a letter when they left. So we wouldn't worry, I'm bored staying alone in the Shen Academy, so I followed Grandpa back to Baidi City.
After reading the letter, Jiang Chen thought to himself, I'm in trouble right now. If they follow me, it will inevitably affect their cultivation, so this is good. Lan Sui asked curiously. Finished reading the letter? If so, let's talk business. Lan Sui placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder in a strange, firm manner.
He leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear like never before.
Qing Lao told me to tell you, I want you to bloodbath Banlan Academy. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment.
But perhaps this is what he has been secretly expecting for a long time. However, the young man nonchalantly said, I can't accept this. Am I the kind of cruel person who would bloodbath a school? I am not, Lan Sui replied.
Nephew, Lan Sui made it clear that Qing Lao wanted you to cause a big ruckus at the academy, and he could take the opportunity to clear out the academy's forces, Jiang Chen thought. Of course I understand, but Qing Lao tricked me into coming to Balan Academy. I'm not interested in working for him. Jiang Chen feigned weakness.
I have many enemies, and my strength is low. I'm afraid I can't handle this important task. Lan Sui had to use the last resort he had prepared in advance. This is a body-protecting amulet. It can block 3 attacks from an upper heaven realm expert. Carry it with you in the academy, and no one can harm you, Jiang Chen thought in surprise. This body-protecting amulet is a rare treasure. It looks like a top-grade magic treasure. Would Qing Lao be willing to give it up? Jiang Chen grabbed the magic treasure tightly and immediately changed his tone. I'll do this deal. But I want to know what the current situation of Balan Academy is. Lan Sui revealed secrets to him.
Balan Academy has been infiltrated by the Martial Pavilion. Those chosen ones who refuse to join the Martial Pavilion face suppression and slaughter. Over the years, many chosen ones have died in the academy. The Martial Pavilion has even built a branch within the inner courtyard to recruit disciples. It's time to eliminate them. If Jiang Chen fails in this great purge, Qing Lao won't be able to protect you. Do you understand? Jiang Chen became even more excited.
Martial Pavilion, huh? Getting some interest isn't bad. Lan Sui was now sure he had taken the bait. The dean of the inner courtyard locked in the deal with a smile.
You've agreed, so you can't go back on your word. Consider this outfit a signing bonus, no need to thank me. Then Lan Sui left immediately, to avoid Jiang Chen changing his mind. I've finally found a disciple who can fight and is willing to offend the Martial Pavilion. Trading a body-protecting amulet for a hard-working little brother, not a loss. Jiang Chen looked lost as he watched Lan Sui sprint away.
Why do I feel like I've gotten on a pirate ship? Never mind, I'm not wearing it. 10 days after receiving the secret mission,
Jiang Chen investigated day and night, gathering information about the Martial Pavilion's forces in the middle courtyard. Standing before the ranking board of the inner courtyard, Xiao Yu Martial Hall, He Che Martial Hall, Ming Hai Martial Hall, Zhuo Xiao Martial Hall, Jiang Chen wondered, who should I target next? That 9th cave dwelling was such a letdown. Its spirit gathering array was even worse than the one I set up myself. In that case, I'll go for one of the top 3 cave dwellings. A disciple sighed. Inside, they have the best spirit-gathering array, alchemy furnace, precious medicinal ingredients, and even a spirit spring that can cleanse the marrow and cut the bones. But with our cultivation, he was just thinking. Even Jiang Chen, who's been causing a ruckus in the academy recently, only ended up at number 9. He suddenly gasped. Wait a minute. The 9th cave dwelling disappointed you. Could it be that you're Jiang Chen? You're out of the disciplinary hall? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Maybe I'll go back in a bit, but whatever. The disciplinary hall is all right. It's just that the formation on the stone bed makes my back a little sore. With that, Jiang Chen hurried towards the number 1 cave dwelling.
So many heavenly treasures can't be left to those trash from the martial halls. The inner courtyard disciples were thrilled. Damn, he's causing trouble again. I can't miss this.
Arriving at the location of the first cave dwelling, Jiang Chen stood guard at the entrance.
The disciples whispered, This Jiang Chen is really crazy. He's been snatching 9 cave dwellings in a row. But he at least has a point. He didn't resist the punishment of the disciplinary hall.
But he's only been in the disciplinary hall for 9 days and he's already out. How humiliating for the disciplinary hall. Hopefully Xiao Yu can give him some face. Seeing Jiang Chen enter, they exclaimed, He's in. Xiao Yu is the strongest at the Supreme Realm. Consistently topping the inner courtyard rankings, Jiang Chen's winning streak will have to end here. Xiao Yu isn't someone to mess with.
As soon as he finished speaking, a booming explosion shook the cave dwelling. What on earth just happened?
The disciples beat their drums and cheered. Xiao Yu is at the upper stage of the Supreme Realm. Jiang Chen is definitely no match for him. That bastard who stole my cave dwelling is finally getting his comeuppance. Xiao Yu, go for it. You're the hope of the entire academy. And the encouraging song finally brought Xiao Yu out of the cave dwelling. Only he couldn't walk out himself. Jiang Chen threw him out. The inner courtyard disciples were stunned, unable to believe that Xiao Yu had been defeated so easily by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen arrogantly declared to the bunch of rats, From now on, the first cave dwelling belongs to Jiang Chen.
If anyone is not convinced, they can challenge me at any time.
Just as he finished speaking, an old voice rang out, calling Jiang Chen's name. It was Wang Hu, the hall master of the disciplinary hall. At the upper stage of the Saint realm, he spoke in reprimand. The Baolan Academy is a place for teaching and learning. Not only do you not follow the academy rules and wear a uniform, but you're also fighting and threatening your fellow disciples here. The disciples hurriedly bowed.
Disciples greet, Hallmaster Wang.
The old man was furious and thrusted his staff fiercely. Kneel down and admit your mistakes.
The law of the staff rushed towards Jiang Chen. He didn't even have time to say a word.
Realizing that this old man was at the Saint realm, Jiang Chen looked extremely worried. I've really put myself in a difficult position this time. The blow came crashing down, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to care at all, just standing there nonchalantly.
It turned out that he had a protective magic item that Lan Sui had given him.
The protective magic item broke the first time, but Jiang Chen was safe and sound thanks to it.
He then spoke. Those who violate the Baolan Academy's rules must suffer the hardships of the disciplinary hall, the extreme torture formation. If I have done wrong, the formation will naturally punish me.
Jiang Chen refused to kneel in humiliation. You're forcing me to kneel down because you want to use corporal punishment in front of everyone? Wang Hu was shocked. Good for you, you slippery-tongued bastard. What is the school rule? In Baolan Academy, my words are the rules. The disciples also couldn't believe that Jiang Chen dared to talk to the elder like that. Jiang Chen dares to talk to Hallmaster Wang like that. He's done for. Stop talking. Do you want to die? Hallmaster Wang comes from the martial hall. We can't afford to offend him. Making him kneel down is just the beginning. Next they'll strip him naked. He'll be flogged.
Last year, wasn't Yan Ling the #1 in the inner courtyard? Humiliated in front of everyone and then completely crippled.
It was too late for Jiang Chen. Wang Hu lunged forward. The old man used his spiritual power to raise the staff, intending to punish Jiang Chen for his glib tongue and theft.
Today, you will kneel whether you want to or not. A deafening boom. The disciples were terrified and dared not look. Hallmaster Wang's attack used his own Dao Soul. Jiang Chen will probably be crippled if he doesn't die. No, it can't be. Look who that is.
As the dust settled, Wang Hu was dumbfounded to see Ding Qinglao and Lan Sui standing right in front of him. He roared, Lan Sui, Qinglao, didn't you guys leave the academy for the Celestial Pavilion a few days ago?
The old geezer finally realized. That was fake news. You guys spread it on purpose.
Jiang Chen finally spoke up. Looks like you won't get the chance to make me kneel after all, Qinglao said sternly. Wang Hu, as the head of the disciplinary hall, you're abusing your power, treating the lives and dignity of the disciples like nothing. Do you even respect the Baolan Academy?
Wang Hu hastily explained. Qinglao. Jiang Chen robbed a fellow disciple's cultivation cave, severely injured other disciples, and deliberately provoked the authority of the disciplinary hall. I'm punishing him for the good of the academy.
Qinglao then had an excuse to tell him everything. So killing Yan Ling back then was also for the good of the academy. You've been using your position for personal gain, opening the doors of the academy wide for the martial hall disciples, condoning them to kill other outstanding disciples to secure your position. You're no longer worthy of being the head of the disciplinary hall. Wang Hu was stunned, no longer able to tell right from wrong.
Qinglao, you're just covering for Jiang Chen. Besides, I'm from the martial hall.
Hearing the words, martial hall, Qinglao's blood started boiling.
Unable to contain his rage, he shattered Wang Hu's danshin with a single blow. The martial hall has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Baolan Academy. Wang Hu couldn't believe that Qinglao would be so impulsive, and he collapsed to the ground.
Wang Hu shouted, I'm a member of the martial hall.
He thought the martial hall was something that would always make Qinglao hesitate.
Who knew Qinglao would say to his face, violating the rules, abusing your power. Even if Lin Lang Wenqian were here, I would still follow the rules. I'm deposing you. From now on, Wang Hu is removed from his position as hallmaster, expelled from the academy, and never allowed to return. Watching the three of them leave, the disciples couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Hu's been deposed. We won't have to worry about offending the martial hall disciples and being harmed anymore. If senior brother Yan Ling knew about this, he would be so happy. Too bad he can't know. He's already become a cripple. Wang Hu was filled with resentment. Qinglao, Lan Sui, you've offended the martial hall for Jiang Chen's sake. The martial hall will never let this go.
His threats didn't escape Qinglao's supersensitive ears, and the old man angrily delivered the finishing blow to the treacherous bastard.
Jiang Chen found it a hassle. What does who he is have to do with me? I'm just a weak and pitiful noob, Qinglao replied. Kid, you're something else, Jiang Chen eagerly demanded. Qinglao, I helped you with such a big thing and even attracted the hatred of the martial hall for you. Shouldn't I get something? Qinglao had already anticipated this, because Jiang Chen was known to be a big scrounger, and he replied, I have a very large cultivation cave in the central courtyard. It will be yours from now on, Lan Sui added. Jiang Chen, you're in luck. The leaders of the academy have wanted that cultivation cave for a long time, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't tease me. Let me see what's so special about that cultivation cave. But when he arrived, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Jiang Chen cultivation cave.
How could a youngster ever be treated so generously? This is one of the top 10 spirit springs, dude. Inside, the scenery is poetic and picturesque. There's also the Renshun spirit spring, which can cleanse the marrow and cut the bones, condense essence, qi, and spirit, and replenish essence and blood. Most importantly, it can repair and stabilize the foundation of cultivators, allowing them to easily overcome all bottlenecks. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The Rengshun spirit spring is extremely rare. Normally, it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from natural treasures to form.
Jiang Chen didn't want to think too much and jumped right in to see what's what.
Jiang Chen swam naked to the bottom of the lake. Upon investigating, he found the source of the spiritual energy in the spirit spring as expected. No wonder it's the myriad demon stone, a rare treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, containing the essence and blood of countless divine beasts. When it takes form, it will randomly turn into a stone, even having the chance to nurture ancient divine beasts that have gone extinct.
It seems that this myriad demon stone is the source of the Rengshun spirit spring. Jiang Chen placed his hand on the stone slab, sensing that the myriad demon stone's transformation completely relied on the will of heaven. But it wasn't impossible to interfere. Back when I roamed the 9 heavens, I gathered countless divine beasts to ride, but I lacked the myriad demon king azure-eyed azure dragon, which had long gone extinct. Now, I'll inscribe the azure-eyed azure dragon on the stone tablet. Perhaps, Jiang Chen activated the treasure.
However, he left with peace of mind. Next, I'll wait for you to take form.
Jiang Chen surfaced, looking like a male model coming out of the ocean.
His body was also attractively chiseled,
enjoying himself naked, when suddenly, a female voice screamed,
"Ah, pervert!" He thought he was the only one who owned this cave, but suddenly there was a girl, and a stunning beauty, with a voluptuous figure at that. What a New Year's blessing.
Seeing Jiang Chen staring intently at her body, the young lady went ballistic and rushed forward, swinging her arm.
And a full-force strike must come from a martial artist to have such a strong aura. Die, pervert.
Xu Feng thought he could hide his precious treasure underwater, but he had no choice but to jump into the air, only to get slapped so hard his jaw dropped. That slap was truly legendary, shattering bricks and rocks in the cave. The little miss didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Chen's little bro, worried. This guy is a Earthrealm berserker.
Berserker is usually a male-dominated profession. The spiritual energy in their body is rampant, and they can directly destroy the opponent's meridians.
Even immortals across the 9 heavens continent rarely see this profession.
Jiang Chen looked her up and down. So savage. The little miss started yelling. "You still dare to hide, you shameless rogue. This lady will take your dog life." At this point, Jiang Chen stopped holding back and jumped up.
"You ran into my cave, stripped naked, and started attacking without a word, and you're calling me a rogue, sis? Does that make sense? Also, do you like talking naked?" The little miss got even angrier.
"Shut up, who's the shameless big sis?" Just then, that young lady took out a sound transmission treasure. Who is she planning to call here after all? After a while, an image appeared in the narrow passage, and it was Qing Lao.
The young lady whined.
"Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. This rogue broke into my cave and peeped at me." Qing Lao was also surprised. "Jiang Chen, you two have already clashed." Jiang Chen finally understood.
So she's his granddaughter. I was taking a bath when she barged in, stripped naked, and looked at me, then called me a rogue, scaring me into thinking she wanted to violate me. It's too much. That little miss was so angry she wanted to die. How can there be such a shameless person in this world?
Qing Lao glared at Jiang Chen while standing next to his granddaughter. "You'll know my face when you meet me." Then he turned to his granddaughter and said, "Quan this cave will belong to Jiang Chen from now on. The martial pavilion is currently targeting Jiang Chen and won't give up easily. You should follow and protect him in the future, and remember not to let him take advantage of you while bathing." Quan shook her head stubbornly. "Grandpa, I don't want to protect him." Jiang Chen also agreed. "Qing Lao, really? I don't need a bodyguard. I'm very capable."
Qing Lao saw that things weren't going well and said, "There is a martial pavilion branch in the inner courtyard of the academy, and the pavilion master is a lower heaven realm cultivator. If Quan follows you, he won't dare to take action. Otherwise, even if you are very capable, you should be able to handle the small matter of merging the supreme emotionless scripture." The old man's way of speaking left Jiang Chen speechless. The young man had to quickly consider. It seems Qing Lao had already guessed that I could merge the supreme emotionless scripture. I didn't agree before, and Qing Lao threw me into the Poland Academy. He's treating me pretty well now. Jiang Chen immediately changed his attitude. "It hasn't been long since I merged it, and I haven't even comprehended the cultivation method yet. Isn't this wanting to give him a surprise?" Qing Lao eagerly nodded. "Oh, I believe you." "Then," the old man concluded, "you two interact, don't delay your cultivation." Jiang Chen and Quan reluctantly obeyed. A month later. During this time, Jiang Chen peacefully cultivated the fusion scripture in the myriad transformations God-King inheritance memory. It is indeed the strongest sovereign realm cultivation method, he thought to himself. Sovereign realm cultivators advance by condensing the essence of the Dao seed. The stronger the Dao seed itself, the greater the power. Ordinary cultivation methods can only condense 9 grade Dao seeds, while the 6 harmonies scripture can cultivate 2 souls and 4 spirits, condensing 18 Dao seeds. When all my Dio seeds are formed, I can fight face to face with a heavenly realm cultivator without using the myriad transformations heavenly plate.
Quan Er walked over at this moment. Your closed-door cultivation is over, Jiang Chen asked curiously. What's wrong? I don't remember today being the day you bathed in the spiritual spring. I have now condensed 13 Dao seeds, and should be able to undergo the heavenly tribulation to advance to the middle sovereign realm.
Quan Er replied. What's in your head? My friend is waiting for you outside the cave.
She is the only heir to the Six Paths Ghost Gates sect. The martial pavilion killed the entire Six Paths sect that day.
Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard Quan Er's words. She luckily escaped to the Poland Academy, heard about your matter with the martial pavilion, and wants to meet you. Jiang Chen suddenly repeated those words. Six Paths Ghost Gates sect. Remembering that time in the previous life.
Jiang Chen, in this life, I dedicate myself to the Six Paths Ghost Gates sect. You are my only good friend.
After I am gone, I hope you can show me some face and care for the Six Paths Ghost Gates sect. Jiang Chen brushed it off. What are you saying? We're brothers. As long as I'm alive, I will protect the Six Paths Ghost Gates sect.
He secretly sighed. I didn't expect that after I died in the Nine Heavens, the old ghost who protected the Six Paths Ghost Gate sect also disappeared. As the heir to the Six Paths Ghost Gate sect, I have to care a little.
Jiang Chen was quite curious about the character that Quan Er introduced.
He gestured. Invite her in? Quan Er was beaming. Okay, Quan Er was not only happy like this, but she also had a different view of Jiang Chen. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to show me so much face. It seems I have to treat him better in the future.
After inviting that person in, she gently opened the door, and Quan Er waved her hand to signal.
A daughter's voice sounded shyly. Hello, hello. A young girl walked in, quite timid, and introduced herself softly. I am the heir to the Six Paths Ghost Gate sect, Zhao Qingyi.
Quan Frere stepped forward to mediate, saying, Qingyi is shy, you should pay attention to Jiang Chen, she thought to herself. The Six Paths Ghost Gate focuses on the cultivation of the undead. Although necromancers usually don't like associating with others, why is this girl crying?
Whatever, she's his only successor anyway. Jiang Chen spoke up. The Six Paths Ghost Gate was destroyed by the martial pavilion. Do you want revenge?
Zhao Qingyi became anxious. I dream of it. If you can deal with the martial pavilion, I'll follow you.
Jiang Chen smiled. Since you've agreed, I'll give you a little welcome gift.
Jiang Chen then said casually, how about you come with me, and we level the martial pavilion's branch in the inner courtyard. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Chen led the two girls to the martial pavilion's branch in the inner courtyard. Quan Cher didn't understand Jiang Chen's intentions and asked, Jiang Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Jiang Chen replied quietly. Obviously, it's a welcome gift.
Zhao Qingyi worried. There are 3 high-level Earth Realm cultivators guarding the branch, and a high-level Heaven Realm branch master. If he just barges in like that, something will happen, Quan Jie replied. I'm fine, it's a good opportunity to see his skills. If he can't even handle a small martial pavilion branch, why should I follow him?
Jiang Chen, having promised to do it, jumped straight over, standing on the highest point of the martial pavilion branch. His fiery energy surged, growing stronger and stronger.
It was as if Jiang Chen wanted to recreate a tribulation, his spiritual power roiling in the night sky, causing a huge commotion.
The martial pavilion guards shouted warnings. Who's causing trouble out there? This is the martial pavilion branch, not a place for tribulation. Leave now. The branch elder went up to investigate and immediately recognized Jiang Chen. The branch elder was delighted to have caught his prey. You dare to undergo tribulation at the martial pavilion? You're seeking death, Jiang Chen asked back.
You idiot! You know I'm undergoing tribulation and you still don't dare to attack, the elder replied. Killing you, the heavenly tribulation will naturally dissipate.
Jiang Chen found it interesting, and the Xuanhuang power began to activate. Is that so? Jiang Chen had now drawn the elder into his scheme. The double heavenly tribulation formed by the Karma Fire Red Lotus tribulation now made him realize the seriousness of Jiang Chen's intentions.
He screamed, Double heavenly tribulation! Even immortals can't resist it, you crazy bastard!
It was too late to realize. The flames of the double heavenly tribulation poured down in the middle of the night, engulfing the towering martial pavilion. Jiang Chen, you're insane, I'll never let you live, you son of a bitch, Jiang Chen said gleefully.
Everyone at the martial pavilion, no need to be polite, this is a big gift I'm giving you, enjoy it slowly.
The miserable screams of the martial pavilion personnel echoed through the night. Jiang Chen, you want to die? My brothers will definitely kill you, I must kill you, save people. Xiao Qingyi was stunned. So I've finally witnessed my enemy getting retribution. Is this for real, Quaner? Isn't this a bit too cruel? Quaner added humbly. A little smile after that sentence might be more believable.
About an incense stick of time later, the sky was bright, and the martial pavilion branch was now just a smoldering pile of rubble.
Jiang Chen stretched.
Sing. This heavenly tribulation was too weak. I didn't even get a chance to loosen my muscles.
The branch elder, as persistent as a leech, crawled out of the rubble and shouted, Jiang Chen, you're bullying us too much. Jiang Chen was surprised. Oh, you're still alive, so what, you dare to kill me? This is the Bao Lan Academy, you know.
Dean Lan Sui appeared at that moment. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Actually, it was definitely intentional. Lan Sui looked very pleased in his heart. Just now, Elder Qing sent down a decree to accept Jiang Chen as his personal disciple. Jiang Chen destroying the martial pavilion is really too much, he. The branch elder watched the two of them act and felt bitter. Elder Qing said he would personally deal with him, so, what? Shall I send you on your way first?
The elder couldn't let it go and shouted, Jiang Chen destroyed the martial pavilion branch, and Dean Lan Sui wants to let him go so easily. Jiang Chen asked strangely, if Elder Qing really wants to deal with me, then killing a few more people shouldn't be a problem, right? Lan Sui anxiously signaled. Jiang Chen, the branch master, is at the heaven realm. Even if severely injured, a celestial realm cultivator can't touch him.
The branch elder then activated the divine artifact inside his body and replied, such arrogance. Relying on the threat of the heavenly tribulation to destroy my martial pavilion, you really think you're all that?
His celestial realm Dao heart, filled with hatred, spoke like a divine judgment. Jiang Chen, Dai, Lan Sui, alarmed, rushed forward to dissuade him.
Jiang Chen, don't get worked up. The eye of heavenly wrath's Dao heart's power is too terrifying, you can't handle it.
But before Lan Sui could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen had already proven his worries unnecessary. Jiang Chen zipped over in the blink of an eye, shattering the branch master's armor, revealing his emaciated body. Jiang Chen, like a god, pinned him down and commanded, kneel.
Sensing the aura of death surrounding him, the branch master gasped for air. This. Lan Sui was utterly astonished. This is a refiner's technique, the art of object manipulation. Just what kind of monster are you? How do you know everything?
Jiang Chen plainly stated. Now that your kin armor is gone, the heavenly tribulation can kill you. With that, Jiang Chen left the heavenly tribulation to finish the job. Sending you to your death is the least I can do. No need to thank me, Headmaster Lan.
I'll leave the rest to you and Elder Qing.
Jiang Chen turned to his two daughters. What are you spacing out for? Get back to cultivation, Xiao Qingyi. How much of the Six Paths Ghost Gate inheritance have you learned? All those Six Paths pseudo-arts, Xiao Qingyi replied. Six Paths pseudo-arts, weren't they lost long ago?
Seeing this,
Jiang Chen scooped her up. Let's go, I'll teach you when we get back. You claim to be a successor of Six Paths Ghost Gate, but all you do is cry all day. What kind of disciple is that? I'm just teaching you some techniques. It's not like I'm trying to kill you, Quan anxiously scolded.
Jiang Chen, put her down. Don't do anything to my little sister.
3 months later, Jiang Chen's voice was frantic, as if he'd seen a ghost.
Make way. Make way. In the sky above, the lightning of the heavenly tribulation crackled and flashed.
Jiang Chen had to get there quickly. He hadn't expected the third soul heavenly tribulation to arrive so soon. He absolutely couldn't let this lightning tribulation damage the transformation of the myriad demon stone. Quan stubbornly chased after him, determined to drag Jiang Chen back. The academy forbids you from running around. You're going to undergo heavenly tribulation for me.
Running forever wasn't a solution. Quan took a leap and blocked his path.
Quan
this time you must stop, Jiang Chen. Come with me, she affirmed. This is something Grandpa entrusted to me. I can't mess it up.
Just the thought of having to negotiate with her grandfather made the little girl shudder. Otherwise, I'll be forced to stand and hold books as punishment again.
At the location of the heavenly tribulation zone, a cultivator from the Heaven and Earth sect was also present to undergo his tribulation. It was Wang Shang, whose cultivation realm was sufficient to undergo a 9th-ranked heavenly tribulation. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. As expected of a royal disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect, the Daring Metal Spear is ranked 9th. The Thunder Heavenly Tribulation can't do anything to him. It seems this year's 10 Great Academies exchange meet will be led by the Heaven and Earth sect again.
As they were busy discussing, Jiang Chen suddenly rushed over, yelling loudly, "Get out of the way." The moment he saw the heavenly tribulation right in front of him, Jiang Chen unleashed his spiritual energy. A sovereign realm expert shot past, and the disciples were terrified by the aura. What just whizzed by, Quan panting, finally caught up. One of them stammered, Could it be a disciple here to undergo heavenly tribulation? We're doomed. Wang Shang is still in there. Seeing someone barge in during his tribulation, Wang Shang was surprised. My heavenly tribulation was about to dissipate. Your intrusion will affect my heavenly tribulation, Jiang Chen replied. Why is someone here? It's too late. Quick, leave. I'm afraid my heavenly tribulation will kill you. Wang Shang sneered, not paying him any mind. What heavenly tribulation could compare to my Gang Metal Spear's thunder tribulation? At that moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation reached its peak, causing the sky to explode. Wang Shang gaped, looking up. Holy SHT, a third-ranked 5 elements heavenly tribulation. He had never witnessed a scholar capable of undergoing such an extraordinary heavenly tribulation, and Balan Academy was still keeping it a secret. Then the lightning struck him. Get the F away from me. The 5 elements heavenly tribulation rained down on Jiang Chen. He had arrived just in time to undergo his tribulation. Wang Shang was helplessly blasted out by Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation. The fire god crowd arrived at this moment. I didn't expect Balan Academy to have such a character. I must take this opportunity to seek his guidance. Wang Shang was still recovering. A 5 elements thunder tribulation.
Whether he can survive is a huge question. Elder Qing then eagerly appeared, suggesting, Jiang Chen, the Heaven and Earth sect, has sent 3 disciples to the exchange meet who are outside the heavenly tribulation zone. I need you to challenge them. You are the pride of Beilan Academy.
Jiang Chen had just finished his tribulation, clothes tattered, face blackened and smoking. He wasn't feeling it at all. But Qinglao, knowing exactly what this guy was after, slyly hinted,
Well, guess my 3 drops of true dragon essence blood are going nowhere then. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Wait, I mean I'll totally do it, I got this, the dude thought. Just 1 drop of true dragon essence blood can toughen up your whole body, giving you a physique as strong as a true dragon's.
Sweet. Hua Shen and the gang waited forever but no one came out. They sighed, bummed out. Guess he's really gone. What a shame, Wang Shang, startled, cut in.
No way. Wang Shang's eyes bugged out as he stared. He's still alive. Jiang Chen stepped out, announcing, I'm Jiang Chen from Beilan Academy, mid-rank revered realm, here to challenge the 3 disciples from Heaven and Earth Pavilion.
Beilan Academy swelled with pride. Whoa! Looks like we get to witness a battle of true heavens chosen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned seeing the 3 disciples getting ready for the exchange. He walked over and asked,
Wait, it's you guys. Eldest sister of the 4 courtyards, my past defeated foes. Hua Shen's crew freaked out too, seeing this terrifying dude. You're the tribulation survivor, you maniac. 1 against 6. Jiang Chen and Wang Shang then got curious.
You guys, you know Jiang Chen is your opponent for the exchange. Every single one of them looked absolutely fed up. Hua Shen's crew waved their hands in surrender. We forfeit. Let the little kids have a chance to spar. Whoever agrees is my junior. Wang Shang saw his 2 senior brothers go pale with fear just at the mention of Jiang Chen, even before a fight. He knew something was totally off.
So he quickly made a few awkward hand gestures. Then, it was clear he was bowing his head in surrender to Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Are you guys serious, he thought? That easy. Do Qinglao's 3 drops of true dragon essence blood still count? The entire Beilan Academy totally blew up then, dang. Our Beilan Academy's pride and joy, Jiang Chen, Qinglao and Lan Sui were completely dumbfounded too. All 3 Heaven and Earth Pavilion disciples forfeited. Lan Sui chimed in. This time, Jiang Chen's totally going to be famous throughout the exchange conference.
Qinglao looked at him and chuckled. Well, looks like he won't get to chill anymore.
A day later, back in Jiang Chen's cultivation cave, Xiao Qingyi snatched and brought something over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Gage, these are all your challenge letters. Quan totally loved that you won without even fighting yesterday. The 3 Heaven and Earth Pavilion guys became the uncrowned kings of the exchange conference, so it's normal to get even more challenge letters. Jiang Chen shot back. So yesterday's whole mess was you and Qinglao teaming up to prank me, and today's challenge letters, you got a share in them too. You and Qingyi can split them evenly. I won't hold it against you.
Zhao Qingyi froze solid for 5 seconds after hearing that. 5 seconds later, she couldn't even stand, so she just plopped down, speechless. Quan nudged him. You cheapskate, Jiang Chen, you really know how to milk it. 3 drops of true dragon essence blood still aren't enough for you. Jiang Chen was still blankly staring at a random letter that floated his way. Quan cleared her throat. What? My little rascal isn't good enough to help you now?
Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto that letter.
This is? He suddenly got super serious, saying, Nah, it's fine, I'll take this challenge, Quan seeing his sudden shift, got curious. Whoa, why the sudden change of mind? So the little lass just had to snatch that letter, she replied. No problem. Let me see. It's addressed to Tian Shu. Quan asked, Tian Shu? Who's that? After thinking for a bit, she immediately pointed a finger at Jiang Chen. Don't tell me this is one of your romance debts, is it? Jiang Chen stammered. She's remembering Tian Shu.
Jiang Chen had so much he wanted to say, especially since she was supposed to be dead. Jiang Chen and Quan stepped outside, only to immediately come face to face with Tian Shu. He couldn't hide his shock. It's actually you.
Tian Shui. How the heck did you survive the 9 luminous hook ghost art? Seeing Jiang Chen again, the guy with endless karmic drama, Tian Shu felt a mix of resentment and sulkiness. She just gave him a cold, silent stare.
Jiang Chen couldn't take her aloofness. So, what brings you here? I'm not interested in taking your challenge, Tian Shu retorted. I'm here with a secret message. If old ancestor hadn't ordered it, do you seriously think I'd want to come find you?
Jiang Chen snatched the item. Tian Shu gently added, Old ancestor told me to give this to you.
Jiang Chen's mind raced. Old ancestor? Could it be the empress? What's the deal with this empress anyway? He insisted stubbornly. But I don't even know the empress. The female emperor's spiritual image emerged from the spirit transmission scroll, and Jiang Chen stared up in a daze.
This female emperor is like, totally a Gen Zer, choosing to message while taking a bath. You're not escaping my clutches this time. There's even a heart tattoo on her slender waist.
The female emperor winked flirtatiously, her voice as firm as a nail.
This time you're back.
I'm definitely sleeping with you. Jiang Chen was completely spaced out. I don't even know what's going on. The female emperor wants to sleep with me. What's happening? Quan Er and Xiao Qingji looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Wow, Jiang Chen, is she your wife? She's such a hot babe. Jiang Chen, at a loss for words, blurted out, if you two don't know how to talk, shut your traps. Tian Xue blushed slightly and continued, now that I've delivered the message, I'll take my leave. At the Shahuang gathering, I'll settle things with you once and for all.
Quan Er was determined to get to the bottom of this. Tell me clearly, what's your relationship with that hot babe? Xiao Qingji chimed in. Yeah, I'm super curious. Jiang Chen whined and complained. You little brats don't focus on cultivating, you're just curious about everything. Qing Kong scolded. Quan Yu, stop corrupting them all day long, Quan Er replied. I know.
Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something he needed to ask. Oh yeah, what's the Shahuang gathering? Quan Er was surprised. You don't even know about the Shahuang gathering?
The maiden explained. The Wushen continent is divided into the 7 great continents, namely the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern 4 continents, the Imperial Central Continent, the Overseas Bright Continent, and the Desolate Continent where we are. The Shahuang Gathering is the largest selection event in the Desolate Continent. Anyone with Zunjing level or above under the age of 30, all the young talents can participate. The top 100 can enter the Huangdan Dao Chuang to cultivate and seek treasures.
Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. Huang Tan, could it be that Ba Huang Tan?
Legend has it that he was once the leader for a very long time, ascended to the 9 heavens and became a god king, and then suddenly disappeared.
Quan Er eagerly asked, Shahuang gathering, are you going? Jiang Chen replied, the invitation is already prepared, and there's the Huangdan inheritance up for grabs. What reason do I have to refuse? When do we leave? Quan Er had already arranged everything, just waiting for him to say this. After the exchange meeting in 10 days, Grandpa will personally lead the Baolan Academy team to Shahuang. Besides you, Baolan Academy also has 2 heavenly courtyard disciples and personal disciples going, so be humble, Jiang Chen replied. I'm always very humble. Suddenly, something rumbled in the forest.
Jiang Chen was startled. Could this commotion be?
Jiang Chen was sure it was that thing.
He immediately ran inside, not forgetting to tell them, you guys wait for me outside, don't come in. He dashed to the edge of the spirit spring, where a brilliant beam of light shone from under the lake. The Wanyao stone is about to transform. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He imagined what the dragon god's transformation would look like, based on this thing. While he was still sketching the design, a voice cursed. Who the hell are you? A strange creature appeared before Jiang Chen. He didn't know what species it belonged to. It cleared its throat and proclaimed, this venerable one is a holy spirit, born from heaven and earth. I can transform however I want. Who are you to say anything? Jiang Chen asked himself helplessly, what the heck is this? He couldn't believe that the azure-eyed azure dragon that this old man used to ride has become you, Jiang Chen. Absolutely could not accept this bitter truth. That thing replied, I am the great virtue, great majesty, supreme, immeasurable, holy ancestral dragon, the ancestor of the azure-eyed azure dragon you speak of. Seeing your ancestor and not kneeling down, Jiang Chen was driven mad with anger and told himself, calm down, I can't hit a child. But saying it is one thing, but in reality, Jiang Chen vented his anger on its fat body. Calm down my ass, this thing is a child. That thing cried out in pain. You're bullying this ancestral dragon, I'm exhausted.
Jiang Chen thought to himself, I'm about to set off for the Shahuang gathering. Taking this thing along would be a disaster. I have to find someone to discipline it. At that moment, an announcement came. Yan Chengge, come to Balan Academy, there's something to do.
Jiang Chen noticed the familiar green aura. With a soft sound, a shy girl appeared, waving her hand shyly to greet him.
Brother Jiang, long time no see? Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out. He thought he was dreaming.
How the heck did his little bro Nian Chengge become a woman? Life is full of surprises.
Jiang Chen had to step away. No, 20 steps to be sure his jaw hit the floor. Nian Chengge. Seeing that Jiang Chen understood his attitude, he slowly explained.
Brother Jiang, do you also think it's weird for me to wear women's clothes? I think so too, but the old man said that since I'm a girl, I should dress like this. Remembering when they went to pee together, Jiang Chen found it strange. Why is your posture different from mine? Asking you if you're a girl, so you went to watch this old man pee. Chengge scratched his head and replied,
didn't know back then. If Lu Ren hadn't forced me to return, the old geezer wouldn't have told me any of this. He's always treated me like his own son. Jiang Chen's fake S-tier. Water under the bridge, shouldn't dwell on it, but he sighed.
I originally wanted you to help me discipline this dragon, but now I suddenly feel that this isn't a good idea, little dragon retorted acrimoniously. You still want to lecture this dragon ancestor? Nian Cheng just glanced over and was stunned. His legs turned to jelly as he pointed at the dragon and said, The grand Daediok dragon ancestor is extinct. Jiang Chen found it strange. Is this thing really more powerful than the azure-eyed Kanglong?
Jiang Chen was lost in thought for a while.
He immediately changed his attitude 360 degrees. Since Nian Chengge has said so, I will reluctantly form a contract with you. The dragon writhed in helplessness. Shameless. Without this dragon ancestor's consent, I must kill you.
Then Jiang Chen eagerly said, the contract is done. Objections are invalid. You are already the Grand Daedioc dragon ancestor. From now on you will be called Long Daedioc, he thought to himself. It's just a pity that it's a little small. Can't ride it. Long Daedioc was so humiliated by this Jiang Chen. He rushed forward, baring his fangs. You've gone too far. I am the dragon ancestor standing at the apex of all beings. How can I form a contract with a human? Jiang Chen grabbed this stuffed animal and taught it a lesson. You still need to be disciplined. Whoever has the strength is the boss. Got it. Long Daedioc was speechless. Nian Chengge asked, so do you need me to help raise the dragon ancestor?
No raising? When I come back, I still have to learn self-cultivation from women, Jiang Chen quickly replied. Yes. Please take Long Daedioc away, Chengge.
Jiang Chen urged. I'm about to go to the Shahuang gathering. If no one manages this dragon, I'm afraid it will turn the entire Baolan Academy upside down. Chengge was still in shock. Jiang Sheng is really risking it. Aren't you afraid that my old man will eat your dragon? After the two of them left, Jiang Chen finally had the mind to think. Next, I should prepare for the Shahuang gathering. 10 days later, he arrived at Tianhuang City. The Shahuang gathering is the feast of the entire desolate continent, Qing Lao added. The prodigies and evildoers of the entire desolate continent are gathered here. All the great sects, forces, and families will pay attention to it. Winning a high position not only gives you the opportunity to enter the desolate god Dao field, but also means that you have officially entered the center of power of the desolate continent. Jiang Chen and his disciples followed closely behind the old man. The Shahuang gathering is jointly hosted by the Martial Pavilion and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion every year. After the end, they will announce the ranking of the strongest prodigies of the desolate continent. This ranking is called the Desolate Board. Two disciples following behind sneered. These are all basic knowledge of the aristocratic families. Is it worth Qing Lao specially mentioning it again? It's probably telling these country bumpkins. I think he's confused, only focused on these hicks,
knowing full well that someone was gossiping behind their backs. Qing Lao coughed to signal the little ones to watch their mouths.
The old man turned around and continued to urge, follow me to deal with the competition. You guys can do your own thing. This place is Tianhuang City. No one is allowed to make a move casually. Gather at the guest house before dark, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Precisely because it's in Tianhuang City, the Martial Pavilion wouldn't dare to make a move. Although this trip is quite difficult, Jiang Chen felt somewhat relieved thinking this way. He eagerly looked forward to this Shahuang gathering. There must be countless prodigies. With my current strength, I don't dare to brag too much. That being the case, I should go to the tavern to scout out the enemy's situation a bit. Before he even stepped inside, the waiter blocked the door. Stop! The store is full of customers. Seeing someone walk in swaggeringly, Jiang Chen strangely asked, then why is he allowed in? The waiter said, this young master is a well-known and illustrious figure in the desolate continent. What are you comparing yourself to him for? Our Tianhuang Tavern only welcomes peerless prodigies. Don't come and cause trouble, people like you. Jiang Chen ignored him, pushed the waiter away and went inside. A peerless prodigy. Isn't that coincidentally talking about me? The waiter angrily said. You, a useless Zun realm, dare to touch the celestial beings. Do you want to die? Inside there was a familiar person who had been sitting there from before. This voice, could it be? The cultivators inside saw Jiang Chen and immediately sneered. The waiter is right. What qualifications does a mere Zun realm have to sit with us? The Zun realm little thief immediately scram. Don't insult our eyes. The waiter cursed. That's right, your cultivation isn't even as good as the dog beside the prodigies. Are you worthy of sitting here, Scram? Jiang Chen looked at him and thought, if the Shahuang gathering is all filled with brainless prodigies like this, then there's nothing to be afraid of. The waiter still kept rambling. Aren't you going to scram yet? If you disturb the honored guests upstairs, you won't even know how you died. From upstairs there was a loud shout. Impudence! It was Bai Fengyu who spoke up.
You dare to touch this young lady's people? The waiter was surprised. Bai Gongju, this is her person, Jiang Chen, was also surprised. So it's this little girl.
The gossiping cultivators chattered and discussed. It's said that Bai Gongju has always been cold and aloof. People who catch her eye can be counted on one hand. She is the little princess of the Baidi city, Bai Fengyu. No one knows how this brat managed to get on Bai Gongju's good side.
Bai Fengyu stepped down. The waiter groveled. Yes, this lowly one was blind. I didn't know it was your person. I disturbed your interest, Xiao Yu ordered.
Shut up! Hooking her arm into Jiang Chen's in a flirtatious manner, Xiao Yu spoke up, blaming, this disciple didn't come to welcome you in time, only to let this kind of person disturb you.
Shifu, please forgive your disciple, Xiao Yu said eagerly. The waiter couldn't believe his eyes, trembling. Shifu, please forgive your disciple. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and replied, I forgive you.
These cultivators were dumbfounded. Life's a comedy. You're Bai Fengyu's master. I just mocked him. What have I done? The waiter, who had just survived a near-death experience, stood frozen in place. He scurried over, grabbed Jiang Chen's leg, and begged, "Great one, I was blind and offended you. Please, don't hold it against a nobody like me. Just treat me like a fart." Jiang Chen replied, "You spoiled my mood, but it's not a crime punishable by death. According to the tavern's rules, go find the manager and get your punishment." The waiter quickly kowtowed in gratitude. Yes, thank you for sparing me." Feng Yu giggled. "Master is right. No need to bother with such a small fry. Let's go upstairs and talk." Just then, a voice interrupted. "Hold on, first, one idiot, and now another tries to make trouble for Jiang Chen." This guy stepped forward and brazenly announced,
"Bye Feng Yu. You can go upstairs, but not this punk."
He glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain. "A mere reverent realm cultivator like him is not worthy of being your master."
With that, he lunged forward, claws extended, aiming to scratch Jiang Chen's face. The glass he threw was frozen mid-air by Feng Yu's ice powers.
Jiang Chen didn't even bother acknowledging the fool. Feng Yu angrily retorted, "Jerk. Who I choose as my master is none of your business."
The idiot doubled down. "You call him your master, but you won't let him take my attack. I bet he's not your master at all, just your boy toy. You broke off your engagement with the Firecloud Mountain because of him."
Feng Yu, struck by the truth, snapped back, "I admire my master, is that okay?" Seeing his disciple so resolute, and even blushing shyly, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "This kid really wants to sleep with me."
Another guy couldn't resist joining the hilarious spectacle, and stood up to chime in.
It was Tuoba Yan. He cleared his throat and said, "Unbelievable, Bai Feng Yu. You dumped the engagement with Firecloud Mountain for this little brat. Let's see what this gigolo is capable of."
Xiao Yu worried. Tuoba Yan is a high-level celestial realm cultivator, and the young master Firecloud Mountain is cultivating with all its resources. We're in trouble now.
But Jiang Chen was always the opposite of what Feng Yu expected. He quietly placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder. These ordinary, foolish mortals were not worth his attention in the first place. "Feng Yu, let me handle this next."
Jiang Chen spoke up. "Firecloud Mountain, Tuoba Yan. I think Feng Yu was right to break off this engagement. You're truly not worthy of her."
Tuoba Yan furiously charged forward. "You might be all talk but no skill. After I kill you, she'll know she made a mistake," Jiang Chen reminded him. "You can't kill me." Jiang Chen raised his hand to Tuoba Yan's face, calm and collected. Each time dealing with the weak, he would chant, "Buddha Said."
It's a high-level dark technique. Tuoba Yan easily fell under Jiang Chen's control. Jiang Chen proclaimed loudly, "Under the spiritual aura of the Buddha ancestor, see me as the Buddha ancestor. All living beings should kneel and worship." Tuoba Yan obeyed his words without resistance.
He was now powerless, unable to do anything. Even knowing that he was kneeling before Jiang Chen, Tuoba Yan's voice trembled.
"Buddhist martial arts. Are you a member of the Buddhist sect?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "The Buddhist sect is only a small part of what I can control," he replied. "No, I am proficient in all professions." Tuoba Yan didn't believe it, erupting in a blaze of firecloud energy, feigning strength. "What? Do you think you're some legendary god king? With your meager cultivation, you can't suppress me?" Jiang Chen asked casually. "Is that so?" Tuoba Yan charged forward, but once Jiang Chen had him in his grip, there was no escape. "Buddha does not save those who are too foolish to see the situation, so you can go down now," Buddha says. "Enter the gate of the netherworld." Tuoba Yan was shocked. "What did you say?" But before he could do anything, he was sucked into Jiang Chen's forbidden spell. The onlookers who had been watching were stunned. Tuoba Yan is a high-level celestial realm cultivator. He crossed two major realms to fight, yet his opponent couldn't retaliate. Monster? No wonder Bai Feng Yu took him as her master. "Actually, I also need a master. Do you teach martial arts?" "It doesn't matter. What matters is that I like serving tea and pouring water."
Jiang Chen turned to ask his disciple,
"How was it? Did he cause you any trouble?" Xiao Yu replied happily. "He challenged me first, and now that he's no match, Firecloud Mountain won't dare to bother me." "But how did you do that?"
Jiang Chen puffed up his chest and replied, "I'm your master. Is there anything I can't do?" he thought. "My cultivation is only in the reverent realm, but the spiritual energy and mental power in my body are already 4 or 5 times greater than a normal celestial realm cultivator. Moreover, I am proficient in all professions. How could the tiny Tuoba Yan be a match for me?" The strange people upstairs who had been watching whispered among themselves, "How interesting. A high-level reverent realm cultivator defeated a high-level celestial realm cultivator without any ability to fight back. The accumulated spiritual power in his body is terrifying. Perhaps he is gathering strength to break through." Pang Pang sneered. "But I feel like this guy isn't of much use. The difference in realms can't be compensated for with spiritual power alone, especially since he's not a member of the Buddhist sect, but is learning Buddhist martial arts. He'll choke on his own greed. If he meets a top-tier genius like you, he'll definitely lose miserably." His master, the arrogant Huang Juzong, retorted, Of course, how could he compare to this master? It's only because Bai Fengyu, the Bai Emperor, has been coddling him that he went to worship him as a teacher. But after the Grand Wilderness meet, I'll let him know what a top-tier prodigy really is.
The prince will definitely succeed in making Princess Bai understand who she should choose. Jiang Chen suddenly sensed an extremely savage aura targeting Huang Zhuzhong. Jiang Chen asked, "Disciple Feng Yu, do you know the person upstairs?" Little Yu replied immediately. "That's Huang Zhuzhong." Jiang Chen. Huang Zhuzhong is in the heaven realm upper stage with the body of a human dragon, aided by dragon force and dragon breath. The problem is he initially wanted to pursue me, master, so you've been targeted by him. He might target you during the Grand Wilderness meet.
Jiang Chen became excited. Huang Zhuzhong, I want to see what the prodigies of the wasteland continent are like. Jiang Chen pretended to be annoyed, throwing a palm strike to provoke him.
What's the point of lurking in the shadows? If you want to fight, let's fight. Huang Zhuzhong sneered. You don't know your own strength.
He also threw a palm strike in response,
the two colliding in a deafening explosion.
Jiang Chen now held Little Yu, unaffected by the shockwave, and also sensed some of his enemy's aura. Little Yu worried. Master, Huang Zhuzhong's strength isn't weak at all. Clashing with him now might affect tomorrow's Grand Wilderness meet. Jiang Chen reassured her. Relax, I know my limits, he sensed. I used the undying bird Dao Soul to probe him, and he could only use spirit energy to petrify and dissolve the Dao Soul's attack. He does live up to the name of a prodigy.
Nearby, the lackeys were getting heated. This kid's got some skills. Fighting him now might affect the main event. Why don't you just deal with him spectacularly at the Grand Wilderness meet? Huang Zhuzhong already wanted to do so. I misjudged him. I didn't expect this kid to be a little tricky. Arguing now won't benefit me.
With that, Zhuzhong stepped onto the railing and jumped down, coldly saying to Jiang Chen,
"Kid," he glared. "I'll settle things with you at the Grand Wilderness meet." His lackeys said Jiang Chen was weird. He really left, he thought. Looks like this guy really is different from those braindeads. Though after probing him, I have a rough understanding of his strength. Even if I use all my tricks, he's not that scary.
Jiang Chen hugged his disciple and said, "Tell me more about the others so I can have a definite plan." When the Grand Wilderness meet comes, Little Yu felt relieved, seeing that her master had already planned things out. Then I'm really looking forward to this Grand Wilderness meet. This time, the most competitive contestant is still Tian Shu of the Four Directions Divine Institute. I heard that after she disappeared and reappeared, she became invincible in her realm. Also, pay attention to the disciple of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. The next day arrived, and the martial arts stage was set for the Grand Wilderness meet. It was already packed with people. The Grand Wilderness meet officially begins today. The old host spoke. According to tradition, the first day of the Grand Wilderness meet won't have martial arts contests. Instead, there will be tests in the four arts of pills, weapons, formations, and talismans. There are no restrictions on who can participate. The winner of each test will receive an exemption token.
Jiang Chen asked Qinglao curiously. Exemption token, Qinglao explained. During the official competition of the Grand Wilderness meet, having an exemption token allows you to skip that round and advance directly. This is a benefit that the Grand Wilderness meet provides for martial artists.
Jiang Chen immediately understood the issue. So, this exemption token is a good thing. Even though I have many tricks, I'm only at the reverent realm. If I have an exemption token in hand, this Grand Wilderness meet will be more stable.
The disciples behind him mocked. Of course the exemption token is a good thing, but can you get it, Jiang Chen? As a person, you must know how to distinguish things clearly. The exemption token isn't prepared for people like you.
Jiang Chen thought. Ever since we set off, those two true disciple N00BSs have been dissatisfied with me and very talkative, but this is the perfect opportunity to shut them up for good. So he asked, what if I get it?
One monkey-faced guy replied, Hey, didn't you hear the rules clearly? Only the person who ranks first in each test can get the exemption token. Do you really think that drawing a thunder guiding talisman means you can get the first-ranked talisman master? The two of them laughed at each other again. He might think that using a thunder-guiding talisman means that no one in this sub-hall of the martial pavilion is his match. It was just a random coincidence. Qinglao got annoyed and said, Enough. The Grand Wilderness meet hasn't even started yet. Why are you all being so talkative? The two of them babbled. Qinglao, you're talking as if he'll get the exemption token, even if we don't say anything. I also don't want him to embarrass Poland Academy. These idiots made Jiang Chen feel disgusted. Arguing with them is just a waste of time.
Jiang Chen signaled to Qinglao. The test has started. I'm going over there. Qinglao nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Those guys don't understand the logic. The exemption token for Poland Academy depends on you.
The two monkeys followed closely behind. In that case, we'll go help you too. That's right. I want to see what you can do. Arriving at the Pil Dawio test venue, Dan Pavilion. I heard the elder presiding over this alchemy Davo competition came all the way from the distant Beijing city. It is said that his alchemy attainment is extremely high, and the Dan Pavilion headquarters made an exception to make him an elder.
It seems that he is fully responsible for this alchemy Davo grand competition.
Jiang Chen was curious. Beijing city. Could it be him? The host slowly opened the door and walked out. He stood in front of the Dan Pavilion and announced to the contestants,
Everyone, the Alchemy Dajo Grand Competition is about to begin. Please, those participating, enter the arena. It turned out that the nemesis was Tongsang, Jiang Chen's subordinate. He spoke up. If you're late, then you're immediately disqualified. Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it interesting. It really is this Tongsang, the two apes kept jabbering. Knowing you're not good enough, scram early so you don't lose face for Banlan Academy. Jiang Chen, what are you spacing out for? Are you scared or something? Tongsang immediately recognized the familiar face. Very familiar. Jiang Chen, he called out loudly. Sect Leader Jiang. The host's face suddenly brightened like a flower, as if meeting Ted. The two apes were stunned and couldn't understand the host's enthusiastic welcome to Jiang Chen. Tongsang said loudly. Sect Leader? I didn't expect Sect Leader to really be here. The two guys who had been mocking Jiang Chen were now so shocked that their jaws dropped. What, Sect Leader? Tongsang immediately introduced. This is Sect Leader Quan Zun. When I was in Beijiu City, the Dan Pavilion followed Jiang Chen. Then he glanced at the elder and said, So it really is you.
Wang Dang smirked and asked, Wait, are you guys acquainted? Liu Zong mocked Jiang Chen. No wonder you dare to participate in the Alchemy Dao Grand Competition with your strength, so you have acquaintances.
Tongsang was furious and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. With Sect Leader's alchemy attainment, does he need to cheat if he participates? Liu Zong coldly snorted. That's not necessarily true. You are the head examiner and so close to him, who knows if you will help him. After all, this is related to the war exemption order.
Then, he deliberately raised his voice. That's right, think about it, everyone. The head examiner and the contestant have such a close relationship. The champion is probably gone. It's all been decided internally. The crowd echoed in agreement. What he said seemed to make sense. That's right, after all they have a relationship. It is said that Elder Tong is fully responsible for this assessment. We're done for.
Tongsang was so angry that his eyes were about to burst and he shouted, My alchemy was all taught by Sect Leader. Does he need my help? What nonsense. Jiang Chen frowned, thinking, these two guys are really persistent ghosts.
The two direct disciples of the elders continued to make things difficult. One singing the tune while the other echoed,
In order for him to get the war exemption order, you can say anything. That's right, you are the head examiner. You have no impartiality at all. Tongsang was about to retort. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him and said, Forget it, Tongsang. Bring out the alchemy furnace. The elder was surprised and asked, Sect Leader wants to refine pills himself. He nodded. Just waiting for this. Tongsang's eyes lit up and he immediately pointed and ordered, Someone, bring out the alchemy furnace and herbs. In his heart he rejoiced and exclaimed, Finally, I can witness Sect Leader's imposing demeanor when refining pills again. I will definitely remember the process this time.
The direct disciple Wang Dang burst out laughing and said, Taking out the alchemy furnace in front of the crowd, does he really think he is an alchemy Dao grandmaster? Liu Zong also sneered. Arrogant, pretentious, I'll see what you can refine. Don't end up refining nothing and losing face. He secretly laughed. Certain. Pill refining requires purity. You dare to do it in front of the crowd. I'll wait for you to make a fool of yourself. A moment later, the alchemy furnace was brought by a Campney person. The alchemy furnace is here.
It was quickly placed on the ground.
Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen immediately concentrated fire. He transmitted it into the alchemy furnace to heat the furnace. The crowd watched in amazement and exclaimed, His fire control technique is really superb. He can move the soul fire at will, which is not bad, just messing around. Elder Liu Zong asserted, It's just barely holding on before a complete failure. Even the Dan Pavilion Master doesn't dare to refine pills in front of the crowd. What is he?
Jiang Chen continued to take medicinal herbs and put them into the furnace. The crowd couldn't help but doubt and discuss. Can these medicinal materials be used to refine pills? He's too casual, not selecting the essence at all. Tongsang secretly despised them in his heart. I was as stupid as them back then, just wait and see. After adding the medicinal materials,
Jiang Chen continued to increase the fire to refine them. The blazing fire frightened the onlookers. It's over. Isn't the furnace about to explode? If he does that, it will definitely explode. Run! Jiang Chen finally spoke. It's time. After saying that, he reached out and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. Immediately afterward, a light that looked like a flower shot out. Everyone who looked up was shocked and gasped in admiration. Flowers bloom in the furnace. One furnace produces 6 pills. Even the Dan Pavilion Master can't do it. 9-star supreme grade purple gold pills. The two direct disciples of the Baolan Academy were now sweating all over their faces and said in disbelief, One furnace with 6 pills? He really did it.
Jiang Chen put on a regretful expression and said, It's broken. I originally thought of producing 9 pills, but unexpectedly there are only 6 pills left. I'm getting old, Tongsang proudly said. Sect Leader is indeed still Sect Leader. Back then, I, a peak grandmaster, couldn't even make 6 pills in one furnace, let alone have pill chi bloom in the furnace. With that, he placed a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and loudly announced, I declare Jiang Chen the winner of this grand alchemy competition. Do you two have any objections now? The The two guys were completely floored by the truth, unable to say a word. Jiang Chen glanced at them both, exposing their true feelings. Ever since we left Balan Academy, you two have always been unhappy with me. Are you satisfied now? The others quickly sided with Jiang Chen, turning to criticize the two. No wonder these two were so agitated earlier. Turns out they were just jealous of this Grandmaster alchemist. They're from the same academy, yet they disrespect a Grandmaster. What a bunch of petty scoundrels. The two, thoroughly shamed, turned away and left in embarrassment. But they still couldn't resist slandering others. So what if you can refine pills? The Sahara Association's grand competition isn't based on heterodox methods. Just, you wait for the grand competition. Tong Sang handed Jiang Chen the exemption token, saying, Sectmaster, this is the Alchemy Champion's exemption token, please take it. That's done and dusted. How about we head to the pill pavilion and chill? Jiang Chen took the token, chuckling. Who said it's over? I still have 3 more exemption tokens to collect. Hearing that, everyone gasped in astonishment. Jiang Chen walked over to the formation competition area, challenging Balan Academy. Jiang Chen is here to participate in the grand formation competition. The competitors there cursed angrily. Who's so arrogant? You can't disturb the competition. The chief examiner also shouted loudly, contestants are being tested. Maintain order. Jiang Chen raised his hand, writing spirit runes in the air, setting up a formation. A terrifying grand formation took shape, its immense power shattering the formations of the other contestants, he declared. Time is pressing, so my apologies for the inconvenience, everyone. Those whose formations were shattered looked at their hands in pain, complaining, my painstakingly arranged formation, it's destroyed. The chief examiner's jaw dropped in shock, asking, where did all the formations in front of me go? Jiang Chen walked over, saying, check out this exemption token, old man. The chief examiner immediately handed him the token, shooing him away. Just take it and go. You've destroyed all the formations. How could I not give you this exemption token? Jiang Chen proudly tossed the token in his hand, sighing, my bad, really. Tong Sang slung an arm over the chief examiner's shoulder, openly pulling him aside. Our sect master is always like this, sorry for the trouble. Now that the grand formation competition is over, would you mind considering the grand talisman competition next? The chief examiner of formations was puzzled. He wants to wreck the talisman competition grounds too. Tong Sang wagged his finger, replying, probably. Our sect master is just helping you guys reduce your workload. The chief examiner stared blankly at Jiang Chen, walking ahead, asking skeptically, are you serious? He's reducing our workload? Jiang Chen continued towards the talisman competition grounds, declaring war. Jiang Chen from Balan Academy is here to participate in the grand talisman competition. This time, I shall compete with the lightning guiding talisman. He pulled out a talisman, imbued it with spiritual energy, and immediately, the sky darkened as bolts of lightning struck down. The competitors there gaped in amazement, exclaiming, it's a lightning guiding talisman. 9-star talismans were long lost. Someone immediately tore up their own talisman, saying, he can draw a lightning guiding talisman, yet he still comes here to compete for an exemption token with us. Shameless. The chief examiner of talismans, helpless, handed him the exemption token, expressing, little friend, here's your exemption token. Can you please return peace and quiet to Tianhuang City for me? If you unleash that lightning guiding talisman, the entire Tianhuang City will need to be rebuilt from scratch. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, replying, then I won't stand on ceremony. He happily held the 3 exemption tokens in his hand, then intentionally sighed loudly. I wonder if the chief examiner of artifact refining will be as enthusiastic and welcoming. Tong Sang then leaned close and whispered to him, Sect Master, winning champions in 3 grand competitions consecutively has already attracted the attention of Tianhuang City's major powers. Now, the Martial Pavilion, Heaven and Earth Pavilion, and major aristocratic families have all sent people to investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally understood. No wonder there are so many spectators at the grand artifact refining competition. Just then, a person walked up and asked, are you Jiang Chen? You've come. The seated contestant from the Martial Pavilion, Meng He. He crossed his arms, looking at Jiang Chen with disdain. Tong Sang quietly introduced, he's Meng He, the Martial Pavilion's seated contestant. He possesses astonishing talent in the path of artifact refining. They say the artifact refining exemption token was practically made for him. Hearing this, a flicker of annoyance emanated from Jiang Chen, and he asked, Martial Pavilion's guy? Jiang Chen faced him arrogantly, saying, you're in my way, Meng. He scoffed disdainfully. A loudmouth like you isn't worthy of participating in the grand artifact refining competition. The path of artifact refining requires a calm and pure mind, dedicating one's entire life to deep study. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He stuck a finger in his ear, saying, why are you wasting so many words? As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, summoning an artifact refining cauldron. Immediately afterward, a cauldron appeared, flashing past Meng He, and landing. Seeing it, he yelled, Jiang Chen, are you insane? This artifact refining cauldron is the artifact pavilion's treasured possession, absolutely not something an amateur like you can use.
Jiang Chen walked over and leaned against the artifact refining cauldron, saying, "This thing is an artifact refining cauldron. If I don't use it to refine artifacts, am I supposed to use it as a storage container?" Meng, he gritted his teeth, saying, "This treasure has sentience. Even I can't use it. How in the world are you using it?" Jiang Chen calmly reached out for the artifact refining materials, saying, "Using an artifact refining cauldron is so shocking. Bring on the materials." First, he used flames to refine the materials.
After melting them, Jiang Chen tossed everything into the alchemy furnace.
The onlookers started chattering. Refining materials outside the furnace. Even Grandmaster alchemists struggle with that technique. You need absolute fire control to pull that off. At this point, the alchemy furnace began to shape a divine artifact, seemingly forming a suit of armor.
Jiang Chen continued to pump in spiritual power, and after a while, a beam of light shot out of the furnace, piercing the sky.
Meng. He was utterly shocked and blurted out, "Golden light descending from the furnace. Is that a sign of a divine artifact? Come on, how can Jiang Chen, just at the reverent realm, forge a divine artifact? No way." By now, he seemed to be consumed with rage, suppressing it until he coughed up blood.
From afar, Huni Dao, the deputy head of the Martial Pavilion branch, saw this and yelled, "Meng He, he doesn't know the situation and is already charging over with murderous intent. Jiang Chen, not only did you use the pavilion's treasure, but you also dared to harm Martial Pavilion disciples. You have a death wish." Tong Song immediately stepped in front of Jiang Chen, reminding him, "You can't. The divine artifact is about to be completed. Interrupting the refining process now will kill him." Hearing this, Hao Dao became even more smug, saying, "I want him dead right now." Tong Song was so nervous and didn't know what to do. Then, a shout rang out. "Stop!" Qinglao rushed over from who knows where and roared, "Are you allowed to bully disciples of my Baolan Academy?" Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Duh. I'm a seed disciple of Baolan Academy. Would Qinglao let me be in danger?"
Hao Dao was furious at being stopped and questioned. "Qinglao, are you going to condone Jiang Chen harming my Martial Pavilion disciples?"
Qinglao was also angered by this and stomped his foot in retort, saying, "Nonsense! Which eye of yours saw Jiang Chen harming him? He wasn't careful and got poked in the eye, yet he has the nerve to blame others." Hao Dao pointed and insisted, "I clearly saw that Jiang Chen was consumed by useless jealousy, deliberately provoking him. What can he possibly forge? He's just putting on a show. Does Baolan Academy protect this kind of scumbag?" Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen stopped refining. From the alchemy furnace, a golden divine armor emerged. Seeing this, Tong Song couldn't help but feel proud. "It really is a divine artifact," the others pointed and exclaimed. "A divine artifact has manifested in the world. This is a transcendental moment. I never expected to have the honor of witnessing this." As for Hao Dao, the deputy head, he was slapped in the face and could only gnash his teeth in jealousy. Jiang Chen retrieved the divine armor and taunted, "Useless jealousy, huh?"
Hao Dao was so angry that he clenched his fists and condensed his spiritual power. In an instant he struck toward him, but at this moment, a hand reached out to stop him.
Li Yuan controlled his move with just one finger.
He smiled and said, "Deputy Head Hao, please calm down."
He was forced back by his aura. Deputy Head Li Yuan clapped his hands to attract attention and said, "It's normal for Jiang Chen to be energetic at his age. This time, he allowed us to have the honor of witnessing the manifestation of a divine artifact, which can be considered a spectacular highlight of this Shaohuang assembly. What do you two think?" Hao Dao was still angry but could not do anything else, so he said, "Since Deputy Head Li Yuan has spoken, what objections can I possibly have?" Qinglao happily stroked his beard and said, "Humble, humble? I've told him to be humble many times, but it turned out like this." Jiang Chen then struck a flashy pose and said, "Just the basics, really." Deputy Head Hao's eyes burned with envy and said, "It's really not up to par. I'll see if you can still laugh during the official competition." Li Yuan stroked his chin and thought to himself, "If I had known that this Jiang Chen kid was so powerful, I shouldn't have let Qinglao take him away in the first place." What a pity. Qinglao seemed to read his mind and, with his hands on his hips, stepped in front of Jiang Chen, saying, "Li Yuan, don't have any designs on Jiang Chen. He's already a member of my Baolan Academy." Li Yuan boldly suggested, "It's not too late to change now." Jiang Chen thought for a moment, but before he could answer, Qinglao interjected, "Don't even think about it." Jiang Chen put on a saintly expression and said, "I'm just an extremely ordinary genius. Please don't lose your harmony over me." Seeing him like this, the two old men were left speechless.
Deputy Head Li Yuan added, "That's right, speaking of which, Jiang Chen winning the championship of the Four Paths Great Competition today, monopolizing 4 free battle tokens. I'm afraid he has attracted the attention of major powers."
Qinglao instructed, "During the Sand Desolation Assembly, stay close to me. Don't give others a chance." Jiang Chen acknowledged with a simple, "Got it."
On the first day of the Sand Desolation Assembly, a dense crowd gathered around the arena. Qinglao explained the rules. The first match is a 1,000-person free-for-all, with the top 400 advancing. Once enough contestants arrive, the arena will open automatically. The Sand Desolation Assembly has never cared about life or death, so no matter what you do, remember that your life is the most important thing. Wang Deng smirked and replied,
Qinglao, rest assured. With our strength, staying alive isn't a problem. The one who should be worried isn't us. A bald-headed person approached and draped an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulders, saying, Don't mind him, this guy's got the mind of a child. You've been on a winning streak, snatching 4 championships, and he's just jealous. Then, that person leaned closer to Jiang Chen and whispered, I heard you pissed off the Martial Pavilion's Hao Dao. He was also curious and asked, Do you also have beef with the Martial Pavilion?
The man stroked his bald head and replied, Something like that. Have you heard of the 10 Devils? Jiang Chen was a bit confused. The 10 Devils? The man explained. The 10 Devils are a mysterious organization, rumored to be formed by 10 peak experts from different professions,
specifically created to resist the Martial Pavilion. Back then, these 10 people severely injured the Martial Pavilion's headquarters and retreated safely.
Now they are still top-tier wanted criminals of the Martial Pavilion. Hearing this, Jiang Chen inquired, They can make the Martial Pavilion helpless. They must be skilled. Are you planning to follow their example and team up with me? The man shook his head and said, Nah, I just want to live a peaceful life, Jiang Chen said. I received news yesterday that the inheritor of the Martial Devil from the 10 Devils will participate in the Sand Desolation Assembly. Bro, this time you all have grudges against the Martial Pavilion. Maybe you can get to know each other. As he spoke, another voice interrupted. Even if the Martial Devil's inheritor participates in the competition, he won't have the chance to get acquainted with me here. He won't even make it past the first round.
These arrogant words came from none other than Huang Jiutong. He even flaunted his Dao soul as a human dragon, provoking Jiang Chen. Today I'll show you what a real chosen one is. Jiang Chen was too bored to say anything upon seeing him,
while the others cheered excitedly. Finally! Someone's finally going to deal with this crazy kid. The 4 Paths Assembly Champion and the human dragon Huang Jiuzhong are going head-to-head. Whoa! This trip was worth it.
Jiang Chen then turned his head and asked, You think I really want to fight?
Huang Jiuzhong provoked. What do you mean, are you scared?
Jiang Chen raised 4 war exemption tokens, mocking, Even if I'm scared, there's nothing I can do. With these war exemption tokens, who would bother with a free-for-all? The crowd was speechless, totally floored. Huang Jiuzhong cursed in anger. Coward. Jiang Chen calmly smoothed his hair and retorted, All right, can you handle this cowardice? All 4 war exemption tokens in the Sand Desolation Assembly are in my hands. Huang Jiuzhong's blood rushed to his head, and he reached out to challenge him. If you have the guts, step onto the arena. Before he could charge forward,
Jiang Chen activated a war exemption token. Then he leisurely put away the remaining 3 tokens, and kindly reminded, Brother Jiuzhong, it seems I won't have the chance to compete with you.
I hope you can successfully withstand the free-for-all. Hearing him, Huang Jiuzhong froze and looked back at the tall and sturdy people waiting to compete. Qinglao laughed and praised.
That war exemption token was used well. In the first round, a 1,000-person free-for-all, you and Huang Jiuzhong as seated contestants would be surrounded and attacked. No need to waste energy in that.
A moment later, the free-for-all began, and the crowd rushed at each other, wildly fighting. Qinglao watched and kept an eye on things for Jiang Chen. There are a few chosen ones in this Sand Desolation Assembly that you need to pay attention to. First, the human dragon race's prince Huang Jiuzhong. His physical strength is comparable to a divine beast, with dragon race bloodline sealed within his body. Once the seal is lifted, his strength will reach the Saint Realm.
Next is the 4 Directions Divine Academy. The Heavenly Academy's chief, Tian Suela, mysterious background, has an Asura Path Dao soul which can advance, and is merciless with her blade.
Jiang Chen was surprised to hear this, thinking, Her Asura Path Dao soul has advanced again. Perhaps it's related to the Empress's awakening, Qinglao continued.
Then there's the person you met yesterday, Meng He, the Martial Pavilion's blood hand. He is someone the Martial Pavilion has painstakingly nurtured, ranked 3rd in the Qi refining rankings, incredibly talented, and can independently refine 9-star Qi armor. Then there's your disciple, Bai Fengyu. Although her fallen soul hasn't materialized yet, her Taiyin holy body is already better than those around her, and also that fatty behind her. You have to be careful, that person is likely the Martial Devil inheritor from the 10 Devils. Jiang Chen then used his Sun Moon Eyes, and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the fatty. That's Jiang Liu. This kid is pretending to be the Martial Devil inheritor, and he's disguising the techniques I taught him. If I hadn't cultivated the Sun Moon Eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have recognized him.
Qinglao patted him on the shoulder and reminded, Although you still have 3 war exemption tokens, using too many will inevitably affect your ranking and the reputation of the Banlan Academy. Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought, Qinglao is my current backing. After all, I have to give him some face. After a while, the first free-for-all ended.
There are still 4,000 people left on the Lei Tai Arena, which of course includes Huang Jiuzhong and Bai Fengyu. At this moment, the city lord of Tianhuang City, Ding Lao, landed and announced, The 4,000 contestants still standing on the arena advance. Jiang Chen also advances due to his free pass token. The second round of the competition will begin after half an incense stick. The second round will be one-on-one battles. Whoever wins advances. Those who draw the same number will be each other's opponents. Those who draw 0 get a free pass. After drawing his number, Huang Zhuzhong glanced at Jiang Chen thinking, "Jiang Chen, you better pray you don't run into me." Meanwhile, the person in question is putting on an unbelievable face. Even Qing Lao, after glancing at the number in his hand, was surprised and said, "If you weren't a disciple of the Balan Academy, I would suspect you bribed the Tianhuang city lord." Jiang Chen scratched his head, expressing, "Looks like my lucky stars are aligned." He held up his number slip. It was 0, a free pass. He raised 2 fingers in a V sign, winking and saying, "Make way, everyone." Huang Zhuzhong was furious, and several others couldn't help but be jealous. This guy is still showing off even when he's got it made. That son of a... Why couldn't I get the free pass? Chao Muxi stroked his bald head, admiringly saying, "Your luck is defying the heavens." Huang Zhuzhong was so angry he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge. But luckily Tang Tang stopped him. He squealed, next round, I'll definitely make Jiang Chen suffer." On the side of the martial pavilion, Meng He approached Hao Tao and reported, "Pavilion Lord, Jiang Chen got a free pass. Looks like there's no way to stop him from entering the top 100. Hao Tao frowned, saying, "Headquarters has given orders. Do not allow enemies of the martial pavilion to enter the Desolate God dojo. If by chance the Desolate God's inheritance is snatched by them, it will be detrimental to the martial pavilion. If there's no way to use our own people to stop him from entering the top 100, then we'll have to use that move." Jiang Chen sensed a trace of hostility from behind. He turned around and saw Hu Tao staring at him, causing him to frown. The martial pavilion, Qing Lao, immediately went behind him and reminded, under everyone's gaze, Hu Tao probably won't make a move. However, he is still a lower stage Saint Realm cultivator, so don't underestimate him. On the arena, Bai Feng Yu defeated his opponent and successfully advanced. Ding Lao went up again to announce, "The second round of the competition is over. The winners take a short break." The third round will begin after 1 incense stick to determine the top 100. On the side of the Baolan Academy, the participating disciples also had their results. Dao Gi clasped his hands and reported to Qing Lao, "So lucky." Chao Muzi finished a gulp of water and said, "That's right, lucky. The opponents we encountered weren't strong at all." "Oh right, both of them were sent on their way by me and Dao Gi." Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Looks like they also don't have a good impression of the martial pavilion." After 1 incense stick, the command rang out. The third round of the competition officially begins. Please take your token to your designated arena. Dao Gi turned to ask Jiang Chen, "You're not skipping around again, are you?" Jiang Chen held up his number, replying, "I don't want to either, but unfortunately, it's not the free pass number." He jumped onto the Lei Tai arena, saying, "You two, I'll be 1 step ahead." After getting on, he stood leisurely, thinking to himself, "For Qing Lao's sake, I still had the decency to compete in 1 match." Hao Tao frowned upon seeing him compete, calculating, "I was worried about not having a chance to kill you. I didn't expect you to show yourself. In that case, don't blame me, arena number 9, huh?" Jiang Chen turned around to look back. On another arena, 2 people were facing each other. It was Jiang Liu and Huang Zhuzhong fighting. While he was absorbed in watching, another person jumped onto the arena opposite him, shouting, "Jiang Chen!" This person was the martial pavilion disciple Zhang Ji. He looked at Jiang Chen mockingly. "Your death is approaching, yet you still have the mind to watch others compete." Below, everyone watching was shocked and discussing. It's Zhang Ji of the martial pavilion, a late-stage heaven realm cultivator, whose strength is second only to Meng He of the martial pavilion. His earth-type spells are divine. Jiang Chen is only in the true realm. How could he be his opponent? Qing Lao, observing from below, suddenly had a feeling of unease. "This guy's condition seems off." Jiang Chen spoke up, confirming, "Zhang Ji of the martial pavilion, huh?" The guy knelt down, one hand touching the ground, gathering strength, and said, "You are about to die. You are not worthy to say this master's name." With that, he began to initiate his secret technique, the 8 Earths Rising. Immediately afterward, massive rocks suddenly erupted from the ground, relentlessly attacking Jiang Chen. He nimbly dodged while asking, "Is that all you've got?" Daring to play with earth in front of the Emperor Vine, Jiang Chen unleashed his Dao Soul, instantly shattering the stone pillars. Spectators exclaimed in shock. His heavenly realm technique was easily broken. Impossible. Zhang Ji's 8 Earths rampart is hard to break even for those in the Saint realm. Zhang Ji, sand swirling across his face, grinned and asked Jiang Chen, "You really think my secret technique is something you can easily break?" Jiang Chen, also a bit surprised, thought, "Something's not right." Zhang Ji's entire body suddenly began to swell, his clothes bursting apart due to the change in his physique. Jiang Chen immediately realized what was wrong and shouted, You want to self-destruct? Are you insane? Zhang Shi's body had completely transformed, his entire being becoming like stone, his face distorted into a terrifying visage. He burst into laughter, declaring, "As long as you die, the Martial Pavilion will remember my name. For the Martial Pavilion, I am willing to do anything." Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth, thinking, I absolutely cannot let him self-destruct. Qing Lao below also warned, Jiang Chen, you can't let him explode. Meanwhile, the people below were already fleeing in chaos. Zhang Shi's gone mad. Run. The arena's formation won't stop his explosion. Everyone below the Saint Realm will die. Jiang Chen then made a decision. Looks like I have to use that move. Zhang Shi, on the verge of exploding, leaped forward. Jiang Chen smiled smugly, saying, Jiang Chen, don't dream. A heavenly realm self-detonation is unstoppable. Die together. No one can stop me. Anything near me will be swept away by spiritual power. He clung tightly to Jiang Chen. And immediately afterward, the self-detonating spiritual power erupted violently, a column of fire soaring straight into the sky. The people below screamed hoarsely. Jiang Chen, Shifu. In the scene of uncertain outcome, Zhang Shi's voice still echoed, Die. The flames subsided, the smoke gradually dissipating. Qing Lao and Jiang Chen's disciples were all gaping, stunned, and shocked. Because before them stood Jiang Chen, completely unscathed, protected by thousands of golden silken threads. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Shi, a smirk playing on his lips, his expression arrogant, saying, Die! You're the one who's gonna die. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual power towards him. Zhang Shi's entire body was covered in blood, dripping profusely. But another palm strike from Jiang Chen didn't cause him any more pain. He remained arrogant. It's useless, Jiang Chen, you can't stop me. But Zhang Shi's words backfired, as the surge of spiritual power violently attacked his abdomen. He desperately tried to resist, but in vain. Zhang Shi grimaced, stammering, After struggling for a while, Zhang Shi collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole in his abdomen, wisps of smoke still rising from the charred flesh. He still couldn't believe Jiang Chen could defeat him. With his last weak breaths, Zhang Shi faltered. This is impossible. The Undying Bird and Emperor Vine combined can destroy everything in the world. You're no exception. Qing Lao stroked his beard, then praised, Protagonist Jiang Chen, you truly didn't disappoint me. The disciples from the various sects also witnessed a spectacular scene. Terrified, their faces pale, they exclaimed in shock, Zhang Shi is dead. Jiang Chen stopped a heavenly realm self-detonation. This kid is terrifying. Jiang Chen stomped on Zhang Shi's face, causing him excruciating pain. He crossed his arms, a satisfied expression on his face, and replied to Zhang Shi, I've never used that move before. You should feel honored. Below the stage, Hao Tao was extremely bitter about Jiang Chen's victory. He gnashed his teeth, his expression filled with determination, saying, We absolutely cannot let him develop further. Jiang Chen must die. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Hao Tao staring at him with unfriendly eyes, his expression turning cold, thinking to himself, Martial Pavilion's Hao Tao? By now the sun had reached its zenith. The sky was clear and blue with white clouds. The sun was shining gently, and birds flew in flocks across the sky. Huang Juzhong and Jiang Yu were fighting each other. Just then, Jiang Yu landed a blow on Huang Juzhong, sending him flying towards the edge of the arena. The people below were tense following the match, their bodies moving in sync with the movements of the people on the stage. They were constantly discussing, oh my god, Huang Juzhong was blown away. Huang Juzhong immediately got up. He walked slowly, placing his hand on his chest to heal the wound, his expression still confident, saying, You're very good. You're qualified to make me undo the seal. Jiang Yu stomped his feet firmly on the ground, shouting, 3,000 Great Worlds War! A golden aura rose up. Jiang Chen looked very surprised, his eyes wide as he looked at Jiang Liu, and thought to himself, Jiang Liu's move doesn't seem to be what I taught him. Huang Juzhong's body also began to change. A blue dragon tattoo appeared on his face, and his eyes turned blank white. He gave a grotesque smile and shouted, Martial Devil Sect's martial skill, the 3,000 Great Realms, huh? How interesting. As he said this, he raised his hand high, clenched his fist, and the dragon force within his body erupted, causing the wall on the other side of the stands to shatter, sending bricks and stones flying. Jiang Yu was facing a power many times greater than his own, causing him to grimace and look flustered. Jiang Chen watched and thought to himself, Huang Juzhong's attack has the power of the Saint Realm. I'm afraid Jiang Yu is no match for him. Immediately, Jiang Chen pulled out a token from his pocket, raised it high, and announced loudly, Wait, I'll use a free battle token to exempt this fatty from fighting. He looked incredibly righteous and awe-inspiring, saving Jiang Liu's life. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone, who stared blankly at him. Jiang Liu and Huang Juzhong were no exception. The Tianhuang city lord stepped up behind Jiang Chen, smiling and saying, Agreed. This startled Jiang Chen, who thought to himself, Where did this old geezer come from? The Tianhuang city lord officially announced to everyone below the stands and all participants, On Arena No. 10, Jiang Chen used a free battle token in place of Giwu Huang Juzhong, advances to the top 100.
Hearing this, Huang Juzhong immediately tucked his tail and disappeared.
His body seemed to have consumed a lot of energy and was also seriously injured. Huang Juzhong grabbed his neck and said, "This is bad, the backlash force." He then coughed and spat out blood.
Huang Juzhong turned to look at Jiang Chen and angrily threatened, "Jiang Chen, are you deliberately targeting me?" "Just you wait," Jiang Chen grinned triumphantly and replied, "Just a side hustle, bro." Jiang Liu flew to Jiang Chen, looking flustered and calling out, "Boss, thanks." Jiang Chen put on a cold face and said concisely to Jiang Liu, "It's crowded here, not convenient to acknowledge each other. Let's talk when we get back." To conclude the event, the Tianhuang city lord stood high above and announced, "The third round of the competition is now over. Participants, please leave. Tomorrow we will proceed to the third round, 100, down to 50.
Qing Lao immediately turned around and instructed his disciples. "Tonight, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. All of you stay in your rooms and don't go anywhere." The two disciples smiled and obediently replied, "Understood." Night had fallen, and the moon hung high, illuminating the entire space.
Jiang Chen was still awake, standing with his arms crossed by the door, admiring the scenery. At this moment, a sneaky figure appeared on a treetop, watching him. Jiang Chen was also aware of this, and he suddenly turned his face towards the lush tree, his eyes sharply looking at him.
Jiang Chen asked, "Who is it?" The brown-haired man smiled confidently and replied, "Someone who wants to take your life." Then he drew his sword and lunged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained calm, a smirk on his face, and then gently rubbed his hand.
Suddenly, the brown-haired young man's sword was under Jiang Chen's control. It stopped abruptly, pointing straight up into the sky, causing the brown-haired man to stare blankly at him. At this moment, Qing Lao also appeared in time, standing in front of Jiang Chen and angrily scolding, "You brown-haired punk, you dare to come? Want to touch a disciple of the Bao Lan Academy without asking this old man?" The brown-haired man trembled, stammering, Qing Lao." Then he changed his attitude, shouting loudly at Qing Lao, "Jiang Chen's life and death are not for you to decide." He hunched over, spreading his body wide, circulating his energy in his hands and feet, and shouted, "Dark Saint Domain!" Flashes of crimson light suddenly appeared in the atmosphere. Jiang Chen looked extremely shocked and said, "Dark Saint, huh?" Qing Lao then instructed Jiang Chen, "A battle at the Saint Realm is not something you can interfere with right now. Leave this place to me." Jiang Chen hurriedly left. But before leaving, he did not forget to remind Qing Lao, "Be careful, Qing Lao." Qing Lao raised his hand and pushed forward with great force, releasing a stream of green spiritual energy, and shouted, "Martial skill, myriad things bloom, your opponent is me." The brown-haired man looked at Qing Lao and gave a meaningful smile,
and quick as lightning, the brown-haired man created hundreds of clones with his face. The sound of rustling could be heard continuously.
This caused Qing Lao to be slightly confused and flustered. He turned around, looking around the room to see which one was the real brown-haired man. Suddenly, Qing Lao's eyes lit up. He had found his target. He quickly pushed his spiritual energy towards him, shouting, "Found you!" Qing Lao gripped the brown-haired guy's shoulder, catching him off guard. He froze, startled, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. He scrambled to escape, promising as he left, "Qing Lao, we'll fight another day." Qing Lao let him go, not pursuing him to the bitter end, thinking to himself, that wound wasn't fatal, and his desire to kill Jiang Chen isn't fake, so why would he retreat so easily? Weird. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out.
"Ah!" A long scream, Qing Lao startled, realizing, "Crap, I fell for it." He rushed out to see what had happened, and saw Liu Zong supporting Wang Deng.
He angrily roared, Jiang Chen, Wang Deng only said a few words to you, and you dare kill him, you murderous maniac." Jiang Chen stood silently,
his eyes slightly red and teary. The noise woke up Dao Gi, who yawned and looked down from the second-floor balcony. Qing Lao, with a serious expression, asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Muzi respectfully replied, "Liu Zong says Jiang Chen killed Wang Deng."
Jiang Chen looked sad and declared his innocence. See Nia from the top of the stairs. He is dead. Liu Zong was extremely agitated, loudly accusing Jiang Chen, even without evidence. "You're lying. Wang Deng died by your hand." Qing Lao, "I saw Jiang Chen kill Wang Deng with my own eyes. If you insist on protecting him, you don't deserve to lead the Bao Lan Academy."
Zhao Muzi, hearing Liu Zong's disrespectful words, grabbed Liu Zong's collar, questioning, "Liu Zong, what do you mean? Are you allowed to question Qing Lao?" Qing Lao frowned, thinking, Liu Zong probably anticipated saying these words.
Liu Zong hurriedly defended his thoughtless words, pointing at Jiang Chen. "My intention is also the intention of the Academy's high-level masters, Jiang Chen and the Bao Lan Academy head, choose." Qing Lao was furious, gritting his teeth.
"You." Just then, Hao Tao opened the door and entered, loudly saying, "Choose what?"
He led a group of people in, Hao Tao pointing directly at Jiang Chen, hands on his hips, with a harsh expression. Jiang Chen, you must die today. The group behind him shouted in unison, that's right, a life for a life, he should die. If he doesn't die, how can I quell my anger? Dao Gi glared at them, thinking, this isn't good, why are these people here? Jiang Chen also crossed his arms, watching what they planned to do, frowning in annoyance. Again, Qinglao's eyes turned icy. Glaring at the group Hao Tao brought in, he said sternly, you dare barge into the Baolan Academy's resting place and demand to kill our Academy's disciple, what big talk? Hao Tao acted angrily, unconvinced, and continued loudly. Tonight, dozens of heavens chosen from the Qingyi sect, Rongjian sect, Dongli city, and even Wu Gei's Meng. He died tragically, Meng. He shouted Jiang Chen's name before he died. I heard it very clearly. Even if he is a disciple of the Baolan Academy, a life for a life. Liu Zong looked at Hou Yao Tao and added to Jiang Chen's crimes. Deputy Sect Leader Hou Yao, my junior brother Wang Deng was also brutally murdered by Jiang Chen. You must seek justice for us. Hou Yao Tao looked at Jiang Chen with murderous eyes, gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen must die, he loudly announced clearly to everyone present. Qinglao stood in front of Jiang Chen, defending him. Jiang Chen is only one person. How could he be in multiple places at once to kill dozens of people? I won't accept your reasoning. Jiang Chen then spoke in response. Everyone. You say I'm the murderer. Where's the evidence? Hao Tao smirked meaningfully, saying, Meng? He shouted your name before he died. What more evidence do you need? Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the door, I have evidence. Hao Tao startled, turning around to see Huang Zhujiang carrying Pang Pang's corpse in his arms as he entered the room. Affirming again, I have evidence. Huang Zhujiang carried Pang Pang's corpse in, with tearful eyes. There's still your spiritual energy on Pang Pang's body. Everyone was shocked to see that spiritual energy. Jiang Chen spoke. This spiritual energy's fluctuation is indeed similar to mine. But there are many similar spiritual energies in the world. Huang Zhujiang couldn't stand Jiang Chen's words. Enough. Things have come to this, and you still want to argue. Huang Zhujiang's eyes suddenly changed strangely, as if he were being controlled by someone else. Jiang Chen, get your ass over here and pay with your life, he roared, wanting a life-or-death battle with Jiang Chen. Qinglao anxiously wanted to help Jiang Chen, but Hao Tao stopped him. Qinglao, this is a fight between juniors. It's not righteous if you interfere. Hearing Hao Tao's words, Qinglao reconsidered. With Hao Tao stopping me, I'm afraid I can't help Jiang Chen. Hao Tao revealed a scheming look. Huang Zhujiang, don't disappoint me. You must kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was very calm. Pay with your life. Huang Zhujiang rushed forward, crying like a madman. Pay with your life. Pay with your life for Pang Pang. Jiang Chen couldn't take it anymore, wanting to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. I'm seriously done with your dumbassery. The two sides began to fight. Jiang Chen closed in on Huang Zhujiang and scolded him. The spiritual energy of the whole world is pretty much the same. You don't go looking for the real culprit and keep bothering me, Huang Zhujiang stubbornly said. Besides you, I have a grudge with you. If it's not you, who else could it be? The two people began to brawl. Physical blows exchanged. Huang Zhujiang unleashed a move and shouted, die. Jiang Chen didn't dodge and took a hit from Huang Zhujiang. He contemplated the problem while nursing his injuries. Pang Pang died. Huang Zhujiang lost his mind, being used by someone else. He's not a killer by nature. I don't need to harm him, or I'll fall into the trap of the person behind him. Gotta think of something. Huang Zhujiang still had no intention of stopping. Life for a life. Pay with your life for Pang Pang. Dragon soaring to the ninth heaven. Looking at Huang Zhujiang's move, Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. Got it. He looked up, creating a barrier to block Huang Zhujiang's move. But in the end, it was still broken through by his dragon soaring to the ninth heaven. Jiang Chen was injured by Huang Zhujiang's attack, and he flew back into a corner, with tiles and rocks shattering. Huang Zhujiang laughed triumphantly. But Jiang Chen didn't seem worried. He glanced at him with a cold look and said, Nian Dragon Clan? You want to compete in Dragon Clan divine abilities? Nian Chengzhe? Bring Long Dahu over to me. Huang Zhujiang was surprised. Long Dahu. A few moments later, Nian Chengge brought Long Dahu in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Xiong. Long Dahu is here. Long Dahu wondered, your grandpa Long is here, what do you want me for? Jiang Chen told Long Dahu, go talk to your grandkid. The people around couldn't help but criticize Long Dahu's small appearance. This worm looks so stupid. Hao Tao was smug in the corner. Huang Zhujiang didn't know and kept cursing and mocking Jiang Chen and Long Dahu. Jiang Chen, you're scared stupid, hoping this little bug will save you? Don't even mention this worm. Even if the entire Dragon Clan comes, you still have to die today. Hearing Huang Zhujiang's insults, Long Dahu got angry. Worm my ass. He immediately taught Huang Zhujiang a lesson. I'm your ancestor. Long Dai transformed from a tiny form into an immeasurably powerful sacred dragon. Da Long Dai opened his mouth wide, roaring loudly towards Huang Zhujiang. Seeing this, Huang Zhujiang was frightened, standing meekly, looking up and sighing. This kind of bloodline suppression, sacred ancestor dragon. The group of people next to Qing Lao saw this, staring and exclaiming,
"This is the sacred ancestor dragon." Hao Tao stood behind, his eyes filled with jealousy as he cursed inwardly at Dalongde. "Damn it! With this dragon here, Huang Juzong's plan is screwed."
Over here, Jiang Chen looked at Huang Juzong with a smug expression and said, "Long Dangde, beat him until he wakes up." Hearing this, Long Dangde replied, "Do I need you to tell me?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Dalongde immediately rushed to attack Huang Juzong, causing Huang Juzong to panic and retreat backwards. He frowned, looking at Dalongde fiercely. Seeing this, Dalongde continuously used his large body to beat him up.
Before long, Huang Juzong was exhausted, and lying scattered on the ground. Jiang Chen saw this and approached, saying, "Are you awake now?"
Huang Juzong looked at Peng Huang's corpse next to him, and continued, "I am no match for you, but my Peng Huang." At this point, his eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Jiang Chen kicked him straight in the stomach, angrily saying, "Is there something wrong with your brain?"
Jiang Chen roared and continued, "First, since the end of the Zhao Huang gathering, I haven't left the guest house a single step.
Second, if I really wanted to assassinate Peng Huang, would I use the soul Dao that everyone knows about?"
Finally, Jiang Chen likes to kill people face to face as an example, like right now, if you want to die, I can grant your wish. Hearing this, Huang Juzong thought to himself that what Jiang Chen said made sense. After thinking it over, Huang Juzong asked, "If it wasn't you, then who was it?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen grabbed his collar tightly and shouted, "Use your dog brain to think about it. Who would benefit from you killing me?" After some thought, Huang Juzong turned his head to look at Hao Tao and replied, "It's you."
Hearing this, Hao Tao smiled and replied, "Huang Juzong, don't just point around randomly. I have no grievances with you. Why would I kill Peng Huang? Moreover, I am always in the martial pavilion. How could I meet Peng Huang?"
Hearing this, Huang Juzong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice,
"Tonight the situation is chaotic. Peng Huang went to investigate the situation, tracking a dark shadow that left in the direction of it."
Huang Juzong pointed at Hao Tao and continued, "Which is the location of the martial pavilion." Hearing this, Qing Lao stroked his beard and continued, "If this old man remembers correctly, there are many people from the Jiang family in the martial pavilion. Their Dao souls and the bloodline of Jiang Chen can easily disguise the spiritual energy fluctuations of the undying bird."
Hearing this, Hao Tao looked uncomfortable and replied, "Qing Lao, don't speak carelessly without evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Juzong frowned and ordered, "Call all the people from the Jiang family out here, have them unleash their Dao souls, wouldn't that be clear?" Jiang Chen stood aside, thinking to himself, "Forget it. Out of respect for his brother who just died, I won't bother with him." Hao Tao angrily shouted in his face, "Huang Juzong, even if you are the prince of the human dragon race, you are not allowed to insult my martial pavilion like this. The reputation of the martial pavilion is not something elders like you are allowed to insult. If you want to cause trouble for the martial pavilion, tell your elder to come." Then, Hao Tao turned to look at the people next to him and continued, "Everyone, even if Peng Huang wasn't killed by Jiang Chen cannot escape suspicion for the death of Meng He and the direct disciples in my pavilion."
Hearing this, Huang Juzong angrily thought to himself, "Damn it. With my cultivation, I can't harm Hao Tao at all." Suddenly a man spoke up and said, "Actually, what Jiang Chen said also makes sense, Pavilion Master Hao. If Jiang Chen dies, it seems like you would also benefit." As soon as he finished speaking, the man next to him continued,
"That's right, Pavilion Master. Are you not going to explain it to us?" At first, Hao Tao was angry, he thought to himself. "No, Jiang Chen must die today."
Hearing this, Liu Yang stepped out and continued, "That's right, what the Pavilion Master said is correct. I personally saw Jiang Chen kill my junior brother. Jiang Chen must pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Tao shouted loudly, "Jiang Chen, you must be punished by the martial pavilion." Suddenly, Qing Lao stood up to protect Jiang Chen, shouting loudly, "Vice Pavilion Master Hao, there are no witnesses or evidence, and Wang Teng's death is an internal matter of the Ba La Academy. No need for the Vice Pavilion Master to waste his energy." Or could it be said that Vice Pavilion Master Hao is framing someone without cause, dragging others into this? Hearing this, everyone around started to stir and discuss. "Vice Pavilion Master Hao, what exactly is going on? That's right, our core disciples can't just die like this. You must explain it to us today." Hearing these words, Hao Tao frowned and glared at them fiercely, before shouting loudly, "Are you all suspecting the martial pavilion of assault and murder?" Hearing this, they quickly replied, "It's not suspicion, but we hope that Vice Pavilion Master Hao can give a reasonable explanation." Another man chimed in, "That's right. We have always respected the martial pavilion, but we're not the kind of people who can be controlled."
Jiang Chen, standing to the side, heard this and said with a sneer, "That's right, Vice Pavilion Master Hao. They respect you so much. Shouldn't you say something, Qing Lao? Don't you think so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Lao replied, That's right, you should give them an explanation first. Hearing this, Hao Tao said angrily,
Explain. If you want an explanation, go find Jiang Chen.
Meng He was a disciple of the martial pavilion that we poured our heart and soul into nurturing. Would I really use Meng He's life to frame Jiang Chen? Not listening at all, Jiang Chen reached up to pick his ear, frowned, and replied,
That's hard to say. The martial pavilion has never treated its disciples as human beings, even making disciples self-destruct to kill me. It wouldn't be strange to kill Meng He to smear me.
Hearing this, the group of experts started to speak up. Jiang Chen is right. Zhang Ji is Hao Tao's core disciple. He was so ruthless as to use Meng He's life to exchange for Jiang Chen's, it doesn't seem strange at all. On the side, Hao Tao secretly observed and sneered to himself, a bunch of fence-sitters, following the wind.
Afterwards, Hao Tao pointed at Jiang Chen and said, You believe this kid's nonsense? It's infuriating. If you feel like the martial pavilion did it, then come to the martial pavilion to settle the score. Limbs are not connected. The surrounding crowd secretly exclaimed in shock, Look, this matter is becoming quite something. Isn't Vice Pavilion Master Hao getting angry out of embarrassment? Don't say any more. It kinda looks like it. Is Hao Tao really leaving just like that?
Seeing this, Jiang Chen rested his hand on his chin and said, Gotten so angry that he left, his face really isn't thick enough. Hao Tao has left too. Are you guys not going to work and want to stay for dinner? The group of experts present then stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen, saying, We won't bother you any longer. We apologize. Farewell. Afterwards, Huang Juzong said in a low voice,
We apologize for today's offense. If you need anything in the future, I will definitely try my best to help. Farewell, Liu Zong muttered from behind. I can't stay here any longer, Zhao Muzi said with a smile. Hao Tao looked so angry just now, flapping around, really looked like a monkey jumping around. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Lao calmly continued, It's good that the matter is resolved.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly replied from the side, No, the matter is not over yet. Hearing these words, Liu Zong was startled and glanced over. Hearing this, Liu Zong reached up to rub his head and stammered, Jiang, look at how this turned out. I was just seeing things. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen quickly put his hand heavily on Liu Zong's shoulder and continued, Seeing things? Coincidentally, I also suddenly got clumsy. Hearing this, Liu Zong said with a frightened expression, stuttering, Don't Jiang Chen, I know I was wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, You know you were wrong, so you should accept the punishment. Hearing this, Liu Zong angrily shouted, Jiang Chen, you're playing dirty. At this moment, Jiang Chen squeezed Liu Zong's shoulder tightly with one hand, causing Liu Zong to scream in pain. Jiang Chen continued,
So what if I'm playing you?
Afterwards, Jiang Chen forcefully pushed him to the ground. At this moment, he said weakly in pain, Jiang Chen, you won't die a good death. Hearing this, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, Don't worry, you'll die first anyway. Afterwards, Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Qing Lao and continued, Qing Lao, he attacked first, so I fought back. You don't blame me, right? Hearing this, Qing Lao replied, It's fine. It's about time for the Bala Academy to settle the score. Zhao Muzi, take them outside. Hearing this, Zhao Muzi happily replied, Got it. After dealing with everything, Jiang Chen turned to leave and said,
Then I'll go rest first. My face-slapping energy is depleted. I'll go back to Long Dai Day. Yuan Zhuang. Nian Cheng is still singing. Nian Cheng said, I have something to say, eldest bro, wait. Suddenly, a fatty ran straight towards Jiang Chen, panting and saying, Eldest bro, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked bewildered and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Even Nian Cheng and Zhao Muzi gaped and stared.
Jiang Chen frowned and said, What did you do? Nian Cheng thought to himself, Jiang Liu is like this. Could it be that he's fallen for Jiang Chen? Jiang Liu quickly replied, Several core disciples of major forces were killed by our 10 fiends' disciples. The deceased all had grudges against the 10 fiends. But we never wanted to harm you. This matter was exploited by Hao Tao. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen said,
Jiang Liu, you're too much. Daring to assassinate a major power's direct disciple, are you tired of living? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Liu replied with a helpless expression, Boss, I don't want to rely on you my whole life. Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought to himself, Jiang Liu is finally venturing out into the big world on his own. I can't protect him forever. Jiang Chen then replied, Forget it, get up. This isn't your fault. Then what about Meng He and Peng Peng? Hearing this, Jiang Liu continued, Hao Tao personally killed Meng He to frame you, boss. Peng Peng saw a scene that the martial pavilion wanted to silence him, so they had to kill him. With Peng Peng dead, Huang Juchong has also become a pawn of Hao Tao. Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned and replied, So that's how it is.
Jiang Chen stared sharply ahead, thinking to himself, Still, this kid Jiang Liu is really bold, daring to make a move against such a big power. After that, Jiang Chen slapped Jiang Liu on the head and said, Kid, do you even think things through before you act? Remember, your life is what matters. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Liu hugged Jiang Chen's leg and said emotionally, Boss, you're so good to me. Hearing this, Jiang Chen kicked Jiang Liu's butt and replied, Stop sucking up, I need to go back and rest. Find somewhere to stay yourself. Over here, Nian Chengji thought to himself when he saw this. Finally, I have a chance to complete the task Master gave me. After that, Nian Chengge walked closer and said, Jiang bro, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Jiang Chen replied coldly.
What is it? Nian Cheng whispered into Jiang Chen's ear. It's like this. This matter can only be discussed in bed.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen was shocked and stood there motionless with his mouth agape.
In bed, Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Speak. What is it that absolutely has to be said in bed? Hearing this, Nian Chengge replied with a smile. Actually, it's like this. My master, he told me to acknowledge you as my teacher,
to become your disciple.
At that time, Nian Chengge's master said, Chengge, Jiang Chen is no ordinary man. It's been a while since you last saw him. It wouldn't be good if your relationship turns cold. Why don't you acknowledge him? As your second master, I will prepare a ceremony for you. That way your relationship will be much stronger.
Nian Chengge continued coyly. It's hard to disobey master's orders. Please accept this bottle. It will be easier for me to explain to my master. Jiang Chen picked up the bottle and looked at it, asking blankly, A ceremony of apprenticeship. After that, Jiang Chen opened the bottle and continued. This is a top-grade dual cultivation pill, and it even has aphrodisiac incense, Nian Chengge continued. Master said only a pure master-disciple relationship will not fade with time. The joys of spring are fleeting.
At this moment, Nian Chengge took off his clothes, revealing his seductive figure. Nian Cheng bit his lip and said, What are you waiting for?
Seeing this, Jiang Chen gasped, staring at Nian Chengge and screaming. Nian Chengge didn't have time to react. Nian Chengge pounced on Jiang Chen.
Then Nian Chengge used his mouth to bite Jiang Chen's clothes.
In an instant, Jiang Chen's clothes were stripped off. Revealing his toned muscles, Nian Chengge said, Jiang bro, am I not performing well enough?
Then what are you waiting for? At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself, Forget it. I can't resist the aphrodisiac incense of a top-grade pill.
In the warm room, Nian Chengge said softly, Jiang bro, be gentle.
An hour later, Bai Fengyu said loudly outside, Master, I just found out that the martial pavilion sent people to cause trouble. Are you all right? Bai Fengyu opened the door, her mouth agape, her eyes wide. Bai Fengyu saw Jiang Chen sitting on the bed, Nian Chengge's clothes disheveled. Seeing this, Nian Cheng greeted embarrassedly.
Senior sister, Bai Fengyu asked anxiously, Why are you a girl? Hearing this, Nian Chengge turned to Jiang Chen and signaled, saying, Actually, I didn't expect I'd turn out to be a woman. Oh right, Master told me to tell you, senior sister. There's been a lot of activity at the Martial Pavilion headquarters these past few days. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked, What exactly? As soon as he finished speaking, Nian Chengji replied, I don't know the specifics. The All-Heaven Divine Hall couldn't find out.
But you should be more careful. The All-Heaven Divine Hall can't get involved in this matter. I'll head back now. Long Dade, weak and pitiful, was dragged away by Nian Chengge, who tightly gripped his neck.
At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself, How is this convenient? The All-Heaven Divine Hall really isn't trustworthy. Then, Jiang Chen asked, So what are you planning to do?
Hearing this, Bai Fengyu quickly replied,
The Martial Pavilion headquarters has 10 halls, and the hall masters all have Saint Realm cultivation. If they're deliberately targeting you, Qing Lao probably won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Jiang Chen, with a thoughtful expression, continued, Before, my Qi Dao senior sister crafted a set of divine armor, the Hung armor. Now I'll refine it once more. It can withstand 3 strikes from a Saint Realm expert.
I'll craft a few more swift travel talismans. If things get dicey, I'll immediately escape.
Hearing this,
Bai Fengyu said, Then I won't bother you any longer. Bai Fengyu thought to herself at this moment, I can't let Master fight the Martial Pavilion alone. Maybe I should contact my father. In the cold, dark night, Jiang Chen stood alone by the window, looking down and observing. Jiang Chen thought to himself, A storm is coming. In Jiang Chen's small house, the weather began to turn cold. He frowned and muttered. Second strike, successfully mastered. This technique is indeed the strongest in the venerable realm. But this heavenly tribulation will probably be no small matter. I hope nothing unexpected happens on the final day of the martial competition. It's time to set off.
Jiang Chen walked to the door and stretched his body.
Outside, Li Yuan said, Everyone must know what happened last night. The Martial Pavilion and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion have intervened and are searching for the real culprit. And once they find them, they'll exterminate their entire clan and sect.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen muttered, This monkey is really putting on a good show. The crowd standing in front discussed, This is the first time the Universal Extermination Order has been used since thousands of years ago. It seems the Martial Pavilion and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion are truly furious this time. Li Yuan raised his hand high into the air and said, Now, the Great Wasteland Interdivision competition finally begins. Opponents who draw matching numbers will fight on the arena to the death. This final battle will be jointly overseen by the Heaven and Earth Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion. Jiang Chen held the command token in his hand and chuckled to himself. Hopefully, I won't have to use too much spiritual energy today.
Let's see who my opponent is.
Suddenly, Huang Jiuchong walked over, holding a command token, and said,
Jiang brother, let's battle.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked stunned and stared at the two powerful figures standing behind him, muttering, a normal venerable realm expert fighting a celestial realm expert, receiving Long Huang Jiuchong. This fight is nothing to see. Jiang Chen is definitely going to lose. Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked stunned and stared at the command token. Then, Jiang Chen said,
I'm not feeling well today, no. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Jiuchong quickly replied, You were fine yesterday. How are you not feeling well today? Hearing this, Jiang Chen explained further, Look, I even helped you yesterday. No way, I'm forfeiting this match. The crowd behind heard this and shouted, This bastard doesn't dare to fight, he's scared, he's scared. Suddenly, Huang Jiuchong struck with a palm and said, Jiang brother, help me. To repay you, I should fight you with all my strength. Are you looking down on me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen waved his hand several times and said, I just had a breakthrough. The heavenly tribulation is coming, you understand? It's like holding your breath. Using force will kill me instantly. Huang Jiuchong, upon hearing this, loudly replied, A measly heavenly tribulation. At worst, I'll help you endure it. Today you must fight me with all your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jiuchong immediately rushed forward to attack. Seeing this, Jiang Chen calmly watched and observed. Jiang Chen frowned and said, Damn it, why am I even helping this moron? Hearing this, Huang Jiuchong angrily roared, What are you saying? Jiang Zhang's attack is not good. Then, Jiang Chen gracefully leaned to the side, dodging an attack. Seeing this, Huang Jiuchong said, Jiang Xiang is finally making his move. But what am I afraid of with this little bit of strength? Immediately, Huang Jiuchong channeled all of his spiritual energy, and a surge of power appeared around him. Seeing this, the crowd standing outside the battle exclaimed in shock, Holy crap! The human dragon's power burst? I'm afraid even a heaven realm superior wouldn't be able to stop it. Jiang Chen is definitely toast in the middle of that. On the other side, Jiang Chen was completely unfazed. He quickly jumped up high. Jiang Chen stared intently at Huang Jiuchong and said, Idiot. Who would have thought? On this side, Huang Jiuchong was already seriously injured. He vomited fresh blood, his hands braced against the ground. Huang Jiuchong said with a pained expression, The human dragonland is injured. Huang Jiuchong suddenly laughed loudly and continued, Jiang Xiang is indeed powerful, but my complete form is invincible among my peers. Jiang Chen just wanted to have some fun with him, like a cat playing with a mouse, and chuckled disdainfully. Huang Jiuchong now had no chance to show off in front of Jiang Chen anymore. He waved his hand. Huang Jiuchong was sent flying like a blade of grass. But perhaps time wouldn't allow Jiang Chen to play with him forever, striking a decisive blow to end this annoying piece of SHT. Huang Jiuchong couldn't even see what was happening to him, as he coughed up blood and rolled away. The lightning of the heavenly tribulation pinned Huang Jiuchong to the ground, not daring to struggle. Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the snake Huang Jiuchong. He grabbed the thing there like a floating corpse. The cultivators at this time were completely baffled and didn't understand what was happening on this earth. Jiang Chen chanted the Great Compassion mantra and jumped up without saying anything. Earth system, 8-direction imprisonment. Chains from nowhere tightly bound Huang Jiuchong like tying up a pig. Jiang Chen didn't stop there. He had more tricks. Water system, great backup water. Huang Jiuchong felt like a commodity being played with by that Jiang Chen. Unable to know what he could do next, Huang Jiuchong screamed, Ah, Dragon Might! Jiang Chen launched his next move. 100 No Formation Forbidden Curse. Again, he pressed down on Jiuchong, leaving him no way to chatter. Jiang Chen jumped down and kicked the pig, Jiuchong, as much as he wanted, just for not listening. Hey, are you happy now? How many professions is this guy proficient in anyway? Spell, formation, barrier. Could it be that he's proficient in all professions? Is he even human? Li Yuan silently watched Jiang Chen from the high platform for a long time. He felt like his heart was about to burst, and a sense of bitterness seemed to well up endlessly inside him. His subordinates asked worriedly, My lord, what's wrong? Li Yuan couldn't explain, and replied temporarily, I'm fine. But his heart ached in every segment. I hate it. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have sent him to the Babylon Academy. Then he suddenly widened his eyes because he felt some kind of secret being circulating. Looking up at the crackling lightning in the sky, he exclaimed in surprise, Who's undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Can't let this happen. Li Yuan shouted, It's the 9 Annihilation Heavenly Tribulation. This is Heavenly Wasteland City, the City Lord's mansion. Are you trying to drag us down with you? Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling. Well, he hesitated, knowing this would be a bit of a pickle. But he couldn't hide it from anyone, because right now, he's the one who really needs help. My tribulation, my confession, the 9 calamities, yes, it's the 9 desolation, heavenly tribulation, also known as the Great Dafio Grudge. This kind of heavenly tribulation has rarely appeared throughout history, and even fewer have ever survived.
Li Yuan could only try to chase Jiang Chen away. Get out of here. Jiang Chen shook his head, explaining, there's no escape anymore. Once this heavenly tribulation appears, it's already locked me in, he announced to everyone. Don't blame me. Huang Zhuzhong kept wanting to fight me. Helping me now is helping yourselves. Several cultivators, their heads spinning, screamed, Motherfucker, why should we help you with your heavenly tribulation? Li Yuan stepped forward to advise Jiang Chen.
Kid, you're building up karma, he began to preach. If this heavenly tribulation destroys Heavenly Wasteland City, completely annihilating the living beings within, do you know how heavy your sins will be? Jiang Chen corrected him. But I don't want that either. That's why you guys have to help me. Several cultivators whispered among themselves. Should we help? If we don't, all of Heavenly Wasteland City is doomed. Jiang Chen scratched his head, replying, Ha ha, my bad, Li Yuan thought to himself. If we really let this kid destroy Heavenly Wasteland City, the people of Wasteland Province will all die. There's no other way. Li Yuan then raised his hand, giving the order. Help! Heavenly Wasteland City has been built since ancient times. It contains too many good things. Heavenly Wasteland City is a symbol of Wasteland Province. It can't collapse. How could we not help? Our little brats haven't even managed to escape Heavenly Wasteland City yet. One grumpy old dude grumbled. Jiang Chen, you little punk. Wait until we've resisted the heavenly tribulation. I want you all dead. With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, reinforcing the defensive barrier. Li Yuan didn't hesitate either, unleashing his spiritual energy all at once. At that moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation began its fiery performance, striking down lightning thunderously upon the barrier erected above Heavenly Wasteland City. Li Yuan struggled to resist, utterly shocked to see Qinglao just standing there blankly. Qinglao, aren't you going to act? That's your disciple? What are you standing there for, old man? Qinglao replied sheepishly. How can I move? Someone fought me yesterday, and I'm already injured. Right now, even lifting a finger is difficult.
The cultivator listening felt his blood rush to his head,
but he didn't know what to say. In response, Li Yuan had never felt his life was as hopeless as it was now.
He reluctantly propped up the barrier, letting it be as it may. Life and death are destined.
The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. By now, it was riddled with holes on the barrier, and lightning struck the ground.
Jiang Chen scurried away immediately, signaling to the others, Hey, what are you guys still standing there for? Quickly reinforce the spells here for me. You want to strike me to death, the cultivators replied. Who are we? If it weren't for you, why would we have to risk our lives here, resisting the Nine Joys' heavenly tribulation? We'll let you die. We're only protecting the living beings in Heavenly Wasteland City. You can live or die on your own. Jiang Chen, though he spoke sweetly, felt a chill in his heart. Son of a BTCH. If sweet talk doesn't work, I'll have to use force.
He immediately unleashed several moves, threatening, Even if I die today, I'll drag a few of you down with me. Just hearing that, the cultivators were terrified, and they immediately changed their tune. Are you only able to draw talismans with your lightning axe? Don't do anything rash, little brother. Calm down, we'll help you. It's true that they don't appreciate a polite invitation, they prefer a forced one.
The cultivators had to be pissed off before they would behave. Jiang Chen laid back and enjoyed the spiritual energy they were supplying.
Jiang Chen said, Actually, I was being a little modest. Very few people have survived the Nine Joys' heavenly tribulation since ancient times. You guys are only reinforcing me a little bit. Seeing Jiang Chen displeased, those cultivators, once again gripped by the fear of death, used every last bit of their life force to replenish his spiritual energy. Ancestors, please withdraw your divine power. You need to finish this quickly. With a full-powered strike, the violent surge of power was transmitted to Jiang Chen's body, which he absorbed with great pleasure. The heavenly tribulation was now at its climax. It unleashed a final, devastating blow, like a colossal pillar of lightning, obliterating everything. The sound tore apart the heavens, and no one knew what was happening anymore. A moment later, the smoke cleared, and the cultivators groggily crawled to their feet in shock. There's a figure faintly visible behind the halo of the heavenly tribulation. Dun Cheng wore a very satisfied expression,
stepping towards the ruins of Tianhuang City, even passing by a few cultivators who had helped him and were now transformed into dedicated mining laborers. Jiang Chen spoke up, Well done. In his hands he now held the fruits of everyone's sweat and tears. Tianhuang had just rushed forward, when Jiang Chen suddenly jumped back in shock, seeing something poking its head out from the rubble. Two familiar-looking old gods. Jiang Chen immediately put on an embarrassed face. It was Li Yuan and another, now appointed as the leader of the Tianhuang City mining crew. Jiang Chen had to respectfully ask, Are you guys alright? The heavenly tribulation had vanished, replaced by the radiant sunlight, and the cultivators and disciples in the city breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Hao Tao's voice boomed loudly. Jiang Chen glanced at Hao Tao's miserable state. Blood vessels were actually bulging all over his face. He roared like a wild beast trapped in the rubble. I'll kill you. Hao Tao quickly advanced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a little worried. After all, he had helped him succeed in tribulation transcendence. Jiang Chen revealed a pitiful face, spreading out his two poor, empty hands to show his destitution, and had to beg for help.
Qinglao, you will protect me, right? Qinglao chuckled in response. It's nothing. A small Hao Tao is not worth bothering with.
Jiang Chen thought to himself. Hao Tao is still a saint-level powerhouse. Qinglao's indifference suggests that someone from the Baolan Academy has arrived. Hao Tao stepped forward, raising his voice to Qinglao. Qinglao, you sure talk big. Hao Tao was beyond eager. All the old debts and new grievances had to be settled today once and for all.
Jiang Chen must die here.
He was about to rush forward when Li Yuan's hands stopped him. Li Yuan couldn't let Hao Tao act recklessly. He ordered, "The sect leaders have spoken. If he agrees to nod his head and join the Tiandi sect, the sect leaders will accept him as a personal disciple." He spoke gently, but in his heart, Li Yuan desperately wanted Jiang Chen, and this was no joke. Hao Tao bitterly thought to himself.
The Tiandi sect leader and the Linlang sect leader are also following the lead of the Tiandi sect, but they didn't say anything else.
Li Yuan flew up high. Jiang Chen, after overcoming adversity, you should smile like a flower and thank everyone. The cultivators still couldn't swallow their resentment, cursing at him.
You damn scoundrel. Look what you've done to the city.
Li Yuan, now high above, had to use countermeasures, speaking meaningfully to everyone in the city.
Today's heavenly tribulation was merely an accident.
He then used a restorative technique, enveloping the massive pile of rubble below. Fortunately, there were no deaths. I hope everyone will give face to the Tiandi sect and not pursue the matter further.
The disciples of the city watched this scene in astonishment. This is the power of a saint. Sect leader Li Yuan has spoken, so this outrageous announcement is now final. Li Yuan revived Tianhuang City in one beautiful day.
Tongsang then appeared in the sky.
Li Yuan didn't forget to ask, how are the old celestial masters of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion doing these days? My mentor is... Well, thank you for your concern, Pavilion Lord Li Yuan.
Tongzi announced the rankings as his duty.
The ranking of the Savage Wasteland Gathering.
1st, Tianlei. 4th, Mu Xingyun. 10th, Jiang Chen and Jue. Huang Juzhong.
So, the results of this year's Savage Wasteland Gathering are clear. Among these names and rankings are fresh faces full of hope, but also some familiar ones who have been dropped from the seed list this year.
A crowd of disciples felt something was off and protested. I'm not convinced. But at that time, Jiang Chen only cared about one thing. Mu Xingyun, so you really came?
Tongzi asked back. What are you not convinced about?
Hao Dao stepped forward, adding,
are you not convinced? Are you challenging the Savage Wasteland Gathering that we host? Or are you not convinced by the only savage ranking in the martial god continent?
The disciples of Balan and the Celestial Earth Pavilion were speechless,
not knowing what to say.
He, Tongzi, having finished his business, signaled, in that case, Tongzi will take his leave. 3 days later, the top 100 will enter the Savage God battlefield. The crowd buzzed with discussion again. Some kept complaining. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. Forget it. At least we're in the top 100. Let's go back and prepare for battle. The battlefield will be even more intense. Jiang Chen asked Qinglao quietly.
Aren't we going? Qinglao replied. We can't go. I have plans.
He had intended to tell Jiang Chen a long time ago, but only now had the opportunity. Qinglao's words struck Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. The martial pavilion is about to make a move, Hao Dao said in advance.
Jiang Chen, you've been secretly colluding with the 10 fiends. Successors, we'll deal with you later.
With that, Hu Dao stepped forward without hesitation.
Then, he faced the group of the 10 fiends, bewildering them.
Hao Dao declared,
successors of the 10 fiends, the Savage Wasteland Gathering is over. It's time for you to hit the road.
Jiang Chen was extremely worried about his brother, and shouted, Jiang Liu. But Hao Dao's Qingong strike was blocked by an uninvited guest's counterattack.
That person's sharp gaze pierced Hao Dao's vision. Hao Dao stared at him in a daze. His initial confidence vanished. He asked the stranger,
who are you? That person was none other than one of the 10 fiends, martial fiend, he spoke, asking Hudamao Dao, Deputy Pavilion Lord, long time no see.
The one who should show up finally did. At least Jiang Liu was safe and sound, Hao Dao exclaimed. As expected, it's you, martial fiend Li Yuan. Having not said anything until now, he finally revealed his intention, signaling, the Celestial Earth Pavilion does not participate in worldly struggles. We'll take our leave first, Hao Dao angrily shouted. Martial fiend, today Tianhuang City will be your burial ground. But Martial Fiend was not alone. In this confrontation, a woman's hand appeared behind him, one of the 10 fiends, Art Fiend. She also came to support her senior brother in battle.
The cultivator exclaimed in surprise.
Art Fiend is here too.
Dealing with one of the 10 fiends was already difficult, but this time the difficulty increased, making Hao Dao feel troubled. But unexpectedly, allies came to his aid. It's really lively today. Martial Pavilion Deputy Pavilion Lord, Severing Shadow.
He didn't fear the 10 fiends at all, replying, then let's settle things today. The cultivators were even more astonished. Martial Pavilion, Another deputy pavilion lord, severing shadow, heavens. Two of the martial pavilion's great deputy pavilion lords have appeared today, Jiang Liu responded, killing saint, severing shadow.
Qinglao finally joined the conversation. How long has it been since the savage continent was so lively?
Junior brother severing shadow, long time no see. Would you like to spar with me?
The cultivator exclaimed. What, junior brother? Qinglao's junior brother? Could he be a direct disciple of Qingzu? Severing Shadow was also excited to meet an old friend. My good senior brother Qingkong Yishi. My good brother, Qinglao, sarcastically said. The old ancestor should have abolished your rebellious head. You killed father and son. Who in this world do you not dare to kill? Severing Shadow was provoked and became enraged, he said in a cold voice. Kill those who should be killed. That is my path. Moreover, the Qingkong clan doesn't accept the trend of the times, refusing to submit to the martial pavilion. Continuing like this, the Qingkong clan will be destroyed sooner or later. My choice is only to give the Qingkong clan a chance at survival. Where am I wrong? Qinglao had wanted to eliminate this guy for a long time, so he charged forward. Spare me the crap. Fight. Qinglao and Xue Ying, the two martial brothers who were once close in their youth, fighting side by side in the chaos, have now become mortal enemies, engaging in a life-or-death battle. Hao Dao kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, muttering, After we deal with the 10 devils, you're next. With that, he swiftly moved towards Wu Gi. Wu Gi was also ready, waiting for the attack.
He unleashed a fierce punch that Wu Gi struggled to defend against. The 10 devils' strength was fundamentally inferior to that of the Wu sect.
Jiang Liu seized the opportunity when there was no fight to ask Jiang Chen, Boss, what do we do? Jiang Chen replied, Relax, if Qinglao doesn't die, neither will I. Jiang Liu worried. But you're trapped here. What if the Wu sect sends more experts? Who will stop them for you? The 10 devils only have 2 people available now, and Li Yuan and Hao Dao are in an intense battle and can't help you.
As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice rang out in the sky. Lao Bai and little princess have arrived. There's nothing Bai Xiangye can't handle in this world.
The appearance of the two, grandfather and granddaughter, couldn't have been better timed for the current battle situation. Jiang Liu was overjoyed, shouting the princess's name.
Bai Fengyu, Bai Xiangye, stepped forward to help Jiang Chen. Wait for me to break the imprisonment on you. Just as he was about to cast the spell to break the restriction, a hidden weapon flew from afar. Lao Bai had no trouble dodging it, but the attack prevented him from helping Jiang Chen immediately. Bai Xiangye was surprised that there were other guests participating in this fight, asking, Who is it? They looked forward and saw a figure walking over with a cane, not just one person. The faces of Lao Bai and his granddaughter became even more worried. Wu sect's number 1 enshrinement Shu Nian, a curse art master, and Wu sect's number 2 enshrinement Shu Bing. Everyone around was shocked by the appearance of so many experts. The 2 strongest Saint Realm enshrinements of the Wu sect have arrived, and there's also a curse art master. Over half of the Wu sect's top experts are here. Bai Xiangye stepped forward, fearlessly declaring, Jiang Chen is my granddaughter's benefactor. You won't touch him while I'm here. Bai Fengyu was worried about her grandfather. This is bad. Grandpa was seriously injured before. He's not even at the Saint Realm level now. How can he fight against the Wu sect saints and the curse art master? The old woman channeled magic in her hand, replying, Bai Di has lived long enough. I'll grant you your wish.
Jiang Chen thought to himself. This old man clearly knew this trip was dangerous, but still came. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this. Shu Nian and Shu Bing were also planning to rush up and gang up on Lao Bai when Qinglao charged forward, pursued by Xu Ying.
He thought to himself, That brat is in trouble.
He shouted loudly.
I am Qing Kongyishi. May I ask if the 2 enshrinements would like to fight me?
Shu Nian and Shu Bing's faces were cold, replying, Old man, killing you first, and then killing this brat, won't be too late. He won't escape anyway. Taking advantage of the fact that Xue Ying was still making things difficult for Qinglao, 2 Wu sect experts flicked pebbles, aiming straight at Qinglao,
forming a pincer attack.
Qinglao, who was focused on fighting Xu Ying, immediately noticed those 2 bastards playing dirty with sneak attacks. Jiang Chen now felt that Qinglao was in an extremely dangerous situation, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. Mustering all his strength, Jiang Chen tried to break the curse art, even though he knew it was impossible. But compared to watching Qinglao being tortured by those guys, he couldn't bear it. Damn it, break! Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. Was that blood dripping on his face? Tilting his head back, a torrential rain of blood poured down. A saint's blood rain. A saint has fallen. The horrified voices of those around him made Jiang Chen even more worried. The sky is breaking. Someone is about to fall. 2 streams of aura slammed straight into the ground, shattering. Who exactly was discarded? As the smoke cleared, Xu Ying and Xu Bing from the martial pavilion appeared. The 2 of them, one with a severed leg, the other with a missing arm, lay there covered in blood. Qinglao's hat was also lying forlornly, in a pool of blood. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Qinglao was sitting in front of him, clutching his chest with a bloody, gaping wound. Jiang Chen shouted, Qinglao, there's still one more. Shu Nian, who's unharmed, he dashed behind Qinglao, about to stab Qingkong Yishi to death. Your life ends here, Jiang Chen roared. Qinglao, watch out. Qinglao was already at the end of his rope. Under the rain of blood, he had exhausted himself to keep his promise to Jiang Chen, saying his last words before closing his eyes. You little rascal, take care of yourself. Jiang Chen went mad. Never in his life of fighting had he ever been so helpless. Clutching the forbidden curse tightly, he roared to the sky.
No, Qinglao. But Shu Nian didn't get to be smug. A shadowy figure appeared, ordering,
Stop. Shu Nian couldn't believe that any powerhouse would dare to intervene.
He tried to stab Qinglao one last time but couldn't. What's going on? Why can't I move?
The stranger eagerly dashed behind Shu Nian, introducing himself. Qingkong clan. Qingkong Ruo Sheng. Qingkong Ruo Sheng opened his cold eyes, expressing his desire to learn from everyone.
The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. That's the old ancestor of the Qingkong clan. Is this old geezer still alive?
Qingkong Ruo Sheng approached Shui Ying, who fearfully groaned.
Old ancestor, Qingkong Yi Sheng, spoke up. Back then I expelled you from the clan, never thinking you would sink deeper and deeper.
You have not repented, you reached out your hand. Maybe no one has the authority to intervene. Qingkong Yi Sheng pronounced the sentence.
Then there is no place for you in this world. Shu Ying was crushed by the pressure, so scared that he was shriveled. The death sentence was a death without a whole body. Shu Ying shattered, leaving only a pile of flesh and blood. The crowd was shocked. He died like that. That's the Vice Pavilion Master of the Martial Pavilion. No wonder he's the famous Bloodhand scholar who shook desolate continent. I have emerged. Qingkong Yi Shi has no way back either. From today, except for the 10 great academies, desolate continent will be decided by our Qingkong clan.
Saying that, the person walked towards Jiang Chen, ignoring Shu Nian who was standing there dumbfounded.
Mentioning the next matter is about the Martial Pavilion.
Qingkong Ruo Sheng also announced their crime to everyone.
The result is to remove them from the desolate continent.
Shu Nian didn't believe him, scoffing. The Martial Pavilion will be removed from desolate continent. Old ancestor Qing is probably not capable of that. If Qing ancestor insists on doing it, the Martial Pavilion's several supreme elders will definitely not sit idly by. Qing ancestor didn't flinch, clearly articulating each word for him. Below the God realm, I am invincible. Above the God realm, one for one.
If they want to take action, I dare to exchange my life for theirs. Dare they? Moreover, Lin Lang Wentian in the 9th Forbidden Zone can barely protect his own life. Do you think he will come to help you? Shu Nian was speechless, and the crowd was shocked.
One for one above the God realm. What level has Qing ancestor's cultivation reached?
He must still be a saint, but his combat power has probably surpassed the scope of a saint.
Qinglao suddenly recovered, speaking up. Everyone go back, it's a waste if the mountain collapses while it's getting big.
The old man picked up his hat and put it on politely. I'm already this old. I want to see a little more scenery, to avoid regrets in the next life.
Shu Nian and Shu Bing retreated reluctantly, and Shu Nian was heard supporting Shu Bing's arm.
Maybe they aren't the type to get reckless out of spite. After all, they are Vice Pavilion Masters.
Taking Shu Bing back, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge is the best strategy. Shu Nian didn't bother to say goodbye to the enemy. Let's go! Qinglao was now beaming, his face as bright as a flower, announcing to everyone,
everything is under control, let's go home.
Jiang Chen jumped, startled as Qingzu suddenly appeared in his room. He turned around and asked, Qingzu, what are you doing here?
Qingzu replied, the Jiang family's young master was supposed to be sent to Quanzhongjiao, so how did he make such a comeback overnight?
3,000 years ago there was also someone named Jiang Chen.
It seemed nothing could escape the eyes of an old fox like Jiangzu. He asked directly, not beating around the bush. That person is you, isn't it?
Jiang Chen was silent, seemingly unable to hide anything from Qingzu. Qingzu, of course, didn't need him to nod to be sure, and sighed. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt Jiang Chen even if he knew.
He then spoke up. Divining the heavenly secrets is against the natural order. At best you'll be injured, at worst you'll die. No need to guess anymore, so what if I tell you?
Jiang Chen frankly admitted to Qingzu, also becoming the first person to know his secret. I am the heavenly god.
The heavenly tribulation sluggishly struck Jiang Chen's residence again. Qingzu used his power to point at the sky, suppressing the terrifying power, and with just a light wave of his hand, he blocked the heavenly tribulation's attack.
Qingzu responded, you died in Huchuan and were reborn,
which is inherently against the Tao of heaven. You will be investigated. Do you dare to admit your true identity?
Jiang Chen only had one thing to ask. How did you know my identity? Qingzu replied.
It's the heavenly secrets. The old heavenly masters deduced it.
The old heavenly masters of Tianji Pavilion can predict the past and know the future. The best predictor in Wu Shendalu, even the Wu Ge, has to respect them to some extent, not daring to offend the heavenly masters. Words. The heavenly master said, your past is a region of divine light, a god king, but your future is a realm of darkness, a deep hell. Jiang Chen was surprised. The old heavenly masters have guessed my identity, so it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. By that time, Wu Shen De Lu will be even easier than those gods who are my enemies in Zhu Xiao Shen Ji. Jiangzu's voice rose as if reading Jiang Chen's thoughts. Don't worry, The old heavenly masters are dead. Qingzu didn't hesitate to reveal, I killed them. What exactly was the mystery that made Qingzu willing to protect Jiang Chen like this? Qingzu explained, if I don't kill you, someone else will. I'm just putting the noose around your neck earlier. Those were Qingzu's words of farewell to the heavenly masters before their death. Qingzu concluded to Jiang Chen like that. No one will ever know your secret. Knowing that he owed Qingzu a favor, Jiang Chen immediately asked, what do you want me to do? Qingzu suddenly spat out blood from his mouth and replied, my health is about to give way, so I want to gamble in my final days to see if I can open up a future for myself. For the Qingkong clan or not, Qingzu said clearly, I want you to become a god, and then before I die, Qingzu gave the price to pay. Sustain my life. Jiang Chen was stunned by that request. Qingzu explained, only divine power can save me. Thinking about the situation of the Qingkong clan, Jiangzu firmly said, as long as I'm alive, the Qingkong clan will not be destroyed. Qingzu added, becoming a god is just a joke to you, Jiang Chen asked back. That's what you say, but the money to become a god for me is to stay alive, and what can you help me with? Qingzu replied, don't worry, unless I die, no one in this world will dare to touch you, and the Qingkong clan's far-reaching reputation can help you get more training opportunities. Jiang Chen pondered, with Qingzu protecting me, it's true that I can avoid a lot of trouble. Moreover, the Qingkong clan has helped me so many times. Thinking back to what happened just now, Qing Lao almost died for me. Jiang Chen yawned a long breath, causing Qingzu to be speechless. This kid is hinting instead of saying it directly, but I'm relieved to hear you say that. That's all. For now, I want to go back to sleep. Qingzu asked again to make sure. So, you're agreeing to this? Jiang Chen nodded and replied, agree, you can go now. Qingzu looked at the young man, her mind full of thoughts, but then she left, holding on to hope. In that case, I'll wait and see. A woman dressed in royal clan attire, staggering, covered in blood, appeared. She pounded on the door, shouting, open the door, open the door. Jiang Chen hadn't fully woken up. He flung the door open and yelled, who is it? Can't a guy get some sleep in the early morning? He suddenly paused upon seeing this stranger, a girl with a strange appearance, definitely not from around here, ragged and breathless, pleaded, save me. Then she passed out from exhaustion, falling into Jiang Chen's arms. He was confused, not understanding what was happening, and accidentally felt a soft, cushion-like sensation. He spread his hand and realized it was all blood. This girl was seriously injured. Jiang Chen quickly brought her inside, laid her on the bed, and pondered how to deal with this. The girl was covered in blood, so severely injured he just couldn't understand who could be so cruel. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen raised his hand and used his spiritual energy to heal her. While using his technique, a surge of backlash struck Jiang Chen like an electric shock. He jerked back, noticing the strange aura enveloping the girl's body. He immediately recognized it as the incredibly rare Overlord body, a natural defense physique. Jiang Chen then looked at Ruo Zhao with a completely different gaze. I've picked up a treasure. After some treatment, seeing that she was stable, Jiang Chen was somewhat relieved. He applied medicine to the wounds on the girl's body. It hurts, Ruo Zhao squirmed and moaned, gradually waking up and opening her eyes. Jiang Chen used his spiritual energy to sense the internal organs in the girl's body, wincing in pain. He was extremely surprised. On the outside, it's just a few stab wounds. But inside, not only are her meridians severed and bones fractured, but even 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians have been sealed. The only thing I can do is transmit my power to her and activate her overlord body physique so it can automatically recover her body. Looking at Ruo Zhao lying there like a docile puppy, Jiang Chen thought to himself, lucky she met me. Gently stroking the girl's cheek, the young man said, anyone else wouldn't have the ability to save you. Then, he pressed his forehead to hers, using a technique to transfer spiritual energy from his body to hers. Ruo Zhao recovered noticeably quickly, her face becoming rosier. Now fully awake, Ruo Zhao exclaimed, clearly feeling a surge of true energy flowing through her body. The spiritual energy gradually permeated through the wounds, causing them to heal instantly. As her body absorbed a new, more powerful force, the girl wondered, am I leveling up? Jiang Chen, now exhausted, replied, it's activating your overlord body. From now on, you're a true overlord. Ruo Zhao stood up abruptly and asked, are you Jiang Chen? She even knew his name, he wondered, trying to make enemies, or trying to get close. The little one didn't say anything more, clasping her hands and kowtowing to the ground, her voice full of longing. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. The situation was too sudden. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded and didn't understand. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain in his chest, hugging her tightly, feeling uneasy. Seeing that her master seemed strange, suddenly vomiting blood, the little one worriedly ran over. Master? She realized, Master, your cultivation, why has it dropped below the king realm? Could it be because you saved me? Extremely anxious, she thought. What to do? What should I do? It's my fault that Master's cultivation has declined. Jiang Chen suddenly reached out and placed his hand on the little disciple's cheek, the little one shyly. Master Jiang Chen looked at this new disciple, gently reassuring, "Don't panic, there's a way." However, he stated clearly,
"I used up my cultivation to save your life. You offer a portion of your hegemon's power to help me cultivate. We will officially become master and disciple. You call me Master Jiang Chen. I will definitely protect you for life." The little one silently agreed.
Jiang Chen felt happy in his heart. So many people begged, but couldn't get the hegemon's power.
After signing a contract, Jiang Chen asked his disciple, "The master-disciple contract is set. How do you feel? Say what you feel." The little one didn't hide anything. "A little nauseous, and a bit craving sour foods," Jiang Chen gently reminded.
"Don't say things like that, it will cause misunderstandings." Jiang Chen circulated his energy to cultivate.
"I have to rebuild the cultivation I've lost. Now, you protect me." The little one politely. "Yes, master." The next morning,
Jiang Chen had completely recovered, breathing a sigh of relief. A burst of aura released.
Returning to the King Realm cultivation,
Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Starting a new day, the hateful face of Qinglao made him spit out his food. "Not bad, kid, you've recovered to the King Realm in one night." Xiao Qingyi was also present. "Master, good morning." Jiang Chen was prone to ask,
"Why are you guys here?" Qinglao frowned. "Why are we here? We clearly had an appointment, yet he asks such a dumb question."
Qinglao grabbed his collar and shook him back and forth. "If I hadn't come, would you have forgotten that you have to go to the Desolate God Dojo today?" Jiang Chen then suddenly remembered. Qinglao got straight to the point.
"All directions converge. Geniuses gather. The 100 trillion strongest geniuses of the 7 continents are all here, competing in the Desolate God Dojo.
The winner can get the help of the Desolate God in battles, and there will be no small amount of creation that can be harvested." Qinglao was puzzled. "You even dared to rebuild your realm the day before," Jiang Chen replied.
"Weren't you guys still here?" He walked to the door, feeling strangely, I don't know if it's my illusion, looking out into space. Why do I feel that the heavenly energy of Desolate Continent is a bit scarce? I could have returned to the King Realm yesterday, but I couldn't. Guessing wildly,
he circulated the Xuanhuang power. Jiang Chen cast his eyes into space.
Let me see what exactly is going on. The myriad forms of space, the hidden geography of the heavens and earth, were clearly displayed before Jiang Chen's eyes. After a while he was surprised. What's going on here? When was the dragon vein of Desolate Continent's chi cut off? The dragon vein is cut off. Desolate Continent's heaven and earth are incomplete. There is not much chi. Can Desolate Continent survive? While worried, he noticed a dark shadow flashing past under the moonlight. Jiang Chen was puzzled. What is that? He stood blankly in front of the door. What is this figure? Moreover, cutting off the dragon vein, I'm afraid it would be difficult to do even after becoming a god. Who on earth has this strength?
Seeing the dumb youth not leaving, Qinglao slapped him on the head. "What are you still standing there for? How long do you want this old man and your 2 disciples to wait?"
The 3 of them were just waiting for him. And he replied, "Got it. I'll pack up and take you guys there." Jiang Chen pondered. To avoid causing panic, it's better not to tell them about the dragon vein being severed for now. Qinglao and the 3 of them entered a deep passage in the forest. Xiao Qingyi wondered, "Shifu, are we on the right path? There's no one here, just a deep pit." Looking at the pit, the disciple exclaimed, "It's like a Taoist temple inside." Jiang Chen gently reminded, "Ruo Zhao, be careful, don't fall." Qinglao explained, "The Desolate God Dojo is below, and you need to go through a special formation to get there. Rushing in could get you crushed by the barrier. When we get in, be humble, and quietly snatch the creation. Don't attract attention." At this time, some other cultivators also showed up. "Is this the entrance to the Desolate God Dojo? Something feels off." They exchanged glances. "Looks kinda sus. Be careful. Falling down carelessly is like suicide." Then, they immediately recognized.
"Holy crap, Jiang Chen!" They couldn't hide their surprise. "Oh damn, why are you here? I almost forgot this guy's on the heavenly ranking too. Let's bounce, he's wanted by the Martial Pavilion, don't mess with him."
"How could this godforsaken place hold any worth for anyone?" they scoffed. "Ha! Even my dog wouldn't want to come to this place."
More haters joined the party. They faced Jiang Chen's group with overwhelming numbers. One of the cultivators raised his voice angrily.
"Who are you calling a dog?" The monkey-faced guy replied, "I've made myself so clear. Are there people who still don't get it? Seems like people's brains in Huangzhou are hilarious. These are all top 100 prodigies of Huangzhou. I'm afraid they wouldn't even make it into the top 500 in my Nanzhao Sunjingxia."
"You don't know who's stronger or weaker until you fight," the Huangzhou cultivators eagerly replied. "What? Deng Zhao messed with the wrong people?" The Huangzhou cultivators excitedly chimed in.
"Let's show them the strength of our Huangzhou."
They channeled their energy to create a magic formation above the heads of the Deng Zhao group. Slaughter King Sword.
The monkey-faced guy from Deng Zhao didn't need to be polite. Whichever son of a bitch snapped his fingers to signal.
Suddenly, without doing anything, he broke the sword formation of the Huangzhou group. He arrogantly said, "Haha, is that all you got? I didn't even use my spiritual energy and you dare to act wild?"
The monkey-faced guy flashed behind the Huangzhou cultivator so fast he was stunned. His knife had no eyes, slashing a sharp line only to see blood spurt out, and the man's head flew off his body. The attack was ruthless and clean, with no wasted movements. Beheading one as an example, he sneered at the Huangzhou cultivators. "A bunch of trash." The younger brothers who lost their leader were terrified. Is our Huangzhou really that weak? That was a top 100 prodigy of Huangzhou and he was killed in one hit. Jiang Chen eyed him. He's at the peak of the Sunjing realm. The monkey-faced guy stood there, sneering sarcastically. "Is that all you got? A bunch of garbage?" The dead man's younger brother trembled with hatred. He flew into a rage, charging at the monkey-faced guy to fight to the death. "I'll fight you to the death." A hit of Xuan Huang power flew over to stop him. It was Jiang Chen. "We can't let these guys run wild," he said. "Stop, you're no match for him." The monkey-faced guy burst into laughter with his bros. "Yo, this country bumpkin is pretty smart, saying your cultivation is only at the Wang realm. If you come to Dongzhou, Big Bro will personally teach you a lesson." Ruo Zhao was furious for her Shifu. "I'm so pissed," she shouted loudly, for those monkeys to hear. "My Shifu doesn't need you guys to teach him. He's stronger than you guys by who knows how many times." The monkeys were even more gleeful. "Oh, this trash even brought a stunning beauty with him. Looking at that body, whether it's lying in bed or chained up, just thinking about it is exciting." Xiao Qingyi furrowed her brow, while Ruoxiao shook her head to signal. Monkey Face continued to run his mouth at Jiang Chen. "That demure beauty isn't bad either. If you offer them up as breeding dogs for me, I might spare your life." Jiang Chen sneered, then spoke up to ask. "Sparing my life is even up for discussion." He darted forward in a flash. Jiang Chen, with Xuan Huang power at the ready, brushed past Monkey Face's head as lightly as a feather. His two bros looked like they'd just witnessed something horrific, sweating buckets. "Too fast. What happened?" Monkey Face, still unaware of his impending doom, wondered. "What are you doing on my head, Brother Jiang?" Then suddenly he felt a tingle on his neck, and he let out a huh. Jiang Chen clenched his fist around Shun Tianjin, crushing Monkey Face's head with a pop. Monkey Face's head exploded right before his bros' horrified eyes. The cultivators from Huangzhou couldn't understand what they'd just witnessed. When did he even attack? Jiang Chen appeared before them like a ghost, a prodigy killed in one hit by someone in the first realm. Qinglao stroked his beard with interest. When did that kid comprehend these new techniques? Not bad speed and power. Jiang Chen ignited a destructive flame on the hand of the next guy. He shot a fierce look at the Eastern Continent monkeys and asked, "Who was it?" None of the Eastern Continent cultivators dared to move or say a word. A voice with a strong southern accent cut in. "For a puny First Realm cultivator to pull off a reverse kill on a Celestial Realm expert from the Eastern Continent just goes to show how weak you guys are." They were disciples from the Southern Continent? If the Eastern Continent had monkey-like freaks, then these Southern Continent guys were descendants of apes. The leading ape spoke to provoke. "I want to see how long an ape with a lucky break can keep up this charade. How long can you be so cocky?" A couple of his younger bros confidently chimed in. "How strong can that Earth Realm guy be? A King Realm expert couldn't beat a Celestial Realm prodigy." Jiang Chen thought to himself, "No kidding, all 100 of the prodigies participating in the Huangxian Dao school are not to be underestimated." But thinking it over, I've just absorbed a sliver of hegemon power. If I convert the hegemon power into cultivation to make up for my deficiencies in a short period of time, I can fight the Southern Continent ape. The ape immediately charged forward with the speed of, well, an ape. Balls to the wall, he didn't take his eyes off Jiang Chen, looking down on him. The ape grinned widely, raising a 1,000-pound fist. Die. The ape's famed Southern Continent blazing flame fist landed, shattering the ground. But why was Jiang Chen just standing there, waving his hand? Ruoxiao and Xiao Qingyi worried about their master, wanting to rush forward. But Qinglao stopped them. "Calm down," he said calmly. "If that kid dares to take that attack head-on, he must have a plan. Even if you guys rush over there now, you can't beat a Celestial Realm prodigy." The head ape spoke arrogantly. "No one can survive my fist unless..." Suddenly, the ape stared wide-eyed, his throat tightening. Jiang Chen's figure loomed in the dust. Was he actually unscathed? Jiang Chen stepped out in front of him, completely unharmed. The ape's full-force strike didn't even ruffle his hair. The ape and his bros stared blankly, asking, "How is that possible? They can recognize Tyrant Armor too. What's going on? How does he possess the Tyrant Armor's power? Celestial Realm shouldn't be able to break through Tyrant Armor's defense in one move. Where did he get that cultivation technique?" Qinglao doesn't understand either. That brat, the only one who knows that secret, is Ruo Xiao. She looks at her master proudly. Qinglao wonders. Using Tyrant Armor power to withstand a fatal attack from Earth Realm, but his body. Jiang Chen wipes away a smear of blood from his mouth. He steps in front of Xing, summoning the Dao Soul. Boom boom, the Dao Soul appears before him. Next, it's my turn. Xing from Southern Continent is completely stunned. Who the hell let him act like nobody's business? Now no one can save him. His eyes bulge red as he watches Jiang Chen rush over like a yaksha. Death has opened its door.
One punch shatters Xing's head. This time, Jiang Chen seems to have allowed him to die.
Xing's entire corpse flies into several pieces. Jiang Chen spits out blood.
Jiang Chen puts all his strength into the punch, raising his hand in front of Xing's big head. "This punch, I'm returning it to you."
Aiming for the stomach, Jiang Chen delivers a bone-crushing punch. Xing lets out a beastly scream. Blood spurts out, choking him. The terrifying punch sends Xing's body flying far away, hitting the cultivators. After a while, let's go see how he is.
Xing now lies limp, unable to close his mouth even in death. The cultivators sigh. The Earth Realm Chosen One has lost, defeated by a King Realm. What kind of monster is this?
Ruo Xiao and Xiao Qingji rush over and ask, "Master, are you alright?" The cultivators whisper. For him to defeat an Earthrealm expert, it just doesn't make sense. Have you heard of a demonic cultivator who can rapidly increase their cultivation by harvesting yin to replenish yang? Look at the two beauties beside him. Thinking they were speaking softly, but Ruo Xiao hears everything clearly. The little girl frowns and scolds. "You guys." The Southern Continent cultivators bitterly embrace the corpse of their big brother Xing. They are determined not to let Jiang Chen leave.
Shouting his name, "He killed our Southern Continent Chosen One. Today the Southern Continent must kill this demonic fiend."
Thus, the Southern Continent cultivators all rush towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Seeing so many people, Jiang Chen feels uneasy. Qing Lao then speaks up, "Are you not taking our Balan Academy seriously?" Then, another loud shout cuts them off.
"Stop." A Grandmaster appears amidst a halo of light, stopping the Southern Continent cultivators.
"Isn't that Grandmaster Mingwei? He's here? Could it be that he's one of the supervisors coming to the desolate god Dao field this time?" The Southern Continent angrily point, "Grandmaster Mingwei, he killed our Southern Continent disciple. This debt cannot be let go so easily. Get out of the way."
Placing his hand on the Grandmaster's shoulder, he doesn't see any reaction from him, which he finds strange.
The old Grandmaster coldly replies, his eyes fixed on him. Oh, Grandmaster Weiming puts one hand together in a Buddhist gesture, his voice full of benevolence. "Young one, you are ignorant, I don't blame you." Grandmaster Weiming's other hand reaches forward, releasing a golden light. The light flies quickly in the air, while releasing a great gust of wind, blowing away the Southern Continent disciples. The desolate Continent disciples, seeing the power of the attack, can't help but feel shocked.
Here, Jiang Chen looks towards Grandmaster Weiming's side but says nothing. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking in his head, "Great sage Saint Peak." Just as Jiang Chen was pondering, a disciple from Nanzhao rushed over, shouting. Jiang Chen saw that the disciple was planning a sneak attack on Jiang Chen. Dao Gi and Chao Muzi screamed in horror, but it was too late. Jiang Chen was struck hard in the back by the disciple and plunged into the pit. Dao Gi and Chao Muzi quickly rushed over to pull Jiang Chen up,
but their hands missed Jiang Chen's clothes. As a result, the two of them slipped and fell into the pit with Jiang Chen.
Xiao Qingji and Ruo Xiao screamed in panic. Master, Qing Lao was equally panicked, shouting, "Jiang Chen, Dao Gi,
Chao Muzi." The disciple from Dongzhao, seeing that his wicked plan had succeeded, excitedly tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Xiao Qingji and Ruo Xiao knelt on the ground, crying miserably, "Master, Master!" The disciple didn't stop, his words even more excited. "No one has ever gotten out of this myriad abyss. Deep before Jiang Chen is dead, senior brother, I've avenged you."
Qing Lao burst into flames of anger and rushed in front of the disciple faster than lightning.
His voice was icy cold. "You touched a disciple of the Poland Academy. Do you know the consequences?"
Seeing Qing Lao attack towards him, the disciple trembled, stepping backwards, extremely frightened. Suddenly, Qing Lao stopped. His face changed, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood.
Wei Mingdashi raised his head and looked at the sky, smirking.
"Someone's coming."
Immediately after, a foot stepped next to Qing Lao. An arrogant tone asked, "What consequences?"
As it turned out, the person who appeared was the elder of the sects in Nanzhao. They had fierce faces, threatening the people of Huangzhou fiercely. Such big words. Seeing their backer arrive, the Nanzhao disciples pointed fiercely at the Huangzhou disciples and accused, "Kill them! The people of Huangzhou killed our senior brother."
Elder Wei Mingdashi sighed, his tone still calm. "So it's not just them who have arrived." Following that, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see the sky turning crimson. A black streak appeared, then slowly cracked open.
The Nanzhao disciple who had pushed Jiang Chen down had a terrified expression.
Immediately afterwards, his whole body burst into flames, screaming in agonizing pain.
The two elders saw this scene and panicked extremely. This is caused by a saint spirit who has comprehended the heavenly human realm. Then they angrily shouted, "Who dares to kill people in front of us 5 saints? Get out here!" A beam of blue light shot down from the cracks in the sky. The person who came was Qingzu. Qingzu rushed down towards the myriad abyss deep, his tone threatening angrily. "If those three are dead, don't even think about living out of here, you five." Qingzu's eyes widened.
As soon as his body rushed down, it was blasted out by a large burst of light.
Qingzu had a shocked expression on his face, spitting out a mouthful of blood, saying in disbelief, "This is forbidden." Qingzu landed on the ground, gritting his teeth in anger, filled with unwillingness. The elders surrounded Qingzu, questioning fiercely, "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to us like that? Just a saint, yet you dare to talk big to us." Qingzu was humiliated like this for the first time, wiping away the blood from his lips. "You all deserve to die."
Qingzu stood up, his body releasing a cyan spirit energy like a huge tornado, blasting away the fearless elders. Below the myriad abyss deep, Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened.
Jiang Chen sat up, observing his surroundings. Seeing that Dao Qi and Chao Muzi had also woken up, Dao Qi looked around, not knowing where this was. Chao Muzi bumped into something, crying out in pain. Ugh. Jiang Chen and his crew were just chillin', on a boat floating down this blood-red river, surrounded by cliffs that were, totally sky-high. The guys on the boat were all Huang Shen Dao Cheng. Chao Muzi was checking out the scenery, all judgmental. I heard Huang Shen Dao Cheng was supposed to be, a paradise. But this place, straight out of hell. As he said that, Chao Muzi reached for his booze. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face went pale and he yelled,
"Hold up." Chao Muzi froze faster than you can say ice cream. He turned to Jiang Chen, looking confused. "Jiang bro, my wine jug fell. You ever seen a monk who doesn't drink?" Jiang Chen put a finger to his lips, shushing him like crazy. "Dude, check it out up ahead." Chao Muzi and Dao Qi spun around and their jaws hit the floor. Right in front of their boat was this massive, ginormous ship with tons of people on board.
"Just stand in there, frozen like statues," Jiang Chen told them. "Everyone on that boat is a Saint Realm expert." Then, the three hopped on the boat and saw rows and rows of these statue people, all lined up neatly, like they were guarding something. Jiang Chen pushed his way deeper and saw this huge golden pillar, covered in yin-yang symbols and radiating crazy spiritual energy. Jiang Chen's eyes bugged out, and this kinda crazy thought popped into his head. Dongsheng Imperial Dynasty. Chao Muzi, who was right behind Jiang Chen, blurted out, "The Dongsheng Imperial Dynasty used to rule the Wushen continent, then vanished overnight." Jiang Chen just stood there, thinking, that Dongsheng dynasty disappeared before I even reincarnated. Could they have been floating around here for, 10,000 years? Jiang Chen propped his chin on his hand and reached out to touch the pillar. "Say yin. They're all frozen in stasis. I wonder how long it's been." Jiang Chen's hand brushed against something sharp, and blood started flowing. Suddenly, the pillar lit up like a Christmas tree. Jiang Chen and the others looked up, totally confused. What the heck is that?
At that moment, cracks started to appear on those statue people. And then, the cracks got bigger and bigger until they exploded into a million pieces. The whole place collapsed in a cloud of dust. Dao Gia's face went white as a ghost, and he yelled, "Dude, look!" Meanwhile, the big ship carried the three forward, head straight towards a massive volcano. Back at Huangshen Daocheng, Xiao Qingda and his crew were hanging around this pit garden yacht, when suddenly these Donghuang disciples jumped out, attacking them out of nowhere. Ruo Zhao saw it happen and jumped into the air, delivering a haymaker that jacked up the dude's face. Blood spurted out, and he stared at Ruo Zhao in disbelief. "No way, I'm like the 10th ranked genius of Dong Zhao. How could I be beaten by some backwater mutt?"
Ruo Zhao's face darkened when he was called a mutt, and he growled, "We've already claimed this spot. If you want to die, I'll gladly send you on your way."
As he said that, Ruo Zhao's hand started glowing purple. The Donghuang disciples weren't scared though, and just sneered. "You think a backwater province like yours deserves to claim a Dao stage-enhancing pool? Be careful you don't play with the fire of creation, or you'll end up losing more than you gain, little girl." But before he could finish his sentence, Ruo Zhao smacked him in the back of the head. He looked at the corpse on the ground. Ruo Zhao was giving off a cold aura, stretched his wrist and snorted coldly. Looking for death? In the meantime, unbeknownst to Ruo Zhao, a figure was watching everything from above, a smirk playing on his lips. "Huang Zhao, how interesting."
Turning back to the three Jiang Chen, they exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, why did they suddenly shatter? Weren't they just alive?" Chao Muzi speculated.
"Normally, it must be after completing some kind of mission."
Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Even tranquility isn't forever. They've spent tens of thousands of years on this ship, wanting to reach Undying City. But even with their lifespans completely exhausted, they couldn't see hope. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching the stone statues, Chao Muzi trembled and stammered, "Jiang bro. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, relaxing his muscles and bones, and said, "Wait, meeting is fate. They risked tens of thousands of years for this obsession. They deserve respect." Chao Muzi's face froze, sweat pouring down. "No way!" Then Chao Muzi pointed to Jiang Chen's side and shouted, "Next to you, there's someone." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened,
and Chaomuzi also felt a chill beside him. Jiang Chen anxiously shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiang Chen turned to look, only to see a hot girl with a fiery body, with a shadow of a nail appearing on her head. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and 3 words appeared in his mind. Demon sealing nail. Legend has it that at the beginning of the world, there was a kind of nail in the world that suppressed the demon race under the Jiu Mountains, but after the chaos, the Jiu Mountains disappeared, and that nail was nowhere to be found. As for the demon race, no one had ever seen them before. Looking at the strange girl in front of him, Jiang Chen had a guess in his heart. Huangju's chi luck is interrupted. Could it be because of the demon race? Seeing that it was the demon race, Jiang Chen quickly grabbed the collars of Dao Gui and Chaomuzi, pulling them away, while shouting, "Get back! This place is Jiu Mountains." Dao Gui asked without understanding what was happening. Jiu Mountains. Then that woman is the demon race in the legends? Weren't they locked under the mountain? Jiang Chen shouted angrily. WTF, how would I know? Then, Jiang Chen took out a talisman and threw it in front of him. Jiang Chen analyzed. I've never even seen the demon race before I ascended, and the demon race in front of me looks at least to have the strength of a saint. The talisman was released, forming a huge shield, blocking in front of the demon race, and the 3 of Jiang Chen. Chaomuzi shouted anxiously, Jiang bro, what do we do? Jiang Chen stood still, his voice full of helplessness. I've set up 20 layers of defense. Even a great saint can last for a while. Jiang Chen turned his face, his eyes filled with sadness. If it really doesn't work, then let's die together. At least we'll have company in the Yellow Springs. Dao Gui and Chaomuzi shouted in fear. Jiang bro, calm down. The demon girl slowly walked towards the shield, her movements elegant. She placed her hand on it, and then she slowly opened her mouth, her voice like telling an old story. When the chaos first opened, my Saint clan was the emperor. It's just that I don't know why the world misunderstood the Saint clan as the demon clan. A sage sacrificed his life to open the sky, descending the demon-sealing nail to suppress our clan in the blood sea. The girl gently pressed her hand down, and the shield quickly cracked, then completely shattered. The demon girl's voice was full of sorrow, and she looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Why?" The 3 of Jiang Chen looked at the shield completely shattered, their bodies trembling, sweat falling like rain, and in the minds of the 3 of Jiang Chen, there was also a question. Why? The demon girl came in front of the 3 of them, her palm radiating purple energy. Chaomuzi hurriedly put his hand out to stop her, stammering, Senior, calm down." But then the demon girl still waved her hand, and 3 purple rays plunged straight into the heads of the 3 people. In the minds of the 3 people began to appear the initial image of that battle. Because of a mistake of our Saint clan, we were called the Demon Clan by the world, thinking that our Demon Clan betrayed all living beings. The image began to change, humans attacking the demon race. Oh God, don't come over here. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. This is memory imprinting. Her strength is definitely not just at the Saint realm. This is the power of a god. The demon girl's voice continued to echo. Could it be that we were called traitors for protecting the last incense of our clan? The demon girl had no choice but to compromise. We retreated. The 3 of Jiang Chen stood outside and observed, commenting, There were so many people just now, and now there are only a few of them left. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Only the descendants of Dongsheng royal dynasty can figure out the truth and come here to break the seal for our holy race. The girl's voice was full of sorrow. The holy race wasn't wrong in the first place. Why are people so stupid that they won't release us from this ridiculous seal? Jiang Chen and the other 2 clutched their chests, gasping for air, feeling as if they'd experienced everything she had. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. Memory imprints can't be faked, but just to be safe, Jiang Chen looked at the girl and asked seriously, Is what you're saying true? How do we know? And what the heck are the Undying City and those alien races anyway? The demon girl crossed her arms and retorted, Do I look like I need to trick you? All the spells, restrictions, formations, and barriers in the world are useless against our holy race. Jiang Chen glanced behind him and saw his talismans had been burned to ashes. Fearing Jiang Chen didn't believe her, the demon girl flew quickly in front of Jiang Chen, sized him up, and declared, With your qualifications, all 3 of you can enter the Undying City. Especially you. I see something different about you. Looking at the seductive body right in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but blush, his face burning hot. Jiang Chen screamed inwardly, My disguise slipped again. Jiang Chen regained his composure, stepped back, wiped his nosebleed, and asked, So senior, how do we get out of here and how can we help you? The demon girl slowly spoke, You believe me that easily? If I'm released, I'll destroy the Wushen continent. Chaomuzi and Dao Gui fearfully grabbed Jiang Chen's legs, desperately trying to stop him, wailing, Jiangxiang, let's stay away from her. Yeah, Jiangxiang, don't be seduced by her, your disciples are all stacked anyway. But they couldn't stop Jiang Chen. As he flew to the top of the mountain, Jiang Chen reached the top and unleashed his spiritual power,
shattering the demon-suppressing peak, Jiang Chen thought in his head. This demon-suppressing peak can be broken by the aura of any living being from the Wushen continent. The demon girl stared in disbelief at Jiang Chen, not expecting him to actually help her. You, Jiang Chen's voice echoed from behind the rising smoke. I believe the blood and tears of the murdered clansmen won't lie. Besides, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, his eyes filled with sympathy. It's not like I haven't been betrayed before, you know. Just then, the wooden barrels above them began to tremble violently. Jiang Chen looked up in astonishment. This is... The demon girl sighed, shaking her head. They ultimately couldn't escape the erosion of time. They've already broken apart upon emergence. But for the sake of this Wushen continent, we were worth it. Chao Muzi and Dao Gi sat on the ground, blankly staring at the sky, speechless. Seeing that it was getting late, the demon girl unleashed her energy, creating a portal. She said to the three of them, "All right. No need to be harmed for my demon race anymore. I should also go see what the Wushen continent is like. Now, I'll take you guys out." Jiang Chen clasped his hands towards the demon girl and said, "From now on, there will be no demon race. We will respect demons as saints." The demon girl widened her eyes in surprise. Respect demons as saints. After regaining her senses, the demon girl lowered her head, deeply moved, and said, "Thank you." The three stepped through the portal and fell straight to the ground. Chao Muzi pinned Dao Gi to the ground, using him as a shield. Chao Muzi scratched his head awkwardly. Didn't hurt at all. Dao Gi angrily pushed Chao Muzi away, yelling, "Damn monk, get off me, you're crushing me." The two got up, but Jiang Chen was nowhere to be found. They looked around, asking, "Hey, where's the boss?" Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in a field of flowers. Where is this? Jiang Chen walked through a forest, feeling a little worried. Where did those two go? I'm only at the late stage of the king realm right now. If someone comes to cause trouble... Suddenly, there was a strange noise from the river nearby. A green-haired girl with a hot body, completely naked, emerged from the water. Jiang Chen stared unblinkingly at the girl's body, without any embarrassment. This woman could probably rival Ne Lan Min. The girl had also noticed Jiang Chen's gaze on her. She widened her eyes in a fluster, attacking Jiang Chen with water. "Pervert!" Jiang Chen hastily explained. "Hey, wait. Misunderstanding." The girl grabbed a robe hanging on a nearby cliff and put it on. Utterly enraged, Jiang Chen turned away, adding insult to injury. Not a bad figure, just a little on the skinny side, especially in the chest area. The girl couldn't take it anymore, gritting her teeth. "I'll kill you, I must kill you." Jiang Chen acted clueless, as if nothing had happened. The girl used her ice powers to fly up. Under her control, they shot towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen recognized it at a glance. Didn't expect it's the little miss of the Dongfeng family. What a coincidence. He also used a Dongfeng family move to defend. The twofold manifestations, 4 symbols, 6 harmonies, 8 trigrams, Jiang Chen said confidently. "When it comes to formations, no one is my match." The girl stared blankly at the formation before her. "This is our Dongfeng family's 10-direction formation." He actually knows it. Jiang Chen and the green-haired girl faced off, the girl wondering. This 10-direction formation was created by the ancestor of the Dongfeng clan, Dongfeng Zihi. "How did you learn it?" Jiang Chen casually replied. "There's a lot you don't know, little miss." Quick as lightning, Jiang Chen appeared behind the girl and snatched her 3-colored lotus. The girl blankly turned her head. Jiang Chen held up the 3-colored lotus. "No wonder you were bathing in this river." "So, it's because the 3-colored lotus can increase one's cultivation." The girl wanted to take it back. "Give it back to me." But Jiang Chen had no intention of doing so. He grabbed the 3-colored lotus and ran off. "I don't have time to play with you, brat." The girl angrily tried to stop him. "Don't you dare run." A gourd was flying towards the girl, and then slammed hard into her head. The girl cried out, "Ouch!" and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen glanced back. Spotted Dao Gi and Chao Muju. Jiang Chen rebuked. "You two still remember to find me. You even said we're brothers in life and death," Dao Gi said in a panic. "Jiang bro, something happened." Jiang Chen, seeing Chao Muju supporting a severely injured Jiang Liu, was shocked. Jiang Liu is almost done for. On the other side, that annoying Shi Buyu stomped on Ruo Xiao, causing her to cry out in pain. He put on a smug face. "A wannabe necromancer? Seems like all you have is a pretty face. You better kill me now, or I swear I'll never let you get away with this," roared Ruo Xiao, furious. No sooner had she spoken than he slapped her across the face. "You little brat, so mouthy. Did that good-for-nothing Shifu of yours never teach you manners? Old man here is going to teach you what it feels like to be a woman." As he said this, he tore at her clothes. Just then, a surge of power slammed into Shi Buyu. He glanced over, but it was too late to defend himself. Jiang Chen's attack sent him flying. Shi Buyu howled in rage. "Who's there?" Jiang Chen appeared, radiating fury. Seeing Jiang Chen, Ruo Xiao's heart leaped with joy. "Shifu," Jiang Chen's face was grim. "So it's you, using your filthy hands on my disciple." Shi Buyu sneered. "Oh ho, if it isn't the renowned Jiang Chen, so what if it's me? A mere mortal realm trash dares to make a move on me.
a pseudo-saint. Today, I'll let you watch your disciples get played to death. Jiang Chen was shocked. A pseudo-saint, Ruo Xiao worriedly said. Shifu, it was this guy who hurt Jiang Liu, but your cultivation. Jiang Chen told her to rest. Leave this place to Shifu. Jiang Chen mused. Although the three-colored lotus has restored my cultivation to its original mortal realm state, to deal with a pseudo-saint, I still have to use the myriad manifestation heavenly execution. The guy standing outside taunted Jiang Chen. Aya, you think so much of your trashy self? You don't even want your life anymore? You little piece of crap. Quickly kowtow to our boss, and maybe he'll reward you with an intact corpse. Jiang Chen didn't say much and immediately took action. Clasping his hands together, Dao Soul Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Execution. Shi Buyu acted contemptuously. What do you think that is? You want to fight me with a discarded Dao Soul? He slammed his weapon hard on the ground, and a giant skull appeared. Jiang Chen struggled to resist. A few moments later, Jiang Chen shattered Shi Buyu's move, leaving him and his group stunned. Jiang Chen sneered. Garbage Dao Soul. Following that, Jiang Chen used another technique, only to be seen standing there with his arms folded. A clear blue light like water surrounded him. Jiang Chen sternly said, "Incorporate water, gather towards Jiang Chen's hand, and form a sword." Jiang Chen held the sword and advanced. Xie Buyu scorned. What? You think making a little sword can stop me? Die. Xie Buyu grinned sinisterly. Despicably, he didn't fight Jiang Chen, and instead rushed towards his disciple. Jiang Chen glanced over. In an instant, Xie Buyu was covered in blood, speechless in shock. Xie Buyu coughed up fresh blood, collapsing to the ground. Xie Buyu's lackeys couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. This can't be happening, right? Jiang Chen clicked his tongue in regret. Missed the sweet spot. One of Xie Buyu's trembling underlings stuttered, You? His eyes were filled with the vicious look on Jiang Chen's face. And then, BM. That dude was instantly turned into chunky salsa. The rest of them froze, each sweating buckets of fear. Xie Buyu, a freaking quasi-saint, got one-shotted. Run, he's a monster. Just then Chao Muzi strolled out, carrying Jiang Liu and Dao Gi on his back. Chao Muzi was surprised. Jiang bro, is that a quasi-saint lying on the ground? Jiang Chen didn't answer, just said, What took you guys so long? Get Jiang Liu down? Chao Muzi listened to Jiang Chen and used his Dao Soul to heal Jiang Liu. Feng Yu and Ruo Xiao. Xiao Cheng flinched. Jiang Chen was trying his best. The four lay motionless, absorbing Jiang Chen's Dao Soul. A moment later, Ruo Xiao slowly lowered herself to the ground, gently opened her eyes, and sat up. Ruo Xiao stood up, feeling like she had a new source of power. She exclaimed happily, Master, your Dao Soul is so magical. Jiang Chen wondered, why did they want to hurt you guys? Ruo Xiao recounted, After entering the Dao field, we thought our strength could rival anyone from any major continent, so we monopolized a Dao seed pit. That Dao seed can help cultivators reach the perfect 9th stage limit, and even those who have broken through to the venerable realm can raise their Dao stage. Some geniuses even reach quasi-saint status after fusing with the Dao seed and breaking their limits. Jiang Chen mused. Targeted for the Dao seed, huh? After breaking through to the venerable realm, my own cultivation technique is already at the 13th stage. As for that Dao seed, Ruo Xiao and the others worry that they are not skilled enough. Don't be angry, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Chen's face suddenly lit up. Jackpot. A day later, in the Dao hunting zone, a group of people were there. Corpses lay strewn across the floor. Someone spoke up. Someone's coming. Ghost Martial Heir Jiang Liu Ba. Beside him, the fake Ruo Xiao. Who are they? Who is that? Ruo Xiao pointed downwards. Master? There are 3 big pits here, with the most Dao seeds born. Maybe one can be born in 2 or 3 days. Why don't we go down to those 3 pits? Jiang Chen said. What do you mean, Rob? Why not just wait for the Dao seed to come out instead of digging directly? The others were speechless. Jiang Liu interjected. Boss, a deep pit like this that can produce Dao seeds must be extraordinary. How can it be easily dug by others? Jiang Chen didn't say much, clasping his hands together. Dark and light heavenly dance. Jiang Chen immediately rushed down and punched the ground with all his might. Jiang Chen was stunned, not moving at all. The people outside mocked him. Country bumpkins from the wildlands. This is the Dao field of the gods. How could we let a useless waste from the wildlands overturn it? Jiang Chen looked at the pit in his hand. Can't overturn it. But suddenly, a loud sound erupted. Emperor Vine's secret art. 1,000 hands. The crowd that had been mocking Jiang Chen was stunned. Emperor Vine, he's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat down and said sternly, Get out here, you little bastards. A blinding light flashed. The earth and rocks there exploded. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Eyes wide, mouths agape. In a panic, the Dao quarry is broken. A few minutes later, everything was shrouded in thick white smoke and disappeared. 6 of them fell out, and Jiang Chen clenched his fist triumphantly. Yeah, that's more like it. A man needs luck, and mine will never be bad. Jiang Liu and the others were speechless.
Jiang Chen was very pleased with himself. Not bad, not bad. 6 in one go, I'm gonna be rich.
The others couldn't believe their eyes. Holy crap, you can do that. I can't even find one, and this guy digs up 6 daddio seeds right away. What are we waiting for? Let's dig too. They got to work. And after a while, they burst into happy laughter. I can advance now. But their joy didn't last long. A loud explosion rang out.
Boom. The 3 of them were knocked to the ground, faces covered in dirt and blood. We've met a ghost. This is even harder than supreme-grade spirit stones. How did that Jiang Chen dig it out?
Jiang Liu said, Boss, they don't have the right method, they're just hurting themselves. Shouldn't we remind them?
But Jiang Chen was no longer there, boss. Where did you go? He came to the new pit. 3 more. Looks like I have to dig a few more pits, Jiang Liu shouted. Boss, wait up. The 2 guys crossed their arms smugly and said, Lowly ants aren't worthy of Dao seeds. Leave the Dao seeds behind, and you can get lost. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently.
What's all the noise? Then, seeing everything, he said with bright eyes, I think there's something good over there, disciples. Leave this place to you. Your teacher is going over there to take a look.
Ruo Xiao said, Master, go ahead and dig. We'll handle it here. Jiang Liu was helpless. We're doomed. The boss is beyond saving. Xiao Qingyi also spoke up. Master is too greedy for money, isn't he? The 2 guys were furious.
You dare to look down on us. The 2 of them wanted to charge forward to fight. But suddenly they froze, terrified. They were frightened by Xiao Qingyi's magic power and fell backward. Xiao Qingyi said angrily, You don't have the strength and still want to steal from my master. Do you have any shame? The 2 guys said in confusion. Barger Netherworld sorcerer Ruo Zhao asked curiously, What's wrong? One guy said in surprise. Looks like he dug it up, Jiang Chen said with a doubtful tone. I was wondering why it felt so strange. 13 of them. It's too heavy. I can barely hold them. The people outside were in an uproar. Damn it, how did that kid dig up so much? What are we digging for? Let's just rob him.
But they were stopped by Jiang Liu's disciples. Jiang Liu said,
Boss, these guys are at least at the quasi-sage realm. And there are at least 2 of them. What do we do? Ruo Zhao worriedly asked. Master, there are too many of them, Jiang Chen said from inside the pit. This is a bit tricky. One of them spoke up. What a joke. A good-for-nothing from the desolate province at the sovereign realm dares to monopolize the Daoyo seed in front of me. Hand over the Daoyo seed, and you can keep your whole body,
Xiao Qingyi said with a pitiful face.
Master, what should we do? Jiang Chen just sighed. Luckily, after the last battle, my realm has shifted a bit. My current spiritual energy reserves should be enough to use this move. He cast a spell and shouted, What are you crying for? One of them said. Jiang Chen, you're absolutely outmatched. What are you trying to pull with this fake mystique?
Jiang Chen slammed his hand on the ground, and he sternly asked, Fake mystique? The group panicked. What is that?
A bunch of red stuff appeared, looking very ferocious. He said to Xiao Qingyi, Qingyi, watch carefully. This is the true inheritance of the 6 Paths Ghost Gate. His eyes flashed. The return of the king. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Each of these guys has the power of the upper sovereign realm. A few ants can't shake them. Kang Long, you're just wasting time. What's the point of struggling? They turned to each other, nodded to signal each other, and then a group of people rushed towards Jiang Chen. What's there to be afraid of? Are we, 2 quasi-sages, afraid of these ants? Jiang Chen asked with a sly smile. Really, how about this? Jiang Chen made his move, soul shift. One of them was stunned. This is the limitless soul shift that's infinitely close to the quasi-sage realm. A necromancer, a soul shifter, 2 extremely rare professions, Jiang Chen said smugly. How about it, not fighting anymore?
Jiang Chen happily turned to leave and said, I'll leave this place to you guys. I'm taking the Dao seed, the group shouted.
Kill Jiang Chen, you damned bastard,
Xiao Qingyi exclaimed. This is a true necromancer. Someone behind him wondered. Boss, what is Master doing anyway? Jiang Chen rejoiced.
I'm rich, he continued. This must be the last one, he laughed joyfully. It's all mine now.
Suddenly, Jiang Chen froze. The ground shook and then exploded. Boom. The group of people flew far away. Jiang Chen exclaimed,
Oh my god. Those guys were dragging themselves on the ground. The restrictions here are triggered. The Dao hunting ground is inaccessible now. This guy's too wicked. Cultivating Dao seeds to the point of triggering the Dao hunting ground's restrictions, Jiang Chen calmly says, I'm not even done digging yet. What's the rush?
Suddenly, an old geezer pops out from underground, sending Jiang Chen flying with a flick, then yells, Scram.
This old man is the mountain god here, born of heaven and earth. With the divine phoenix's desolate god mandate, protecting this place. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. After speaking, the old coot dives back into the ground, leaving everyone gawking.
3 days later, 2 guys are chatting. A supreme realm cultivator from Desolate Continent dug up the Dao hunting ground so much that it closed down. Dude, stop talking. I heard a bunch of prodigies are hunting him down, but he still got away. That kid has a huge number of Dao seeds. Killing him means we get them all. Jiang Chen overhears these 2 and thinks, turns out getting rich isn't always a good thing. Now the entire desolate god Dao field, except for some top-tier family prodigies, is after me, with my current cultivation level.
But if I didn't have Dabio seeds in my hands, I'd already be in the perfected third stage of the supreme realm. No one has ever broken this limit, not even the gods above in the 9 heavens understand it. But paths are made by walking. How do you know if there's a road ahead without trying? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen sits down, closes his eyes, and slowly floats upwards.
Half a day later, 5 or 6 Jiang Chens are sitting on a tree branch cultivating.
He looks up, puzzled. What's that? Something that looks like an eye appears, and he's completely bewildered. My body and divine powers are locked down, transcendent, listed for purification. Jiang Chen feels controlled by that strange thing, unable to move his body or use his abilities. Suddenly, that weird thing disappears. Jiang Chen thinks, transcendent, listed for purification, what does that mean? Could this be the warning after exceeding the peak? But now I've used the Dao seeds to break through 53 levels. I can even fight those quasi-saint realm prodigies. Jiang Chen overhears 2 guys behind him talking. The sword seed is about to open. Let's go quickly and see if we can get any spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the sword seed has a spirit. You can't just take it, you have to be accepted by the spirit. He thinks to himself, that black mist from the sword seed just now didn't seem friendly at all, and it could lock down my abilities. If there's a divine spirit, it might be helpful. Jiang Chen disguises himself to enter the sword seed to avoid being recognized, especially disguised. He overhears people in front talking. Be careful, the sword seed has martial energy. People without enough strength will have a hard time entering. I just saw some people get cut by the martial energy. Then one of the Black Vein twin swords, White Sword Lu Xie, also arrives. It's said he has the true teachings of the Northern Continent Heavenly Sword Sect, and only Black Sword Zhao Wangyu of the same generation can compare to him. Quick! Look, the spiritual energy is choosing a master. Yes, Lu Xie is indeed a sword master, making many spirits accept him. Seeing this, Lu Xie frowns. Not accepting me, someone exclaims. Oh my god, what's that dark cyan longsword? Even Lu Xie can't subdue it. Someone walks up from behind and says, let me try. Jiang Chen is stunned. He intently observes that person. Mu Xingyun sighs and walks away. What would an assassin do with a sword? Are there any daggers here? The crowd erupted. Spring thunder and winter snow, the kings of daggers, are here. Seriously, getting one makes you an assassin king. Getting both means you're destined to rule the world. What the heck? Jiang Chen thought. Mu Fengmu already has the Shadow Dao soul, and now he's got the spring thunder and winter snow, these king daggers. This guy can't be allowed to live. Since you didn't choose him, maybe you'll choose me. It's Black Sword, one of the white twin swords, Xiao Wangyu, sure enough. Where White Sword, Lu Xie appears, Black Sword, Xiao Wangyu appears. These two are natural enemies, like destined rivals. Suddenly, a loud shout, alright. The crowd buzzed. Whose kid is that? How did such a small cultivator get in here? Wait, she has a late-stage celestial realm cultivation. What? How is that possible? Jiang Yueli shouted, mine. Mine. They're all mine. Quick, look. Qi spirits, so many Qi spirits are showing themselves. Are they all accepting that kid? No, duh. She's already flown right in front of them. Isn't that acceptance? What kind of LCK does this kid have? So many spirits are accepting her in an instant, Jiang Yueli said. Sorry guys. Even though you chose me, I only want that one. I can feel you. What is that weapon? So strange. And there's a picture of a woman on it. Jiang Chen thought, no way, moonlit beauty. The appearance of Yue Liu shocked Jiang Chen to the core. He held it up in front of himself, unconsciously calling her name, Yue Liu. No way. Hazy memories between him and Yue Liu flashed through his mind. Jiang Chen was fighting alongside her. At this time he was in the position of a god king. Jiang Chen looked at Yue Liu and asked, why did you leave a beauty on the weapon? Weapons are used to kill enemies. You are so beautiful. Before Jiang Chen finished speaking, Yue Liu raised her finger to her mouth, shh, with a mysterious face, and then relaxed. She said, it is because I want you to find me. Then the two hugged tightly. Without realizing it, the scene was full of happiness. Jiang Chen gently assured, don't worry, in Juxiao I will never leave your sight, never will. Suddenly Yue Liu moved away from Jiang Chen's arms. She flew into the sky. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at him and said, no. You have always protected me before. Today it is my turn. After speaking, 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. With a reluctant look, Jiang Chen came back to reality. At this time, Jiang Chen's eyes were full of tears. He thought in his heart, she has never appeared, but her magical weapon is on the great god continent. Just now was the image of Yue Liu reflected on the great god continent high sword that Jiang Yueli was holding in her hand. Everyone was stunned and unbelievable. The magical weapon chooses its owner. No way. The crescent mark on Jiang Yueli's forehead lit up. Her eyes widened, looking blankly at Jiang Chen standing behind her, murmuring, that's not right. Could it be that Yue Liu has also been reborn? The guy standing behind Lu Ziye and Xiao Wangyu gaped in surprise, pointed at Jiang Yueli and said, I recognize it, that's the niece that the Jiang family ancestor loves the most, Jiang Yueli. Then they started gossiping about this girl. It is said that when Jiang Yueli was born, moonlight and divine light descended from the sky, and a vague phantom appeared above Jiang's ancestor's residence. She started practicing at the age of 3, entered the Tao at the age of 5, became a venerable at the age of 7, and is now only 9 years old with late-stage celestial realm cultivation. What a peerless genius. The two black and white swords, Lu Ziye and Xiao Wangyu, sweated after hearing the origin of this girl. Their expressions were a little thick-skinned.
Our protagonist is still immersed in old memories. His eyes are sparkling, looking at Jiang Yueli and thinking with emotion in his heart. Born with moonlight and divine light. Could it really be her?
Jiang Chen squatted down on the ground and asked Jiang Yueli solemnly, when you were born, did moonlight and divine light descend from the sky, and was there an extra phantom appearing? Do you know the name of the spirit treasure in your hand?
Jiang Yueli frowned, looking warily at Jiang Chen, and retorted sharply, that's right, lots of people know. What do you want to do, snatch my moonlit beauty? Jiang Chen was stunned and asked, how do you know this divine artifact is called moonlit beauty? Jiang Yueli looked innocent and replied, I'm not too sure about that either, but I just know it. It seems this spirit artifact originally belonged to me. I don't really understand. I just have a feeling.
Jiang Chen frowned, certain in his heart. This is definitely Yu Yeyu's reincarnation.
Unable to contain the emotions in his heart, he reached out a trembling hand towards Jiang Yueli's hair, gently thinking, we've met again in this life.
Jiang Chen patted Jiang Yueli's head and said to her, I won't snatch it, it's good to see you. The group behind him looked at Jiang Chen's cultivation and showed contempt, coldly saying, a late-stage reverent realm? How could someone like this enter the sword seed? The guy next to him suspiciously said, is he Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen pretended to be innocent, turning around and scratching his head, asking, I'm not Jiang Chen, who is that? These two guys have sharp eyes. They immediately confirmed and threatened, don't think disguising yourself will fool us. Out of 700 people, you're the only late-stage reverent realm. In the 7 great continents and the desolate god Dao sect, you're the only one with a late-stage reverent realm cultivation, and that person is Jiang Chen. If you have guts, don't come out, dare to step out of the sword seed, and I'll take your dog life.
Unexpectedly, his identity was exposed. Through the logical arguments of these two guys, Jiang Chen could no longer hide it. He sighed, then transformed back to his original state, his face cold as he thought. As expected, handsomeness can't be hidden. Xiao Wangyu seized the opportunity while everyone was off guard and flew towards Jiang Yueli, intending to eliminate her. Jiang Yueli stood frozen, looking like she was about to cry.
Jiang Chen immediately stood in front of her, launching a counterattack against Xiao Wangyu. Jiang Yueli put her hands to her cheeks and screamed. Jiang Chen patted the little girl's head and questioned the black and white swords. What are you doing? I snatched the Dao seed. What does it have to do with this child? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at their cultivation, and thought to himself, two quasi-saints. Lu Ziye stood with his arms crossed, analyzing the situation. At 9 years old, she's already at the late-stage heaven realm. If we let her grow up, how would we have a share in this world? A genius appears once in 1,000 years. A god is made once in 1,000 years. Xiao Wangyu chimed in. In 1,000 years, only one person can become a god. We are all vying to become gods. On the path to becoming a god, there is only killing, stepping on the corpses of others to rise. How can we let a major competitor grow stronger? The green-haired guy agreed with the black and white swords, saying, that's right. At 9 years old, she's already at the late-stage heaven realm. Jiang Chen's strength is formidable, but in terms of cultivation, he's only at the late-stage reverent realm. Then the group surrounded Jiang Chen and Jiang Yueli, and they said in unison, kill the little girl first, then kill Jiang Chen. We absolutely can't let these two monsters develop. Faced with everyone's denunciation, Jiang Yueli fearfully stood close behind Jiang Chen, her mouth trembling as she called out, Xiao Gage, I'm scared. She looked up at Jiang Chen with her large, teary eyes, which were also so clear and innocent. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Yueli's head and reassured her, don't worry. He looked at the people in front of him with a cold gaze, determined in his heart, in this life, I won't let you get hurt again. Xiao Wangyu launched a burst of power towards Jiang Chen, who quickly put his hand out to block it. Then he smiled smugly and said, oh, still not done. Too bad. Jiang Chen's face darkened. His hands clenched tightly as if he wanted to crush them. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I'll kill you all. Jiang Yueli was extremely frightened at this moment, clinging to the back of his clothes. She was afraid that Jiang Chen couldn't defeat this group of people, so she asked, Xiao Gage, can we leave here? Jiang Chen sat down on the ground, placed his hand on Jiang Yueli's shoulder, and looked at her with a loving gaze, replying, yes, even if I die, I'll take you away safely. His eyes were full of determination to win, thinking in his heart, how can I lose you again? With that, Jiang Chen turned around, ready to fight his heart out with his group of people. Jiang Yu, looking very tense, announced to Jiang Chen, boss, we just saw the 7th prince of the Zhongzhou dynasty arrive. Just then, the 7th prince of the Zhongzhou dynasty also flew over. He arrogantly asked, why can't we come? Who doesn't like killing geniuses? If you don't kill this child and Jiang Chen, I'm afraid you'll rule this world later on." A bunch of people standing in a circle below chimed in. "That's right. In this world, at this moment, only I can become a god. Killing you all will increase my chances of becoming a god." With that, they rushed towards Jiang Chen, launching attacks.
Jiang Yu looked flustered, seeking Jiang Chen's guidance. "Boss, so many chosen ones, pseudo-saints and near-pseudo-saints. What do we do?" Jiang Chen's pupils turned a blood-red color.
He clasped his hands together, muttering an incantation, Gong Ming, unleashing his fiery energy.
Jiang Yueling clung tightly to his clothes.
The seventh prince of the Central Continent dynasty smirked triumphantly. He said, "Let's see who can stop me from becoming a god now."
Xiao Wangyu's eyes turned stern and bloodthirsty. "Don't blame me," Lu Ziye added. "You can only blame yourselves for being monsters." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, smoke and fire filling the air like a bomb blast. Ying Qing, standing outside, looked shocked and warned everyone.
"Wait, what is that?"
Jiang Chen embraced Jiang Yueling, shielding her with all his might.
He looked incredibly majestic and awe-inspiring at this moment, but suddenly, blood spurted from his mouth. Jiang Yueling cried out in alarm.
Xiaoge Jiang Liu also stood there stunned, calling out, "Boss!" Likewise, Jiang Chen's disciples all turned to him with worried looks, softly saying, "Shifu." The seventh prince of the Central Continent dynasty wiped the sweat from his brow, then sneered, "I thought it was some kind of powerful technique. It's just him, at his wit's end." Then he laughed gleefully.
Jia Shen angrily growled, "Worthy of being called a chosen one. Worthy of becoming a god. Becoming a god means ganging up on a kid who's just a few years old. Even if everyone else is innocent, they must be eliminated in order to become a god."
Jiang Chen raised his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Swords, come to me." Two intense beams of light erupted from his body, leaving everyone stunned in disbelief. The crowd started clamoring, asking each other, "What's going on? Jiang Chen is being accepted by all the sword spirits. No way!" Lu Ziye and Xiao Wang, you frowned, looking bitter, saying, "Impossible. Even those of us who entered the Dabio through the sword couldn't make them budge. There's no way anyone in this world can move them. That black sword in the center is moving." The black melt sword spun around and flew toward Jiang Chen's hand. He shouted, "Receive the sword!" The riffraffs and weaklings looked at Jiang Chen's actions in confusion, asking each other, "What else does he want?" Cracks started appearing on the stone, accompanied by sparks. Just 2 seconds later, the stone shattered into pieces, revealing a dazzling sword radiating an incredibly powerful life force. Jiang Chen gripped the sword tightly, loudly answering their previous questions. "Let me tell you all what a sword truly is."
With that, he soared into the air, looking truly heroic and imposing.
Jiang Chen charged straight towards Lu Ziye, sword in hand. Seeing this, Lu Ziye hastily made his move, swinging his sword, releasing a wave of spiritual energy accompanied by a blinding light, confidently declaring, "Lu Ziye has never lost." Lu Ziye's sword pierced through the layer of fiery energy that Jiang Chen created. Jiang Chen continued to swing his sword, making the layer of fiery energy even thicker. He stood with his legs apart, leaning to the side, shouting, "Sword wheel reversal!" Seeing this, Lu Ziye exclaimed in panic, "What? Golden dragon manifestation?" The green dragon spewed out, freezing Lu Ziye in place with terror. As quick as lightning, the battle was over. Jiang Chen squatted on the ground, sword in hand, looking extremely pleased with himself, while Lu Ziye stood there dumbfounded, blood pouring from his mouth, covered in wounds inflicted by Jiang Chen. The onlookers were also incredibly shocked, exclaiming, "He blocked Lu Ziye's ultimate move." Lu Ziye suffered a crushing defeat against Jiang Chen. He was pissed beyond belief, and spat, "Just you wait." Then, he had no choice but to retreat to the back to heal his wounds. Jiang Chen's victory delighted Jiang Yueling, her eyes sparkling as she cheered, "Little bro." Jiang Chen's senses were sharp as ever. He instantly noticed someone was rushing to attack Jiang Yueling. He shouted a warning to her, "Careful." Then, he flew in front of Jiang Yueling, using his sword to block the sneak attack. Jiang Chen frowned. Furious, he declared, "Lu Ziye, I know you're not just a swordsman but also an archer. You have no shame, resorting to sneak attacks, so today you die." At that moment the sky darkened, black clouds surged in, and the wind howled. Jiang Chen stood tall, radiating confidence. Lu Ziye continuously launched attacks at him and Jiang Yueling, but none of them worked. Jiang Chen simply raised his sword to block them, a smirk playing on his lips.
To deal with an archer, focus your chi and spirit, and use your sword chi to track them. Jiang Chen unleashed a palm strike, sending a series of fiery blasts back at Lu Ziye, forcing him to squat on the ground,
clutching onto a tree trunk, his face filled with panic, stuttering, How is this possible?" Then, the fire chi that Jiang Chen unleashed pierced through Lu Ziye's chest. He gritted his teeth, his eyes still filled with resentment, his gaze scattering everywhere.
All eyes were on him, a clear warning from Jiang Chen to anyone else planning to kill him and Jiang Yueling. The blue-robed disciples of some sect whispered to each other, "White Sword Lu Ziye is dead. Oh my god, Is Jiang Chen really only at the peak of the reverent realm? He's a freak? Suddenly, a magic spell shot straight towards Jiang Chen.
He nimbly dodged it.
Above was the painter.
He seemed very confident. Wielding the power of a silver tiger hovering in the air, Jiang Chen craned his neck to look. Then, to his left, was the bald mad monk, with pitch-black eyes staring at Jiang Chen. Ming Chen, wearing only a loincloth, rushed towards Jiang Chen for a direct attack. Jiang Chen remained completely calm, while the others were freaking out. It's the painter and the mad monk, both peak heaven realm experts. One fights up close, one attacks from afar. Jiang Chen is screwed this time. Jiang Chen smirked confidently, saying, combining close and long-range attacks. Then come at me all at once. With that, he soared into the air, gripping his sword tightly and pointing it straight at the sky, shouting, "One sword bloom. When it blooms, all flowers wither. Sword dance for 9 heavens." A burst of fire chi erupted from Jiang Chen, and the mad monk and the painter were stunned. Spitting out blood, covered in wounds, they died within 10 seconds of engaging. How embarrassing. The bystanders started gossiping again. The painter and mad monk were annihilated before they could even get close. Could this Jiang Chen not only cultivate the sword, but also be proficient in other classes?
Black Hand's 6th prince of the Central Province dynasty appeared. Looking extremely mysterious, he sneered. Fighting until now, and no one on their side has died. Are you all trash? Black Hand had a missing eye. A long scar stretched across his face, and he stood with his arms crossed, looking quite confident. The white-haired guy behind him called out to remind Jiang Chen, "6th bro, hostiles. Someone's attacking." Our protagonist raised his hand in front of himself, planning to ambush Jiang Chen from behind. Instantly, Jiang Chen raised his sword to block his attack. So it's fatty bloodshed Buddha Yuan Cheng. He looked at Jiang Chen with unfriendly eyes and smirked challengingly. How can killing people be called a sneak attack? The commentators around continued to chatter excitedly. The Central Province dynasty's 6th prince and bloodshed Buddha Yuan Cheng are here. These two kill people like cutting grass.
They are all first-rate experts. Jiang Chen definitely won't escape this time. While Jiang Chen was defending against Yuan Cheng, the Black Qi of the Central Province dynasty's Black Hand's 6th prince struck straight into Jiang Chen's defenses, piercing through his abdomen, catching Jiang Chen off guard. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face paled. He grunted. Jiang Chen dropped his sword,
collapsing to the ground, clutching his wound. The small fries saw their chance and took advantage of the situation, urging each other on. Quick, he's injured, kill him.
Jiang Chen grimaced, blood still pouring from his mouth. The situation was extremely urgent. Hanging by a thread, he thought to himself, this isn't good. Recovery takes time.
At this moment, a familiar figure appeared like a savior to the protagonist, a loud voice booming from the sky. Let's see who dares to hurt my brother today.
The people who were about to attack Jiang Chen looked up, none other than Huang Jichong. With a single palm strike, he sent those guys flying kilometers away, scattering rocks and debris everywhere.
Jiang Chen called out to his teammate, Huang Juzhong. What's going on? Yuan Cheng's body looked like it was sliced in half. His face utterly shocked. He let out a loud, "Ah!" The demonic Buddha power within him was raging. A civil war breaking out. Yuan Cheng grabbed his own neck and spat out a mouthful of blood. He involuntarily glanced behind him and shouted, Who is it?"
Rong Tiangshu appeared behind Jiang Chen.
Her eyes were sharp as she looked at the group in front of her and said, "By order of the old ancestor, I'm here to protect you." He Shu laughed heartily, expressing his disdain. "Relying on you guys, kill them." Suddenly, Huang Jingzhong flew behind He Xiao, who turned around to look, startled. Huang Jingzhong reminded He Xiao, "You should worry about yourself first." This warning made He Xiao break out in a cold sweat. As for Yuan Cheng, he ran away scared shitless. He hid behind a boulder to observe, but unfortunately, Rong Tiangshu spotted him. She placed her sword against his neck, turning him pale with fear and soaking his forehead with sweat.
Rong Tiangshu ordered him, "Don't move." The messenger Yuan Cheng also raised both hands in surrender, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Yueling rushed into Jiang Chen's arms, extremely uneasy and worried, and asked, "Jiang Chen Gij, can they hold out against so many people?" Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "No problem." Jiang Chen also felt a bit uneasy in his heart. Although our side is strong, the number of people is too different. Xiao Wangyu seized the opportunity of Jiang Chen's serious injury and pounced, brandishing his sword towards him, saying fiercely, "Die." He unleashed a dazzling white-green aura. At this moment, Nian Chengge's hand appeared, forcefully blocking Xiao Wangyu's power, and joked, "Let me find you." While holding a martial arts manual, she smacked Xiao Wangyu across the mouth with a palm strike, causing him to spit out blood. Nian Chengge said with a smug look, "Found you. If you want to pass, you'll have to go over my dead body." Jiang Chen immediately reminded her, "It's dangerous here." Before he could finish speaking, Nian Chengge waved her hand and shook her head vigorously. She shouted, "Big sis, save me!" startling Jiang Chen. He stared blankly. Jiang Yuling also gaped, her eyes wide. Tian Zhao, who was planning to attack,
was hit by a terrifying power from Nian Chengge's big sis, freezing him in place for 5 seconds. Tian Zhao's face was filled with anger. He was sweating profusely, gnashing his teeth as he watched the power suppress him, and said, "No way! This is the technique of the Tongyu Divine Palace." Nian Chengge's big sis said with a cold, annoyed expression. "How infuriating! I thought I found a man, but it turned out to be one of my own kind. Today I'll see who dares to act recklessly." Nian Chengge chimed in, "That's right, let's see who dares to do anything to my big sis." Nian Chengge's big sis turned and tapped her head lightly, reminding her, "Especially you." The commentators were once again gossiping and judging. "People from the Tongyu Divine Palace are here. Ba Liu Lian, that's a successor of the Tongtian Divine Palace. The 7th prince, a semi-saint at his peak, was killed with one blow. Yuan Sheng, full of momentum, and Hong Hu charged up to solo with Jiang Chen. He roared ferociously as he channeled his energy into his hand. "That bitch blew it because I lost an avatar. Because of you, I'll kill you." Jiang Chen immediately raised his sword to block his palm strike. Yuan Sheng's strength did not make Jiang Chen fall. Jiang Chen fixed his cold gaze and asked Yuan Sheng, giving him only one chance to answer, "Do you really want to be enemies with me?" Then he launched the sword into the sky, a smug smile spreading across his face, and said, "This sword is Zhui Tian." The illusion of 5 heavenly gods, heavenly kings, appeared in the sky, which were light-type pure fire type Zhihi Niao, wood-type Dai Tong, earth-type Tu Bing Shi, dark-type Dai An He Tian. Yuan Sheng slumped to the ground, looked up at the sky, a dazed and astonished expression, stammering, "A weapon of the heavens, a god king. No way! How could his weapon be on the martial god continent?" The people behind him were equally stunned, mouths agape in amazement. They started chattering again. "This Jiang Chen is proficient in all professions. Holy crap, he's a reincarnation of the Yi Yuan celestial god? The wasteland is about to rise?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen flashed a confident and smug smile. Nian Chengge stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Jiang Chen with eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "My Shifu is indeed awesome, and so handsome." Seeing that he couldn't compete with Jiang Chen's gang, Yuan Sheng made an excuse to end the battle. "Kid, you guys have the numbers today. Next time we meet, I'll kill you all," he probably thought, after seeing the faces of the 5 celestial gods and heavenly kings. This kid is like the original Yuan celestial god, surrounded by the protection of the Tongyu Tian and Tongyu Divine Halls, direct disciples. This isn't a place to stay long. The 6th prince of the Central Continent dynasty also had to retreat, not forgetting to posture before leaving. "You'll all die when you get to the main hall." The guy beside him chimed in, "A bunch of wasteland bastards daring to compete with us in the wasteland god Dao field. You're just courting death." The Black Hand, the 6th prince of the Central Continent dynasty, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This guy absolutely cannot live. Second brother is already at the main hall. He has to be killed in one strike." Jiang Chen stood proudly in the air and expressed his gratitude to the spectators who were still watching. "Thank you, everyone. This battle has given me some insights that require secluded cultivation. I hope you all will take your leave." Bai Fengyu looked at Jiang Chen with a worried expression, calling out, "Shifu." Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Bai Fengyu then performed a spell to create a spatial door. Before leaving, she still turned her head back to look at Jiang Chen and instructed him, "Father told me to return quickly. Shifu, you must take good care of yourself." The fun was over. Nian Chengji's elder sister also pulled her away. Nian Chengji cheerfully bid farewell to Jiang Chen. "Then I'll wait for you at the Tongtian Divine Hall." Huang Jingzhong also flew away, saying to Jiang Chen, "I'll wait for you at the main hall." The bald guy standing on the ground waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. "We'll head out first. Jiang Xiang, take care." After everyone had left, Jiang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. His face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and couldn't stand up, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Yu, Jiang Yueling, and his disciples rushed over, all panicking and exclaiming loudly, "Boss, Shifu!" Little bro Jiang Chen knelt on the ground, propping himself up on his thighs, reassuring everyone, "I'm fine, it's just that I forcefully compressed the Dao seed, and my body can't digest it properly." Not wanting them to worry too much, he said so, but in his heart he thought, "Can't let them worry too much." Suddenly, a group of people swarmed over, the leader standing with his arms crossed, looking at Jiang Chen. Then they looked at the people around them. Jiang Yueling hurriedly explained, "Someone was bullying me just now, trying to kill me." Then she stepped forward and took Jiang Chen's arm, continuing, "It was this big brother who saved me." Hearing this, the young man coldly said nothing, walked to Jiang Chen's side, grabbed Jiang Yueling's hand, and left. Giving a perfunctory and indifferent thank you before leaving, Jiang Yueling was dragged away. Unwilling to leave Jiang Chen, she kept turning her head to look at. Ruok Xiao frowned annoyedly, clenching her fist and saying, "The Jiang family is so cold, just a quick thank you and they're gone." Jiang Liu also grumbled, "Boss risked his life to protect that kid, but the Jiang family doesn't seem to care at all." Jiang Chen coldly replied,
It's okay, he thought sadly in his heart.
I don't know when the next time we meet will be.
Jiang Chen announced his plan. Rest for a day and then head to the main hall. Ruoxiao turned around, startled, and asked, "What? You still want to go?" There, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed coldly, cutting off Ruoxiao's words. There are some people who can't be let off. His head was now filled with images of those loudmouths, like Yuan Chang and the sixth prince of the Central Continent dynasty. Jiang Chen thought to himself, in the previous life, you used the 10,000 flowers heavenly mark for me. In this life, I will definitely protect you and help you become a god. Scene changes to outside the main hall. Many people are gathered there, grouped together in clusters, chatting. Jiang Chen instructed Jiang Yu, Huang Juchong, and the female disciples. You guys don't go in. Ruoxiao frowned and asked Jiang Chen, why not? Is it really that dangerous inside?
One by one, people used their cultivation to fly to the highest level of the main hall, fighting and competing with each other. The Black Hand, the sixth prince of the Central Continent dynasty, led the group. He flashed a smug smile, loudly and confidently declaring, "The Wasteland God's inheritance is mine."
Ruoxiao hurriedly reminded Jiang Chen to take action. She called out, "Shifu." Jiang Chen grinned, a smirk on his face.
Dude just finished flexing. That sixth prince of the Zhongzhou dynasty coughed up blood, face pale, looks like he's about to tap out.
Jiang Chen, using that as a teaching moment, was like, "See that? Still want to go in?" Jiang Yu went green, forcing a smile. Ruoxiao waved her hands, trying to say, "Nah, I'm good." Jiang Chen turned back and instructed,
"You guys wait for me here." With that, he zoomed off.
Jiang Chen strolled into the main hall like it was nothing. The scenery inside was mind-blowing.
The light intensity here was off the charts. Some other dudes had already gotten in and were scoping the place out. Everyone was fixated on this painting hanging in midair, covered in dragon and phoenix carvings. Probably made of pure gold, blindingly bright.
Some try-hard in blue robes thought he could just snatch the painting with his powers, arrogantly saying, "This painting's going to be my souvenir."
But you can't just grab whatever you want. The painting sucked up his power and showed a yin-yang 5-element symbol,
sending fire back at the reckless dude, instantly turning him into charcoal.
Jiang Chen, witnessing this, was sweating bullets, thinking, "Supreme sword intent, huh?" Seeing that, a guy in black robes gaped, exclaiming, "Holy crap, one shot, and he's ashes." Hearing that, a guy with green hair chimed in, "Glad I didn't rush in, that could have been me." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen just stared, thinking, even saints can't block the supreme sword intent. If I could control it, that'd be one hell of an ace in the hole. Yue Shen became a god again. Zhu Lai crown prince. He piped up, with the supreme sword intent and the restriction protecting it. That thing on the dragon throne must be the wild god inheritance.
Hearing that, second prince Li Fengzhe frowned and replied, "You think we have to use the supreme sword intent to open this box? With our strength we can barely touch it, let alone control it." Jiang Chen approached, reaching out to touch the dragon throne, thinking, "Can't control it? Then I'll comprehend it. If I can comprehend this supreme sword intent, I'll have a chance to absorb it all." Suddenly, a hand reached near Jiang Chen's. A green-haired dude smirked and said, "Maybe I can comprehend the sword intent too, if I can just break the restriction." Before he could finish, the dragon throne blasted him away. Seeing this, the onlookers gasped, exclaiming, "The supreme sword intent is insane. You can't force comprehension. What do we do?" Jiang Chen thought to himself.
Can't force it, huh? What in the world can't the myriad transformations heavenly plate break? Turning all impossible into possible. Using the myriad transformations heavenly plate means I can't use any other powers. If someone finds out, I'll be screwed. Gotta make this quick. Someone shouted. Someone's comprehending the supreme sword intent, Jiang Chen thought. Only top-tier swordsmen have a chance to comprehend the supreme sword intent. Someone's faster than me. Damn. With the gap in power between me and these guys, the supreme sword intent is the only thing that can help me break through. I gotta get it. Guess I can't be nice about this. At that moment, the words on the dragon throne began to float in the air.
Supreme Sword Sect, standing nearby, gasped in shock. What's happening? The painting's got some kind of restriction on it. Someone's secretly interfering.
Hearing that, Li Fengzhe asked, "You're comprehending the supreme sword intent, Supreme Sword Sect," turned around and answered, "It's me." But before I could fully comprehend it, it got covered up. Then, Supreme Sword Sect took out a Bagua formation diagram, shouting, "How dare you try to steal the supreme sword intent? Let me see which little punk is hiding here." Deduction of mountains. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen focused on comprehending the supreme sword.
Suddenly, a blue light appeared around Jiang Chen. Seeing this, someone from the Supreme Sword Sect said, "It's Jiang Chen that Sixth Brother mentioned. He's using the myriad transformation celestial plate, so he can't move." Hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled and replied, "Huh, just came to take a look. Carry on, carry on."
Hearing this, someone from the Supreme Sword Sect continued, "You think you alone can comprehend the supreme sword intent? Only those from my Supreme Sword Sect can comprehend it. I advise you to remove the restriction on the painting scroll. If I can't comprehend it, the seal on the dragon throne can't be broken." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen quickly replied, You sure about that? Then what am I doing if I comprehend it? At this moment, Jiang Chen had already comprehended the Supreme Sword intent. Seeing this, the people standing beside him were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. They exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The Supreme Sword Sect member, seeing this, said in surprise, "No way, he's stealing my inheritance, bastard, I'll kill you."
After saying that, the Supreme Sword Sect member immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen calmly replied with a smile, "If he kills me, no one will be able to see the sword intent on this painting scroll. If you can't comprehend the sword intent, the restriction on the dragon throne can't be opened either. You guys decide which is more important."
Suddenly, a force intervened to stop the Supreme Sword Sect member. He shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this, Zhu Li Crown Prince and Li Fengzhe hurriedly echoed in unison,
"You little punk from the Supreme Sword Sect. Don't even think about causing trouble." Seeing this, Jiang Chen said, "Looks like you guys have made your choice. Then I'll leave this guy to you. I'll continue to comprehend the Supreme Sword intent." On the side, Zhu Li Crown Prince continued, "Do you really believe him? The Supreme Sword intent is a peerless technique in the world. How could a mere mortal like him comprehend it?" Li Fengzhe, hearing this, continued, "But he can indeed use the Supreme Sword intent." Hearing this, the Supreme Sword Sect member was so angry he couldn't speak. On this side, Jiang Chen had absorbed the spiritual energy on the dragon throne.
Seeing this, the people standing outside hurriedly pointed forward, shouting, "The restriction is being removed. That guy has comprehended the Supreme Sword intent, the Desolate God's inheritance. Hurry and snatch the Desolate God's inheritance."
As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately rushed forward to snatch the Desolate God's inheritance on the dragon throne.
Suddenly, a line of text appeared. Seeing this, they asked in confusion, "What does this mean? Where's the Desolate God's inheritance? Could it be that the Supreme Sword intent is the Desolate God's inheritance?"
On this side, Jiang Chen tiptoed away.
Seeing this, the people behind him shouted, "Stop!" Zhu Li Crown Prince approached, saying in a stern tone, "Hand over the Desolate God's inheritance." Hearing this, Jiang Chen acted innocent and said, "Huh?" After that, Jiang Chen quickly ran away. Zhu Li Crown Prince, in the back, angrily roared, "Jiang Chen, leave the inheritance. It's not something you alone can handle."
"Elder, you must stop Jiang Chen later when he comes out. He's taken the Desolate God's inheritance." The Supreme Sword Sect member, seeing this, continued, "Hey, stop Jiang Chen for me. He's taken the top-tier inheritance. If we get it, we can dominate the martial god continent with our sword Dao." Suddenly, a giant hand appeared above Jiang Chen's head. He loudly said, "Jiang Chen, you little brat, leave the inheritance behind." Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked up, muttering to himself, "Crap, this is bad."
Suddenly, Jiang Chen's body underwent a transformation, and his clothes suddenly tore apart. Afterwards, a mysterious force stood out to protect Jiang Chen. He coldly said, "Let's see who dares." Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise and said, "Great ancestor." After that, Jiang Chen's great ancestor continued, "You go first, leave the desolate province." Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked, "Great ancestor, what about you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's great ancestor replied, "I'll stand here and see who can get past this place." Zhu Liang Crown Prince loudly said, "Qingkong Confucian scholar, the Desolate God's inheritance is a major matter. Don't mess around. Make Jiang Chen hand over the Desolate God's inheritance and share it with us, or we'll flatten the Baolan Academy."
Master Zhuo Mingwei approached, saying calmly, "Amitabha." Chao Muzi continued, "The Desolate God's inheritance is for those who are destined. Please, everyone, don't force it."
Afterwards, he waved goodbye to Jiang Chen, saying, "Jiang bro, I'm here to save you." Hearing these words, Jiang Chen looked helpless and didn't reply.
Taoist Gui approached at this moment and said, "Kid, how about joining my sect?"
Hearing this, Jiang Chen's great ancestor angrily shouted, "What do you want to do?
How dare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's great ancestor struck forward with his palm. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a hand pointed forward. Taoist Gui, "Say, little Confucian scholar, long time no see. Have you forgotten about me?" Suddenly, Wu Gi and Dao Gi knelt down and said solemnly, "Greetings, big bro."
Then Dao Gi turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, a mocking look on his face as he said, "Jiang Chen, so sorry, Shifu told me not to reveal my identity, but I'm here to save you."
Hearing this, the people standing next to them shouted angrily, "What, Dao Gi, one of the 10 ghosts? How many backers does this Jiang Chen actually have? Where are these people usually? Legend has it that Dao Gi was killed by the Martial Pavilion a long time ago. How is he still alive? This guy is definitely ours in the Pill Pavilion." As soon as he finished speaking, the other guy replied, "The Pill Pavilion wants to snatch someone from my formation pavilion. If this guy is willing to join my formation pavilion, he will be made a high soldier."
Tong Song grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and said, "Sect Leader, come back to the Pill Pavilion with me. The Pill Pavilion can protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shan chimed in, "Come to the formation pavilion. Sect Leader only needs you to come to the formation pavilion and you can be made the deputy pavilion master." Seeing this, Jiang Chen's grand ancestor said angrily, "Dare to snatch someone in front of me.
Are you guys looking down on this Qing Kong Confucian scholar?"
Witnessing the whole thing, the old man with the beard exclaimed in surprise, "This Qing Kong Confucian scholar is truly invincible. Just the burst of his aura made me take a step back." Hearing this, Ninth Prince Julie said, "Who here has more power than Qing Kong Confucian scholar? What kind of monster is Jiang Chen anyway?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man pondered and replied, "It seems that today," Jiang Chen said,
"Everyone." Seeing this, Daogi said with a happy smile, "So, you agree?"
Grand Ancestor glared and said, "Jiang Chen, you." At this time, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, "Confucian scholar Grand Ancestor has saved me from danger many times, and he doesn't hesitate to become an enemy of the entire Wu Shen continent. For me alone, this is gratitude, and I am a disciple of the Balan Academy, and the sect leader of the myriad sects. This is my identity for life, and it cannot be changed. This is affection." Jiang Chen saluted solemnly and continued, "Whether Jiang Chen lives or dies today, I will not trouble you to waste your efforts. Please leave."
Hearing this, Ninth Prince Julie exclaimed in surprise, "Is this kid crazy?" The man standing next to him continued, "Just wait and see, our inheritance still has a chance today." Hearing these words, Daogi sighed and said, "In that case, it's really a pity," Daogi ordered. "Let's go." Hearing this, the disciples immediately left. Daogi turned his head and said, "Jiangxiang, farewell," Jiang Chen said reluctantly.
"Old bro." Then Jiang Chen said coldly, "You two can go too, this matter is not your fault." Hearing this, Peng Sung and Lu Shan hesitated and said, "Sect Leader, we—" Suddenly a loud shout came,
"Mingwei, come back!" Hearing this, Master Mingwei looked over. Following his gaze, Mingwei immediately dragged Chang Muzi back and replied. Shizu opened his mouth. On this side, Qing Kong Confucian scholar roared angrily, "All of you get out of here. I alone am enough to protect the Qing Kong Confucian scholar I want to protect. You go too." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Kong Confucian scholar struck Jiang Chen with a palm. Jiang Chen immediately passed through the space door and left. He reluctantly reached out to grab but couldn't. Jiang Chen shouted twice, "Grand Ancestor." At this time, the door closed. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and thought, "In the previous life, the celestial god king was already used to trampling on corpses. But I never thought that in this life there would be such an old fart willing to risk his life for me. If I don't die, if I ascend to heaven, I will definitely repay you in the future. This is a vow." Half a day later, at Balan Academy, Jiang Chen had returned. Jiang Chen said, "Balan Academy is a good place, it's just a pity that I have to leave." Hearing this, a voice interrupted, "Where are you going? If you stay here, no one will dare to touch you." It turned out to be the contemporary president of Balan Academy. Balan Lao crossed his arms and said, "Don't be afraid. This old man Balan, that old Confucian scholar, is so old and still doesn't know his place." Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly knelt down and saluted. "Senior, having obtained the desolate god inheritance, I will involve Balan Academy next." Hearing this, contemporary Balan replied, "So what? When has Balan Academy been afraid of anyone?" Contemporary Balan raised his hand to stroke his beard and said sternly, "Whoever dares to come will be killed. Go back to practice. Other things are none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen said anxiously, "Confucian scholar Grand Ancestor." Before he could finish speaking, contemporary Balan continued, "The other side has a divine realm cultivator." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen hurriedly replied, "No." Hearing this, the current dean of the Baoslan immediately lightly tapped Jiang Chen's head and said, "Then what are you worried about?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen hurriedly asked, "No need to worry." The current dean of Balan then explained further, "Invincible below the god realm, this isn't just lip service, he's a prodigy of our barren continent." Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "You guys are really confident in the Grand Ancestor at Banlan Academy." Jiang Chen looked down and thought to himself, "He's so confident, the Grand Ancestor is probably okay. This time, having obtained the inheritance and Deo seed, the harvest is great, it's time for a breakthrough." The current dean of Balan stood on the side and, seeing this, he angrily cursed inwardly, "This kid is actually undergoing tribulation at my Balan Academy." Then the current dean of Balan hurriedly ordered, "All Balan disciples, quickly return to your abodes to take shelter. Jiang Chen is about to undergo tribulation." Hearing this, the disciples of Balan Academy immediately ran away, saying, "Jiang Chen, this damned fiend, run! Over here." Jiang Chen is focused on absorbing energy. 3 days quickly passed, and the earth and sky trembled. Qing Kong Ruosheng has returned, and in his hand, he is holding the heads of those kids. The disciples of Balan Academy on this side are laughing and chatting. As expected of the guardian of Balan Academy, invincible below the God Realm, 1-for-1 above the God Realm, only our Ruosheng grand ancestor.
At this time, Qingkong Ruosheng flew over the place where Jiang Chen was undergoing tribulation, and seeing this he glanced at him. Jiang Chen muttered,
"It's good that you're back. The wasteland is temporarily safe."
Jiang Chen supported himself up. At this time Jiang Chen had completed the Earth Realm tribulation.
He happily thought to himself, "This Six Harmonies art is indeed very strong. It actually allowed me to fuse countless Daso seeds and directly break through my realm to the Earth Realm completion."
Then Jiang Chen turned his head to look and said, "Are you guys starting?"
Jiang Chen's eyes became extremely sharp at this moment. Seeing this, Li Yuanfeng said, "Jiang Chen, this supreme sword intent is ours from the Central Continent dynasty."
Hearing this, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "The Central Continent dynasty has so many princes, only Li Fengzhe has some skill, and you..." Hearing these words, Li Yuanfeng angrily roared, "What did you say?" Seeing this, Li Fengzhe hurriedly pulled Li Yuanfeng back and said, "Don't get excited, you are not his opponent."
Before, he used Sun Realm power to suppress a sub-saint, now he is at Earth Realm completion.
Hearing this, Li Yuanfeng angrily said, "Royal brother, pull me back. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not a member of the dynasty." Then, Li Yuanfeng used his ultimate move, Dragon Shadow, to deal with Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "How can someone with a brain like that be a prince?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately used the Swift Bird's 6 flashes to attack.
Seeing this, Li Fengzhe exclaimed in panic, "Li Yuanfeng, turn back!"
At this moment,
Jiang Chen's Dao Soul had attacked Li Yuanfeng's Dao Soul.
With his original strength, he could not do any damage to Jiang Chen,
so Li Yuanfeng was severely injured.
Then Jiang Chen said, "Li Fengzhe, out of respect for you, I will spare your younger brother's life."
At this time, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Just now, while cultivating, I sensed many people approaching, but they were blocked by a force from the Central Continent royal family. Li Yuanyuan doesn't have such a brain, so it's probably not him, so it must be Li Fengzhe who did it." Jiang Chen continued coldly, "If you come again, I will definitely kill you."
Li Yuanfeng was unwilling, he said with an upset expression. "If you dare to kill me, the great army of the Central Continent dynasty will surely flatten Balan Academy." Hearing these words, Li Fengzhe angrily said, "Enough, haven't you lost enough face? Get back!" Hearing this, Li Yuanfeng hurriedly turned his head to look and said, "Royal brother."
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fengzhe continued,
"Those who do great things are the royal family.
You are so impulsive, you really disgrace my Central Continent royal family."
Hearing these words,
Li Yuanfeng was aggrieved and lowered his eyes, then he immediately left. Seeing this, Jiang Chen curiously asked, "Why are you still here? Want to make a move against me?"
Hearing that, Li Fengzhe replied,
"Of course, let's fight. If I win, the supreme sword intent is mine."
Hearing that, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "You're more polite than that idiotic prince. If you lose, you have to agree to one condition of mine."
Hearing that, Li Fengzhe confidently retorted, "I won't lose."
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen and Li Fengzhe immediately charged at each other, clashing in battle. Li Fengzhe said, "You and I are in different cultivation realms. Do you think this fight is fair?" Hearing that, Jiang Chen replied, "In this world there's no such thing as fairness. The only fairness is power." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fengzhe responded, "You're quite perceptive yourself." Suddenly, Li Fengzhe's sword was pressed against Jiang Chen's throat. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked on thoughtfully. Li Fengzhe pressed his sword closer to Jiang Chen and said, "This body. Then try this, mountain shattering seal." Immediately, Li Fengzhe raised his hand high, and Jiang Chen, caught off guard, was severely injured.
He muttered, "Damn it, he knows the mountain shattering seal too," Jiang Chen thought to himself. "Among the 9 seals of the world, the mountain shattering seal ranks 5th. No matter how strong my body is, it'll be suppressed by it. But you have the mountain shattering seal, and I have supreme sword intent. Sword splits the sky." Then, Jiang Chen immediately charged at Li Fengzhe, attacking with such force that heaven and earth shook. Jiang Chen shot forward like an arrow, delivering a palm strike towards Li Fengzhe, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. One strike sent Li Fengzhe spitting out blood. Seeing that, Li Fengzhe angrily roared, "Are you trying to die? You dare hit my face?" Hearing that, Jiang Chen replied, "Second prince, please mind your status, image, and grace." Hearing that, Li Fengzhe raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and said, "If I didn't have to respect the royal family's dignity, would I be like this? However, there's no one here now, so I have to do this right." Having said that, Li Fengzhe immediately regained his imposing aura, glaring at Jiang Chen. Seeing that, Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, "3 souls? I never thought someone would have 3 souls like me after being reincarnated." Then, Jiang Chen stretched his limbs and said, "It's been a long time since I've had a proper fight. Today, I'll go all out with you." Seeing that, Li Fengzhe laughed loudly and declared, "Dragon shield, dragon sword, dragon armor, I, your daddy, am flawless in all 3. Watch how I kill you, Jiang Chen." was slightly startled.
3 souls. So, this generation of Wuxian continent has finally produced a peerless prodigy, even though none of the current great main gods possess a 3-life great soul. Thinking this, he fought, and exclaimed,
"How interesting!" Li Fengzhe fought back, and replied, "You're pretty interesting too." Half a day later, Li Fengzhe wearily propped himself up with his sword and declared, "Are you human or a ghost? I'm a quasi-saint, and even I'm exhausted from fighting. How are you still going? Did you use some elixirs?"
Jiang Chen was also tired but looked much better than him, and replied, "Too poor for elixirs, still want to fight. Though I can't beat you, you can't beat me either." After saying that, he secretly thought, "Good thing I have heavenly essence and countless earth realm Dao seeds. Condensing such a peerless prodigy is truly no simple feat."
Li Fengzhe chanted something. Then, a small sphere of spiritual energy condensed in his hand.
Immediately after, he summoned a spear, ready for battle. Final attack, Jiang Chen. "I admit you're the strongest prodigy of your generation, but I'm not weak either."
Jiang Chen also leaped up, his entire body radiating spiritual energy to form a protective barrier. "Your wish is granted. This is my supreme sword technique, desolation." As he finished speaking, he struck down. A powerful tremor erupted, making the entire area tremble. Not only that, the aftershock also caused the nearby mountain to lose its peak, and the ground shook. The light swirled across the area. After the desolate god, someone else wields the desolation.
From afar, Din Balan and Qing Zhu watched. Qing Lao anxiously asked,
"Aren't you going to stop him, ancestor?" Din Balan said. "If this sword really strikes Li Fengzhe, he's definitely dead. If Li Fengzhe dies, Ho Shan will also be destroyed."
This Hao Shan is the foundation of the Baolan Academy. If it's destroyed, Qing Zhu clenched his fists.
Finally he spoke. "If it's destroyed, then so be it. We're all about to die anyway. What do we need the Baolan Academy for?" On the battlefield, Jiang Chen slashed the desolation sword towards Li Fengzhe, who was shocked. This is the supreme sword intent. The spear in his hand also shattered. Li Fengzhe thought to himself, "Am I about to die?" Just then, Jiang Chen said, "I told you, I'm not fighting anymore, but you didn't believe me." In that giant sphere of spiritual energy, Jiang Chen's figure appeared. He turned and retracted his move. After retracting his move, he was powerless and could only let his body fall freely. Li Fengzhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at him, saying, "You couldn't unleash that sword, so I won't die." Even so, he admitted in his heart that even if you're exhausted, a quasi-saint can't defeat a ground realm cultivator. "Jiang Chen, you won." Jiang Chen then fell to the ground with a thud, too weak to stand up. Li Fengzhe, realizing he had lost, had to ask, "What do you want? Just name it, as long as I can do it." Jiang Chen put his hand on his forehead and said, "I only need a promise from you. From now on, if I'm in a life-or-death situation and no one saves me, the Zhongzhou dynasty must stand up and listen to this request." Li Fengzhe was secretly surprised. This guy not only stopped so many geniuses for my sake, but also didn't take advantage of me when I was weak. Such a hero is worth befriending. Thinking this, he seriously asked, "That's all?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "You think it's that simple? Do you know who my enemies are?" At this time, Li Fengzhe threw a command token to the ground and said, "Here, if that day really comes, break it, and my Zhongzhou dynasty will definitely stand up to help you." Jiang Chen picked up the token, and finally sat up and replied, "All right." He imparted some supreme sword intent inheritance to Li Fengzhe, and added, "Be careful, don't try to comprehend it carelessly. A little carelessness, and you'll die immediately." Li Fengzhe accepted the inheritance and replied, "Got it." After finishing everything, he turned and left. As he was walking, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned back to Jiang Chen. "You will keep getting stronger, and soon there will be a day when I won't be beneath you." Jiang Chen stood there and laughed. "I believe it too. If we meet again another day, I can give you some pointers." Hearing this, Li Fengzhe couldn't help but feel angry, his heart like a thunderstorm. He flew away, unable to resist giving Jiang Chen the middle finger and cursing, "You brat, do I need you to give me pointers?" At this moment, a hand suddenly patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. It was Din Balan, he reminded. Take one last look at him. The person he was referring to was Qing Zhu. The Qing scholar was weakly lying on the bed. Jiang Chen hurriedly went to Qing Zhu's room and was shocked to see him lying on the bed. Qing Lao said, "Besides Taoist Huang Shen, Lao Zhu managed to pull Anran back from the brink, but he was seriously injured, and with his previous hidden injuries, Lao Zhu ultimately couldn't make it." Quan Yu sobbed and, upon seeing Jiang Chen, angrily reproached him. "If it weren't for you, how could Lao Zhu have died like this? What good are you, anyway? I don't understand why Lao Zhu was so good to you, sacrificing his life to pave the way for your future." Jiang Chen finally came to his senses, recalling the image of Qing Zhu pushing him away, and stammered, "Grand Ancestor." He reached out to touch Qing Zhu's face. Tears streamed down the face of the usually strong man as he heartbrokenly expressed, "What good am I?" Jiang Chen seemed unable to accept this, clenching his teeth and affirming,
He can still be saved. He turned to wipe away his tears, saying, I'm taking him away, we're leaving here. Institute head Balan said, his lifespan is exhausted, and his hidden injuries are severe, damaging his 3 souls and 7 spirits. What can you use to save him? Jiang Chen immediately demanded. I need a piece of myriad epoch azure gold. Everyone leave, Quan Yu questioned.
What does that mean? Qing Lao also said. Lao Zhu has already passed away, don't joke around.
Qing Zhu woke up at this moment, utterly weak but still struggling to sit up, and ordered, all of you, leave. I grant Jiang Chen all authority. Listen to him. This old man doesn't want to die. Hearing this, Institute head Balan thought to himself, Scholar Jiang is not only a war god of the Balan Academy, but also a brother of mine for life. I should trust him. Thinking so, he gestured.
Everyone, leave? After everyone left,
only Jiang Chen remained in the room, sitting on Qing Zhu's sickbed, confiding, besides Taoist Huangshen, everyone knows that I possess supreme sword intent and wants to kill me and seize my power. I know that if it weren't for you back then, I would have certainly died.
I don't believe in the heavens. I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in gods or god kings. You know my identity as a celestial god.
There's something that originally belonged to me. But Jiang Chen isn't an ungrateful person.
Today I'm severing my path to continue your journey. In the future, if you reach the pinnacle, don't forget. As he finished speaking, without anyone knowing what he did, a golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the room, piercing through the azure sky and soaring higher. Outside, everyone who saw the beam of light was astonished. The constellations have changed. Look, the entire sky is a dazzling light. The sky is full of stars. The light penetrates to the 9 heavens solar god palace.
Inside, a woman smashed the armrest of her chair, shouting furiously, the celestial god's divine persona has shattered. The god king is dead. Prepare for war. The god king is mine. Celestial god, what have you done?
The god king's divine persona has shattered. What exactly happened in the land of no gods? Can we still wait for your return? On Jiang Chen's side, he took out a divine persona that resembled a luminous pearl from his chest, saying, the heart of the 9 heavens throne of the god king. I'll use the god king's divine persona to extend your life. From today onward, there's no longer a celestial god in this world, only Scholar Jiang. I'm gifting it to you.
Finishing his words, he transmitted the divine persona into Qingzu's body. This is my last trump card, but you're worth it. Though it can only prolong your life for 3 months.
A day later, Institute head Bei Lan brought myriad epoch azure gold, crafted into a coffin, and the black-robed old man, upon seeing it, said,
Institute head, why waste myriad epoch azure gold on a dying man? This is an unparalleled treasure, material for forging divine artifacts.
Institute head, listen to me. For a dying man, there's no need to waste these things. It's better to leave them for future generations.
Institute head Baolan placed the coffin down, frowning in disapproval. You and Scholar Jiang have been arguing for a lifetime, and you're already this old, but you still haven't given up. Must you always compete for superiority? Hearing this, the old man laughed and replied, superiority? There's no need to compete anymore. He's about to die, and I'm still alive. Superiority has already been determined, of course I know.
At this moment, the door of the sealed chamber opened.
Jiang Chen, carrying Qing Lao in his arms, said with a dark face, in the end, you're just an ant beneath the grand ancestor's feet. Institute head Baolan, seeing Qingzu's condition at this moment, couldn't help but rejoice. His life force is interacting divinely. He actually did it. Qingzu's opponent, the old man, angrily yelled, Kid, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you seeking death? Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to the old man. He placed Qingzu in the coffin,
then carried it on his shoulders, affirming, one day I'll bring Grand Ancestor back. Institute head Ban Lan asked in confusion, where do you want to go?
Jiang Chen replied, Pearl Prefecture, to retrieve the reincarnation elixir. Saying this, he flew away.
The black-robed old man exclaimed in astonishment, Pearl Prefecture? That place is the extremely dangerous land of witchcraft. People from the other major continents are unwilling to go to Pearl Prefecture, let alone that he already had a conflict with Ninely Crown Prince of Pearl Prefecture before. He's going to his death.
Jiang Chen thought to himself as he walked. Reincarnation Crossing, a secret art of the Ninely dynasty of Bright Continent, rumored to be able to revive the dead. Jiang Chen relied on it to reach the shores of Desolate Continent. Jiang Chen looked down and saw a group of people waiting. Jiang Liu waved and called out, Boss! He looked at him, wondering,
why are you guys here?
Jiang Chen then turned to Lu Qingchen and asked, it's been a while. What tier is your All-Heavens Sect now? He also thought to himself, this Lu Qingchen guy has some talent. Even after I left, he still diligently cultivated the techniques I left behind, and he's even broken through to the Venerable Realm now.
Lu Qingchen replied, we're only a third-rate sect now. The Martial Pavilion no longer accepts the All-Heavens Sect's advancement missions.
Hearing this,
Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, pondering. With the Azure Wave Academy backing Desolate Continent now, perhaps no one will dare to mess with the All-Heavens Sect anymore.
He waved his hand, tossing down a few scrolls, and instructed, Here are 36 God-tier cultivation techniques, and 72 sets of heaven-tier martial weapons. Put them in the scripture pavilion, and pass them down. Within a year, I want the All-Heaven Sect's reputation to resound throughout desolate continent. Lu Qingchen reached out to catch them, and Jiang Liu chimed in.
Boss, will you ever come back? Can I come with you to Bright Continent? Ruo Xiao also expressed. I want to go too. It's time for me to go out and temper myself.
Jiang Chen shook his head, saying, this trip to Bright Continent is extremely dangerous. Sorcery and real magic aren't the specialties of desolate continent cultivators. You guys can't risk it with me. My mind is made up. In his heart, he thought, every heaven-blessed genius should have their own path, their own glory. They can't follow me forever.
Bai Fengyu walked up to him and suggested, Master, why not go to White Emperor City first? This is the Azure Mountains, Snow Sea. White Emperor City is in the Central Sea, and across from there is Bright Continent. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also pondered, White Emperor City is close to Bright Continent and knows a lot about it. It would be good to go to White Emperor City to investigate things about Bright Continent, he thought, and said, all right. Suddenly, a delicate hand appeared and touched his face. Nalan Mir hugged him, expressing, I'm going to miss you so much. When can I stop calling you master? Jiang Chen said helplessly. All the sentimental feelings of parting have been ruined by your words. At this moment, another hand appeared and grabbed his face. I'll allow you to take concubines, but I'm the first wife. I'm the boss. The owner of the hand was Hua Lianyi, who pinched Jiang Chen's cheeks and made her demand. Bai Fengyu was already annoyed when Nalan Mier appeared, and was even more infuriated by her words.
Jiang Chen hurriedly yanked his face out of the two girls' hands and scolded, Oh no, my dear big sisters, I'm just saying goodbye now, don't overdo it. He was about to say more, but seeing the sad expressions on their faces, he silently refrained from adding anything, so as not to create more attachments. Jiang Chen immediately grabbed Bai Fengyu and dragged her away, announcing, I'm leaving. Jiang Liu, looking up from below, admired and exclaimed, The boss is truly blessed.
A day later, Jiang Chen finally arrived at White Emperor City. To make sure he was in the right place, he spoke up and asked, Fengyu, is this White Emperor City? But after asking, he didn't hear her say anything. He turned his head curiously and called out, Fengyu. Immediately, Jiang Chen's face turned red, so hot it was practically smoking. He didn't expect that when he grabbed Bai Fengyu, he had accidentally grabbed her skirt and pulled it along, creating a scene that was hard to describe. He quickly released his hand, closing his eyes tightly, covering his face with his other hand, and hurriedly apologized. Bai Fengyu's face was red, but she didn't dwell on the matter. She stepped forward and said, It's okay, let's go inside. Seeing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head, thinking to himself, why is she acting so strange? Bai Fengyu led Jiang Chen to a courtyard with beautiful patterns on the ground.
Jiang Chen looked around and said, Fengyu, your place is so quiet, Bai Fengyu said softly, her face red. They're coming soon.
Jiang Chen still didn't know why she said that when suddenly, a wooden ball fell and hit him on the head, startling him.
From the ball, a long white paper banner unfurled, on which was written, Welcome son-in-law.
What's more, there were people blowing suonas and performing lion dances, creating a lively atmosphere.
Jiang Chen was stunned, his whole body cracking apart, speechless. Bai Fengyu, on the other hand, put on the shy demeanor of a young woman bringing her partner home to meet her family for the first time. Jiang Chen, his face red, said, Can I not go in anymore? Bai Fengyu said in annoyance.
What do you think? At this moment, Bai Fengyu's father slowly walked over, smiling brightly. Good son-in-law, you've arrived. Why aren't you coming in to sit down?
Bai Fengyu tightly grasped Jiang Chen's hand and said shyly, Father, what are you saying? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Son-in-law, what's going on? He then pointed to the coffin behind them and asked,
You see this blingin' coffin I'm lugging around? Bai Di replied. Your father-in-law ain't blind.
Hearing that, Jiang Chen's jaw dropped to the floor, screaming, Father-in-law already. He then regained his composure, clearing his throat to suggest, How about I visit Bai Di City next time, okay?
Inside this coffin is Grand Scholar Qing Kong. I'm using the azure gold coffin to lock his fate and my own blood essence to sustain his life.
If this azure gold coffin leaves my body, Grand Scholar Qing Kong inside will...
Bai Di frowned upon hearing this, thinking, Qing Kong the scholar, the faith of desolate continent, a formidable expert. The drum beating and lion dancing crew suddenly vanished. Bai Di then walked up to Jiang Chen and questioned, Brat, I only have this one daughter, I'm giving her to you, and you're still not happy.
You gotta know, not just in this desolate continent but throughout the 7 great continents, how many prodigal sons want to marry my Fengyu?
Jiang Chen explained helplessly, hugging the coffin as he walked. Marriage is not in the cards right now. Bad luck. Next time, when I return to Baidi City, I will definitely marry. Bai Fengyu heard this.
Bai Di glanced at his daughter, whispering, Should we force him? Bai Fengyu replied quietly. Don't, Dad, I believe him. Besides, Grand Scholar Qing Kong owes him a debt, and he has important things to do, Bai Di scolded angrily.
That mouth? Men's mouths are deceitful? You actually believe him? How did I give birth to a daughter like you? Bai Fengyu retorted sulkily. Forced melons aren't sweet, what do you know? Go away, Dad, Jiang Chen interjected, saying, I sometimes find it annoying that I know so many secrets, I heard everything.
After being persuaded by his daughter, Bai Di was still angry but had no choice but to turn around. He gave Jiang Chen a map and instructed, This is a map of the power distribution of Underworld Continent, and a map of Underworld Continent after you arrive. Go to the southern region of Underworld Continent first. Then he went and ordered his subordinates to retreat. Jiang Chen watched his figure, gratefully clasping his hands. Thank you, Bai Fengyu shook his arm, saying, Master, when you get to Underworld Continent, if anyone bullies you, tell me. My family has 3,000 white robe army soldiers. Everyone on the godless continent has to show us respect. Jiang Chen paid attention to the words, white robe army, thinking, if these super sects start a war, even saints will turn to ashes. Nah, not everyone in those 3,000 white robe army can be in the divine realm Bai Di City, he thought. Then wondered, what's the strength of the white robe army? Could it be that Bai Di City has another trump card? Bai Fengyu was about to explain. Well, maybe there is. Just then, a shout rang out, What's it to you? Bai Di hadn't actually left yet. Seeing Jiang Chen inquiring like that, he scolded angrily. You haven't even entered my door yet, and you already want a freeload. Fengyu turned back. Bai Fengyu had no choice but to wave goodbye to him, reminding him, Master, be careful. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his face full of helplessness. Freeload. I'm a celestial being, a god king. This Bai Di City is quite interesting. But Underworld Continent is indeed extremely dangerous for someone who hasn't reached the divine realm like me. He tightened the rope, looked back at Bai Fengyu and her father, and wondered, Grand Scholar, if I die one day and you live, what will become of you? Jiang Chen spent another day traveling to the southern region of Underworld Continent. He had now also disguised himself in a white robe, with white hair like when he pretended to be Chen Jiang before. As he walked, he opened the map to examine it. Bai Di told me to go to the southern region of Underworld Continent first. There must be a deeper meaning to that. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, stopping him. Halt! Jiang Chen was startled, and turned around. A young man in gray clothing flew closer to him. The young man raised his hand to form a seal, then performed a life and death linked fate technique towards Jiang Chen. A red word appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. He exclaimed in surprise. This is the fate link technique. The young man held Jiang Chen's shoulder and suggested, Help me, or we both die. Linked fate spell. If either you or I die, we both die. Jiang Chen was so angry he was trembling, and the whole space echoed with his ear-piercing scream, Son of a BTCH! Jiang Chen glanced at the young man and said, I'll deal with you later. The kid was scared but still forced a smile. He then looked at the group of people blocking the way ahead, threatening, Get lost? I don't want to kill. The guys in front heard this and were briefly silent, then burst out laughing sarcastically. A little SHT at the initial Earth realm. You're only fit to lick my boots. Why are you pretending to be a badass? Stop wasting time, kill them all. The young man gritted his teeth and thought, Either way, I'm dead. At least someone will take the hit first. Jiang Chen sighed. He was finally pissed off. The veins on his face popped, his eyes gleamed, and he retorted, Lick your boots! As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye he teleported behind the group of people who were laughing mockingly. All three of them turned their heads in surprise. Jiang Chen had already finished charging his move. Profound darkness. Heavenly dance divine grade. A huge vortex appeared. Before the three of them could understand what was happening, they were blown away, vomiting blood. After finishing them off, Jiang Chen sighed again, pretending to be innocent, saying, I'm just defending myself, I'm not killing innocent people. The young man behind him was stunned and exclaimed, So strong! They were all quasi-saints. Jiang Chen immediately turned dark and appeared in the kid's field of vision, demanding, Undo the linked fate spell. The young man was startled and jumped back, stammering an explanation. I can't undo it. The linked fate spell will automatically disappear after 10 days. Jiang Chen angrily approached him and shook his hand, questioning, So are you saying that for these 10 days, my life and your life are linked, and if one of us dies, it's over for both of us? The young man said fearfully, I know you're very angry, but you can't kill me right now, Jiang Chen thought to himself. This secret technique can't be undone. This is probably a special witchcraft of Ming province, damn it. The young man forced a smile and said, Take me back to the Ling tribe. The elders in my tribe might have a way to undo this linked fate spell. Jiang Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this, pondering, Before becoming a god, I've never been to Ming province. How would I have a way to break it? I guess I'll have to listen to him. At worst, I'll just smash him to death and that'll be the end of it. After thinking, to be sure, Jiang Chen threatened with a dark face, If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you. The kid scratched his head and waved his hands, affirming, I wouldn't dare. Jiang Chen then ordered, Lead the way. At the Lin tribe settlement, the two of them finally arrived. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat off his brow tiredly and said, It's so hot here, the young man explained.
Of course, this is the hottest place in Ming province. The Li tribe controls the southern netherworld fire. The place where we live underground is a sea of southern netherworld fire. Jiang Chen was surprised to hear this. Southern netherworld fire? This is divine fire. Even the gods in the 9 heavens can't control it. Could it be because of witchcraft?
While he was thinking, the young man happily ran and jumped, shouting, "Dad, I'm back!" Jiang Chen then went to his side and asked, "Why is the southern netherworld fire here?" The young man replied, "Ming province is divided into 4 major regions, 4 major tribes, and each tribe has its own special witchcraft to control these special powers. What's so strange about that?"
The Chen tribe of the eastern region controls the azure wind of the eastern dragon. The La tribe of the western region controls the white gold of the wolf. The Hong tribe of the northern region controls the heavy earth of the northern shell. All just some bullshit. Jiang Chen had a subtle expression after hearing this. His lips pursed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and wondered, divine wind, divine gold, divine earth are just some bullshit.
This Ming province is truly extraordinary.
And inside, the one sitting on the throne stretched out his arms to call his son. The young man also ran over and cried out, "Father!" He hugged his father tightly, crying and recounting,
"Father, he saved me. Otherwise you wouldn't be seeing your son today."
His father looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and asked, "Where does this young brother come from?"
Jiang Chen was shocked by his cultivation level, thinking to himself, "A great saint. If he recognizes me as Jiang Chen who caused trouble at the desolate god Dao arena, I'm in big trouble, great ancestor. Does that old BTCH really want to take my life?" Thinking this, he hesitated and replied, "From an unnamed canyon," the young man said angrily.
"Dad, don't ask anymore. My son's life was saved by him." "You don't want your son to be ungrateful, do you?" His father smiled indulgently and said, "That's right." Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. "You friend. You little SHT."
The young man then patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, you saved my life, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits." Liu Xuan is a grateful person. His father praised his son. "Well done." Jiang Chen waved his hand, expressing,
"Nah, I'm good on that. Just help me get rid of this soulmate curse." Lin Xuan, not sure if she heard him, piped up, "Dad, I think we should repay his life-saving grace with the highest honor.
I think we should marry my little sis off to him." Hearing that, the Li clan head nodded in agreement, telling his son, "I'd be happy to go along with your idea." Jiang Chen tried to explain,
"You two, my point is." But before he could finish, the old man waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, "Don't worry, there'll be a dowry."
Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at that, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Elder Li chuckled, saying,
"Our Southern Lai tribe's supreme technique, the Southern Lai sorcery, is yours if you're willing to marry her." Jiang Chen, puzzled, replied, "Actually, just removing the soulmate curse for me would be enough." He thought to himself, "These two are way too enthusiastic." Suddenly, a woman's voice screeched, "You two are going too far."
Jiang Chen had barely turned around when an attack shot towards him, and he sensed the aura of a saint king. The attack was too fast, sending Jiang Chen flying into the wall without any resistance. The woman stepped forward, causing the father and son to cower together. "Little sis, stop it, my darling daughter, don't be like that."
The Li clan leader's daughter, Li Shan, angrily retorted,
"Have you two been itching for a beating these past few days? How dare you two interfere in my marriage? You want to marry me off to him, this good-for-nothing trash?" Jiang Chen stood up, eyeing the girl up and down, assessing, "If my foundation wasn't solid, that last hit would have taken me out. But this girl's not bad-looking, and she's already at the Saint King realm at such a young age." The clan head tried to reason with his daughter.
"According to the clan rules, you'll become a holy maiden in 3 days." "Do you want to be a holy maiden?" Li Shan replied. "Becoming a holy maiden means spending my whole life in the tribe. Do you think I want to be a holy maiden?" Li Xuan stepped forward, showing off to his little sister. "Little sis, the guy the first found for you is super OP." He pointed at Jiang Chen, saying, "This guy's at the Earth Realm mid-stage, but his power is enough to kill quasi-saints." Lin Shan listened, and observed Jiang Chen for a moment. She looked surprised. "Oh what? He can recover so quickly from my Shan's attack. This guy's definitely not ordinary," the clan head thought.
Jiang Chen didn't want to reveal his true identity, so he twisted the words, "Don't listen to his nonsense, I'm not that strong."
Li Shan seemed to realize something, asking, "Your name is Jiang Chen?"
Then she suddenly remembered and blurted out, "You're the Jiang Chen from the desolate god Dao Academy who obtained the supreme sword intent and is now being hunted by Zhu Li Crown Prince Yu Feng." Jiang Chen froze, not saying anything. He felt the aura around him. Shan, the power of the great Dao. The old clan leader then used his cultivation technique to force Jiang Chen to reveal his true form. Li Xuan opened the wanted poster and checked. "You really are Jiang Chen, the one being hunted by Zhu Li Crown Prince." Jiang Chen couldn't hide it anymore and had to face them. "It's me, so what? Do you want the desolate god's inheritance, or are you going to hand me over to the Zhu Li dynasty for rewards?"
He thought to himself. If they intend to keep me here today, with my current cultivation, O great ancestors, please light some incense for me.
The clan head was tricked by the young man, and he was very annoyed and he was very angry. Li Xuan hurried to intercede. Father, he saved me. Jiang Chen panicked. I'm screwed. But everything turned out completely opposite to what the two young people expected. The old clan leader was overjoyed, saying, You've come at the right time. Bai Di once did a favor for the Liang clan, and we sent a message long ago asking us to give you a hand. Bai Di also told you to come to the southern Ming prefecture first, right? Jiang Chen was startled by the old man, saying, Should have said it sooner. What a scare. With Bai Di, they probably won't do anything to me, but what's the relationship between Bai Di and the Li clan? The old clan leader added, You've come at just the right time. There's a banquet in Ming prefecture. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Li clan leader, Li Tiangqi. This is my son, Li Xuan. This is my daughter, Li Shan. Jiang Chen also replied, All due respect, Jiang Chen. He wondered, What does the Ming prefecture banquet have to do with me? Li Shan replied, It has a lot to do with it. This banquet is hosted by the royal family of the Zhu Li dynasty, and anyone within the area can enter the Samsara Sea, the origin of the Zhu Li dynasty's cultivation, Li Tiangqi added. And in the Samsara Sea, there is the Samsara Tribulation.
Jiang Chen was suddenly very surprised. Samsara Tribulation, Jiang Chen asked. However, for a Ming prefecture banquet, can an outsider like me participate? The clan leader replied. No, only the natives of Ming prefecture can participate. The old coot perked up. So, you want to join the banquet? Got a pretty sweet option for ya. Li Shan frowned and cursed. Get lost, you damn old geezer, you're hitting on me.
Jiang Chen thought, marry into their family. Feels like I've seen this script a few chapters back. Giving me such a big gift right off the bat. Something. Ain't right. Jiang Chen politely replied, Hold on, we just met and you guys already want me to marry Li Shan? Did Bai Di tell you something? Old Tiangqi hinted. Oh, that's right. Bai Di said you've got all kinds of secret techniques, forbidden arts, and supreme martial arts. Jiang Chen felt this was going exactly as he'd imagined, urging the old man to get to the point, while cursing in his heart, Bai Di, that old geezer dared to sell me out.
The clan leader asked, These secret techniques, forbidden arts you possess, do you have one called the Nan Li Heavenly Scripture?
The old man explained further.
The Nan Li Heavenly Scripture is the supreme cultivation technique of our Lia clan. After cultivating it, our Lia clan people can transform into the Nan Li sacred body. Jiang Chen considered. Seems like I do. Come to think of it, I think I grabbed a copy back in 9 Heavens, but I kinda killed the guy who had it. But then he suddenly felt something was off. Wait a minute. How does this old guy know about it?
Li Tiangqi sidled up to Jiang Chen. We're all family from now on, so about that Nan Li Heavenly Scripture, Jiang Chen cut him off. What exactly did Bai Jiang tell you? Li Tiangqi was sweating bullets, but the old coot still dodged the question.
Nothing. The old geezer is suddenly blushing. What's up with that? Jiang Chen, already suspicious, muttered. Only someone who knows I'm Jiang Chen would directly ask about the Divine Extremes technique. Otherwise, why are there so many Divine Extremes techniques on the godless continent, and why are they all on me? After thinking for a while, he finally put 2 and 2 together, arriving at an answer. Great ancestor. You told Bai Di my biggest secret.
Jiang Chen looked at old Lai, acting all dramatic and itchy. Bai Di also told me before, if you want the Nan Li Heavenly Scripture, you gotta start with you. Don't worry, we're all family here. Only a few of us know your secret. These 2 old geezers are teaming up to mess with. Jiang Chen spoke up. I can give you the Nan Li Heavenly Scripture, but I definitely have to attend this bright pearl banquet, old Lai excitedly replied. Rest assured, we'll hand over the goods and the person at the same time. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Hand over the person, Li Tiangqi clarified. If you don't become a member of the Lin tribe, you won't be considered a bright pearl person. Plus, even if you join our Lin tribe, we still have to fake your identity. You think it's that easy? What? Even though Jiang Chen understood, he hesitated, looking at Li Shan. That's not gonna work. Li Shan retorted strangely. Normal people aren't worthy of me. Your reputation is pretty loud, but I don't know what the folks at the Desolate God Dojo are eating these days. You can't even beat a dog or a cat. Li Shan, don't talk like that. Oh my grandma, this is a god king. Li Shan waved her hand dismissively. Am I wrong? A little earth realm runt worthy of me? Jiang Chen suddenly lowered his voice and replied. Oh, are you saying you want your holy king self to spar with my earth realm mid-stage self? Jiang Chen also casually corrected. Besides, I never said I was going to marry you. Which of my disciples isn't a peerless beauty? Who's worse than you? Even if their talent is worse than yours, so what? Don't flatter yourself too much.
Li Shan, feeling somewhat offended by his words, cleared her throat. You want to die? Unable to hold back, she unleashed her Earth Realm peak power to challenge Jiang Chen, a battle at the same level. If I can't suppress you in 3 moves, you can do whatever you want with me. Jiang Chen smirked. Fighting at the same level? If I can't suppress you in 3 moves, you can do whatever you want with me too. Li Xuan whispered to old Tiangqi. Father, they're really gonna fight. Can Jiang Chen beat my sister? Old Tiangqi replied. Fighting at the same level, even if you added 10 of your sister, they wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Old Tianqi thought. That's a god king. No matter how strong your sister is, how can she beat a god?
Li Shan couldn't stand the humiliation from Jiang Chen, whom she considered trash, and erupted with her power, shouting, "Die!" In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen appeared behind Li Shan. The young miss couldn't believe how fast this guy was, struggling to turn around and respond, but it was too late. Jiang Chen was too fast, too dangerous. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, Li Shan was flustered, but there was nothing she could do.
In just a moment, barely 3 moves, Li Shan was already completely under Jiang Chen's control, without a trace of resistance. Looks like you're not as strong as I thought. Didn't even need 3 moves. 1 move was enough. Li Shan had no choice but to surrender helplessly.
Jiang Chen tightened his grip on her firm waist, saying, "Before, you were so high and mighty, looking at me with nothing but disdain. But what about now?" Jiang Chen's voice was serious now, no longer teasing. He released his hand and let Li Shan go. Jiang Chen originally had no interest in this marriage that old man Li had arranged for him.
Nominally, after I enter the Samsara Sea, this marriage will be considered over. Li Tianqi hurried to support his daughter, Shan Care. You must keep your word. Li Shan had no choice but to endure.
Okay, I agree. Old man Lin was overjoyed. Haha, I naturally got a divine king son-in-law. What a steal. Li Xuan stepped forward to mediate. A nominal marriage is still a marriage, right? Slow and steady wins the race. Jiang Chen and Li Shan were annoyed and shouted, "Shut up!" A day later, the grand wedding of Jiang Chen and Li Shan was held, with the bridal sedan bustling through the streets. The outside was lively,
but inside, each was in their own corner, not uttering a single word to each other. Old Tianqi lifted the curtain and said, Jiang Chen, Li Shan is the darling of our Liye tribe. Later, the 5 great elders will come to congratulate you. The old man was weary every time he mentioned it, but they said they didn't believe she could be married off, so I told them.
Jiang Chen was surprised.
Told them what? The old man eagerly replied, Tonight, you two will consummate the marriage, so see if you can put on a little show tonight. Just a little bit is enough, and I'll interrupt them, Li Shan exclaimed. Don't even think about it, immortal old man. Do you really want to die?
But Li Tianqi, after all, needed to maintain the dignity of a clan leader, and threatened, "You're not going to the Bright Pearl banquet anymore, and you can forget about becoming a saintess who never leaves the Li clan after this." Hearing this, the two of them shut up.
5 hours later, the bride and groom were escorted into the bridal chamber. Both of them felt chaotic inside.
The peering eyes of this tribe left Jiang Chen speechless. "Your tribe is really meticulous," Lin Shan interrupted. "Don't waste words." Lin Shan took the initiative to push Jiang Chen down, and he was stunned.
The young lady is gently asking for a favor. Just act a little, and they'll leave. I just don't want to be a saintess. Just don't get any bad ideas. What do you mean? Jiang Chen spread his arms wide. I'm very generous. With that, he forced Li Shan down. But now the situation was male on top and female on bottom.
Jiang Chen understood, Li Shan replied. How can a woman take the initiative in this kind of thing? Li Shan didn't dare to resist, only hoping that he wouldn't do anything too excessive. Jiang Chen slowly took off her clothes, pretending to caress Liu Shan. Li Shan threatened him. "If you dare to do anything to me, I'll definitely burn you to death with a fire god technique." Jiang Chen signaled, "Grandma, keep it down."
Right now, the two of them were carefully watching those peering eyes. Li Shan, this child, has finally been married off. Of course, proud.
Jiang Chen asked for her opinion. What to do? Li Shan blushed and replied, "Kiss me, otherwise they won't leave." Jiang Chen froze for 5 seconds. That's not going to work. But Lin Shan resolutely said, "Stop hesitating." With that, the young lady pulled him down and decisively locked lips with Jiang Chen. This Li Shan, although a virgin, was incredibly skilled in her actions. After a while, the passionate kissing finally stopped. Jiang Chen felt a gradual flow within him, and Li Shan was equally intoxicated. Li Shan couldn't stop at this moment, and pulled Jiang Chen down. "Keep going, what are you waiting for?"
At a time like this, you must keep an absolutely cool head. You can't go too far, otherwise, where would Jiang Chen's reputation be?
He released a palm strike and slammed the door shut. "Get out."
Early the next morning, birds were chirping merrily outside the compound. Inside the bridal chamber, male on top, female on the bottom, but separated by a bed. Li Tianqi curiously peeked his head in and asked, "Are you awake yet?" Jiang Chen replied, "Do cultivators need to sleep?" Li Xuan chimed in, "My dad is asking if you did it yet."
Jiang Chen, annoyed, slammed his palm, shattering the tent and sending both father and son flying straight into the sky.
When Li Tianqi landed, he saw his daughter, Li Shan, already packing her bags to leave.
The old man asked, bewildered, "You just got married, and you're already leaving?"
Li Shan glared back, a fierce glint in her eyes. "You try to control me, Dad." Li Tianqi, terrified, shook his head. "Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dream of it. Anyway, this divine king's son-in-law is ours now. We overdid it a bit yesterday, best not to provoke them again."
Old Li Tianqi waited, and finally, Jiang Chen opened the door. "Oh, there you are," he quickly jumped into the topic. The Nanming Plains has 6 major tribes in total, with the Liao clan being the strongest. Today, the Liao clan is hosting a grand tribal assembly, and some young talents will seize the opportunity to show off. Why don't you go with them and check it out? You should also get a grasp of the situation in Mingzhu and the dealings between the major tribes, to avoid being helpless when it matters. Jiang Chen wondered how long he'd have to stay in Mingzhu in the future, but he nodded and replied, "All right." Inside the Lin clan's six-tribe conference, the elders were roaring with joyful laughter.
Li Shan, my dear sister, even without you here, your Jia Li tribe still dares to boast and claim you'll snatch the championship of the six-tribe gathering again. I'll bet you.
Ling Quan wasn't going to hold back this time, she retorted.
How about we make it a big bet? Do you dare?
The young master of the San Li tribe slammed his hand on the table and replied, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm the young master of the San Li tribe. The resources I command are beyond what you can compare with." Li Quan was pleased and continued,
"This time, at the six-tribe gathering, if my tribe wins the championship, then your San Li tribe—"
Li Quan didn't bother to hide it, laying out her terms directly. "You must give my tribe a slot to participate in the Mingzhu feast." The young master of San Li was surprised.
A slot for the Mingzhu feast. He glanced at old patriarch Li Tianqi, then explained with a friendly smile, "If we lose, our tribe will also put up a slot. But if you lose, one of your slots will belong to us."
The old patriarch of the San Li tribe nodded and replied,
"All right, old bro Tianqi wants to give us a slot, of course. We can't refuse." Old Li Tianqi replied with a confident smirk, "I believe we won't lose." He looked towards Jiang Chen, placing his trust in him. "Kid, you're a reincarnated divine king, don't you dare lose."
At that moment, Jiang Chen was sitting there, fiddling with some scorpions, and suddenly sneezed. Achoo! The young man rubbed his nose, thinking,
"Who's talking about me? What kind of opportunities will his new life in the great Li clan bring him?"
Finally, the day of the six-tribe gathering arrived, and Jiang Chen was already there early. Glancing back at old Tianqi, who was lying there, enjoying himself thoroughly, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Are all these people from this family sly foxes?"
The host's voice rang out clearly. 6 great tribes, choose your opponents for team combat. Warriors and representatives from all 6 tribes flocked onto the fighting stage, the crowd growing denser by the moment. Li Quan excitedly looked around. "Let's see, who should I choose?" A cacophony of voices erupted. "I choose him, I choose him too."
Li Quan was surprised. What? At this moment, there was one person everyone was choosing? The truth was clear. She looked back to see Jiang Chen being pointed at by hundreds of hands.
"He's obviously the weakest one. I also choose Jiang Chen." Annoyed, Jiang Chen bristled. "Everyone chose me. Do they really think I'm weak?" Li Quan explained. "You can't blame me for this. Among these 60 people, the lowest cultivation is only mid-stage Earth Realm, the others are at least upper-stage Heaven Realm, and there are even saints."
Jiang Chen became excited.
"Oh really?" Jiang Chen, in front of all the contestants, pointed directly at the strongest one and declared, "Then I choose him. This guy is probably really strong, right? If I beat him, the others won't pick me anymore, and I'll save myself some time."
The group of contestants burst into roaring laughter, practically rolling on the ground. "You ignorant country bumpkin, this is Li Yimu, ranked 3rd in our Lin clan, a young prodigy who has already reached the Saint Realm, being challenged by some old Earth Realm geezer. Go back and be a son-in-law, scram." Jiang Chen was insulted for being old, and he suddenly fumed with rage. Liang Quan, fearing he'd turn into a monster, quickly corrected herself. "Those idiots, brother Jiang, you just overdid it with the disguise. Don't provoke Jiang Chen."
Never had he felt so insulted. He was a dignified male god pursued by countless women. Yet in this damned Li clan, he was called an old Earth Realm geezer.
Li Yimu, now on the high stage, spoke up. "Old Earth Realm geezer, you dare look down on me. Get over here, now." Li Yimu continued to taunt him without holding back, not forgetting to mock Jiang Chen. "A mere freeloader dares to look down on me. I'll burn you to death." Jiang Chen's sore spot was hit, and he retorted, "You just called me a freeloader." Jiang Chen's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. This time, not even the gods could save Li Yimu. Jiang Chen was unstoppable now. Summoning the Nanli return to position vermilion bird technique,
he summoned the vermilion bird Deo Soul. The vermilion bird obeyed. Blaze, a loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The head of the Song Li clan observed in shock. "That's not right. This kid must have had an extraordinary encounter. He's cultivated the vermilion bird clan's martial arts techniques before, which is already shocking enough. This is pseudo-divine fire, even purer than our own Nanming Li fire. Tianqi, where did this guy come from?"
Li Tianqi proudly showed off his new son-in-law. "I'm not too sure myself. Li Xuan was being chased while out experiencing the world, and this guy escorted her back. I just went with the flow and married Li Shan off to him. Consider it a lucky find." Thinking to himself, "This is a reincarnated god king. I'll show you all, ha ha ha." The other examinees were like zombies. "No way, that powerful. This guy's flames are even more powerful than Li Yimu's." Li Yimu appeared in the smoke,
looking sullen. He was already black, but now he was even more charred. He couldn't afford to be careless and underestimate his opponent like before, and stepped forward and shouted, "I am a saint, Not someone like you Earthrealm cultivators can compare to.
Jiang Chen found it interesting. Saints are indeed tough to deal with, but Jiang Chen said to himself,
Great Ancestor, you exposed my identity, so you have to compensate me, right? The Great Ancestor's power has been a bit depleted recently. Is its end near?
Jiang Chen then swung the coffin at him. Damn it, you brat, Li Yimu raised his hand to resist. Relying on this coffin, break it for me. Another loud crash resounded.
It was truly like, when bulls fight, it's the frog that suffers.
But this time, the winner between the bull and the frog was clear. Jiang Chen slung the coffin back on his shoulders and said, Old saints these days aren't easy to mess with. The other examinees, legs went limp. No way.
The head of the Sangoli clan was restless now. The first round is finally over. Son-in-law Xia Lisheng. The second round begins. Li Tianqi, that old fox, was secretly pleased. I picked up a treasure, ha.
Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the arena and asked, No one else is choosing me. Anyone else? Someone stepped forward, his voice cold.
It's just you and me left.
Li Xuan eagerly stepped forward. Can my brother-in-law show some mercy as a congratulatory gift? This is top-tier witchcraft. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Top-tier witchcraft. Top-tier witchcraft. I didn't even get to practice it in my previous life. Jiang Chen quickly took it and put it away, praising, This kid is indeed quick-witted. Immediately, Li Xuan thought to himself, So, that's it, right, brother-in-law? Now Li Xuan and Jiang Chen put on a show. Before the eyes of the 6 clans, everyone was extremely surprised. Li Xuan could fight evenly with Jiang Chen. Is this Li Xuan even stronger than Li Yimu? If this develops further, wouldn't the 6 clans tribe be invincible?
Li Yimu's heart ached. This is clearly throwing the fight. Why mention me?
Li Xuan laughed triumphantly. Haha, I am invincible.
The young man gave a thumbs up, signaling. All right, little brother-in-law Jiang Chen. I've been waiting. I thought I'd have to pretend until tomorrow, the host announced. The second round is over. There is an empty spot in the third round. The elders will discuss and then begin.
Stepping into the tent, Jiang Chen and Li Xuan saw old Tianqi roaring, My daughter and Jiang Chen just got married, and you big tribes don't even know what a betrothal gift is? This open spot is for my tribe. Several elders, all in cahoots, replied, Take it. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. This competition is based on strength. You mind your own business. Old Tianqi acted spoiled, beloved son-in-law. Old Tianqi said, Son-in-law, don't be shy. Even if you want the sky, your father will get it for you. Jiang Chen replied, You're being so upfront, I have to learn a lot from you. Li Xuan was so moved that he couldn't hold back his tears. There's nothing more to say. The host's voice rang out. The third round begins. The person who goes directly to the 6th tribe, Chen Shen. The tribesmen were now calling Jiang Chen Chen Shen. Jiang Chen observed the elders. The lowest level of strength was Saint King. Li Tianqi's strength was the lowest. Could it be that this tribe relies on Li Shan, the Saint King's high position, relying on his daughter? Jiang Chen said to the old 6th great tribe's tribe leader, You have the weakest strength. The old man smiled and replied, You're thinking too much. No one dares to bully my 6th tribe. Jiang Chen thought to himself, That's right, the 6th tribe and White Emperor City also seem to have some connection. Maybe it's not that simple.
Jiang Chen wondered. That's right, how about after the 6th tribe gathering ends, you teach me some witchcraft? Otherwise, when I participate in the pearl banquet, if I don't know any witchcraft, it will be easy to be exposed, old Tianqi replied. The witchcraft of the 6th tribe, except for the 8 flows of fire, I can't teach you, everything else is possible. The 8 flows of fire is the 6th tribe's secret technique. The Lin clan only passes it down to the next generation.
Jiang Chen took out the manual to look at. The others are fine too.
Li Tianqi leaned in to look. What are you looking at so intently, young man? What is it so serious? Inside the manual, the 8 trigrams fire was recorded in great detail. What the hell? Lao Tianqi shouted. It's obviously not meant to be spread. Who gave you the 8 trigrams fire?
Jiang Chen subtly corrected.
Change. 8. 2. Separate. Trigrams fire, not 8 trigrams fire. The old man looked again to be sure. This is clearly 8 trigrams fire. The characters have been blurred over the years. This isn't separate. It's 8.
Jiang Chen, feeling guilty, handed it back to the old man. Here, take it back. Li Tianqi was annoyed. You've already seen it. What's the use of returning it to me now? The host's voice cut in at that moment. The 4th round of the competition begins. Jiang Chen quickly packed up and stepped out. I'm off to compete. I'll leave Yixuan to you. Go settle the score with him. Lao Tianqi thought to himself. Forget it. This is a secret tribal art. Even a god king from the Barren Lands probably couldn't learn it. Meeting his next opponent, Yixuan Zhao, the #1 genius of the Lian tribe, he arrogantly said, Stop here! You're not a member of the Lian tribe, so you can't enter the southern underworld grotto. Jiang Chen wondered. Southern underworld grotto, a Saint King used to reside there. Interesting.
Li Xuanzhao, originally the #1 in the 6 tribes, declared. The champion of the 6 tribes can enter the southern underworld grotto to cultivate. You don't even know this, and you still participate.
Jiang Chen grinned.
Thanks for reminding me.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen swung the coffin in front of Yixuanzhao's head. You devil, Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen excitedly asked. How can you still move?
Li Xuanzhao couldn't understand what was happening. Impossible, I'm already at the Saint King level. How can I be locked down by the Earth Realm?
Jiang Chen smashed the coffin into Li Xuanzhao's face. A dazzling blow. Secret art, great ancestral thousand-caddy peak. Jiang Chen, so, that's the genius of the 6 tribes taken care of. The old guys turned pale. Just now, that's impossible. Tianqi, where did you find this kind of son-in-law? Jiang Chen waited for Li Xuanzhao to get up and smashed him again, for good measure. Li Xuanzhao cried miserably. I surrender, Jiang Chen replied. Don't, I want to try out a newly learned technique, just bear with it.
This is the right person at the right time. Using this guy as a test subject is perfect. The 8 trigrams fire, a unique technique of the tribe, a huge flame blazed before their eyes, astonishing the elders. This is our tribe's secret art that's not to be passed down. How could someone who hasn't cultivated in shamanic arts, and isn't even from the Pearl Continent, know it?
The most shocked person at that time had to be Li Tianqi. The old man's eyes were about to pop out because of this monster, Jiang Chen.
Li Xuanzhao's spot was now completely shattered. No one could see his figure there anymore.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Why is the power of the 8 trigrams fire so great?
The Grand Elder angrily questioned, Lao Tianqi, 8 trigrams fire. Li Tianqi, why did you transmit shamanic arts to an outsider? Do you want to betray the rules of the Li tribe? Li Tianqi was flustered and didn't know what to say. He's my son-in-law, he's also a member of the Li tribe. What's wrong with passing the 8 trigrams fire to him?
The Grand Elder taught according to the ancestral teachings.
The 8 trigrams fire can only be mastered by our Lina tribe lineage. It has always been like this.
Now that an outsider has mastered the 8 trigrams fire, what is this? Lao Tianqi thought. How would I know that this kid actually learned it?
This, Li Xuan, Jiang Chen said to Li Xuan. What exactly is this 8 trigrams fire, he thought. After all, the opponent is at the Saint Realm. Even my forbidden techniques couldn't heavily injure him with one move. Shamanic arts must be extraordinary.
At this moment, the elder presiding over the event stepped forward and said, Chen, considering that you're Li Tianqi's son-in-law, we won't make things difficult for you today. We will seal the part of your memories related to the 8 trigrams fire. This is the last concession of our 6 great Li tribes. Jiang Chen felt indignant, thinking, erasing memories. Such secret techniques must definitely be deeply ingrained in my heart. Wouldn't my secret techniques be given to the world for free? He responded. You guys.
At that moment, a very familiar aura descended from the sky.
And what entered Jiang Chen's eyes were beautiful, busty, and fully made-up female disciples. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Why are you all here?
The female disciples pounced straight down, some putting their butts in his face, others putting their faces in his butt, some putting their hands on his chest, others putting their chests in Jiang Chen's hands. Master, do you miss us?
Hua Lianyi, the most combative little sister, blurted out.
Master, you seem stiff, Jiang Chen. I am stiff all over. Quickly get up, can't you see what time it is?
The elder said.
Haven't you made enough trouble? Today, if your memories aren't sealed, don't even think about stepping out of the Lin tribe.
Jiang Chen retorted. Oh, you also know that I can't let you probe deeply into my memories. You're trying to kill me in disguise, aren't you? So it's clear. These grand elders are just finding an excuse to put Jiang Chen in a difficult situation. So what if we rush up and kill you? Jiang Chen didn't need to show respect to anyone anymore. Then you can try.
At that moment, a terrifying aura rushed over. And just as the two sides were about to engage in a life-or-death battle,
Li Shan stepped forward to intervene. She loudly asked, Haven't you made enough trouble? Jiang Chen was surprised, and the enraged old elders said, Li Shan, step aside, now is not the time to make trouble. Li Shan didn't say a word, pulling out a token with supreme power, causing the old guy to break out in a cold sweat. The nameless seal, you have the legacy of the ancestral master.
Li Shan spoke up. Seeing the token is like seeing the ancestral master. Why aren't you kneeling when you see the nameless seal? Not daring to hesitate, the elders bowed obsequiously. Greetings, ancestral master. Li Shan then declared loudly. The Batlu fire is for those who are destined to have it. Chen Shen has obtained it, and our clan is not allowed to object. The elder was speechless, unable to believe it, but Lin Shan glared and asked, What? Do I need the ancestral master to explain it to you personally? The old guy reluctantly replied. No, I wouldn't dare, he thought to himself. With the token here today, it seems I can't touch Chen Shen then.
Jiang Chen grabbed Li Shan's shoulder and said, You see, my disciples have come from afar to find me. Can the nameless grotto allow them to ascend and enlighten a little?
Looking at her husband's sparkling-eyed, sweet-talking disciples, Li Shan felt something stuck in her throat. I just got here today, how come so many women popped out? Li Shan roared like a beast turning savage. Whatever. Chanam Li Tianqiu stepped forward excitedly. Our little darling is jealous.
After a stick of incense, Jiang Chen led his disciples in. Why did you guys come? Hua Lianyi replied. Bai Fingyu went back to the White Emperor City to cultivate. Jiang Liu went to find his 10th ghost master. The rest of us had nothing to do in barren state. Nalan Mihir said gleefully. We weren't competing to see who was the master's favorite, then fought, and finally decided to come over to see what was up. Jiang Chen immediately interrupted. Hey, you're spilling all the beans, big sis.
But in his heart, he thought they were right. The other two, including Ni and Change, all had good fortune. They really should follow me and wander around a bit. Thinking this, he signaled, "Follow me, kids." As soon as he turned around, his disciples started acting like old hands, unable to resist the craving tormenting them.
They lay sprawled out, just waiting for their master to come and gorge himself. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. You guys are like this. Hua Lianyi is burning down there, wants it so bad. Nalan Mier leaned in, pressing her magnificent chest into Jiang Chen's eyes. Master, it's so hot here. Xiao Mietian and Ruo Zhao sidled up from below. Damn, let me go first. Jiang Chen couldn't stop his nosebleed, afraid of bleeding to death, and cried out for help. Help! Evil disciples, evil disciples. There was no way to ask for help. If women waited too long, that's what happens. The disciples scrambled to caress their master, leaving no spot untouched. It was truly a case of some having too much while others had nothing.
Nalan Mir said shyly. Master, you won't be at a disadvantage with us, Jiang Chen wondered. What do you mean, not at a disadvantage? He suddenly froze, because the atmosphere around him changed. Wait, what is this flame?
The disciples were now standing in front of Jiang Chen, covered in sweat,
their eyes filled with an unstoppable, intense desire, lining up one by one to have their master grade their homework.
Jiang Chen kept staring intently at the strange flames,
and the female disciples were confused. Master was having fun, but is paying attention to something with such a serious look. Then, he looked at his hand. Just now, Ruo Zhao's butt was on it. Wet, youth fake red. I don't know what kind of water it is. I shouldn't linger any longer with you all.
Jiang Chen had to quickly pull himself together and signaled, "Come out." He followed the direction of the flame to the front. Jiang Chen wondered, this aura, it's not hard to recognize, is divine.
Suddenly, the aura transformed into a small bird. Jiang Chen was surprised. Where did this little sparrow come from?
Hearing the insult, the bird spat out and shouted,
"You're the sparrow! I'm the Vermilion Bird King." The Vermilion Bird cleared its throat. Kid, I ask you, are you a god? Jiang Chen thought to himself. The Vermilion Bird King isn't him. He immediately used the divine art of sun and moon eyes, and then he truly saw its true form. You are one of the 4 divine beasts. The Vermilion Bird.
Remembering countless years ago, the Vermilion Bird in the 9 Heavens divine realm did many bad things, and was eventually chopped down by the heavens. Is that you? Rumor has it that in the ancient elephant era there was a Vermilion Bird that did many bad things, almost destroying the dimensional wall between the 9 Heavens continent and the godless continent. Even the heavens couldn't stand it, and sent down divine punishment, pushing it down to the godless continent. The Vermilion Bird was embarrassed, and didn't dare admit it.
You've mistaken me, Jiang Chen said. You're lying. There's only one Vermilion Bird, and that's you. The Vermilion Bird then explained, My lifespan is not long. I offered my flame to the Lina clan tribe, hoping that someone could become a god, and take me back to the 9 heavens. But these people have no hope. If you can become a god and take me back, I will definitely reward you handsomely.
Jiang Chen, seizing the opportunity, replied, Taking you back is fine, but if you want to keep causing trouble, I can't control you, I'll get implicated, unless you sign a contract with me. He finally understood. No wonder this Lina tribe can't cultivate but can use divine fire. If I can control this Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird panicked. What trouble could I possibly cause? Besides, a tiny god king like you, even if I wanted to reward you, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiang Chen turned to leave. Then forget it. The Vermilion Bird immediately got anxious. Fine, I'll sign. It cursed inwardly. Damn it, being threatened by a little god king? Wait till I get back to the 9 heavens, I'll deal with you, Jiang Chen also thought. A little god king, are there even levels among god kings?
Jiang Chen smiled, and began the contract ritual with the little bird. Looks like you know what's good for you, but then it suddenly noticed something bizarre. What is this? Emperor Vine? Oh heavens, immortality. Jiang Chen scratched his ear and replied, Don't worry about it. Alright, quickly restore my disciples to normal, they don't have much time to cultivate.
The Vermilion Bird was still gaping. Wait, this is the Myriad Transformation Heavenly Plate. Just who are you, kid? How do you have the Myriad Transformation Heavenly Plate? 3 days later, outside the Southern Mirage Cave, people were saying that the cultivation in the Southern Mirage Cave was truly strange. They wondered if they could comprehend the Southern Mirage divine fire. Comprehend? The Lin tribe couldn't obtain the Southern Mirage true fire. How could these outsiders possibly do it? The Great Elder explained. Our tribe has always had a rule. Outsiders who enter the Southern Mirage Cave to cultivate must die in our tribe if they can't obtain the Southern Mirage divine fire. Liu Shan held the ancestor's token to protect Jiang Chen, but what about his disciples? The old geezers were surprised. You mean there's a reason for this? Hua Lianyi and her sister stretched and yawned.
The outside air is still better. It was so hot inside. Ruo Zhao, finding it strange, asked, What do you elders want to do? An old man spoke up. As expected, there isn't a trace of the Southern Mirage divine fire in your bodies. Do you know your crime? Hua Lianyi felt she hadn't offended anyone since arriving at the tribe, and had only stayed in the cave cultivating with her master, puzzled.
"What crime have we committed?" The old man, showing no respect for Jiang Chen's precious disciples, shouted, causing Hua Lianyi pain. As outsiders entering the Southern Mirage Cave to cultivate without comprehending it, that is your crime. The council of the 6 major tribes was now in a rage,
and the old man's face was full of sinister intent at this moment of judgment.
Looking at his habit of smoking tobacco, the old man's eyes were always bloodshot, and his teeth were jagged like a rat's. The old man had waited for this moment for a long time, just to retaliate against Jiang Chen. He struck out with a palm, shouting, "Die, Jiang Chen's sisters!"
At this moment, they screamed in panic, "Holy King! Master!" The Holy King's pressure completely immobilized them.
Jiang Chen could smell the trouble from a mile away. In a flash, he carried a huge coffin in front of his horny disciples. Waiting for the old man to strike, Jiang Chen retaliated.
He asked, "Isn't this judgment a little premature?" Jiang Chen was caught in a group attack.
He braced himself to resist, his body being pushed back, causing his disciples to worry. The vermilion bird appeared and encouraged him. "Shine a little brighter. How do you want to live?" Jiang Chen was immediately excited. "Shine as bright as you can." Li Tianqi rushed forward to protect his son-in-law. The ancestor ordered, "Li Tianqi, step aside. Are you disobeying my orders and trying to rebel?" So that's how it was. Jiang Chen simply asked him, "If comprehending the Southern Mirage Divine Fire is enough, right?" The old man sneered and replied, "Of course, but how can you outsiders comprehend the Southern Mirage Divine Fire? Obediently accept your death." Jiang Chen smiled coldly and retorted to the old man,
"Then you better watch closely." From here, a strange flame was summoned, surrounding Jiang Chen. Summoning the Southern Mirage Divine Fire was just child's play to him, because he had the vermilion bird backing him. And the elders were terrified. "Southern Mirage Divine Fire? What? Lian Tianqi? And the rest of you, are you gaping in shock? The Southern Mirage Divine Fire hasn't appeared for so many years. Is heaven really not going to abandon our Liman tribe?" At this moment there was no more doubt. The elders knelt down and kowtowed in worship. The great elder, that certain elder, now said obsequiously, "The Li tribe has an ancestral teaching. Whoever can obtain the Southern Mirage Divine Fire is the great chieftain of the 6 major tribes of the Li tribe." Jiang Chen was stunned. "So you mean I'm the biggest boss of the Li tribe's 6 major tribes now?" The old man slowly walked towards the women, and his appearance made the girls wary. "What do you want to do?" But all he could do now was prostrate himself and apologize. "I was offensive today. If the great chieftain's disciples want to punish me, this old one has no objections." Jiang Chen thought to himself, "I just arrived in Pearl Continent, and besides Li Tianqi, no one is on my side. What they said doesn't seem to be false. This chieftain has at least the strength of a holy king." Jiang Chen now used the authority of the great chieftain. "All right, rise. Now that I am the great chieftain, let's set off for the Pearl Continent banquet." As soon as he heard this, old Tianqi rushed over. "Of course, our Lian tribe has a total of 6 assets. Take them all, son-in-law," Jiang Chen thought. "What's with this crazy father-in-law? Oh, well then, thank you." After finishing, Jiang Chen gestured, "Let me know when the Pearl Continent banquet is about to start, but spare the punishments." The disciples looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. "Wow, master is so cool. What was that flame just now? Can you teach me?" Lao Tianqi didn't stop there, laughing in the faces of the elders who always look down on others. "See that? That's my son-in-law, jealous much." A day later, Jiang Chen pondered. "We're 1 person short in our group of 6. Who should we call?" Jiang Chen then used telepathy to inquire about Nian Chang's. Nian Chang's appeared, busy plucking a chicken bald. Jiang Chen spoke up. "Nian Chang's, what have you been up to lately?" Nian Chang's rejoiced. "Master, what else would I be doing? Eating, sleeping, resting, and beating Juyu." Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. "Hey, take it easy, that's my mount." He immediately got to the point. "Interested in the Bright Pearl banquet? We have a spot to spare." Hearing this, Nian Change threw the chicken to the side, replying, "Interested. Wait for me a moment." The teleportation gate appeared in an instant. Jiang Chen wondered, what kind of technique is this? While still curious, Nian Change rushed out, pressing her newly developed, perfect bosom against his face. "Master, I missed you so much." Jiang Chen almost couldn't recognize his disciple. "What did the Tongqian temple feed you? In the time I haven't seen you, you've become a saint." Nian Cheng winked and replied, "Master, are you admiring me?" Little Dragon and Chicken Master stepped forward, saying, "Brat, seeing this ancestral dragon, and you don't kneel?" Zhu Kui finally had something to say. "What's the point of kneeling? I used to eat 5 ancestral dragons for fun, now it's gotta be 50. Long Day was furious. "What did you say, you scrawny bird?" Nian Cheng was shocked when she saw it. "Zhu Kui Wang is injured. Cultivation at Tianpo realm. Master, where did you get this treasure?" Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to show off. Grabbing the bird, "Oh, it's a long story." Zhu Kui struggled uncomfortably. "Let me go." But now is not the time to chat. Jiang Chen put Zhu Kui away, gesturing,
Alright, let's seize the time to cultivate. 3 days later, the Bright Pearl banquet begins. An inevitable, fierce battle. Nian Chang suddenly remembered. Master, I recently learned a new position from my old master's study. Do you want to see it? Jiang Chen was intrigued. Oh, show me. The Tongtian Temple's cultivation positions must be extraordinary. This Nian Cheng really understands me. Nian Cheng immediately took off her clothes in front of her master. Jiang Chen wondered. This is. Jiang Chen thought it would be something great, but it turned out to be some lewd tricks. Disciples like those guys couldn't hold back their blood again. 3 days later, everyone gathered around Old Tianque. The Bright Pearl banquet is divided into several stages. The first stage is the Qingfeng banquet. For the great Tianzhao to get acquainted, no fighting involved. Afterwards will be the Chao banquet, held in the Zhu Li imperial dynasty. Jiang Chen replied excitedly. When it's not necessary, don't reveal my identity as the great clan chief. I like to keep a low profile. Lao Tianqi nodded. Of course, my good son-in-law.
While talking, auras suddenly flew around. Lin Tianqi pointed to two people fighting, saying, however, young people always have their own pride. You see, isn't that fighting already? A pig-snout guy stepped forward, saying, even dogs and cats can participate in the Qingfeng banquet. He was a lower saint. Not knowing who was in charge, ordered, old and young, get out. Jiang Chen sighed longingly. I've already kept such a low profile, envy Zhao. And the sisters angrily questioned the pig-snout, who are you calling dogs and cats?
The pig-snout pointed directly at their master, saying, of course it's him, the dog. The female disciples suggested. Master, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Go ahead, consider it experience. Thinking to himself, they've all cultivated to the upper heavenly realm, plus the special nature of their occupations. A lower saint shouldn't be a problem. The disciples then formed a battle formation to attack the pig-snout saint realm. He rambled. 4 little girls even know how to protect the little pets they raise. Not bad. He then erupted with saint realm aura, his body muscular, 6-pack abs bursting, planning to attract these young ladies of Jiang Chen's family. Alright, I'll play with you.
Jiang Chen immediately realized. That's not right. He's hiding his strength. This is an upper saint. He immediately signaled his disciples to retreat, but would it be too late?
Jiang Chen only had time to see his fierce palm break through the disciples. Formation. The pig rushed towards the girl.
But at this moment, someone stood up to block his blow as easily as silk. Nian Chang's voice rose. I'm here. Don't fight me, the pig-snout asked. Who are you?
Nian Chang's turned back to ask Jiang Chen. Master, kill or cripple. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Nian Chang jumped up, grabbing his head. I understand you. The pig-snout lost all his initial tone, screaming, I surrender, I surrender.
Don't. But, with a bang, Nian Chang was blown away by an old man.
He yelled, Brat, how dare you go so hard on someone from the Chen clan? Get your elders out here. Nian Changji wondered. My elders? Jiang Chen worried. This silly kid, I acted with killing intent before even thinking it through.
The old coot, clueless as ever, blurted out, that's it. An orphan, no elders. Or are you some kind of wild seed?
Nian Chengge perked up her ears. The wild seed started to imagine his meaning. The words full of murderous intent left Nian Chengge petrified.
Jiang Chen was now worried something crazy would happen. Nian Chengge, like someone in a trance, she mumbled, repeating, wild seed. Why did he call me a wild seed? At that moment, a wave of killing intent was about to take over her entire mind. That pig-headed geezer, oblivious to what was coming, pressed on. What? Did I hit a nerve with the little bastard?
Nian Chengge asked him back with a cold voice.
Is it wrong not to have parents? Is it wrong for our clan to choose seclusion? A memory from the past flashed before her eyes. In the beginning we tried so hard to protect. If it weren't for you guys, the mood at this moment had turned completely into killing intent. The pig-snouted man laughed. The people of the Li clan do not have parents. Nian Chengge was filled with deathly aura. Kill, kill, kill. A demonic heart had completely taken control of her. If it weren't for you, this world would be a better place.
Luckily, Jiang Chen put his hand on Nian Chengge's head, waking her up. The killing intent instantly vanished. Nian Chengge realized. That almost went horribly wrong.
Now just let Master handle things. I've heard about the strength of the Chen clan's chosen ones for a long time. Today, this incompetent disciple wants to ask for some guidance. Glaring at those two pigs, Jiang Chen growled. Do you dare?
The old pig replied.
What wouldn't I dare? Are the 6 clan leaders here trying to start a war with our clan? Thinking, who is this kid to be leading a team of 6 clan leaders?
Jiang Chen signaled to everyone. This is a sparring match for us youngsters. The clan leaders can go ahead first. Everyone obeyed. Nian Chengge felt extremely sorry, leaning in to apologize.
Master,
The two pig disciples got the opportunity to run their mouths. A low-level saint and a perfected low-level saint. What the hell are you? A tiny Earthrealm cultivator dares to challenge the Chen clan's chosen ones. Ha, how laughable. Even dogs and cats have the qualifications to challenge the Chen clan's chosen ones. Jiang Chen didn't mind at all and called out, "You two, come at me together!" The pig pups yelled. "Are you asking for death?" Just then, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. "Insulting my disciple, death." He got bloodthirsty and shot towards the sun-moon pupils. Now the nameless divine fire was clinging to the entire body of the two pig pups, burning them. Struggling, they shouted, "What is this? Can't be extinguished with spiritual energy."
Jiang Chen smirked. The sun-moon pupils plus the nameless divine fire, how can mere saints destroy it? The pig pups screamed for help.
The clan leader glared at his two beloved sons being burned to ashes by Jiang Chen. He roared, "Li clan brat, you are too cruel."
The Li clan leader spoke up. Talking to our grand clan leader like that? Does the Chen clan not want peace anymore? At that moment, the old pig realized he is the son-in-law of the Li clan leader. The elder said, "So what, you want to start a war with our Lim clan instead?"
The Chen fellow thought, the Li clan's grand clan leaders are all mobilized just to protect this one kid. Moreover, he is also their grand clan leader. Then the nameless divine fire, which hasn't appeared in a long time, must be in his hands. The Li clan is untouchable right now.
The plastic pig then turned away. Li clan leader: "Just kidding. Why make such a big deal out of a banquet? Forget it, forget it." Nian Chengge still felt remorseful. Jiang Chen comforted. "Disciple, why apologize? The problem is with this world, with the crooked hearts of people." He added, "By the way, what was that spiritual energy you burst out with just now? It's not like the magic of the Tongtian temple." Nian Chengge hesitated. Just then, Nian Chengge revealed a secret. "Master, my real name is not Nian Chengge. My name is Cheng Wan." Jiang Chen was surprised. There's also this name. He suddenly suspected something. Wait. Before I became the God King, there was an ancient human race that created this world, except the Chengjiang clan disappeared overnight. It is said that they were exterminated. Among them, the people who knew that this clan existed evaluated them like this. Jiang Chen was shocked, remembering the prophecy. Whether the world is in chaos or not, Chengshen decides it all.
Jiang Chen, suspecting her true identity, asked, Could you be from the Chengjiang clan?" Chengjiang hesitated and replied, "So what if I am? But that's all in the past." Chen Jiang walked up to her, gently caressing her head, making her blush shyly, and said, "The Chengjiang clan disappeared overnight. Rumor has it they were wiped out, and that's, well, I don't know."
Comforting others.
Chengjiang, hearing this, quickly retorted Chen Jiang's idea, saying, "The Chengjiang clan is not extinct. In that disaster, well, only my parents died. The rest of the Chengjiang clan are still alive, but it's just difficult for them to emerge into the world. But if they do,
whether this world is in chaos or not, it's still up to my Chengmian clan to decide. I'll go to the ancestral land to release them." During this time, Chen Jiang placed his hand on her shoulder, comforting her, saying, "I'll go with you." Chen Jiang was comforting her while thinking,
people of the Chengjiang clan can't emerge into the world right now, so how did Nian Zhenge emerge? And why did Nian Zhenge change her name? Moreover, she joined the Tongtian Divine Palace.
What secrets are hidden in all of this? Chengjiang looked at Chen Jiang, who was lost in thought, and wondered curiously, what's he thinking about? Unexpectedly, Cheng Jian suddenly walked up to Chen Jiang and gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek.
Chen Jiang, then Cheng Jian turned and walked away, saying, "Don't think too much, you'll know later."
Chen Jiang watched Cheng Jian walk away alone, pondering in his head for a moment. She's my disciple, also my good friend. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll go with her. A day later, in the palace of the Zhu Li dynasty, the emperor, sitting on the throne with a gloomy and angry expression, slammed his hand on the chair and said, "Where is the 9th princess now?"
The great ministers of the emperor, hearing this, broke out in cold sweats, trembling and stammering, "Your Majesty, this, the 9th princess, the 9th princess." Seeing them stammering and not daring to speak, the emperor roared, "Speak up." Seeing that the situation was not good, a lieutenant quickly replied, She might have gone out to play." The emperor, hearing this, became even more angry and said, "Play? Does this emperor not know she's out playing?" The emperor, holding back his anger, continued with a murderous expression, "This emperor dispatched 36 heavenly guardians, told you to watch over her with your lives, to protect her, and what's the result? Where is she now?" The officials and ministers were terrified, and hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, calm down! Your Majesty, calm down!"
The atmosphere was very tense when suddenly a soldier ran in from outside in a panic and said, "Reporting to your Majesty, we found her, she's in the imperial city, mixed in with the people attending the banquet."
The emperor, hearing this, replied,
"Oh, what's the matter?" Without delay, he recounted. "The 9th princess, disguised as a man, was discovered by someone," the emperor continued. "Then what?" The guard, afraid to tell the truth, thought quickly, "Oh no, His Majesty usually dotes on the ninth princess. What if something happens?
The emperor above was already anxious, and he immediately recounted. It was the young master of Xing Amao from Huoyun Mountain who exposed the ninth princess. Then Liu Tao writes this and that. The officials behind, hearing this, were suddenly horrified and said, "What? Oh no, we're done for." The emperor, seeing this, was also a little surprised, and slammed his hand on the chair. The emperor, unable to bear this anger, immediately frowned and shouted, "Pass down the order. From today onwards, Huoyun Mountain is removed from Mingzhou." Scene change in the imperial city. Chen Jiang's group had also arrived at this place. Nalan Miguire spoke up and said, "We finally arrived." She kept stroking Chen Jiang and continued, "Master, I heard that the Zhu Li dynasty is choosing a consort. The target is the ninth princess of the current dynasty." Master Nalan Miguire leaned into Chen Jiang's ear and said sweetly and seductively, "Interested?" These words made Chen Jiang a little embarrassed in front of everyone. Chen Jiang, not wanting to lose face in front of everyone, pushed her away slightly and said, "You guys pay attention. This is not Huangju."
While walking, both of them suddenly heard the people around them gossiping. "Have you heard? The princesses of the Zhu Li dynasty this generation are really unbearable?" Another person next to him replied, "That's right, if you're chosen to become a consort this generation, you're done for."
Hearing this, Chen Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, clutching his head, "Thank goodness for the disguise, otherwise with my looks I'd definitely be picked as a stud." Seeing this, Nalanmir and the others retorted, "Hey, who gave you that confidence?"
Amidst the crowd's disparaging remarks, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, countering, "Who says the Zhu Li dynasty's princess isn't beautiful?"
Hearing this, the surrounding people turned in surprise, focusing their attention on the speaker. Chen Jiang's group glanced at him and thought to themselves, "Are all the men in Mingzhou this tender?"
A robust young man declared, "She's clearly as beautiful as a celestial being."
Two village girls, seeing him object to their words, retorted,
All right. Mingzhou has long had rumors that the Zhu Li dynasty's princess is ugly this generation." A bystander chimed in, "Whoever becomes her stud is unlucky for 8 generations." Hearing their insulting words, the young man couldn't contain his anger, and unleashed the power of a god around him, emitting radiant light as he spoke. "What did you say?" The two were startled by the young man's power and exclaimed, "Really? A god?" Chen Jiang, seeing that he had some power, thought to himself, "A guardian god. Interesting."
Chen Jiang took a closer look at the young man's figure and said with some surprise, "That's not right. Why does he look like my youngest disciple back in the Juxiao sect?" Chen Jiang sniffed the scent on the young man and continued to think, "This kid is naturally a flirtatious type." Suddenly, Chen Jiang was stunned and exclaimed in horror,
"It's him. This brat has descendants in Mingzhou." Seeing this, Chen Jiang asked, "Master, are you getting old? Is your brain failing?" Chen Jiang said to Chen Jiang,
"Do you know anything about the specific situation in Mingzhou?" Chen Jiang playfully poked Chen Jiang's cheek and replied, "The Zhu Li dynasty currently has 2 factions. The one in power is the Wu family, Wu Feng. The one you killed before was the crown prince of the most powerful faction of the Zhu Li dynasty." Chen Jiang wisely continued, "The other faction isn't named Huang, but Xi. As for what the reason is, I don't know." Wanting to show off how cool she was, Chen Jiang put on sunglasses and said, "It's true that there are rumors that the other faction isn't really part of the Zhu Li dynasty. That faction I remember is named Mu. I heard that the old ancestor of the other faction is named Mu Jian, and they say someone picked him up from a tomb. Then, the person who picked him up probably wasn't very cultured and just gave him a name like that." Hearing this, Chen Jiang was 3 parts speechless and 7 parts helpless with this girl, and thought to himself, "That little disciple of mine was picked up by me from a tomb, and at that time I just casually gave him a name, and that name was indeed Mu Jian." Chen Jiang coughed unexpectedly and waved his hand, inadvertently placing it on Chen Jian's chest, causing her to say with some embarrassment, "Mu Jian, that name is actually pretty good."
Very profound, very meaningful, very unique. The person who gave that name is probably erudite and talented, with an outstanding appearance and extraordinary talent.
Hearing this name, Chen Jiang realized something and questioned Chen Jiang, "Mu Jian, could it be that you gave him that name?" Chen Jiang was flustered and speechless at this question. To divert attention, Chen Jiang hurriedly urged his disciples forward, saying, "Let's go, disciples." Seeing this, the disciples behind him also excitedly followed Chen Jiang, shouting, "Charge, charge!" Even though that was the case, Chen Jiang still guessed that it was Chen Jiang, thinking in her head, "It must be him." Chen Jiang's group was moving when they arrived in front of the Chaoyan door when an unusual event occurred. Someone was lying on the road for an unknown reason. A person witnessing this scene spoke up, saying, 1,000 times the gravitational field. Are they trying to compete with these people? Suddenly, Nalan Miguire stepped forward and snuggled up to Chen Jiang, sweetly saying, "Master, let us clear the way for you this time." Chen Jiang resisted a little uncomfortably. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them pulled Chen Jiang up, Nalan Miguire tightly holding his hand.
Jiang, seeing his disciples being so good, praised, "You've finally grown up." Hua Lianyi also wanted to impress Jiang and deliberately revealed her full, round butt, causing Jiang to spew out nosebleeds. "Hey, don't peep at me." Nalan Meeker was even more outrageous, pressing Jiang's hand directly onto her dangerous place, and said, "Master, the more you look at me, the more excited you get." Jiang couldn't stand it and replied, "You wicked disciple." A man standing next to them saw this scene and said jealously, "How old are you, still relying on women?" A man standing next to him also spoke up, "Typical. You can tell he's a freeloader. Haven't you seen him staring at that woman's butt for so long?" He smugly and confidently continued, "Well, go ahead, you little good-for-nothing. Good luck with that." Jiang couldn't swallow this anger in his heart, and said in annoyance, his expression changing, "To Mier, let me go." Nalan Mier replied. Master Jiang angrily took a stance, preparing to step forward and said, "A freeloader of the celestial realm, this god king." Unexpectedly, Jiang darted past like a rocket at the speed of light, shocking everyone. Jiang overtook the two men and said, "Watch your fathers die." Seeing that Jiang was unexpectedly so fast, their eyes and mouths formed O-shapes. On the way forward, Jiang suddenly felt that something was wrong and turned to look back. Wanting to scout the situation, Jiang immediately stopped in front of the crowd. Jiang, seeing the frightened look on their faces, asked, "Why aren't you guys going in anymore?" The men replied with scared, dejected expressions, "Bro, this good opportunity is all yours. We're not fighting you for it. The champion gets to marry the princess, but seriously, that princess looks." Hearing this, Jiang instantly pictured a princess with an ugly, manly face in his head, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a tall, burly man stepped in front of Jiang and asked, "Are you the one who won the championship?" Jiang found the man rather strange. Jiang suddenly understood, thinking to himself, "Damn it, a divine realm gatekeeper." Jiang clutched his head and replied, You see, I haven't even reached the finish line yet. Can I just step back a little bit?" Before even crossing the finish line, Jiang was still in a daze, pondering the outcome, which annoyed the gatekeeper. He said, "What are you even saying? What do you mean? The imperial feast has been held countless times, but this is the first time I've seen anything like this." Jiang hesitated for a moment, then decided to step back, curiously asking, "How come I still don't see anyone behind me?" A young man saw this and asked, "Don't you guys want to marry the princess? Marry the 9th princess? And the entire Zhuli imperial dynasty will be your backing? Don't you want that?" Jiang noticed they were saying one thing but doing the opposite, so he immediately retorted, "Aren't you also stepping back? You guys are too much." The Divine Realm Gatekeeper, seeing their hesitation and unwillingness to move forward, reached out, grabbed Jiang, and declared, "You are the champion." He then hoisted Jiang onto his shoulder and headed back to the imperial court. Jiang was a bit unhappy, but still accepted going along with him. The men behind saw this and happily cheered, "Congrats on marrying the princess, congrats! From now on, no one in Mingzhu will dare touch you." The gatekeeper looked at Jiang's appearance and asked, "What's that, on your back? This is a vital imperial palace, and you're carrying a coffin on your back." Jiang then explained to him, "Oh, this is my spirit artifact, not a coffin." He wouldn't allow that thing into the imperial palace, so he told Jiang, "Once we enter the palace, put this coffin-like spirit artifact down. It looks ominous and could harm the imperial fortune." Jiang looked displeased but still replied, "Put it down where? Right now my grand progenitor relies on my essence, kie, and spirit to sustain his life. If this coffin leaves me, he'll die in less than a day." The young man saw this and said, "This spirit artifact is quite good, very interesting." He curiously asked Jiang, "Why did you refine a spirit artifact like that?" Jiang reluctantly replied, "Just thought it'd be fun." The Divine Realm Gatekeeper suddenly clasped his hands, chanted an incantation, and declared, "Zhuling Cave Abode, open." The three were then transported to another dimension within the cave abode. He then introduced, "The imperial feast will be held right here in the Zhuling Cave Abode." After that, everyone began to enter. Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought they wanted to make me marry the princess. You scared the living daylights out of me." Jiang happily turned to him and said, "Thanks, man." His attitude suddenly became unusually serious. Immediately, he slammed his giant hand onto the ground, startling Jiang, and declared, "I, along with the imperial court, am meeting the imperial lord." He then turned and told the young man, "Young hero, the imperial lord says you are to come along." Jiang, still on his shoulder, grumbled unhappily as they went inside, "You divine realm guys are truly something. Now let this old man down." A moment later, the two of them entered the imperial palace, meeting the old imperial lord in the Zhuli imperial dynasty's main hall. Everyone else knelt before the imperial lord, except for the young man and Jiang, who stood brazenly. Seeing this, the others quickly shouted, "You see the imperial lord, why aren't you kneeling?" Jiang, without a hint of fear, retorted, "I only kneel before my parents." The person next to him was a bit surprised, thinking, He can actually resist the great saint's aura.
Seeing the young man's imposing demeanor, the old imperial lord didn't make things difficult for him and spoke calmly. You are cultivators, not mundane court officials. There's no need for excessive ceremony. Chen Jiang, seeing that the old man seemed open-minded, replied, Many thanks, Imperial Lord.
Suddenly, the young man greeted him intimately. Greetings, Imperial Lord. Hearing this, Chen Jiang became a little suspicious of his identity. The old Imperial Lord's expression turned grim, and he said angrily, Had enough fun yet? I can't believe this. The young man then revealed herself to be the Imperial Dynasty's princess. She softly said, Father, Chen Jiang, standing beside her, couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, What the heck? What the actual FCK? Seeing his daughter's return, the old Imperial Lord asked with concern, You're the 9th princess, yet you went and participated in the Imperial feast. Do you know how worried your Imperial father was about you? What do you think of this person? The 9th princess, seeing this, naively replied, What do you mean? Is Imperial father asking if it was fun outside? It was super fun. From now on, I should go out more often. The old Imperial Lord was utterly speechless. I'm asking what you think of this person. This person was chosen to marry you, so if you're okay with him, then go for it.
The 9th princess glanced at Chen Jiang and said, Imperial father, a lifelong matter like marriage cannot be treated like a joke. The man in my heart must be a pillar of strength, capable of becoming a god and creating his own heaven. He looks too weak. Moreover, everyone outside keeps spreading rumors that I'm ugly, and no one wants me.
The old Imperial Lord quickly comforted the 9th princess, seeing her annoyance. Don't worry, my daughter is simply too beautiful that others might kidnap her. If not for that, why would I spread such rumors?
Seeing that the princess was displeased with Chen Jiang, the old Imperial Lord waved his hand and said, If you're not satisfied with this one, then just kill him. Chen Jiang saw the old guy boasting so much and angrily said, Hey, you're being so half-assed.
The 9th princess saw her dad wanting to kill someone so inhumanely, and replied, Imperial father, Imperial mother already said, your sins are too heavy, you just go around killing people at the drop of a hat, he hasn't even committed a crime, you can't kill him.
Chen Jiang looked at the old guy for a moment, then thought to himself, This imperial dynasty is such a mess. There are countless divine realm cultivators, if this emperor really makes things difficult. Today, I'm afraid. The old emperor, having no other choice, replied, You are the Grand Clan Elder of the Li Clan. Chen Jiang then answered, I'm not from the Li Clan. I became the Li Clan's Grand Clan Elder by a twist of fate. Chang An appeared from behind and joyfully said, Later, if someone pays attention to your identity, just say you're Chiang Mo's disciple. He's a brute that my Tongtian Divine Palace raised, but his strength is quite considerable, and he's currently in Mingzhu. Chen Jiang thought this idea was pretty smart. That's right, with a master like this, maybe he can be my personal shield. Chen Jiang then said,
My master Chiang Mo. I wonder if your majesty is acquainted with him. These words made the strategist on the other side nearly keel over from shock.
The old emperor saw this and was also a bit surprised, replying, I know him. Is your master dead yet? The old man next to Chen Jiang leaned into his ear and whispered, Chiang Mo came to the imperial garden a while ago and ate one of the emperor's sub-dragon mounts, and even stewed one of his blood luan birds. Chen Jiang was also stunned and surprised upon hearing this. Chen Jiang's expression suddenly turned serious for some reason. A loud voice cried out, Nian Changge, Chang An, was sitting by a river with Long Dade playing with a frog.
Echo. Who's talking about me? The emperor suddenly got a wicked idea, saying, How about we just kill him?
The 9th princess saw her dad refusing to listen to her mother's words and stubbornly insisting on eliminating Chen Jiang, so she quickly advised, Imperial father, you won't even listen to Imperial mother's words, I'll go tell on you. This Chen Chen is quite interesting. I haven't seen Imperial father so surprised in a long time. The old emperor heard his daughter say that and immediately imagined being chased and beaten by his wife. Utterly terrified, he then said, All right. Since you are the champion, you don't need to participate in the subsequent trials. Just directly enter the Mingzhu Grand Banquet. Chen Jiang saw that the old emperor looked majestic but was actually a total henpecked husband. Indeed, every family has its own share of trouble.
Chen Jiang held his head and stammered, I still have 5 more disciples, can they come along?
The Julie imperial princess saw Chen Jiang being so bold and replied, Oh, do you think my Mingzhu Grand Banquet is a free-for-all? Anyone can join. Just when I thought this guy had a brain, turns out he's just another idiot.
Chen Jiang confidently said with a smug look, Because they are in no way inferior to me. The old man next to him couldn't help but laugh and said, In no way inferior to you, haha, ridiculous. Earth realm cultivators, who gave you that confidence?
Chen Jiang wanted the old man to know his words weren't boasting and replied, Then your majesty wouldn't mind giving it a try. The old emperor replied, Interesting. My Julie imperial dynasty is the strongest in Mingzhu, and we're at the peak in every single field. I'll give you a chance. If you fail, the old emperor proudly pointed at Chen Jiang and said, The price is your life.
The Julie princess saw her dad's angry expression and thought to herself, Imperial father is done for? Imperial father is serious now? What an idiot.
Chen Jiang confidently took out his divine flute and said, Weapon refining gets old, pill alchemy is a bore, How about we just have a music battle instead? The two old men behind saw Chen Jiang's confidence and said, "Kid, our imperial dynasty has a grand sage proficient in musical arts. Are you crazy? Hakon, interesting old zither master. Go challenge him." An old man holding a guzheng in his hand flew down to Chen Jiang and said, "Kid, I advise you to admit defeat, otherwise the emperor might still show you mercy." Chen Jiang saw him pitying him and replied, "Thanks for your concern, but no need." Chen Jiang began playing his tune, Supreme Oblivion.
A series of war horses appeared majestically. The old emperor and the old zither master saw this technique and were stunned, speechless for 5 seconds. Supreme Oblivion has been lost for a long time.
Chen Jiang began unleashing a move to control the war horses to attack the old zither master.
The old zither master saw that his opponent was no ordinary person and said, "Interesting. As expected of Supreme Oblivion."
Chen Jiang twirled his flute and said, "There's something even more interesting."
Chen Jiang unleashed the technique. Supreme Oblivion. Wild Goose returns. The powerful energy radiating around Chen Jiang made the old zither master gape in astonishment.
Seeing that Chen Jiang wasn't someone to be trifled with, the two old men behind him muttered, "This Chen Jiang is quite interesting, able to contend with our dynasty's music saint. But he's only at the Earth realm after all, he can't possibly win against old Qin."
Unexpectedly, Chen Jiang's one move defeated old Qin instantly. Old Qin couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth agape, blurting out, "Impossible." Realizing he was no match for Chen Jiang, old Qin bowed his head in defeat. "Worthy of being called the Supreme Emotionless One, I admit defeat. Just now, this little bro said your disciples are no worse than you. Are they proficient in other musical arts?" Chen Jiang replied. "Well, so. There are also people who know how to play instruments, and play a little better than you." The two old men were horrified to hear that someone could play even better than old Qin.
Better than old Qin? Knowing he was no match for Chen Jiang, old Qin reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I submit without reservation. Furthermore, this little bro's skills aren't those of a liar. His disciples are all talented." The old emperor knew he'd encountered an expert and replied, "Intriguing. Pass down the order to bring the remaining 5 brats here." Seeing that Chen Jiang had some ability, Zhu Li Princess was pleased. "So you weren't completely useless, huh?" Chen Jiang was happy that his disciples were finally allowed in. An hour later, in the imperial palace, Bizet, Chen Jiang looked at the scenery around him, saying, "Yo, there are spiritfish here. Good stuff. A rare commodity. Purifying the meridians. Definitely can be sold for a good price." Jiang Ji casually sat down by the lake to fish a few, thinking to himself, Hey, time to get rich?" Chen Jiang was overjoyed at the thought of making a fortune when suddenly a voice said, "Get lost." Chen Jiang was stunned to see the fish he wanted to catch dead. "My fish!" Chen Jiang panicked, realizing his money was flying away. The fish in the lake all floating dead on the surface. Curious to know who was doing this, Chen Jiang turned around to look, seeing a figure standing behind him. It was some princess of this imperial palace, who loudly proclaimed, "Get out, do you know where this is? How dare you come here?" Seeing that she was no ordinary person, Chen Jiang thought, so young and already at the great saint realm, which princess is this? I don't want any entanglement with women. Then Chen Jiang turned and left, slowly walking out the door. Not willing to let Chen Jiang leave peacefully, the girl hurried up to stop Jiang Ji, saying, "I'm talking to you." Chen Jiang found her annoying, thinking, "What a pain," not wanting to get physical with her. Chen Jiang immediately used the shrinking earth to an inch technique, Jiang Ji, then burrowed underground and left. Emerging in another place, Jiang Ji happily said, having shaken her off, "Can't catch me now, right?" Thinking he had escaped her pursuit. Suddenly a beam of light appeared before his eyes, startling Chen Jiang. "What the foo?" She appeared behind him, charging up an attack in her hands. Jiang Ji asked, "I'll ask you one last time." Seeing that this girl seemed short-tempered, Chen Jiang replied, "A few words and you're already going for the kill. Are the people of Zhu Li dynasty all raised on explosives?" Unable to calm down, she quickly flew up and controlled the lightning balls, replying, "I have a bad temper. I kill people in a heartbeat. You better answer my question." Looking at her stance, Chen Jiang thought, "That's not right. She's no ordinary great saint. This is a spirit lightning holy body." Chen Jiang stared at her, deep in thought, then said, "A rare spirit lightning holy body, born with the ability to control lightning, even tribulation lightning and divine punishment. I was almost struck stupid by tribulation lightning last time, and even though Ma Jingtian is one of us, I can't have him help me cross tribulations forever. If I had a golden holy lightning rod, he. Chen Jiang confidently continued, "If you become my disciple, I can tell you." Hearing Jiang Ji boast like this, she angrily charged forward, intending to finish him off. "You dare to mess with me, I'll beat you to death." Seeing her rushing to kill him, Chen Jiang said, "Holy crap! That lightning is my tribulation lightning." Seeing that she had no intention of letting him leave, Chen Jiang immediately clasped his hands together, saying, "In that case, I'll treat these 2 tribulation lightning bolts as a gift for my disciple." 10 directions imprisoning dragon technique. Thorny vines suddenly appeared around Chen Jiang. Seeing this, she said, "So you're imprisoning yourself, how ridiculous." Seeing that she didn't realize what was about to happen, Jiang Ji smugly replied, Is that so? Chen Jiang then cast Instant Sun and Moon. Jiang Ji didn't want to hurt her, continuing, "Be careful of being killed by my tribulation lightning, otherwise you'll be the first spirit lightning holy body to be struck dead." Seeing herself bound by the lightning vines and unable to move, she replied, "You dare." Chen Jiang left her tied up there and turned to look around, saying, "Dude, there are spirit fish here." Suddenly, Jiang Ge felt something else, like someone was coming. A dozen seconds later, she started resisting with all her might. Trying to break free, she shouted, "You still dare to catch my fish?"
As a result, she successfully broke free. Seeing that she could escape in less than a minute, Chen Jiang praised. As expected of the Spirit Thunder Saint physique, so fast. Unable to bear this anger, she rushed over and yelled, "You want to die?" Just as she was about to finish off Jiang Ge, someone suddenly arrived to block the attack.
It turned out to be the old emperor who had arrived in a hurry and said, "Enough," Chen Jiang said.
"I have everything you want. Hundreds of millions of cultivation techniques, tens of thousands of martial arts manuals, endless secret techniques, even forbidden techniques. As long as you want it, I can give it to you. Think carefully."
Seeing Chen Jiang exaggerating like this, the old emperor replied, "Shut up. This is a place for spirit wolves to cultivate their character. You leave immediately." Seeing Chen Jiang being so brave and arrogant, he thought to himself, "A small lean tribe leader, what big words." She then told the emperor, "Uncle, he didn't answer my question." The old emperor then asked Jiang Ge, "What, do I need to invite you, Jiang Ge?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Ge wanted to leave, sighed, and said, "It seems there's no hope today, my thunder-avoiding bracelet."
Jiang Ji turned around to leave, saying, "In that case, see you later." A moment later, at the main hall of the Zhu Li Imperial Princess, Chen Jiang had just returned when he saw that Nian Cheng had been beaten up by the princess, lying on the floor, and hurriedly asked, "Why were you beaten?" Nian Cheng painfully begged for help. "Master, look at the jade stone on her chest. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm so wronged."
Seeing that she was still denying it, the Zhu Li Imperial Princess replied, "Shameless pervert, so lecherous for a woman."
Hearing that it was a woman's chest, Chen Jiang happily replied, "Let me see."
Jiang Ge approached and looked at the jade stone on the princess's chest and said, "This is..." Seeing Jiang Ge getting so close to her, the princess said shyly, "What are you doing?" The princess hurriedly chased Jiang Ge away, shouting, "Shameless pervert." Chen Jiang replied, "I'm not." Suddenly Chen Jiang realized something, thinking in confusion,
"Wait, these are dozens of great saints, and the divine sense of a god realm has locked onto me."
As a result, Jiang Ge was punched in the face by the princess, causing Jiang Ge to lose a tooth. Seeing that her master was punched like her, Nian Chengje smiled smugly and said, "Otherwise, why do you think she beat me?" Both of them were beaten until their faces were bruised. Kneeling on the floor, apologizing to the princess, Nian Chengje then asked Jiang Ge, "Master, why are you so lecherous?" Jiang Ge was angry, sulking at her and retorting, "You little brat, dozens of great saints,
and a god realm. No wonder Nian Chengje couldn't fight back." The background of this Zhu Li Imperial dynasty is really terrifying. This jade pendant is very similar to the Six Paths ancient jade, but it's not real, is it? Reincarnation and eternal life are just myths left over from ancient times. Even you who were a god king before couldn't achieve eternal life.
The Six Paths ancient jade can't appear here.
The Six Paths ancient jade representing reincarnation is a kind of taboo for all things in the world. I don't know who refined this Six Paths ancient jade. This woman is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe she is related to the Reincarnation Sea, but the Reincarnation Sea is not the same as other forbidden lands. I can't say exactly. In short, as long as you enter the Reincarnation Sea first, nothing will happen. If you don't enter, you're just courting death, Nian Cheng replied. It seems that to save senior sister, we have to take the lead. The two of them kept staring at the chest of the Zhu Li princess. The princess couldn't take it anymore and slapped them on the head, angrily saying, "You two shameless perverts, have you looked enough?"
Chen Jiang and Nian Chengje didn't want to stay any longer and stood up saying, "The other disciples are still waiting for me. In that case, we'll take our leave first."
Then, the two of them walked away. Seeing that the two of them were a bit interesting, the Zhu Li Imperial Princess suggested, "Anyway, I'm bored today, why don't you guys play with me?"
Chen Jiang and Nian Chengje objected, waving their hands and saying,
"No." Seeing that the two of them dared to disagree, the princess flew into a rage and shouted, "Motherfucker!"
Seeing that they shouldn't provoke this Zhu Li princess, Chen Jiang and Nian Chengje hurriedly went to the princess's side, flattering happily, "Where are we going to play?" Seeing that they seemed to be obedient, the princess replied comfortably, That's more like it." The Zhu Li Imperial Princess led the two of them to a certain place in the palace. She opened a large door and said, "My sister is inside, I'll take you guys in to play." Jiang Jie didn't want to go inside, and replied, "I'm not going, there's a crazy person in there." Nian Chengje happily replied,
"Then I'll go. This is the Imperial Palace. Don't you want to go inside and take a look?" Jiang Ge then said, "You have fun, this Imperial Palace is even more lively than a pig slaughterhouse."
Jiang Ge looked around this place, thinking, "My grand ancestor has arrived in Mingzhou, but this place makes me discover so many saintly bodies that I never saw in my previous life. But in this life, they appear one by one beside me, and even Nian Cheng. I always feel like she's hiding something from me. Talents emerge in large numbers, secrets run rampant. Is this ultimately a prosperous age? Or a chaotic world about to come?" Suddenly, Chen Jiang panicked when he encountered a strange scene. Nian Changzhe opened a book and said, "Purple lightning pierces the heavens. This cultivation will collapse the sky and earth. From the golden hammer." The Zhu Li imperial princess happily said, "Sister, others call you the god of slaughter. But what's wrong today? You can't even beat Mu Xinglang." Hearing his little sister's taunts, Mu Xinglang was suddenly speechless.
Mu Xinglang thought angrily, "Why are there so many weirdos today?" Nian Chang'an continued, "The G.L. Holy Thunder Physique, if she teaches you, your future achievements will be boundless. Have you ever thought about becoming her disciple, Mu Xinglang?" Upon hearing that said, "Learn from her," Nian Chang'an followed up, "Why is someone trying to steal my master's disciple?" Mu Xinglang also retorted, "Why is someone trying to steal my master's disciple?" Suddenly, Chen Jiang burst into the room, saying, "I'm playing it safe, what do you know?" Seeing his old nemesis, Mu Xinglang said, "It's you again, here for a rematch." Mu Xinglang provoked him, saying, "What? You couldn't beat me, so now you've brought back up." Seeing her arrogance, Nian Chang'an said, "He can't beat you, nor can Jiang Ji." He then said, "I can't beat you." Jiang Jie wanted to teach her some manners, asking, "Those disciples of mine can't even beat a Saint King, and this Holy Thunder Physique has such weak combat power." Nian Chang'an then introduced them all. His eldest disciple, Bai Di's daughter Bai Fengyu. Second disciple War Warrior Nalan Miker. Third disciple Myriad Spirit Holy Physique Hua Lianyi. His follower, Overlord Ni. Little Archaic Holy Physique Jiang Liuang. Spirit Sorcerer Zhao Qingji. Demonic Sect Elder Ma Hangtian. And me, who is both beautiful and skilled. She seemed a little too cocky, and everyone was speechless. Mu Xinglang, hearing her introduction, was a bit surprised and asked, "Bai Di City's Bai Fengyu, Nalan Miher of the Martial Pavilion, they're all your disciples?" Chen Jiang nodded. Of course, this made Mu Xinglang think to herself, "I've always pursued the extreme of martial arts. Could he really be able to? I want to be as strong as you." "Can you do it?" Chen Jiang replied, "I can't. Cultivation depends on the individual. I can only teach you to cultivate, not control your cultivation." Seeing Jiang Ge agree, Mu Xinglang was overjoyed. She grabbed Jiang Ge's hand, saying, "As long as you're willing to teach, I'll learn it. But if you trick me, my Zhu Li dynasty will never forgive you." Seeing her reckless behavior, Nian Changzhe retorted, "Hey, are you doing this on purpose? Don't seduce my master." Mu Xinglang begged Jiang Ge, "Hey, let's make a contract." Seeing this, Jiang Ge was at a loss. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared. A girl appeared in front of the three of them, making their jaws drop. After a 5-second lag, it turned out to be the Zhu Li dynasty princess. She sweetly said, "Master, please take care of me from now on." The Zhu Li dynasty princess leaned in close to Jiang Chen with a twinkle in her eye, calling out, "Master." This made our protagonist a little flustered, and he scratched his head, asking, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen frowned, looking strained, thinking, "Once a contract is made, it basically can't be broken." Jiang Chen, unable to find a satisfactory solution, turned to Nian Changzhe and asked, "Hey Nian Changzhe, do you have a way? Does the 36 alliances have a function to remove contracts?" Nian Changzhe sighed, looking defeated, and replied, "Do you think the 36 alliances are omnipotent?" Seeing the Zhu Li dynasty princess cling to Jiang Chen, Mu Xinglang looked a little sullen and annoyed. Jiang Chen asked, puzzled, "Zhu Li dynasty princess, what are you doing? The emperor pampers you so much. Wouldn't it be easy for you to find a master? Why are you fighting to become my disciple?" The Zhu Li dynasty princess smiled kindly. "Because I heard him say you're very powerful, and it seems he was telling the truth." Mu Xinglang anxiously asked Jiang Chen, "Then what about me? Are you still taking disciples?" Jiang Chen generously pulled out a yellow talisman covered in tiny characters from inside of him, and handed it to Mu Xinglang, adding, "It's not much." Hearing this, Mu Xinglang was thrilled, held out her hand to receive the talisman, and immediately stuck it to her forehead, shouting, "Super fast!" Seeing her action, Jiang Chen was speechless. Back in the Zhu Li dynasty's royal palace, a forced smile crept across the faces of those present. A close aide stepped forward and reported to the Zhu Li dynasty's emperor, the Zhu Li dynasty's fate has changed. A great change in fate." Hearing this, the officials behind him looked at each other in astonishment. They asked, "What? A great change in fate?" The emperor's face darkened, and he secretly thought, "The Zhu Li dynasty's fate has been stable since its founding, which is why it has flourished for so long." He squinted, frowned, and asked the close aide, "Is it good or bad?" The old white-haired aide held the fate stone in his hand, examining it for a while, and replied, "I don't know. The fate stone shows that the Zhu Li dynasty may be eternal in the future, but within that eternal fate is a black line. This means the Zhuli dynasty will face a great tribulation. If it can't overcome this tribulation, the Zhuli dynasty's emperor continued to ask, "What kind of tribulation?" The old white-haired aide replied gently, "A karmic tribulation, also known as a karmic realm. The Zhuli dynasty cannot open a karmic realm during this period, and who will initiate the karmic tribulation is currently unknown. I believe that for now, no one in the Zhuli imperial dynasty, especially the imperial clan, should be killed. What if we kill the wrong person, and it turns out to be the one fated for great tribulation? Then the Zhuli imperial dynasty will be totally screwed." As soon as the white-haired elder finished his prophecy, the numerous courtiers behind him immediately knelt and prostrated themselves, shouting, "Please, Imperial Lord, grant us your discerning judgment." The Imperial Lord stroked his short, stubby beard, his expression thoughtful as he pondered the mysterious person of great tribulation the white-haired courtier just spoke of. A designated kill. Just one person. Who among us in the Zhuli imperial family must be killed? This person probably has a huge connection to my Zhuli imperial family. Then, the imperial lord of the Zhuli imperial clan loudly proclaimed an imperial edict. Issue the decree. During this period, the Wu clan and the Mu clan are forbidden from initiating bloodshed, forbidden from killing anyone. The courtiers cupped their hands, bowed their heads respectfully, and replied, "Your will be done." At the same time, at the Quanzun sect, a young man with long, silver-white hair and a mark between his brows stretched, a hearty expression on his face, and declared, "Divine light descends, an auspicious sign for my Quanzun." "Is that the sect master?" On the table, the Jushi orb suddenly showed black lines, and the green-haired man standing nearby, seeing this, looked utterly panicked. The Quanzun sect master, with disheveled hair and a grim, angry expression, ordered his subordinates, "Pass down the order, spare no expense to kill Jiang Chen. No matter who it is, from now on, don't even think about protecting him." Right now, in the Zhuli imperial dynasty, Jiang Chen placed his index finger on Mu Xinglang's forehead to sense her cultivation. A sigh escaped him, and Jiang Chen said, "Oh wow, your killer vibe is super weak. You don't have a cultivation physique or the spirit thunder saint body. Everything else is just garbage." Jiang Chen's words left Mu Xinglang gaping, her face showing a hint of disappointment. Jiang Chen then asked, "Want to get stronger?" Hearing this, Mu Xinglang clenched her fists, her face filled with determination, and loudly replied, "Yes, I want to, right away." Jiang Chen placed his hand on Mu Xinglang's forehead. Mu Xinglang gritted her teeth, her face contorted, making continuous groaning sounds. After a period of impartation, her body's inner energy seemed to expand, burning fiercely hot, her entire body flushed red. Mu Xinglang let out a sharp cry, then panted heavily, sweat poured down profusely. She couldn't move her legs to stand up anymore, so she collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes glistening sadly, she said, "My cultivation is crippled." The Zhuli imperial dynasty princess looked utterly bewildered, she thought to herself. Could taking a master just be a scam? Jiang Chen circulated his inner energy throughout his body, emitting a white-blue watery qi. He raised his hand towards Mu Xinglang's head and reminded her, "My power is immense, bear with it a bit." After speaking, he continued to press his hand, filled with inner energy, firmly onto Mu Xinglang's forehead. Mu Xinglang arched her body forward, spreading her arms wide, shouting loudly. Her face contorted and went rigid with tension. She continuously asked Jiang Chen, "Is doing this worth it?" Jiang Chen frankly replied, "One day as master, a lifetime as father. From now on, I'll teach you properly." After absorbing the inner energy for a while, Mu Xinglang was utterly exhausted, her body burning fiercely, sweat pouring down. She exclaimed, "Wow, I feel my body filled with master's power," Jiang Chen said. "The rest is up to you." Then Mu Xinglang abruptly stood up, placed a hand on her chest, and suddenly exclaimed with a panicked expression, "Lost! It's gone! A part of my cultivation is gone. My realm dropped from Saint King to Saint, but why do I feel so much stronger than before?" Nian Cheng smiled and explained, "Your young master used his own cultivation to perform a forbidden art, reforging your foundation and cultivation for you." I mean, with this low-level Earth realm cultivation, how are you going to seize opportunities and get to the reincarnation sea? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Nian Chenge and said, "Don't I have my disciple?" He placed his hand on Mu Xinglang's shoulder and asked her a favor. "Listen, your master is currently suffering a backlash and needs to enter the reincarnation sea. Think of a way for me." Mu Xinglang happily agreed, replying, "Master helped me circulate my energy, so I'll help Master too." Seeing this, the Zhuli imperial dynasty princess hurriedly ran over, pulling Jiang Chen's arm, whining and demanding, "Master, I'm your disciple too. You helped her cleanse her meridians. What about me?" Jiang Chen pulled out a stack of papers from his robes and smacked this princess's face with them. He shooed her away and coldly refused. "Scram, scram! I haven't even agreed to take you as my disciple yet. Take this book and go read it over there." The princess of the Zhuli imperial dynasty opened the scroll with a blank look. mumbling as she read. What is this? A cultivation technique or a martial skill? I'm not short on those.
Then her face darkened, and she exclaimed with an angry look, This is the complete wood growth art. Hearing this, Mu Xinglang's eyes lit up, and she said with an expression of stunned amazement, What? She rushed over to the princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty, snatched the scroll from her hand, and devoured it with her eyes. Mu Xinglang continued in a daze of shock. This is the Mu clan's supreme art. Impossible. This inheritance has been broken for ages. Even our clan only has half of its contents. Jiang Chen casually told Mu Xinglang. Ask what you should ask and don't ask what you shouldn't. You're my disciple now, and I'll devote all my effort to teaching you everything. Mu Xinglang gripped the scroll tightly and hastily said, This matter is crucial. I must return to the Mu clan for a trip. Master, I'll be back in one day. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, showing no intention of stopping her, and replied, Go then. He then thought to himself, This cultivation technique was originally designed for me by my little disciple. As his descendants, you should have it. Nian Chengge cleverly latched onto Mu Xinglang and excitedly announced to Jiang Chen, Master, I'm going with her too. It's so boring here. Mu Xinglang looked annoyed and frustrated, saying, Let go of me. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're my senior sister. Jiang Chen could only force a wry smile, thinking to himself, Living the dream. The princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty put her hands on her hips, grumbling angrily and demanding from Jiang Chen, Master, my senior sister snatched the wood growth art. You have to give me something new. Jiang Chen immediately pulled out a thick book in front of the princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty and said, So what do you want? How about this? Dual cultivation art manual?
The princess fumed even more, shrieking, Who would even look at something like this? Then she adjusted her posture to maintain her image as the princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty, stammering her request to Jiang Chen. I want the position of emperor, Jiang Chen immediately asked. Your imperial father dotes on you greatly. If you want the position of emperor, he might just lend it to you to play with for a few days. Seeing this princess's quite earnest and determined attitude, Jiang Chen also seriously considered.
For her, a current imperial princess, to casually decide to become my disciple, it shows her ambition is enormous. This is definitely not a joke. The princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty looked at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes and replied, But I'm a woman. The throne passes to males, not females. Jiang Chen then proposed an idea to the princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty. So why don't you become a Sini, pimp princess, instead? Vying for the throne is a grave taboo for an imperial dynasty. The princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty stubbornly cited the example of an ancient empress. Since ancient times there has been a patriarchal mindset, but empresses have also appeared before then. If there were empresses in ancient times, why can't one appear in this era? Jiang Chen raised a hand to refuse, flatly reaffirming once more, Vying for the throne concerns the future of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty. I won't just casually help you. Seeing that reasoning with Jiang Chen was useless, the princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty immediately resorted to a honey trap. She moved close to Jiang Chen, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said with a gentle smile, You have the power to give me what I want, so you'll definitely help me.
Am I right, Heavenly King? Saying that, she kissed Jiang Chen's cheek, which left our male protagonist stunned, startled, and letting out a surprised, Huh! Immediately, he brutally pushed the princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty away, his face filled with extreme anger. The princess of the Zhu Li imperial dynasty looked at him blankly and called out, Master! Jiang Chen knelt to the ground as a surge of dark energy from someone appeared. Jiang Chen's disguised appearance gradually vanished, and he returned to his original form. His face cold, he spoke, a tracking and encirclement decree from a supreme god. Quite a lot of effort, isn't it? Am I right, Zhu Li, Crown Prince?
The Zhu Li Crown Prince stood with his arms crossed, his face grim, and said, Jiang Chen, you stole my Huangwu and you even dared to enter the Zhu Li imperial dynasty. You've got some nerve, huh? Jiang Chen replied. That Huangwu was something I obtained through fate. I'm also very curious, how did you get this supreme god's divine decree? The Zhu Li Crown Prince arrogantly said, I am the Zhu Li Crown Prince. This entire imperial dynasty is mine. How could I let some small fry from a minor sect snatch my inheritance? Luckily, heaven did not forsake me. When I was on the verge of kitted deviation, a heavenly edict descended, and it was from the Dark Lord of the Nine Heavens. Tell me, isn't this heaven showing that it won't destroy me? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, The Dark Lord. If it wasn't for him, he clenched his fists, his face darkening. He recalled the scene from that day. Jiang Chen's trust had been betrayed. After defeating all the small fries, he smirked and said, Is that all the power you great supreme gods possess? Suddenly, a sword pierced Jiang Chen's chest from behind, making him gasp, stunned, as he turned to see who it was. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, his face filled with unbelievable shock. An He, you, why did you betray me? An He pulled the sword out of Jiang Chen, then gave a cunning smile. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress his furious rage, his aura brimming with killing intent, and he thought, if it wasn't for him, the Zhu Li Crown Prince chuckled gloatingly, and arrogantly said, Jiang Chen, stop struggling, you just used a zither art, didn't you? How could a mere Earthrealm lower stage injure me? Once you die, Huangwu will finally be mine. Jiang Chen sighed and said,
And hey, I never expected that even in this life, you would still betray me. My best friend. At this moment his entire body erupted with a massive amount of fire
burning fiercely. Jiang Chen grabbed the white snake by the neck, crushed it, and growled, "Is that all you got? Looks like my luck's stronger than yours in this life." The Julie Crown Prince turned pale, drenched in sweat, and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Jiang Chen continued coldly,
I really gotta thank you. If this divine domain hadn't descended, I might not have won so easily. As he spoke, he unleashed his move, Saints Descend. Burn the myriad transformation heavenly barrier.
Jiang Chen smirked, looking at the white snake in his hand, and continued, "This nine-headed serpent Dao soul is rare in this world."
Didn't expect it to be on you in this life. 9 lives, huh?
The Julie Crown Prince watched as the myriad transformation heavenly barrier was engulfed in flames, his face filled with regret, and he roared, "The myriad transformation heavenly barrier is burned. Impossible. Who the hell are you?" Jiang Chen replied arrogantly, "Then let's just wipe you all out." The Julie Crown Prince spat out blood from his mouth and eyes, gritting his teeth, his face darkening.
Then, he knelt down in humiliation before him, his tone still arrogant as he said, Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. I have a taboo on me. If I die, everything before me will be immediately returned to the Julie dynasty. After speaking, he laughed maniacally with satisfaction.
Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, "What, still got a life left? Is it reincarnation salvation?" He then squatted down, offering a condition to the Julie Crown Prince. "Give me the reincarnation salvation, and I might spare your life." The Julie Crown Prince stubbornly refused to hand it over, stammering, Reincarnation salvation is engraved in the domain. Impossible." Jiang Chen coldly delivered a fatal blow,
ending the life of the Julie Crown Prince, he said. Then go die. At this moment, during a court meeting of the Julie dynasty, the emperor sat on the throne, his face furious. All the officials prostrated on the ground, not daring to utter a word.
The old emperor was extremely annoyed, slamming his hand on the chair and shouting, "Jiang Chen!" At this time, the princess of the Julie dynasty, her face filled with panic, worried about Jiang Chen, spoke up, "Master, are you all right?" Before her was the cold corpse of her brother. The princess of the Julie dynasty was stunned, her mouth agape, saying, Prince." Jiang Chen quickly turned around, tightening his grip on her neck, and then he questioned her.
The symbiotic cultivation art is a technique that only a few chief gods know. Speak, who are you? The princess of the Julie dynasty grimaced. Struggling to resist, she said in fear, "Master can see for himself."
Jiang Chen lifted her up, then used his eye technique. Seeing through what had happened, the princess of the Julie dynasty snapped her fingers. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, sensing the entity in the lower realm landscape. Taking advantage of this moment, the princess of the Julie dynasty put her arm around Banggui's shoulder, saying, "Celestial, God King, I hope this time you can sense it." Before him was the princess of the Julie dynasty. Jiang Chen looked around blankly and then said, "This is the reincarnation void.
It's not easy to cultivate to the God King realm. Why bother with this hidden reincarnation?" The princess of the Julie dynasty said coldly, "I still have unfinished business. Is it not a pity to die in this chaotic world?"
Jiang Chen was stunned, staring at her, thinking in his heart, God King? There's only one God King. No, based on these words, God King is just a realm.
The princess of the Julie dynasty held her weapon and flew up high, she said. In ancient times, an empress broke through the God King and reached a higher realm. Today I can't satisfy this God King either.
Jiang Chen also followed her, listening to these words, his face in contemplation.
An empress broke through the God King already, even stronger than me at my peak.
Suddenly she growled loudly, "Who's there?" At this moment, Jiang Chen also snapped awake, returning to the present. He opened his eyes, looking utterly bewildered, as the princess of the Julie dynasty patted his shoulder, anxiously asking, "Jiang Chen, Shifu, are you all right?" Jiang Chen's face turned solemn as he asked the princess of the Julie dynasty, "Are you at the God King realm?" The pink-haired girl sadly replied, "Shifu, I can tell you, you saw it yourself, secretly transcending. Reincarnation isn't easy." Jiang Chen continued to ask, "You're already at the God King realm. Why did you compete to become my disciple? What exactly do you want?" The princess of the Julie dynasty hesitated, replying, "Aya, I just want the throne." But if Jiang Chen gets up, brushing the dust off his body, seeing the princess of the Julie dynasty hesitating, he told her, "Spit it out." This princess winked and stuck her tongue out at it, then said with a mischievous expression, "I want the sacred emperor scripture." Jiang Chen stood dumbfounded, thinking in his head, "The sacred emperor scripture, the cultivation technique heaven gifted me, and it can make someone a God King." Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed, patiently explaining to her, "The sacred emperor scripture is very ordinary. What do you need it for? That book has been comprehended by me. It's so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary." Hearing Jiang Chen disparage the book she wanted, the princess of the Julie dynasty became extremely angry and indignant. She yelled, "The sacred emperor scripture is very ordinary. That's the existence of an ancient powerhouse who could even fight against the heavens. What kind of God King are you? Nonsense."
Jiang Chen smiled and said, Splitting it for you isn't impossible, but look at this reincarnation crossing. The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty seemed to have a glimmer of hope, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Chen, saying, Shifu, the reincarnation crossing can only be cultivated by talented people in the royal family. Moreover, it's engraved in the soul, it can't be given away. However, in the reincarnation sea there are still reincarnation flowers, which are enough to revive a person.
Jiang Chen smiled and said, looks like I have no choice but to go. As he spoke, he pointed his finger between the eyebrows of the princess of the Zhu Li dynasty.
Jiang Chen continued, this sacred emperor scripture is given to you, maybe you can cultivate its special points.
The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty thought to herself,
a heaven-bestowed cultivation technique that he's so easily giving to me. Does he really see me as a disciple?
The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty said her thanks, Shifu, and bonus, lips touching lips, hands intertwined with Jiang Chen, leaving him unprepared, his face flushed red like a tomato, making him want to stop breathing, together with Jiang Chen angrily shouting,
sinful. A day later, in front of the reincarnation sea, our male lead is truly blessed. Beautiful girls surrounding him, each one of them fresh and vibrant.
But too much is also a problem. Where does he get the strength to satisfy 4 or 5 of them like this? Jiang Chen's face turned red, yelling at his disciples, get away from me, Imperial Lord, Imperial Dynasty, people are right in front, what kind of decorum is this? The old Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li Dynasty coughed a few times, then looked at Jiang Chen and felt sorry for his old age. He thought to himself, youth is so good. Suddenly, the white-haired old eunuch whispered something into the Imperial Lord's ear, causing his face to look unhappy at all. At this time, Mu Xinglang also returned. She hurriedly said to Jiang Chen, Shifu, your cultivation is so weak now that you can't even crush an ant to death. This reincarnation sea must win the championship. I will definitely help you. Hearing Mu Xinglang's voice, Jiang Chen immediately reproached, what are you doing? Didn't you say you'd only be back for a day? The Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li dynasty pointed at Mu Xinglang, asking, Mu Xinglang, where are the participants? 3,000 people advanced. Why are there only a few of you participating today? Faced with the old Imperial Lord's questioning, Mu Xinglang angrily, without any etiquette, replied bluntly, how would I know? Does it have anything to do with me? I've been in the Nourishing Heart Palace these past few days, not going out even half a step. At this time, a soldier ran out, reporting to Mu Xinglang. Reporting, Prince, the road to Reincarnation Peak has been blocked by us. What if they forced their way in? Mu Xinglang made an extremely cold decision. Kill. The soldier replied, yes, sir. The Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li dynasty, with a solemn expression, reproached Mu Xinglang. Mu Xinglang, don't think that just because I pamper you, you can do whatever you want. Do you know what the Pearl Banquet means? Seeing Mu Xinglang's fearless attitude, Jiang Chen spoke, asking the princess of the Zhu Li dynasty, is she that powerful? That's the Imperial Lord. The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty smiled and replied, it's okay, usually father is very fond of my older sister. Her father is also my father's older brother. Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought to himself, this little girl has my personality back then. Suddenly, Mu Xinglang pointed towards Jiang Chen, then said heroically, don't know, also don't want to know. I only know that my Shifu wants to enter the reincarnation sea. Causing Jiang Chen to jump in shock, the Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li dynasty angrily yelled, you're being insolent. Call your father over here. Suddenly, Mu Xinglang's father, Mu Linchen, appeared. The old Imperial Lord called out in alarm. Imperial brother, Mu Linchen, with a very refined expression, calmly said, what's the matter that you're so angry about? Mu Xinglang saw her father arrive and cheered, Father! The Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li dynasty, with a solemn expression, reminded Mu Linchen, you manage your daughter. In his heart, he secretly mused, Mu Xinglang dares to do this, her father must also be involved. If not, just relying on one, Mu Xinglang, can't cause such a big commotion. Mu Linchen calmly said, kids are just playing around, Imperial brother. My daughter just became a disciple, this is considered a meeting gift for him. Moreover, it's just entering the reincarnation sea, look at you making such a fuss. The Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li dynasty frowned, angrily replying, is this just about entering the reincarnation sea? He's disrupting the Pearl Banquet. Mu Linchen continued to defend his daughter. Kids just like to play around. How can a person like you, who is the Imperial Lord, be so calculative with them? Afterwards, Mu Linchen walked to the side of the Imperial Lord of the Zhu Li dynasty, patted him on the shoulder and said, please, Imperial brother, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. How about drinking some tea? The two understood each other immediately. Operating their cultivation, qi and fire instantly emitted a bright light, growling, everyone's face full of confidence. The servants in the palace turned pale, standing in a corner observing, secretly thinking in their hearts, we're doomed. Another battle between immortals. Internal strife. Jiang Chen, together with his female disciples, each ate a slice of watermelon to cool their throats, purifying their bodies. According to Jiang Chen's gaze,
two streams of spiritual power transformed into two large dragons,
coiling around each other in battle. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at Mu Xinglang and asking, "How long are they going to take?"
"I gotta get into the reincarnation sea."
ASAP. Mu Xinglang observed the situation and said uncertainly, "Shouldn't be too long." Jiang Chen wasn't in a rush either, and continued to munch on his melon while watching the drama.
Perfect timing then. And speaking of perfect timing, a blinding light shot towards them, interrupting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen panicked and dropped his melon.
The white smoke cleared, and both Yu Zhaojiang and Mu Linchen retreated, exhausted, glaring at each other, neither willing to back down. Jiang Chen pointed at the two of them.
"Fight! Fighting!" He glanced at the family retainers behind him and asked, Are they always like this?" The retainers stared blankly, not daring to say anything.
Yu Zhaojiang pointed fiercely at Mu Linchen, somewhat compromising. "Mu Linchen, control your daughter better next time." Mu Linchen brushed the dust off his clothes and replied with a smile, All right, I got it. So shall we start the Bright Pearl Banquet?" Yu Zhaojiang crossed his arms and stated the current situation. Over 3,000 people were invited, and only this many showed up. How can we even hold the banquet? Just as Jiang Chen was enthusiastically eating his melon, Mu Xinglang patted his shoulder and said, "Then master should go in." Jiang Chen choked and pointed blankly at himself. Yu Zhaojiang looked at Jiang Chen and said, "You only have 3 days. After 3 days the law inside will take effect and kick you out." Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise.
Jiang Chen said, seemingly disappointed. "But I haven't won the championship yet," Yu Zhaojiang said annoyedly. "What championship are you still trying to win? You're gonna win yourself a death wish. Look, is there anyone left?"
"You've cleared out all the bamboo shoots on the mountain from the pandas." Jiang Chen high-fived Mu Xinglang and said, "Then I won't be polite anymore, good disciple." Mu Xinglang excitedly cheered. "Go, master, go!" The reincarnation portal opened, and Jiang Chen carried the jade coffin into it alone. Jiang Chen's face was full of determination, and he murmured in his heart, "Great ancestor, I'm about to revive you."
1 foot of Jiang Chen stepped into the reincarnation.
Jiang Chen's whole body changed shape suddenly, becoming Jiang Chen's appearance.
Jiang Chen stared blankly at himself, his face a little stiff. The crowd outside was just as surprised, clamoring, "This guy's disguised. Why does he look so familiar? Isn't that Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, embarrassed. "I'm not Jiang Chen, I just look like him."
Yu Zhaojiang refused to listen to the explanation, blood rushing to his head, and shouted, "It's you! Give me back my son's life." With that, Yu Zhaojiang unleashed his spiritual power towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frantically took out the coffin as a shield, blocking his attack.
Just then, the reincarnation was activated, and Jiang Chen's entire body, along with the coffin, was teleported away.
Jiang Chen's disciples were extremely worried, shouting,
"Master!" Yu Zhaojiang angrily ordered his subordinates, "Wait here for me. If he dares to come out, kill him." The subordinates obeyed, surrounding Jiang Chen's 4 disciples. Mu Linchen had no choice but to sigh.
Mu Linchen asked Mu Xinglang awkwardly, "Ahem, who is this Jiang Chen? I've never heard of him." Mu Xinglang explained, reporting to father, "I've never heard of him either. I just know he's my master. Moreover, the emperor wants to kill my master." Mu Linchen loved his daughter, and negotiated with Yu Zhaojiang. "You can't just kill my daughter's master. Can we discuss this?" Yu Zhaojiang's eyes were blazing with anger, and he asked back in a low voice, "The grudge of killing my son, you think we can talk about it?" Mu Linchen became serious and said, "Then there's no room for discussion. Can't I, with the name of the entire Mu family, protect him?" Yu Zhaojiang said dismissively. "Protect how? Jiang Chen is mine. No one can protect him. I've said it."
Mu Linchen also had no choice. His face darkened, and he turned to leave.
Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell his daughter, "I've tried my best."
"There's no way. Just try to bribe your master with a coffin," Mu Xinglang said sadly. Did I have to say goodbye right after becoming a disciple?" Looking at Mu Linchen's departing back, the 2 elders looked at each other worriedly. The emperor's brothers usually dote on each other. If he doesn't speak up, then it means Mu Linchen is angry. If the Mu's family rebels, the consequences are unimaginable.
Hearing what the 2 of them said, Yu Zhaojiang couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger, thinking in his heart, "Old brother Mu, we were originally the foundation of the imperial court, and now you want to help someone kill my son." Yu Zhaojiang ordered his subordinates, "Men, follow them for me. Seal off this place. Keep an eye on his disciples. Wait for him to come out. Kill him." The subordinates obeyed, raising their hands high and responding forcefully.
"Yes." Yu Zhaojiang burst into flames, raised his head to look at the sky, and roared in anger. "The grudge for killing my son is irreconcilable. I swear to tear Jiang Chen apart." In the reincarnation sea, mist was floating in the space, with 4 dragon pillars piercing straight into the sky.
Sitting in the center of the reincarnation sea is Jiang Chen, and his coffin. Jiang Chen, heavily injured, clutched his chest, thinking, "Is Yun Daojiang really at the celestial realm? If it weren't for the grand ancestor's coffin blocking, I'd probably be dead." Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his lips, and couldn't help but think of Yu Daojiang's daughter. At that time she hugged him, saying, "Master, go find the reincarnation flower, quickly revive Dao ancestor." At that time Jiang Chen's face flushed red, trying to push her away. "Get off me!"
Just then, a golden light appeared in front of him, and a voice rang out.
"According to the contract, anyone who enters the reincarnation sea, I can grant 3 requests, but they must be within my power. After today, my contract with the Yuxi clan ends, and this reincarnation sea will no longer open to outsiders." Jiang Chen looked at the thing in front of him, assessing it. A formless spirit body. Doesn't seem like someone from the godless continent.
Jiang Chen casually spoke his wish. "Other things aren't related to me. I just want to save someone, so I need to find the reincarnation flower. Do you have it?" The spirit body in front of him spoke. "I grant your request." With that, the spirit body reached out, and a flower emitting sparkling light appeared. The spirit body continued. 2 more requests.
Jiang Chen received the reincarnation flower, looking at it, assessing. So this is the reincarnation flower. I wonder where this reincarnation power comes from.
Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the spirit body above, speaking his request. "Second request. Can you dispel the devouring power within my body?" The spirit body reached out, and a ray of light was released. The light shot straight into Jiang Chen, immediately leveling Jiang Chen up to Earthrealm peak. Jiang Chen looked at the power surrounding his body, unable to help but feel surprised. The spirit body continued. "Last request."
Jiang Chen scratched his head, saying, "It seems like the last request is used up." But in his heart he thought, "I want to return to the God King position. But this isn't within his power." The spirit body above, hearing this, offered a suggestion. Techniques, martial skills, secret arts, zither skills, natural treasures, spirit pills, elixirs. "You don't need any of that," Jiang Chen indifferently said. "Those things are nothing special. I already have what I need." The spirit body, seeing that it couldn't persuade Jiang Chen, angrily said, "Hey kid, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Jiang Chen supported his chin, pondering, "Yu Daojiang definitely won't let me off. He's probably already set up an inescapable net outside, just waiting for me to come out." Jiang Chen resolutely said his last request to the spirit body. "When I leave the reincarnation sea, can you protect me once?" The spirit body refused outright. "Can't do. I don't want to leave here."
Jiang Chen analyzed. "Doesn't want to leave here? Then that means this illusion can leave the reincarnation sea whenever it wants. The illusion's strength is immeasurable. If it could be born into this world, wouldn't the godless continent be in chaos?" Jiang Chen voiced his doubt. "Could it be that the living can come into contact with the vegetation?" The spirit body explained. "What are you talking about? My body is sleeping under the altar, so I don't want to leave. Stop wasting words. Here, this is for you." With that, the spirit body threw Jiang Chen a ring. Jiang Chen picked up the ring, examining it. "What are you giving me this normal jade pendant for? You're so stingy." Inside the reincarnation sea, a voice echoed. "This guy is really Xiao Cheng. You can't kill him. And he comes back. The fate of this era is about to be rewritten." 3 days later, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in cultivation, his strength quickly leveling up to Heaven Realm lower level. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, the corner of his mouth rising. The strongest Heaven Realm technique, surging Azure Decree, if cultivated to the extreme, can borrow the power of the heavens. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Kid, I really didn't misjudge you." Jiang Chen, hearing this, turned to look at Qingzu, worriedly asking, "Grand Ancestor, are you okay?" Qingzu's body was still uncomfortable, clutching his head, saying, "I just regained consciousness. The previous injuries have healed, and my cultivation has also improved." Jiang Chen approached Qingzu, concernedly asking, "Did you break through to the God Realm? You once shook the 4 directions, invincible below the God Realm, 1 for 1 above the God Realm. So what about you now?" Qingzu broke into a bright smile. "Within the God Realm, I'm invincible. Below the Celestial 5 weaknesses, 1 for 1. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "That's good. When we get out of here later, I'll have to trouble Grand Ancestor to deal with the riffraff outside." Qingzu nodded in agreement. "No problem." Speaking of this, Qingzu questioned, "My will has completely awakened, to use me as a shield, huh?" Jiang Chen embarrassedly scratched his head. Cough, cough. It was out of necessity. Jiang Chen saw that the time had come, saying, "Time's up, let's leave." The door of the reincarnation sea appeared, and Jiang Chen and Qingzu walked out. Outside, Yu Daojiang had been waiting here for a long time. He saw the figures of the people outside, his hand clenched, gnashing his teeth, saying, "You finally came out." Immediately after, as Jiang Chen stepped out, a giant spirit energy hand struck down from the sky. Qingzu hurriedly stood in front of Jiang Chen, reaching out to block the blow. Presumptuous, Qingzu raised his hand, releasing a great power. Yu Daojiang looked at the person saving Jiang Chen, Qingzu, and exclaimed in surprise, "Qing Kong Confucian scholar, so the person in that coffin was you?" Qingzu nodded, replying, "That's right, Jiang Chen is the person my Qing Kong clan protects, even more so the person I, Qing Kong Confucian scholar, want to protect." Yu Daojiang's eyes turned bloodshot, frantically roaring, "If I don't avenge the killing of my son, I won't be human? This place is full of people from the 9 Li dynasty. I alone can't stop you. If the others attack, he's dead for sure."
What will you use to protect him? Qingzu rushed forward, waving his hand. Since you're too stubborn to see reason, hand over your life. Right then, the sky tore open, and a group of Qing clan disciples appeared. They saw Qingzu and excitedly shouted, "Great ancestor, you're back!" Qingzu ordered his subordinates behind him, "Protect Jiang Chen, and fight alongside me." The subordinates raised their hands and shouted, "Yes, understood." Yu Daojiang also ordered his subordinates,
"A mere clan's strength. How can it compare to my entire 9 Underworlds dynasty? Kill them all today." The 9 Underworlds dynasty members quickly grabbed their weapons and charged forward, replying, "Understood, let's fight. What's there to fear in a battle?" With that, the two sides clashed, neither giving way, engaged in a fierce battle.
Jiang Chen, on this side, was carefully protected by the people of the Qing Kong clan, thinking in his head, the Qing Kong clan and the 9 Underworlds dynasty. Among these people, even the lowest cultivation is at the saint level. Moreover, Jiang Chen's eyes widened.
Using spiritual sight,
Behind Yu Daojiang, Jiang Chen saw a divine realm heavenly human one decay. A warning bell rang in Jiang Chen's heart. Crap, this Yu Daojiang is originally a heavenly human 3 decay. The great ancestor can barely fight him, but if there are more 9 Underworlds powerhouses like that, great ancestor, Jiang Chen hurriedly said to Qingzu in the distance. "Great ancestor, take them away first," Qingzu confidently said. "With me here, you'll be fine," Jiang Chen shouted. Great ancestor, Qingzu, was quickly surrounded and attacked by a group of people from the 9 Underworlds dynasty.
"Daring to offend the 9 Underworlds, you must die." Qingzu stood in the middle, his whole body surrounded by a surge of energy. Just then, a blue light appeared, scattering the crowd, and a figure appeared. This person looked at Yun Daojiang and said, "Yun Daojiang, my son-in-law is not someone you can kill as you please. The ones who came were from White Emperor City, White Emperor, and Bai Xiangye." Yu Daojiang saw who it was, and angrily gritted his teeth, asking, "White Emperor, what do you want? Do you think the two of you could stop me?" White Emperor laughed. "Coming alone would be disrespectful, wouldn't it?" Behind White Emperor, a group of experts appeared, an incredibly imposing scene. White Emperor walked towards Jiang Chen, expressing his fatherly feelings. "If he dies, my daughter will definitely be heartbroken and despairing. Seeing my daughter in pain, I'll naturally be in a lot of pain. If my sorrow turns into rage, this place will be a river of blood." Yu Daojiang heard White Emperor talking nonsense and angrily yelled, "He killed the crown prince of the 9 Underworlds dynasty. Even if his strength is inferior, ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch him," White Emperor shamelessly said. "Is the crown prince of the 9 Underworlds dynasty's identity very high? He's the son-in-law of my White Emperor city." Just then many ice shards fell. Mu Xinglang appeared and spoke up, "He's my master." Following her were Mu Linchen and the Mu Clan 1 family. Mu Linchen hurriedly advised his daughter, "Let this matter go." Yu Daojiang saw that the person who came was Mu Linchen, and even intended to protect Jiang Chen, and he angrily questioned, "Impossible! As the lord of a country, if I can't avenge my son's death, how can the 9 Underworlds dynasty have any face to stand on this land? Mu Tian 1 family, your Lian Jing, are of the same branch as my Yu Tian 1 family. Why must you help an outsider? Could it be just because he's Mu Xinglang's master?" Mu Linchen narrowed his eyes and said, "It's not just because of that. He gave my Mu Clan 1 family a complete Mu life technique. Moreover, your precious daughter is also his disciple." Yu Daojiang didn't listen to the advice and pointed directly at Mu Linchen's face and yelled, "So what? As the lord of a country, if I can't avenge my son's death, I can't be this country's lord anymore." Yu Daojiang's veins bulged all over his face, and he growled, "Listen to my orders. Today, whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." Just then, behind him, a minister knelt down. "I beg to speak. Your Majesty cannot start a killing spree." Yu Daojiang turned to look at him, and angrily asked, "Minister He, speak up and beg. Your Majesty, this luck isn't fooling anyone. Just 1 month. Just 1 month." Yu Daojiang began to hesitate. Luck. My son's revenge." Suddenly, Yu Daojiang's eyes widened, looking ahead, only to see a giant iceberg rushing towards this way. Then the iceberg was quickly engulfed in flames, turning into water vapor in midair. White Emperor on this side was still holding on to Jiang Chen, praising wholeheartedly. "As expected of my son-in-law, even your heart is so kind." Jiang Chen's whole body stiffened and replied, "I just happened to see it. Who's your son-in-law?" Wu Taojiang clenched his hand, deep in thought. "I can't start a war just for my personal desires. If our destiny changes, this Zhuli imperial dynasty will be utterly destroyed by my hands." Wu Taojiang, helpless, had no choice but to compromise. "Fine, I'll spare you for a month." Mu Linchen nodded, a bright smile on his face, and added, "Oh right, any other issues, we'll sort them out in a month." Internally, he muttered, "Who the hell knows where this kid will be in a month? Just keep him on the hook. Seriously, my daughter likes him, he can't just run off wherever he wants." Qingzu glanced over, stating firmly, "Forget a month.
Even 10,000 years from now, this person is still someone my Qingkong clan must protect. Wu Taojiang looked at Qingzu, beginning his analysis. This Qingkong scholar has only just entered the divine realm, while I've reached the 3 declines of heaven and man realm, yet he can fight me to a standstill. This person won't be ordinary in the future.
Just then, a voice echoed. Imperial Father, the 6th Prince, Wu Heng, appeared. Wu Heng offered. Of course we must avenge my brother's death, but I understand Imperial Father's intentions. How about I test Jiang Chen's abilities? Just a spar, not a fight to the death.
Wu Taojiang heard this, nodding in response. That's good, Wu Taojiang thought to himself.
My son is the strongest, peerless genius of my Zhuli imperial dynasty. If not for the Empress's interference, he would have become the crown prince long ago.
Jiang Chen felt a little awkward as Wu Heng's gaze fell upon him. Jiang Chen also assessed Wu Heng,
a wandering swordsman's split-hand sword technique.
Wu Taojiang looked at Bai Di and Qingzu's group, saying, The youngsters are sparring, you all won't interfere, right? Bai Di smiled confidently. Nah, we have faith in Jiang Chen. Then Bai Di, being all extra, patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, Jiang Chen, go easy on him, okay? Our son-in-law's gonna show him a thing or two.
Wu Heng subtly smiled, crossed his arms, his entire body radiating the power of a low-tier heaven realm expert.
Wu Heng said, All honor sect master Jiang Chen, your fame echoes across the godless continent. Can't I even get a little spar with you?
Wu Heng extended his hand, politely suggesting, I won't take advantage of you. How about a fight at the same cultivation level? Jiang Chen rubbed his wrist, saying, Sparring is fine, but you. But before he could finish his sentence,
Wu Heng had already used mansword fusion and charged in front of Jiang Chen. Then come on.
If you can escape from my father's grasp, you're worthy of me drawing my sword to fight you today.
Wu Heng unleashed his move, his entire body bursting with spiritual energy.
Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise, an image appearing in his mind.
He's reached the peak on the path of the sword. This guy's talent probably isn't inferior to Mu Xingyun's. Meanwhile, the people of the Zhuli Imperial Dynasty proudly exclaimed, As expected of the Zhuli Imperial Dynasty's #1 peerless genius, such a realm at such a young age. Wu Taojiang laughed loudly, looking at Bai Di. Does your son-in-law possess such cultivation?
On his side, Jiang Chen's hand slowly condensed spiritual energy
and quickly drew out a sword,
also using the exact same mansword fusion technique as Wu Heng.
The people of the Zhuli Imperial Dynasty stared over,
wide-eyed in astonishment. What? Wu Heng's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. Then let's see whose sword Dao mastery is superior. Wu Heng extended his hand, blue spiritual energy radiating from his palm, striking towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled, all professions mastery. As he unleashed his own technique, the two sides clashed, and from below, only flickering blue lights could be seen soaring in the air.
Wu Taojiang asked, puzzled, The All-Honor Sect is such a desolate backwater. How did someone like this emerge?
Bai Di, seizing the opportunity to gloat, laughed. My son-in-law's pretty awesome, isn't he? Up above? Wu Heng was struck back, his entire body plummeting to the ground.
Wu Heng wiped away his injury, looking at Jiang Chen and asking, Who taught you your path of the sword? Jiang Chen stood there, nonchalantly saying, Self-taught. Then he assessed Wu Heng again. For your age, to have such an attainment on the path of the sword, truly extraordinary.
Wu Heng reluctantly got up, his palm emitting azure spiritual energy. Just above average. If my swordplay is only considered above average, then everyone else's swordplay isn't even worth calling swordplay. Saying that, Wu Heng drew his sword. Let me enlighten you. It's the Sword Endurance Invincible Dual Sword Fusion. Wu Heng attacked Jiang Chen with his sword. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock, speechless. Then Jiang Chen pointed at Wu Heng, questioning, So that's it, what's your relationship with Wandering Swordsman? Where did you get this separation sword technique? Wu Heng's face flushed red as he shouted, What? Separation sword technique? Don't get distracted.
Wu Heng was extremely embarrassed inside. The swordplay is great and all, but he just had to shout that line. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen analyzed. Wandering Swordsman clearly promised me he'd ascend to the 9 heavens, but even until I died, I never saw him.
This life has too many secrets. I don't know. Ni and Chengjin and the others couldn't speak because of the investigation by the heavens, but now that the separation sword technique has appeared, it might be the fastest way for me to find out these hidden truths. I am the heavenly god king, even the heavens don't want me to know, then I'll slash these heavens to get the answers I want. Jiang Chen resolutely gripped his sword, his entire body erupting with immense energy.
Wu Heng rushed towards him, sensing that something was wrong with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used Immortal Bird Baron Wasteland Strike towards him.
You're so stubborn, I'll beat you until you talk. Jiang Chen actively attacked Wu Heng with his sword, catching him slightly off guard. He thought to himself, Immortal Bird, Dao Soul, and Barren Wasteland Swordplay.
Wu Heng gritted his teeth,
gripping his sword tightly as it began to glow.
Wu Heng spread his hands wide, and countless circles of light appeared. With swords slowly emerging from within, he shouted, "Taste my forbidden move, you son of a bitch!" Jiang Chen and Wu Heng collided with each other with immense power like two fireballs.
The moment they clashed created a huge explosion, emitting light that made everyone below close their eyes because it was too dazzling.
Yu Daojiang exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. "Can this Jiang Chen really be evenly matched with the strongest prince of my Nine-Li dynasty?" Bai Di put a hand on his head, his face covered in sweat. "Impossible," Bai Di secretly sighed. "My son-in-law is definitely invincible at the perfect saint realm in the same realm."
Wu Heng was heavily injured, clutching his arm and gasping for breath. Jiang Chen approached, his entire body radiating black aura. Where did the separation sword technique come from?
Wu Heng wiped the blood from his mouth, a slight smirk on his face. "I lost. I never expected there to be such a dazzling genius in this world. I, the sixth prince of the Nine-Li dynasty's Pearl, am willing to call you the strongest of our generation."
Jiang Chen radiated demonic energy, raised his index finger to his blackened face, and glared at Wu Heng. "Being the strongest isn't something you get to decide. I've already planted a divine fire in your body." Wu Heng hurriedly waved his hands.
"Whoa, whoa, whoa." Jiang Chen crossed his arms, looking at Wu Heng with a bored expression. "Pearl has an ancient path to the 9 heavens. Only a few strong people can enter. I only got the inheritance by chance, but I can't show it off. It's too dangerous for you there." After Jiang Chen thought this, he turned off his demonic energy and turned away. Jiang Chen suddenly had a realization in his head. Ancient path to the heavens. Could it be that in ancient times, you couldn't just rely on ascension to enter the 9 heavens? Yu Daojiang clasped his hands behind his back and said to Wu Heng, "Even you couldn't beat Jiang Chen." Wu Heng respectfully clasped his hands. "Father, this Jiang Chen is truly above me. If we fought in the same realm, I'm afraid I would lose my life." Jiang Chen stood on the clouds, eavesdropping on their conversation.
Upon hearing this, Yu Daojiang looked up at Jiang Chen, remaining silent.
Then Yu Daojiang and Wu Heng turned to leave, but not forgetting to remind Jiang Chen, "Kid, I'll give you only 1 month, and you're not allowed to leave Pearl for even half a step during this month." Wu Daojiang suddenly stopped. He turned to Wu Heng irritably. "Besides those few, what are you guys still doing here? Planning to overthrow the Zhu Li dynasty? You're not as welcome as Bai Di and Xiao Qing." Startled, Bai Di observed from the sidelines, a happy expression on his face. He smiled and said, "The young mistresses of the Fengyu family asked me to take everyone back to Huangzhou to reminisce about old times." Bai Fengyu outwardly said this, but deep down he was thinking, "Jiang Chen is my son-in-law. It's too dangerous for you girls to be around him. Quickly return to the imperial court." Jiang Chen fell silent. "Let me think about it. Just what exists on the ancient Tongtian path? Could it be that I want to return to Jushao just for revenge?" Qingzu suddenly stepped forward and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, startling him slightly. He smiled and said, "Jiang Chen, the path to becoming a husband won't help you." Qingzu's eyes sharpened as he continued. "But as long as my Qing Kong clan exists, no one on this godless continent can touch you." Jiang Chen looked down from the sky, seeing everyone bidding him farewell. Qingzu, just as he stepped into the spatial gate, added, "My Qing Kong clan will be waiting for your return in Huangzhou." Hua Lianyi and Xiao Qing happily waved. "Master, we're heading back to Huangzhou first." Bai Din's eyes flashed with fire as he looked at the girls, thinking to himself, "You little vixens." Jiang Chen smiled and thought, "Revenge can wait." At this moment, Jiang Chen thought of the beauties he had met. "Don't I still have many people waiting for me to protect them?"
Mu Xinglang and the princess of the Zhu Li dynasty appeared behind him. "Master, let's go celebrate with a feast."
Jiang Chen embraced the two of them and said cheerfully, "Let's go to the Tongtian ancient path to celebrate." After that, the three of them, Jiang Chen, Mu Xinglang, and the princess of the Zhu Li dynasty, appeared in an empty clearing in the middle of the forest, next to a well. The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty took Jiang Chen's hand. "Master, this path is impassable." Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't let the princess of the Zhu Li dynasty finish speaking, and decisively jumped into the well, surprising the princess and Mu Xinglang. Jiang Chen said, "What I do is my business. I'll figure out my own destiny." Mu Xinglang and the princess both peered down the well. Mu Xinglang spoke up. "What are you worried about, Zhu Meimei? It's just a well." The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty looked worried. "What if you see another version of yourself?"
In a space of mixed black and red, a thought arose. How is that possible? There's only one of me in this world. What she meant was, if countless corpses pierced by swords appeared before Jiang Chen, corpses were also scattered all over the ground. Jiang Chen sat down on the ground, looking at the scene before him, and thought to himself, so many god kings have died on the godless continent. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "You've finally arrived." Jiang Chen was startled and turned his head. Behind Jiang Chen was a blond man, his face and clothes covered in blood, frowning. As he looked at Jiang Chen widened his eyes in surprise. "Who are you?" As he spoke, Jiang Chen thought, "Why does he look so much like me?" Jiang Chen was confused. "Who are you? Are you dead? Who are you really?" the blonde man said joyfully. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, I've finally waited. Jiang Chen was stunned by the person before him. Same soul. A soul like mine. The blonde man revealed. I am you. I've always been waiting for you. Jiang Chen didn't believe it. You are me. Impossible. There are only similar flowers, not identical people. The blonde man immediately cast a spell. A terrifying bolt of lightning flashed, and a horrific scene appeared before Jiang Chen. Many people lay motionless on the ground. Jiang Chen looked towards them. This is God Kings, godhood. The God Kings are all dead. 2 or 3 swords pierced through a body. Jiang Chen wondered. Why did you become a god and not ascend to the Zhuzhao god realm to receive grace? Swordsman Wu Heng pays his respects. The blonde man said to Jiang Chen. Not only am I waiting for you, but others are also waiting for you. 8 in total, plus you. That makes 9. Jiang Chen didn't understand what was going on. What does 9 mean? The blonde man looked at Jiang Chen. 9 cycles of reincarnation, myriad transformations returning to one, whether it's the twilight of the gods or the dawn of 100 ghosts, when you truly awaken is still unknown. In that battle, I want to see you. Jiang Chen was still in a state of confusion. What exactly happened here? From a crack of light, a demonic voice emerged. He can't return. How can someone who has fallen into reincarnation return? His body's changed, his soul's transformed, he's long gone. Jiang Chen is shocked. This is a real demon clan member. The demon clan chains the blue-haired man, never to see the sky again. Jiang Chen looks flustered, sweating. The ancient demon clan's pressure made me temporarily forget. Is this place devoid of life? Jiang Chen doubts himself. Could it be that when I was a god king, I had a 9 revolutions reincarnation? Could it be that I've reincarnated 9 times? Mu Jinglang and the 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty are hesitating above the well. If there really is such a person, a voice rings out. Go! Jiang Chen flies up from the bottom of the well, stunning the 2 girls. The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty asks with concern. Master? Are you alright? An incense stick later. In the Yangxin Palace's Liang Pavilion, Jiang Chen, Mu Xinglang, and the 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty are sitting in a pavilion talking. Speak. The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty replies. Can't tell others. Some people can get through some things peacefully, but some people will die. I can only tell you one thing. There are similar flowers in the world, but no 2 people are alike. But sometimes, there will be some exceptions. Jiang Chen understands. People who are alike. Are you talking about that blonde? Mu Xinglang, ignored to the side, gets angry. The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty says, You are the 9th person, also the last hope. Hearing this, Jiang Chen asks, What do you know? The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty lowers her head. I know everything, but I really can't say. There are some transcendent beings who pity the heavens, escape reincarnation, and are secretly concerned about the living beings in the world, Jiang Chen speculates. Could it be because of these compassionate beings that I can't know that I was a god king in my previous life? The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty says briefly, superficially explaining to him. By the way, do you know that the female emperor has appeared? After the female emperor appeared, she disappeared immediately, because the female emperor herself is a forbidden existence. She understands that if she doesn't escape and those beings find out, they will definitely kill her. Your forbidden power far exceeds all those before you. Very strong, so strong that it changes the color of the world, so strong that those transcendent beings who pity the heavens and escape reincarnation are terrified of you. Jiang Chen wonders. That's strong. But why do I only have the memories of this life? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes through them. The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty holds her head and screams, Can't say anymore, heaven has warned us. Jiang Chen looks up at the lightning, seeing only lightning and no tribulation clouds. This isn't normal celestial punishment. Could it be that there really are beings above the heavens? The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty points at Jiang Chen. I can only tell you that the key to reconciling your previous memories, you already have it. The remaining ancient Tongqian ruins depend on that person. Jiang Chen ponders. 10,000 flowers, bloody dust. Could it be that I really have reincarnated 9 times? Why? To suppress those demon clans, Jiang Chen is thinking, when a loud shout rings out, Master, Jiang Chen. The martial pavilion's yin envoy is screwed. He couldn't dodge. Jiang Chen takes an extremely powerful palm strike to the chest. Yu Daojiang speaks up. The yin envoy is killing people in the Zhu Li dynasty. Am I being too bold? The yin envoy entices him. Yu Daojiang, Jiang Chen is your son's killer. You can't personally take action. Our martial pavilion can help. Yu Daojiang listens to the yin envoy's words,
thinking and calculating. Killing Jiang Chen through someone else's hands means I don't have to worry about affecting the kingdom's luck and momentum. But behind him are the White Emperor and the Qing Kong scholars. If I interfere, the White Emperor city and the Qing Kong clan will definitely not let it go, and then those two major forces plus the Poland Academy will start a war with the Zhu Li's dynasty. The consequences are immeasurable. After a while, Yu Daojiang says, since I've seen it, I naturally have to manage it, but this is the imperial palace, no fighting allowed. The Yin envoy immediately sees through Yu Daojiang's heart. Oh, is that so? This old fox wants to borrow my hand to kill someone but doesn't want to get involved in the trouble? What a daydream. Then the Yin envoy turns to warn Jiang Chen. Kid, the martial pavilion has issued a kill order. You better not leave the imperial palace, Yu Daojiang says sternly. You, he scolds. Jiang Chen, leave the imperial palace immediately. This is an order. The 9th prince of the Zhu Li dynasty arrives.
We'll go then. Who cares about this imperial palace? My master and I will return to the Musi clan. Yu Daojiang, you dare. He's my master. If he leaves, I'm going with him.
Yu Daojiang turns and leaves.
Fine, whatever makes you happy. I'm done with this. I don't want to deal with anyone right now.
Mu Xinglang looks worried.
What do we do, master? It's dangerous without a strong protector nearby, Jiang Chen says calmly. What's there to fear? We can just call up some lackeys. The two girls suddenly remember. I got it. The two take out their authority tokens. The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty, Chen, shouts, Yi, get over here. Moments later, Heavenly Human Third Decline appears at the summons. My little missy, what are you doing? What's the big emergency?
Mu Xinglang replies.
Nothing much, miss. I've just been bored lately and wanted someone to talk to. Stick around me for a while, okay?
Heavenly Human Third Decline pats her head. Just for this, you could have grabbed anyone, you know. Mu Xinglang says seriously, nope, I want you specifically. Is that alright? Jiang Chen is smug, acting like a spoiled kid who's easy to teach.
At the same time, the crown prince of the Qian dynasty arrives. The moment he gets here, he acts in a way that disgusts the Zhu Li dynasty princess. Zhu Seer, I missed you so much. Heavenly Human Third Decline is surprised to see him. The crown prince of the Qian dynasty. The princess of the Zhu Li dynasty, with a stern face, kicks him in his precious bits. I didn't tell you to come here to suck up to me. Call some people over to protect my master. The crown prince freezes. Understood. Understood. Zhu Li's master is also my master. Geez, look at you all stressed out. I'm just here to visit Zhuer. When I become emperor, Zhuer will be my empress. Then everyone will be family.
Jiang Chen and Heavenly Human Third Decline are speechless. This guy is a pro at erasing his own presence. Whatever. Yu Daojiang doesn't care about their existence. Why would I care about that stuff? Suddenly, a loud shout rings out. Ancestor! Jiang Chen speaks up.
This mission is really dangerous. We can't do without Heavenly Human Third Decline. The Crown Prince says, why didn't you say so earlier? Would Heavenly Human Fifth Decline be enough? Jiang Chen is dumbfounded, his eyes widening as he sees Heavenly Human Fifth Decline.
He smacks his lips.
Not bad at all. Awesome, just awesome. Heavenly Human Fifth Decline grins. Little you, what's up? Want a drink with Grandpa? The Crown Prince says awkwardly. Well, my grandpa here is willing to help, but you gotta drink with him, Jiang Chen says casually. Drinking is no big deal. Bring out a few jars to rinse my mouth. As soon as he finishes speaking, a tall, muscular guy comes carrying 2 large jars of wine. That's the stuff. Hua is a pro in the business. This is fine wine. I brewed with natural treasures. Why not let me drink my fill with the old ancestor today? Why bother making things difficult for a kid? Heavenly Human Fifth Decline acts dismissive. Who wants to drink with you? He turns to Jiang Chen. Kid, drink a few rounds first, and let me see what you're made of. Jiang Chen is ready to accept. Just bring it on. Heavenly Human Third Decline is excited. Count me in. How can there be drinking without me? Heavenly Human Fifth Decline says loudly. This old man only knows how to drink his fill. I don't know what getting drunk is. Bring it all out, make me happy, and I'll agree to anything. A day later, they are still eating and drinking happily. Heavenly Human Third Decline praises. This kid can really drink. Fun. Come on, Jiang Chen is smug. Come on, I'm not even close to being full. Jiang Chen, while raising his glass, is uneasy. This is gonna screw things up. If this keeps up, I'll end up protecting them. I need to sober up.
Half a day later, Jiang Chen happily puts his arm around Heavenly Human Third Decline's shoulder. Little bro, follow me today, and I, your majesty, will take you to godhood. Heavenly Human Third Decline chuckles. Little bro, you're not that old, but you sure talk big. Heavenly Human Fifth Decline, already getting drunk, mumbles about seniority. You're the little bros.
Suddenly, a wine jar smashes into Heavenly Human Fifth Decline's head, making him freeze. Jiang Chen acts innocent. Oh my god, who did that? I was just trying to shield you. Heavenly Human Fifth Decline slams his hand on the table in anger. Kid, you got a death wish, Jiang Chen provokes. Come over here. This old man will beat you into your coffin. Heavenly Human Fifth Decline lunges forward. You dare. I'll show you. Then the three of them charge at each other at the same time, not giving an inch. Come on, show me what you got. A day later, the remaining three are sober. They are stunned by the scene before them. Jiang Chen and the two heavenly human fifth and third declines are bruised and battered, but still have their arms around each other's shoulders. How did you guys drink yourselves into this state? Jiang Chen grins. Friends, you don't understand each other until you fight. Tianren Wu Sui stroked his beard. Ahem, ahem, this old man has drunk his fill. I can agree to one request of yours, but don't go overboard, Jiang Chen said. Can you take me back to the Tianliu clan, protect me for 5 days, and then take me to the Blood Road? Tianren Wu Sui seemed to understand something and said, So your opponent is the Martial Pavilion, Jiang Chen replied. That's right, what? Could it be that the Tianliu clan is also afraid of the Martial Pavilion, the strongest in the martial god continent? Tianren Wu Sui laughed loudly. How laughable. What's it to me if I protect you for 5 days? Let's go. The scene changes to the Tianliu clan, a small courtyard. Jiang Chen and Tianren Wu Sui are sitting, enjoying tea. Jiang Chen wondered. A Tianren Wu Sui cultivator lives in a place like this. Tianren Wu Sui glanced at him. What do you know? This old man's skills were all learned here. Jiang Chen turned his head to look. Is that all? Suddenly, the sky changes, and it's about to get dark. Tianren Wu Sui said smugly, Kid, am I right? Watch closely, it won't disappoint you. Sure enough, a few minutes later, darkness covers the entire space. A ray of light slowly emerges, and sword techniques appear on that ray of light. Jiang Chen was stunned and surprised. This is Kaishin in the immemorial continent, that ray of light, the great bright art of the bright god. This place has always belonged to the Tianliu clan. Tianren Wu Sui closed his eyes, holding a flower in his mouth, and replied, It belonged to an old man who said he was waiting for someone here, but before the desolate god dojo opened, he said he had waited for the person, and then left. Now this place is the forbidden area of our Tianliu clan. Apart from our clan's descendants, others are forbidden to enter. But since we are friends, there's no need to be too strict, Jiang Chen wondered. You said the desolate god dojo opened when I was reborn in the immemorial continent. Is there any description of that old man? Tianren Wu Sui pointed inside. There's a painting in that small room. Go and see for yourself. Jiang Chen opened the door and stepped into the room. He looked at the painting and was filled with emotion. Master, Jiang Chen reached out and touched the painting. It really is you. Jiang Chen knelt down and burst into tears. People all think the celestial god king rose up suddenly, only because my master didn't allow me to say it. Even after I became a god king, I still couldn't see through my master's cultivation. My master knew long ago that I would be reborn in the immemorial continent, so he was always waiting for me, wasn't he? If you didn't want to see me, there must be a reason. It just feels so good to have someone care. Jiang Chen stepped outside. Did the owner of this house say anything else before he left? Tianren Wu Sui replied. Said some strange words, said he wanted to go to the end of the Blood Sea, an ancient city called Undying City. Jiang Chen pondered. Blood Sea? Remember that ship? It wanted to go to Undying City there? Tianren Wu Sui snapped. Hey you stinky brat, the best of the inheritances are all gone, though I didn't expect you to comprehend anything, but it's good to take a look, don't waste time. Jiang Chen contemplated. I don't know if these divine skills will work for me. What will the main gods on the 9 heavens react to when they see them? Then he asked Tianren Wu Sui, Does this appear every night? Tianren Wu Sui replied, Of course. But even if you want to comprehend a divine power in it, it will take at least 100 years. Jiang Chen smirked. Oh. Then I won't be polite. The myriad transformation heavenly plate can comprehend everything in the world. The great bright art is one of the top 10 divine skills in the 9 heavens. She was able to lead so many people to betray me, which is enough to show how powerful this technique is. But it's about to be mine. Bright God, just you wait. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In this world, only the martial god has the 6 paths of reincarnation first, and even the incomplete version can reach a level comparable to the bright god. If this divine skill ranks second, I doubt any other skill dares to claim the top spot. 15 days later, each strike of this 6 paths reincarnation first carries the essence of reincarnation. I forcibly tried to comprehend it and was tainted by taboo. Luckily, I managed to extract the true essence and gradually comprehend it. Heavenly Human 5 Declines asks. Heavenly punishment, what are you doing, kid? Jiang Chen calmly replies. What are you afraid of? Isn't heavenly punishment normal? Heavenly Human 5 Declines panics. What nonsense are you spouting? This old man cultivated to the peak of the godless continent and never encountered heavenly punishment once. Jiang Chen stretches. Then watch closely. How does one get through this heavenly punishment? Heavenly Human 5 Declines hastily says. Kid, come back, I can help you once. Jiang Chen replies. No need. You're about to undergo your own tribulation. Helping someone else will only add to your karma. Crown Prince Qianhuang Dynasty is shocked. Ancestor, this heavenly punishment. Heavenly Human 5 Declines is also extremely surprised. Formations, talismans, swords, proficient in all professions.
In his heart he secretly thinks. Heavenly God Crown Prince looks at his ancestor and asks, "Ancestor, what are you talking about?"
A flash of light passes through, filling his eyes with shock.
Isn't that Jiang Chen inside? He's Jiu Heir's master, old ancestor, save him.
As soon as he finishes speaking, Jiang Chen returns. Jian Taizi and Tianren Wu decline are surprised. HMPH, Jiang Chen said. This lightning is like a tickle, doesn't hurt at all. That statement shocks the crown prince, his mouth agape. You, heavenly punishment. Jiang Chen glances at the person and coldly asks, why are you here? In his heart he starts to think. Didn't realize this kid was a glazed saint physique before, no wonder the Tianliu clan is so arrogant, want to seize the Zhuli dynasty. Jiang Chen casts a spell above the person's head and says, you probably want to enter the blood road too, right?
Old ancestor, you have done me a favor. Take this, great radiance technique. It suits your sacred body. The blonde man is surprised. Great radiance technique. Heavenly Human 5 declines beside him is equally astonished. You comprehended a divine skill here. In 15 days, Jiang Chen cleans his ear, acting confidently. Isn't it too easy?
The old man grabs Jiang Chen's shoulder and asks, who exactly are you? I remember that omniscient proficiency only exists in Heavenly God Divine King. Jiang Chen secretly thinks, Heavenly Human 5 declines is indeed extraordinary. To see the image of me crossing the tribulation and setting up 7 layers of restriction. He turns around and says, a coincidence to obtain the Heavenly God inheritance. The old man laughs happily. As expected, the Crown Prince also says happily, the inheritance of the Heavenly God Divine King. Heavenly Human 5 declines. Says, kid, if you can survive the blood road, would you like to exchange this Heavenly God inheritance with my Tianliu clan? Jiang Chen arrogantly crosses his arms and asks, what can the Tianliu clan give me? He thinks, my inheritance? In my previous life? Aside from those useless disciples, I didn't leave behind a complete inheritance. In this life, why not develop the descendants of the godless continent a little? Heavenly Human 5 declines, strokes his beard. With the Heavenly God's inheritance, you probably don't lack techniques. If you can survive the blood road, hand over the Heavenly God Divine King's inheritance to my Tianliu clan, and my Tianliu clan will protect you safely on this godless continent.
Even the Martial Pavilion Tianliu clan can resist.
Jiang Chen asks, can you beat Lin Lang Wentian? Heavenly Human 5 declines, lowers his head, and puts his hand on his head. We are both Heavenly Human 5 declines, I'll risk my life against him. Hearing those words, Jiang Chen happily makes the deal. Suddenly, everyone panics. Hey, Heavenly Human 5 declines, drags the person away and says, hey, what? The blood road is about to open. Remember to take care of each other. If you can survive, you will be the next gods to ascend to the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen is being dragged, his face contorted, and grumbles. Heavens, can't you slow down a bit? The old man happily laughs. This old man will wait for you to return. Heavenly God inheritance. The leader of the Tianliu clan has no choice but to let go of Jiang Chen and steps forward to examine the blood road. It's extremely dangerous. You must be humble.
Jiang Chen suddenly shakes his head due to that shocking aura.
He whipped around, thinking the boss was playing another trick. Bro, what's up with you? But as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in shock.
Turns out the boss of the Tianliu clan wasn't being paranoid for no reason, and that reason was seriously bad news for Jiang Chen right now.
This is. The boss signaled to everyone from the Martial Pavilion. They actually dared to start a war with our Tianliu clan. All 5th Tribulation Celestial Realm cultivators, listen up. Protect Jiang Chen at the Blood Road, Jiang Chen replied. The people from the Martial Pavilion are here, the boss added. Not just here, they're mobilizing to wipe us out. They even got 2 5th Tribulation Celestial Realm experts from the Radiant Church and the Dark Church to help, so they have a total of 4.
Jiang Chen realized the Tianliu clan was at a disadvantage. Just protect yourselves. I, Jiang Chen, will fight to the death alone and won't drag you down. Looks like the Radiant God and the Dark God have sent their descendants to kill me.
The young master of the Tianliu clan stepped forward to reassure him. What are you talking about? My father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather are all 5th Tribulation Celestial Realm cultivators. Jiang Chen couldn't believe his ears. A whole family of 5th Tribulation Celestial Realm cultivators. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. By this time, the Tianliu siblings were all present. The 3 dragons of Tianliu, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Martial Pavilion, a 5th Tribulation Celestial Realm cultivator, spoke up. Does the Tianliu clan have a death wish? We have 4 5th Tribulation Celestial Realm experts. What if you plus me were to join the fight? The boss interrupted him.
He angrily ranted. Jiang Chen, you're definitely gonna die today, the boss retorted. You hadn't even been born when the Tianliu clan dominated the Bright Pearl Martial Pavilion. What makes you so cocky without the Lin Lang asking heaven?
The spectators had their eyes opened. So many vowed divinity cultivators from the immemorial continent, just for that sky immortal lower stage kid. Look, it's usually harder than ascending to heaven to see so many big shots.
Saint King, Great Saint, and then the final transcendent God realm, before finally reaching the celestial realm, and even then they only reach first or second tribulation. Each realm is harder than the last. How did they even cultivate to the fifth tribulation celestial realm?
A sudden halo appeared, making them wonder, look, what's that? The supreme elder of the martial pavilion, Jiang Chen, a fifth tribulation celestial realm cultivator, appeared. Even the addict wants to get involved in this.
Jiang Chen, old man, stepped forward to greet the Tianliu ancestor. How have you been lately? The Tianliu ancestor was surprised. Jiang Chen, didn't you fail your god tribulation and turn to dust?
That addict, Jiang Chen, replied, the martial pavilion has a way to keep me from dying. Hand over Jiang Chen today. Our martial pavilion has 5 fifth tribulation celestial realm cultivators. You're no match. The ancestor was now worried. This was really difficult.
A fifth tribulation celestial realm cultivator who has dominated the immemorial continent. Even 10 fourth tribulation realm cultivators are no match for a fifth tribulation realm cultivator.
The vice pavilion master of the martial pavilion was gloating when a demonic hand reached out right in front of him.
The sect leader of the Manhwa sect unexpectedly showed up to join the fun. Grabbing the vice pavilion master's face, he asked Jiang Chen, how's that featherless bird doing? Jiang Chen immediately recognized him, the sect leader of the Manhwa sect.
You said you absolutely wouldn't leave the demon sect unless you were dissected. The people from the martial pavilion remonstrated. Mo Yuan, stop meddling in other people's business.
Mo Yuan, annoyed, replied, the blood oath was made in the name of my ancestor, so how does it concern me, Mo Yuan? This kid Jiang Chen isn't bad, we've met before, Jiang Chen thought to himself.
That old ancestor of yours swore randomly for you and got struck to death in the 9 heavens. What an unfilial wretch. Mo Yuan didn't want to say much more, coldly ordering, so saying he hates it when his face is close to the face of the deputy cabinet chief of the martial arts pavilion, projecting a pair of horrific eyes, the famous ghost face, covering the entire field of vision, opening the blood road with a stream of breath to separate the two from each other.
The addict, Jiang Chen, raised his voice threateningly. No one will protect Jiang Chen today.
As soon as he finished speaking, the face of a baby loomed before him, scaring him out of his wits.
Holy crap!
Why was the old man with no hair or teeth so terrified by the appearance of a playful boy?
The old man pointed his cane at him.
Who exactly was this boy that caused Jiang Chen old man to be so frightened and horrified? It was Bai Ninglu of Baidi City, Bai Ninglu, the father of Bai Xiangye, a fifth tribulation celestial realm cultivator. Jiang Chen was once again shocked. No wonder he's a fifth tribulation celestial realm cultivator, about to ascend to the 9 heavens. He's reached the realm of reversing aging and returning to youth.
Old man Jiang Chen wondered.
Why do you want to protect Jiang Chen too? Bai Ninglu eagerly replied. I just wanted to see what the man of my precious granddaughter looks like, and I'm also here to undergo tribulation.
Jiang Chen was terrified by this guy. A fifth tribulation celestial realm cultivator undergoing a god tribulation. Could this guy have 1 foot in the divine realm already? Bai Di City is truly terrifying.
Bai Ninglu looked around at the descendants and smiled at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you once failed your tribulation. Why not watch me undergo tribulation, and consider it a part of the fortune I'm giving you? If you can get through the second god tribulation, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Of course, the condition is that you must open the blood road and let him in, Jiang Chen replied. I survived. If I get through the second god tribulation, I'll definitely succeed. Why do I need your guidance?
Xu Ninglu knew what he was planning. Then there's no need to negotiate. Xu Ninglu eagerly raised his palm strike and said to the old addict, I don't think you need to go through the second tribulation. Jiang Chen quietly observed the two seniors. The attack of someone with half a foot in the god realm, clearly the supreme elder of the martial pavilion, whose blood is depleted, definitely can't withstand it.
Old man Jiang Chen, now terrified, shouted at his subordinate, Ji Zhongyang, quickly open the blood road.
Ji Zhongyang immediately followed orders and opened the blood road to provide support.
The cultivators then rushed towards the blood road in a clamor. Entering godhood through the blood road, surely there's a spot for me. The blood road, I'm coming.
Ancestor Tianliu then urged. Jiang Chen, brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say other than,
thank you. Xu Ninglu quietly watched the little punk, who was his granddaughter's benefactor, leave.
Xu Ninglu spoke up. Hey, I just can't figure it out. Why does the martial pavilion have to make things difficult for a little shrimp like that? Ji Zhongyang then replied. The feud didn't arise overnight, it accumulated. If you want to know the root cause, it's that Jiang Chen initially crippled the pavilion master's son.
Xu Ninglu found it amusing. Just that. The others chimed in.
Perhaps you don't know, this guy is a reincarnation of a celestial god. The god of light has decreed to kill him at all costs in the godless continent. The god of darkness has also issued an order. Zhu Chenlao nodded. The martial pavilion has actually known this for a long time. Mo Yuan was somewhat puzzled.
So that means, when he was in the 9 heavens god realm, he was an opponent of the martial god, the god of light and the god of darkness, so you guys are willing to do anything to suppress and kill him here.
Ancestor Tianliu thought to himself, brat, Your identity is known throughout the world now. This blood road is probably extremely difficult. Jiang Chen entered the blood road. At the 9th city, standing before the treasure pavilion, he thought, from ancient times, the 9 cities produced monstrous talents. The calamity of the blood road begins in the 9 cities, Jiang Chen said. This blood road tribulation is really interesting. Suddenly a tender voice cut in. We're both heavenly prodigies, and we're both of the same generation. If there are grudges or grievances, they can be resolved fairly. Your actions are really displeasing to Guangmao. Whatever Jiang Mao says today, she has to get involved. The treasure pavilion cultivators swarmed over, carrying swords and cursing. You idiot from the Haoqi sect, Jiang Hao Ran, stop meddling. Your sect only has you left. Jiang Hao Ran leaned on her sword, arrogantly replying, so what if there's only one person left? The Haoqi of heaven and earth, the light of righteousness will never be extinguished. Jiang Chen listened, admiring her, truly dazzling. At that moment, Zhao Tuhong, the crown prince of the Yuhua dynasty, stepped forward and asked Jiang Haoran, do you know that behind you is the reincarnation of a celestial god king, and someone the martial pavilion has ordered to be killed? The cultivators exclaimed when they saw him, the crown prince of the Yuhua dynasty, that Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of the celestial god king? You're just finding out now. Right now, the top-tier sects and heavenly prodigies in the godless continent are all searching for this Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen is killed by us, then the inheritance of the celestial god king.
Jiang Chen then pondered. Those who should come have come. It's just, are you gods so anxious that you sent your descendants to kill me because you're afraid I'm not good enough?
Jiang Hao Ran erupted with Kia, a perfect great saint, drew her sword, and warned him, I don't care who he is, I only know that he's alone, and you guys attacking him is against martial ethics. The other cultivators became even more jealous. This Jiang Hao Ran is the only successor of the Haoqi sect now. The resources of the entire sect are all given to her. Her heavenly human 5 decay master isn't here, but her combat strength before she beat a god realm cultivator who was stealing to the point of near death. Zhao Tuhong thought to himself, this Jiang Hao Ran's combat strength is no joke. If we attack Jiang Chen, we'll inevitably be distracted fighting her. He then cunningly stepped forward to ask Jiang Hao Ran's opinion. Oh, so how about fighting me one-on-one? Jiang Hao Ran became flustered before this shameless guy. That would work. Jiang Chen then stepped forward to engage without hesitation, challenging the descendant of the Yuhua godlord. Aren't you really afraid of death? Before I ascended, the Yuhua dynasty wasn't your all-sect religion's lapdog, the cultivators whispered behind him. That's right. Back when the all-sect religion ruled the godless continent, the Yuhua dynasty was the biggest parasite. Unable to endure the humiliation, Zhao Tuhong hurled a huge boulder and shouted, enough talk! My Yuhua dynasty has never submitted to anyone. Celestial beyond the heavens. That was the secret technique of the Yuhua dynasty. Before Zhao Tuhong could even show off anything, a blade pierced through his head. A guy with peak stage cultivation standing there spoke up, so talkative. Zhao Tuhong actually died without knowing who killed him. So lame. Jiang Chen immediately recognized him, his eyes widening in surprise. Mu Xingyun. The cultivators behind him also exclaimed, the crown prince of the Yuhua dynasty is dead. Mu Xingyun coldly spoke. Jiang Chen, how about we end things here today? He had barely finished speaking when a hand-shaped spell seized him tight. What? Jiang Haoran, enraged by his reckless actions, roared. Who gave you the guts to just kill someone? Mu Xingyun scoffed. I'm the Dark Saint. I was born to kill. With a flash, he was there, blade to Jiang Chen's throat. No wonder you could track me, he drawled. Turns out you're a reincarnated celestial god. Jiang Chen merely smirked in reply. Actually, you were following me. Anyway. I'm curious, he continued. We're both heavenly realm. Jiang Chen swiftly broke free from Mu Xingyun's lock. How many rounds can you actually last against me? With that, he unleashed a punch. Buddhist secret art. All beings are equal. Jiang Chen then quipped, what? No more attacks. The cultivators were dumbfounded once more. That's a forbidden Buddhist technique that can't be passed down, they exclaimed. Just how many techniques does this Jiang Chen actually possess? Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted in the sky, a strange phenomenon that even took Jiang Chen by surprise. He looked up at the blessing from the 9th city's seal, thinking, in my past life, just one drop was enough for me to easily break through to the heavenly realm. Mu Xingyun and the other cultivators couldn't stand still for a second. They all charged, scrambling to snatch it and seize the chance to enter the god realm. Snatch what? Absorb it. Watching the frantic scramble, Jiang Chen decided to take a gamble. My current strength is too low, I'll risk it. The cultivators suddenly froze. As the all beings are equal technique enveloped them, they immediately whipped around, cursing angrily. This is all beings are equal. Jiang Chen, are you asking for death? The cultivators, furious, turned back to attack Jiang Chen. They were caught off guard and pelted with blows. Yet, surprisingly, it didn't hurt them at all. The cultivators were stunned. What kind of body is this? Jiang Chen deadpanned,
lecturing them. What, you think you can actually hurt me? At the same cultivation realm, I'm a celestial god? Are you all completely useless? I only need 3 drops, then I'll dispel this secret art.
One cultivator, unwilling to yield, roared, "Dream on. There's only so much here, and you want to monopolize 3 drops." Jiang Chen calmly replied, "Well then, the all beings are equal technique will just have to continue. Don't blame me when you all end up with nothing."
The cultivators were forced to reconsider their options. Without realm suppression, how could I possibly be a match for the heirs of those major sects?
Jiang Chen leisurely strolled over to claim the treasure as if he were alone. "Thanks for your cooperation, everyone." Watching Jiang Chen effortlessly snatch their prize, they howled in rage. "Even if you get those 3 drops, Jiang Chen, we'll see if you live long enough to enjoy them." Jiang Chen merely scoffed. "Truth be told, with my actual strength, there's no need to even argue with these guys." Jiang Chen quietly walked away, leaving the cultivators in a state of useless bewilderment. "Farewell, everyone." Reaching a safe area, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Phew. Good thing they didn't realize. I forcefully locked down the cultivation of an entire city. I couldn't even use too much spiritual energy myself." Holding the 3 precious drops of essence blood, Jiang Chen gazed at them reverently. "Based on my past life's experience, I should be able to directly advance to the Saint Realm's mid-tier."
The 3 drops of essence blood were absorbed through his mark. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a profound surge of change. A thunderous clap of lightning struck the clear sky above the treasure pavilion. Heavenly realm. Jiang Chen sighed wryly. Ugh, having too strong of a foundation really isn't always ideal. But he suddenly froze, recognizing the pure essence of heaven. Looking up high,
Jiang Chen's jaw dropped in utter astonishment.
He finally understood the true nature of the issue. This is happening just as I'm on the verge of breaking through the Jing Kang art.
No wonder it's hailed as the strongest cultivation technique in the heavenly realm.
With a triumphant grin, Jiang Chen, overwhelmed with emotion, finally managed to utter, "Alright, these last 18 heavenly tribulations are all yours." A thunderous explosion ripped through space. The cultivators stared, utterly clueless about what was happening. This heavenly pure essence is the biggest opportunity at the first stop of the blood dew, and you think you can get it with your Saint King realm. The 2 cultivators fiercely engaged in battle. "Stop wasting words." Suddenly, they felt a strange aura from behind. "Hey, did you guys forget about your boy, Zhang Mo here?" Jiang Chen smirked as he appeared before the chaotic crowd.
Raising his hand high, already prepared with his spell, Jiang Chen declared, Hey, today I shall take this heavenly pure essence as my heavenly title." The cultivators couldn't stand by and watch Jiang Chen snatch it from them again, yelling, "You dare!" Jiang Chen casually replied,
"Knew you guys wouldn't forget me." Looking at Jiang Chen towering above with an unprecedented strange source of lightning, they wondered, "This is..." A voice spoke from behind. "The 3 calamities and 9 disasters. 18 paths of heavenly tribulation. That's the crown prince of the great Jia dynasty, Jia Zhuyu." He continued, "You cultivate the long-lost spear force art, you actually know a thing or two."
Jiang Chen ignored him, shouting to the others, "You all want this heavenly pure essence, so come face the tribulation with me."
They felt the thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation were too terrifying, and retreated a few steps.
Jiang Chen knew they wouldn't dare, gleefully announcing, "In that case, I'll take it." He immediately absorbed the heavenly tribulation into his body. Jiang Chen did it right before the astonished eyes of the surrounding cultivators. Buddhist purification formations appeared in all directions. Golden lotuses bloomed everywhere. The heavenly Yang Divine King's body. An unparalleled phenomenon. Only when a peerless heavenly paragon is born does this appear. The cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. This celestial phenomenon shows that this Jiang Chen, after swallowing the heavenly pure essence, has completely entered the list of peerless heavenly paragons, provided he can survive. This is the 18 paths of heavenly tribulation. Even a heavenly human realm wouldn't dare to face it. Jiang Chen is still one step away. He's made up his mind.
Then I'll see it through to the end. He immediately cast the top-level spell, the Nihility Art. A flash of light and an earth-shattering explosion. From within the smoke and dust, a figure vaguely appeared. "Wait!" one cultivator exclaimed. "Jiang Chen's aura is gone." They thought Jiang Chen had failed, and burst into laughter. "What's a heavenly god, divine king? Didn't he die anyway, huh? If I were in the same era as him, I'd definitely smash him to death easily. Once the heavenly tribulation disappears, we'll refine his corpse. That heavenly pure essence will be ours." Jia Zhuyu suddenly felt something was wrong. Something's not right. How could the heavenly god, divine king be so weak? This is too fake. Those idiots are still laughing arrogantly. 18 paths of heavenly tribulation combined, even a heavenly human.
3 weaknesses would be killed. Attack. Attack the one who robbed our resources. Damn it, who cares what heavenly god divine king you are?
They immediately clamored, flying towards the heavenly tribulation. Now is the time. Jia Zhuyu remained cautious, and didn't act. Something's not right? He suddenly widened his eyes, because he saw something terrifying, shouting, "Great Jia dynasty! Turn back now." In the high sky, a magnificent scene appeared before them.
Dragons and phoenixes flying everywhere, a halo enveloping him. He became a saint, heaven and earth twin phenomena together. Jiang Chen did it. This is the Saint King. Jiang Chen appeared in a refreshed form.
More majestic, more handsome. The saint realm has arrived. He was like a snake shedding its skin, quietly breathing in the air, as if it had just been renewed. Feeling the holy power flowing in his veins, points a finger forward.
Jiang Chen is heading towards something that interests him, which is testing his new power.
One finger point, and a Saint King realm cultivator shatters into pieces. The cultivator's hearts skipped a beat.
With just one finger point, a Saint King bit the dust. Saint ruler, what the hell is he? Jiang Chen's voice echoes, resounding through the heavens.
I have become a saint, and today I do not wish to start a killing spree. Just then, a stranger's voice laughs loudly.
Start a killing spree, haha, you can hardly protect yourself right now. Some fools who haven't seen death yet are mocking, thinking that killing a few Saint Kings makes you invincible. Do you know how many great saints are here? And how many monstrous prodigies? Can you handle them?
Two more uninvited guests come to question Jiang Chen. The second holy son of the Dark God Sect and the second holy son of the Light God Sect have come to claim his life. Today you must die. It's time for this to end.
Jiang Chen thought. Luckily, I just completed the heavens. Blessing, becoming a saint ruler. Otherwise, my state of nirvana might have been broken. At this point, Jiang Chen considers the pursuers to be nothing more than weeds. Summon the gods.
Jiang Chen says loudly, I am already a saint, and I also have the identity of a heavenly god. It's not convenient for me to bully the two of you.
Then he charges forward with a bang.
Why don't you two come at me together?
Jiang Chen unleashes a holy punch. Ignoring the sword tips of the two masters from the two sects piercing his skin, Jiang Chen is then stunned.
After becoming a saint ruler, unless it's a god realm, no one can break my body. Jiang Chen grabs his arm. Suddenly, he has a profound thought. Falling silent, another person comes to comment. Jiang Chen, you're not the only one who received the heavens' blessing when you became a saint. Mu Xingyun and his gang are now present. It seems that this karma will keep entangling us, Jiang Chen replies.
This is truly a glorious era. In the past life, it was a miracle if 3 people received the heavens' blessing, but now times have changed. There are already 3 in one 9th-tier city. The 2 pursuers from the dark and light sects are not dead yet. They refuse to give up. Jiang Chen, surrender your life.
Then the whole group of them rush at Jiang Chen in a gang attack. Jiang Chen is silent, not caring in the slightest. If possible, he really doesn't want to use that move, but it's time to test it out a bit. Forget it. Jiang Chen covers his head with a surge of energy. What happened 3,000 years ago, at worst, I'll just do it again. An ancient scene unfolds. The gates of heaven open slightly, pouring down a torrent of holy energy. That holy energy heads straight towards the treasure pavilion where Jiang Chen appears. His eyes are still tightly closed, sensing every bit of it. Above Jiang Chen's head now appears a dazzlingly bright object.
Those top-tier experts exclaim, heavens crowned him. They are all stunned. They didn't expect this Jiang Chen to be such a terrifying figure,
exclaiming, Emperor. The 2 from the light and dark sects clearly feel that the fortune of the boundless god continent seems to be being taken away.
Jiang Chen speaks clearly.
From today onwards, I am the emperor of the boundless god continent. They are shocked once again.
Heavens crowned him. Boundless God Emperor. You are forcibly seizing the fortune of the entire boundless god continent. Do you want to become the enemy of the whole world by doing this? They then discuss it together.
If this guy doesn't die, the chi luck of the Wu Shen continent won't recover. By then, if we want to become gods, we'll need his permission. The only option is to kill him.
They all simultaneously poured their full strength into a decisive strike, determined to eliminate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively and said for all to hear, 3,000 years ago I dared to make the whole world my enemy. Jiang Chen raised his head and declared once more, 3,000 years later, I still dare. Around him at this moment, the Tao souls of the pseudo-saint gods stood surrounding him, brimming with divine energy,
forming an almost impenetrable layer of protection.
Bearing the absolute authority of a celestial god king, Jiang Chen exuded a terrifying killing intent, engulfing everything. Submit to me. Jiang Haoran's voice suddenly cut in.
To seize the chi luck of the Wu Shen continent. This is injustice.
This lively young girl was originally an absolutely upright person, always standing for justice. She demanded that Jiang Chen return the chi luck of the Wu Shen continent.
Jiang Chen found it difficult to talk to this little girl, replying, Return it. Returning it means, you want to take my life is in my own hands.
Jiang Haoran argued with him earnestly. You're talking nonsense. The chi luck of the Wu Shen continent is related to the fate of all living beings. If you seize the chi luck, you're depriving all living beings of their good fortune. Jiang Chen ignored her. So what? You all want my life, so why should I give them a way out? Don't get involved in this.
Suddenly, he felt a strange pressure, a pressure he had experienced in the past. It made Jiang Chen unable to stay calm. The cursed magister. The cursed magister. A rustling sound appeared, accusing Jiang Chen. You're still not dead. Jiang Chen was highly vigilant. He launched a spiritual attack.
Painful. Squeeze that soul to death. Ding ding, the cursed magister can even seal souls. Must find him.
He surveyed his surroundings and immediately recognized him. There. Can't let the prey get away.
Jiang Chen channeled divine energy, and his power soared.
A gust of wind containing demonic energy struck Jiang Chen. He had to do several flips to dodge it, then Bing Bing rushed over, appearing in front of the cursed magister in an instant. The other party was also surprised.
The cursed magister greeted Jiang Chen enthusiastically. You're as good as dead. Binding Jiang Chen with a seal, the cursed magister looked at the crown on his head and wondered. This is... Jiang Chen suddenly could no longer feel the holy energy within him.
The seal caused him to cough up blood. The cursed magister achieved his goal, laughed triumphantly, and ordered his subordinates. The power in his body is sealed, he's already a cripple, kill him quickly.
Jiang Chen looked on silently as the others easily seized him. The cursed magister really couldn't handle him. It seemed like he had planned this in advance, he thought to himself.
However, this time I have to thank my greatest enemy on Zhu Shao. While the cursed magister's subordinates rushed in like moths to a flame, Jiang Chen erupted with power, great light technique, illuminating his moves, killing the ant-like creatures, and also finishing off the leader, the cursed magister, in his astonishment. One of them wondered, light technique, where did you get it from? Jiang Chen replied. I don't talk to dead people, he thought. Indeed, the world's prohibitions are dissolved when they encounter the great light technique, and the other was offended, rushed over angrily. The one who deserves to die is you, Jiang Chen sneered. Just a little light technique. Today I'll open your eyes.
Jiang Chen punched the ignorant guy straight in the face. He howled. Impossible, this is the great light technique. Jiang Chen turned to the side. Jiang Haoran's sword was already close. That stubborn broad wants me to hand over the chi luck of the Wushen continent. Even if I die, I'm going down with you. Jiang Haoran said that, but Jiang Chen flat out says, my life is my own.
Jiang Haoran, pissed, didn't say anything more to him. It just starts hacking away. You're lost in your delusions, I gotta act on behalf of the heavens.
Jiang Chen can't even begin to explain it to her. What's with all this lost in your delusions? Acting on behalf of the heavens. Crap, I'm the heavens here.
But as soon as he said that, he froze up again. Mu Fengmu's 2 sneak attack daggers are already buried deep in Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen, you're finally gonna die. With an attack coming right at his face, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Am I really gonna kick the bucket here today?
Jiang Chen's eyes could still clearly see Jiang Haoran. Return the fortune of the Wushen continent and I'll protect you.
Those words got Jiang Chen all emotional and stuff. In the Holy Spirit space, the Holy Lotus started to give off a shimmering source of spiritual energy.
Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide, and the myriad flowers' heavenly lantern was blazing. In a near-death situation once again, Jiang Chen insisted, only I can control my own destiny. Even if I die today, I'm going to be the king of the Wushen continent.
While the crowd was getting all hyped up, a shout came, signaling, the 9th city has opened, the blood road is open. The whole group of them looked towards the gate. The blood road was revealed, and Jiang Chen smirked.
Looks like heaven ain't done with me yet. Jiang Haoran felt like she needed to hurry. She jumped forward and saw Jiang Chen gradually disappearing before her eyes. Jiang Haoran couldn't accept it.
Jiang Chen signaled, see you guys in the blood road.
Jiang Haoran stood there, stunned by his disappearance. The crowd rushed forward. The first small world of the blood road ain't that big. Split up and search, Haoran muttered.
Jiang Chen, does the little miss feel sorry for him? Why are you so stubborn? In the first small world of the blood road, Jiang Chen was sitting alone. His body was aching, and he was covered in injuries, he thought. Forcibly seizing the continent's chi luck comes at a huge price. It took almost 3,000 years of my lifespan in a flash, and it's dropping fast.
Jiang Chen thought deeply. Looks like being the king of the Wushen continent ain't gonna be easy.
He was spacing out when someone came to bother him again. Have you heard? Big stuff's happening in the 9th city.
2 strangers were whispering to each other. A bunch of geniuses and freaks teamed up to kill Jiang Chen, but he killed a few of them instead, and then he got away. That's right, even Jiang Haoran and Xia Chuyu took action, but they couldn't hold on to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat down to circulate spiritual energy to heal his injuries, he considered. Now I only have 1,000 years of lifespan left. If I keep burning through it like this, before my cultivation can even increase, my life's going to be down in the Yellow Springs. He decided that he had to quickly find some natural treasures to maintain his lifespan. He was about to leave when someone else shouted, hey kid, stop right there. It turned out to be Jiang Yueli. The little miss was desperately running away from a killer, yelling her head off. Murder, help! Jiang Chen immediately recognized that little tyke's unique voice. It's Jiang Yueli. Jiang Chen jumped out in front of the killer and glared at him, accusing, you want to kill her? The scarred-faced dude licked the edge of his blade and replied, of course, play first, then kill. This ain't got nothing to do with you, Scram. God, I hate those beasts who are worse than animals. Like this pig, Jiang Chen roared, summoning his divine blade.
You animal! That idiot rushed to his death. Get out of my way or I'll chop you up too. A gust of wind grazed his face, stinging like hell. And just like that, Pigface was obliterated, and that beast's head exploded.
Jiang Chen took Jiang Yueli away. Now that she was by his side, she was safe.
Not forgetting to remind him, If there's a next life, neither of us will let you get away with this, Jiang Chen asked gently.
Yue Li, why were you wandering around alone? Jiang Yue Li said sadly. They're all dead.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen sat down and stroked her head, comforting her. It's okay, from now on, Big Brother will protect you.
Yue Li looked at him, her face flushed with emotion, and called out, Big Brother! Then she threw a bucket of cold water on him, saying, But Big Brother's cultivation is too low. Jiang Chen froze instantly. Then she grabbed his hand, pointed forward and said,
Big Brother, there's vermilion birdgrass ahead. Consider it a thank you gift. Jiang Chen was stunned, looking at his hand being held. Then his inner pervert awoke and he thought, as expected, gotta start, Amyan.
Jiang Yue Li, unaware, continued to lead him while he slapped himself hard, muttering, What am I even thinking?
The vermilion bird king inside his body reminded him, Kid, stop with the lewd thoughts. There's a vermilion bird corpse ahead. Quickly dig it up. Hurry.
Jiang Chen was led by Jiang Yue Li to the vermilion birdgrass meadow. She pointed and said, Big Brother, we're here.
But seeing the swelling on his right cheek, Yue Li couldn't help but wonder, What happened to your face? Jiang Chen said awkwardly. A mosquito was too big just now. The vermilion bird king flew out, urging, Dig. A vermilion bird is buried underneath. If you can merge me into that body, just a few drops of blood essence will keep you alive, at least for 10,000 years.
Jiang Chen sat down and summoned White Sword, saying he didn't care much. Extending my life, even for a second, is still extending my life.
The vermilion bird king smacked his head with its wings, scolding, Hurry up! The place where the vermilion bird is buried will definitely have a complete vermilion bird immortal gold. This thing can be considered a heaven-opening artifact material.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, A vermilion bird immortal gold the size of a thumb can cause people to fight to the death. Wouldn't a complete one cause chaos? He started warming up his arms, preparing to dig, not forgetting to instruct. Yue Li, little sister, you go over there and watch Big Brother dig up treasure, learn from it. Jiang Yue Li encouraged him enthusiastically. Big Brother, go for it. Yue Li will study hard.
Jiang Chen then stabbed the sword hard into the ground, happily shouting, I'm gonna be rich. A ray of light illuminated the entire area.
After an incense stick's worth of time, Jiang Chen dug into something, and his sword snapped in two and flew away. Jiang Chen froze, watching the broken sword fly away and stick into the ground.
He maintained his sword stance, now only holding the hilt. He cried mournfully in his heart, My flowing heaven. The vermilion bird king landed at the edge of the pit, coolly exclaiming, Vermilion bird immortal gold is this hard, hurry up and grab it. This place definitely has a dead vermilion bird that's even higher ranked than me. It jumped down with Jiang Chen,
and sure enough, there was a vermilion bird corpse buried below, but for some reason,
its sitting posture was no different from the chicken that every family offers incense to during the Lunar New Year. Jiang Chen even suspiciously asked,
This doesn't look much like a vermilion bird, it looks a lot like roast chicken. The vermilion bird king immediately scolded, What do you know, this is the first ancestor, I can only be considered the second generation. Jiang Chen, drooling, asked, Is there any blood essences? I used too much spiritual energy just now, I'm about to die of exhaustion. The vermilion bird king quickly reminded him, Hey, can you die later? Help me first. I said I would.
It went to the front of the vermilion bird's corpse and began to merge. After a whole process of transformation, the vermilion bird king appeared in a humanoid form, with a surging source of power in its hand.
After completely absorbing the power, the vermilion bird king bit its own lip to draw blood, then pulled Jiang Chen's face close, dripped 3 drops of blood essence into his mouth and instructed, Save it. The merging wasn't stable just now. I had to bite my lip and tongue for this. After obtaining the 3 drops of blood essence, Jiang Chen's hair changed from white back to its original brown. His power surged within him again, he exclaimed. 3 drops of blood have already granted me 13,000 years of lifespan. Zhu Kui Wang reverted to its bird form, sweating buckets as it frantically flew off, yelping, Time to scram, I'm totally drained. Seriously, I need some fresh air. Oh, and don't forget to grab the immortal golden vermilion birdgrass. Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, collecting everything it mentioned. Once done, both of them hopped back down to solid ground. Seeing him, Jiang Yue gleefully called out, Big Brother Jiang Chen. He patted her head and asked,
When you were being chased earlier, surely someone was protecting you, right? Did they all die? Yue tearfully recounted. There were 10 of us in total, 9 of them, and I, all met with disaster after entering the first city.
Jiang Chen cheerfully pulled her into a hug, saying, Don't be scared, you've got me now. 9 people died, so where's the last one? Jiang Yue wiped her tears, replying, He's in the 9th city, his name is Jie Juyu.
He's my fiancé. Jiang Chen, hearing this, immediately froze. He was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor, exclaiming, Fiancé. From behind, Zhu Kui Wang covered its mouth, snickering, Ooh, someone's getting played.
Jiang Chen patiently sat down and declared, Your fiancé looks super ugly, his character is terrible, and most importantly, he's a total trash. Marriage is a huge deal, and a little kid like you doesn't get it yet. Let's chat about it when you're older. Hearing this, Jiang Yueli tilted her head, wondering, "Oh, is he really that hard to look at?" Jiang Chen stood up, confidently running a hand through his hair, declaring, "He's not even a tenth as handsome as me, Yueli," with wide, innocent, sparkling eyes, looked at him and earnestly agreed, Big brother Jiang Chen is the most handsome." Zhu Kewang covered its mouth again, snickering mockingly. "Someone's clearly hideous but just loves to call themselves handsome." Jiang Chen immediately snatched one of its head feathers, his face darkening as he grumbled, "What's so funny? From today onwards your name is Diao Dade." Zhu Kewang was livid, struggling to break free and squawking, "That's a garbage name. Are you trying to get back at me on purpose?" Jiang Chen crossed his arms, giving it a side eye, and declared, "Zhu Huang and Zhu Long are two little bros I'm raising, and guess what? They're both named Dade. You're pretty much like them." Hearing this, Zhu Kewang ruffled its feathers, muttering to itself, "Zhu Huang and Zhu Long were born from heaven and earth, huh? Well, I guess they do have the right to call themselves my sworn brothers." Jiang Chen then suddenly scooped up Jiang Yueli. He explained, "This here is the very first small world on the Xuelu. I'm taking you to the Fu Wenji D to chill out. There's some fun stuff to do there." Hearing that, Jiang Yueli's eyes lit up and she excitedly charged towards the entrance of the Fu Wenji D.
The sky was getting dark by then, and as he arrived, two people curiously turned to look. One person sneered, "Jiang Chen, did you come here to die?"
Jiang Chen completely ignored the guy. Instead, he pointed at the shapes on the cliff wall, playfully chatting with Jiang Yueli. "Look, doesn't this rune look like an Taiji Yu Man Yu? And check this out, this rune seems to be a Bianhua." Jiang Yueli's eyes sparkled as she gasped, "The runes here are so pretty, but I still like the moon more." Hearing that, Jiang Chen thought with a pang in his heart, "The moon? You used to be the Yu Shen, so of course you'd love the moon. Back then, you even sacrificed yourself to help me ignite the Wanhua Tian Zahan.
This kindness I'll never forget."
Meanwhile, those two dudes, completely ghosted by him, couldn't help but explode in anger, rushing forward and yelling, "Jiang Chen, how dare you look down on us!"
Jiang Chen immediately spun around, his eyes blazing with a chilling killing intent as he declared, "Why do people always insist on dying? I'm so over it."
Immediately after, a searing flame shot out, incinerating both of them. Jiang Yueli quickly covered her eyes with a hand, not wanting to see such a gruesome sight.
A moment later she raised her head to the sky, sighing, "When I was outside I loved gazing at the moon every day. It's a shame I haven't seen it yet here in the Xuelu." Jiang Chen instantly declared, "You've got a moon now." He closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and began to chant an incantation. Immediately after, the entire area beneath him and Jiang Yueli began to glow brilliantly.
The other onlookers, seeing this, furiously cursed,
"Hey! The Fu Wen Zihi D is ruined, brat. Do you think nothing of us?" At that moment, Jiang Yueli saw something that made her gasp with an "oh." In the sky the runes rearranged themselves, forming a magnificent crescent moon shape that shone brilliantly. Yueli happily cried out. The moon, Diao Dade, perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder, chirped, "Is it really worth all this just for a beauty smile? Your current situation is pretty dire. What if the crowd spots you and beats you to death? I'm not cleaning up your mess." He chuckled in response. "There's nothing to be afraid of. From the moment the Kang Tian made its decree, I've been an enemy of the entire world. What more is there to fear?" Suddenly, a figure appeared on the cliff wall, calling out, "Jiang Yueli." A gaudily dressed, blonde-haired man in tight-fitting clothes appeared, demanding, "Why are you with him?" Jiang Yueli couldn't help but wonder, "How do you know my name?"
Jiang Chen leaned in close and whispered, "That's your fiancé, Xia Juyu?" Hearing that, Jiang Yueli pouted and puffed out her cheeks, muttering, "Huh, you were right, he really is ugly." Jiang Chen chuckled, "So, you can't marry him then?" She also nodded in agreement. "Way too ugly. When I grow up, I'm not marrying him." Diao Dade held up a green hat and said to Xia Juju, "Don't you go anywhere, I'm knitting you a hat, see?" The person being talked about stood above, hearing every single one of those words, absolutely fuming. He frowned and commanded, "I am the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, and she is the little princess of the Jiang family, destined to become the empress of the great Xia dynasty. Stay away from her." Jiang Chen disdainfully picked his ear and said, "What good is flaunting your title as the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty? This is the blood road. What the hell are you flexing for?" Xia Juyao jumped down to land, and upon hearing this, angrily cursed, "Impudent." The Vermilion Bird King, busy knitting the green hat, suddenly heard Jiang Chen call out, "Diao Da De." He ordered, "Go teach him a lesson. Let him know that my woman is off limits to him, he can't even dream about it." Diao Da De heard this, and immediately flew over to engage, transforming into human form, cracking its knuckles, and saying, "This venerable one hasn't made a move in ages. Today's a good chance to stretch my muscles a bit." Xia Ju clenched his fist, unleashed the Six Paths Divine Fist, and furiously cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are?" The crowd watched his move in astonishment. That's the ultimate technique, the Six Paths Divine Fist of the great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Fall back quickly, they're really fighting, the entire talisman land will be destroyed. Dao Dao De smirked mockingly. Six Paths Divine Fist.
This old man has even seen the real six-path Samsara fist. Nothing to be afraid of. Jia Zhu charged back. The six-path Samsara fist was lost to time long ago. Right now my six paths divine fist is the strongest. No one can surpass my attack speed. The moment he finished speaking, Diao Dai Dai's image vanished. He was startled and immediately turned around. The Vermilion Bird King was now right behind him, placing one hand on his shoulder and saying, "Kid, your hand speed's a bit slow, ain't it?" Zhe Juhao immediately spun around to counterattack, but suddenly a strange sound rang out. Everyone below watched, utterly speechless. Jiang Chen stared blankly, thinking to himself, "Is this ugly bird even any good after all?" That strange noise just now turned out to be Diao Da farting. It covered its face shyly and said, "Oh dear, so embarrassing, I just reincarnated, and there's some pure yang true qi that needs to be released." It just kept dropping bombs. Xie Zhuju inhaled the full brunt of the smell, grew dizzy, couldn't stand straight, and collapsed. The others stammered in shock. Wait, Xie Zhuju was defeated by a fart. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Chen looked down, their faces completely speechless. Xie Zhu Gao was squashed flat on the ground, face bruised, yet still defiantly cursed. Mother 4, Diao Dai Dai, also landed next to him. He immediately thought it was over. But nope, it proceeded to sit right on Xie Zhu's face, delivering another round of pungent farts. The stench spread so far that even Jiang Chen and Yu Li had to cover their noses in disgust. An incense stick later, Xie Zhuzhao finally had to raise the white flag and surrender. "I give up," Diao Dai Dai, then slapped the talisman onto his butt and said, "Good that you know your place. Take this talisman, I won't smack you again later." Jiang Chen looked at the talisman Diao Dan Dai had slapped on Xia Zhu Jiao and thought, utterly speechless, a master-servant talisman contract. This is the prince of the great Xia imperial dynasty. Diao Dan Dai totally nailed it. He grinned mischievously, his eyes sparkling, giving a thumbs up in praise. Xia Zhu stood up, felt himself all over, and questioned, "You ugly bird, what did you put inside my body?" Diao Dai Dai replied, "Don't like it, doesn't matter, you're my servant now. Anyway, your life is in my hands." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu gritted his teeth and threatened, "You'd better remove the contract or the great Xia imperial dynasty will absolutely not let you off." No sooner had he finished speaking than Diao Dai reached out and grabbed his head, its other hand condensing a wisp of divine power, its eyes full of dangerous menace as it threatened, "Are you threatening me? Don't want to live anymore. I can take your life with just one finger." Jiang Chen seized the chance to badmouth Xia Zhuao to Jiang Yueli again. He said, "Look, Yueli, check out your fiancé. Not only is he ugly, he's also super weak. That combo makes him utterly useless. He even got taken as a male servant by a bird." Yueli immediately denied, "He's not my fiancé. When I go back, I'm going to warn my father and tell him to call off this engagement." After successfully subjugating Xia Zhujiao, Diao Dai reverted to its chubby bird form. Jiang Chen spoke up to remind them, "There's nothing left to see in this first minor world, let's go." Diao Dai immediately smacked Xia Zhu's butt and commanded, "Let's go, little Xia." Jiang Chen thought to himself, smugly, with Xia Zhu's ow as a shield, the road ahead will be much smoother. At the teleportation entrance to the second minor world, many people were arriving, waiting for their turn to enter. As they waited, a few people stood talking. Heard some girl summoned a grand undead formation. Seems like she's looking for someone. If she doesn't find them, no one gets to the second minor realm. Don't even think about messing with her. She's already a mid-stage divine realm expert, almost unrivaled. Jiang Yueli asked, a little scared, "Big bro, this place is so terrifying. Can we even get through?" Jiang Chen immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll go check it out." With that, he entered alone. Looking at the thick swarm of undead flying in the teleportation gate, he couldn't help but think, Zhao Qingyi is seriously skilled in the art of necromancy, but she would never kill innocent people. Who knew there were other necromancers in this world besides my disciple? Just then, a voice screamed from above, "You're Jiang Chen." After that, a huge undead hand flew towards him, and a voice asked, "You are Jiang Chen." Before he could answer, that hand squeezed him tight. He frowned and said, "Let's talk this out slowly. Why are you already throwing hands?" At this moment, a young girl walked out and asked, "You're Xiao Qingyi's master? Where is she?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "What do you want with Qingyi?" His heart was full of suspicion. "She knows my disciple, and she doesn't even look human." The young girl angrily screamed, "She's my woman! After we slept together, she just disappeared. You're her master, hand her over." Hearing that, Jiang Chen averted his gaze. "Oh, well now." A few seconds later, he seemed to realize something, his whole body trembling in shock. "Wait a minute, my disciple, she's a girl too." An unspeakable scene flashed through his mind. Jiang Chen's face turned crimson, and a nosebleed slowly started to flow. Jiang Chen thought, "What she's saying probably isn't fake then." He spoke up and asked, "But why are you blocking the entrance?" The girl clenched her hand and replied,
"She's in the first minor realm, she'll come here sooner or later. I want her to personally throw herself into my arms. Even if she runs to the ends of the earth, she won't escape my grasp." Jiang Chen forced a laugh and said,
"Hey, calm down, let me go first." The woman snorted coldly, then released him.
Jiang Chen looked at her and thought, this woman has at least mid-stage divine realm power, even stronger than Jia Juyu. Relationship-wise, she and I are practically in the same boat, so helping each other out should be fine.
Thinking that, he sent a sound transmission to Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi, come on out, don't be scared. This woman is actually super gentle." Xiao Qingyi, hiding in a corner and trembling, replied, how is that gentle? But since Master is here, I feel much safer."
Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, announcing her arrival, and right behind him, Gao Died, Xia Juyu, and Jiang Yueli rushed over. He calculated in his heart,
"With the four of us, if she really has malicious intentions towards my disciple, we'll have a way to keep her in check." At this moment, Xiao Qingyi hesitantly walked out. The moment she saw her, the woman rushed forward, grabbing her shoulders tightly, and said, "You won't run away this time, right?"
Saying that, she immediately pressed Xiao Qingyi down, pinning her, and scolded. "Ran off after we slept together, huh?" Xiao Qingyi, pinned down and unable to get up, cried out in panic, "Master, save me!" Jiang Chen was still enjoying the beautiful scene before him. Not only did he not help, but he even gave a thumbs up and said, "Love troubles. This master can't interfere." Xiao Qingyi's outer robe buttons popped open.
The woman sat on top of her and suggested, "How about we continue what we didn't finish that day?" Xiao Qingyi struggled to refuse no. But the woman continued to press closer.
She pinched Qingyi's mouth shut and kissed her, saying, "It's not up to you to decide." After the kiss, the woman helped Qingyi sit up and asked, "Will you still run away later?"
Xiao Qingyi wiped her tears and pouted. "Then don't be so rough with me." Jiang Chen covered Jiang Yueli's face,
preventing her from seeing this scene. As for him, Diao Daide, and Xia Juyu,
they were all gushing nosebleeds, exclaiming, "So this is how girls play?" After a brief wait, everyone entered the teleportation gate and arrived at the second minor realm.
Jiang Chen spoke up on behalf of the group. "Get ready to set off." Suddenly, he sensed something and cried out in alarm.
"This is..." Xiao Qingyi heard him and wondered, "Master, what's wrong?"
He didn't answer, but instead pushed everyone away, ordering, "Go quickly, this is an order." He seemed to be swallowed into another dimension.
But even so, in that critical moment, he still tried to protect the group, urging them to run as far away as possible. "Hurry up," the woman explained. He provoked this world's taboo laws. Inside that other dimension,
Jiang Chen was targeted by 3 heavenly and earthly deities.
Using a barrier to protect himself, he thought, "No one can be truly perfect. In this world, there's no such thing as being perfect. Because striving to cultivate each realm to its absolute peak, to become the strongest, that very act provokes taboos.
This sea is called the Jingxi Jihai,
and from ancient times to the present, anyone who has touched these forbidden traces has been stripped of everything,
falling into the forbidden sea of annihilation, forever unable to be reborn, unable to reincarnate." Jiang Chen was wrapped by chains, struggling to break free.
"Crap, this power is off the charts. It can even control heaven and earth. I can't move at all. This power seems to surpass even the heavens. Could it really be the supreme heavenly Tao? How could ancient cultivators create the world? Is there even power beyond the heavens? I was too naive. After reincarnating for so many lifetimes, I still can't see through these truths. Since ancient times, you've always been against me like this."
Suddenly, a massive divine sense erupted from his body.
Thanks to this, he escaped the chains binding him. One of the 3 gods, upon seeing the form, exclaimed in shock, "It's you! This is the myriad transformations art." Immediately after seeing this, the 3 gods vanished.
Jiang Chen, alone in this space, thought to himself,
"The 9th princess once said that drop of blood was the key, that myriad transformations divine king left me. Unexpectedly, his divine sense hasn't disappeared. But what about my cultivation? Since entering the sacred realm, I basically haven't been able to absorb spiritual energy. It's like I've encountered an impenetrable barrier."
Suddenly, a stream of strange characters flooded his mind. He looked up at the characters, astonished.
"This is the Heaven's Flaw art."
Jiang Chen couldn't help but think to himself in surprise,
wasn't the Heaven's Flaw art lost before the primordial era? There are countless cultivation techniques in this world, creating countless geniuses who eventually became gods. Yet there's a cultivation technique that surpasses even heaven and earth, but it was sealed and crippled because it was too heaven-defying, and it was lost long ago. This is the Heaven's Flaw art, the strongest in the universe.
A voice spoke out. True perfection is the existence of flaws.
A slight flaw in perfection, perfection and flaw, complementing each other. Mutually generating and supporting.
Mutually generating and restraining. This is true perfection. I'm going back to sleep. You do whatever you want.
Hearing these words, Jiang Chen finally realized the truth. It turns out the path of perfection I've been walking is too extreme. It's not true perfection. He then cast Tao, a reversal Tao soul, myriad transformations, heaven severance, saying to himself, Today, in the name of a heavenly god, I'll use one level of my cultivation as the price to request opening the gate of the great Tao.
Jiang Chen unleashed all the spiritual power within him and began to cultivate.
A month later, in that space,
the ground suddenly shook. Shattered rocks flew up, revealing the figure of Jiang Chen sitting with his eyes closed in comprehension, fatigue etched on his face.
His eyes slowly opened. At this moment, a large door seemed to open within his body.
Streams of spiritual energy surged into his body.
Jiang Chen looked at his hand, unable to contain his joy. Spiritual energy is flowing into my body again. This is my path of perfection. Although my combat strength has decreased a bit, I've seen the great Dao that belongs to me, and my future cultivation potential is immeasurable. I wonder if there are my family members in the first small world. I'll have to use my mind to investigate. With that thought, he raised his hand to his forehead, closed his eyes to understand. But strangely, he couldn't sense anything.
A cold leaf flew past. Jiang Chen's jaw dropped, and he shouted in his mind, "There's no one."
How long have I been cultivating? He hurriedly opened the teleportation gate and went out. I have to quickly go deeper. The origin of the blood dew is limited.
After getting outside,
Jiang Chen's face was full of surprise. He sighed. Wow, this little world smells so good. Just as he was enjoying the moment, a woman's voice cried out, "How did a man barge into the Jade Maiden Palace?"
Jiang Chen was startled and turned his eyes.
In front of him was a hot spring with steaming mist. Inside the spring, beautiful girls with flower-like faces and seductive figures were looking at him. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and his face turned red as he nearly had a nosebleed.
Jiang Chen panicked.
This is the third minor world. Only women are allowed in the Jade Maiden Palace. Wasn't I supposed to be teleported to the second minor world? Wait, what are those expressions? All the girls' faces are flushed like blooming flowers, smiling brightly. One by one they step out of the spring, then surround him, declaring that he is the reincarnation of a celestial god. The God King is real, the real deal.
Jiang Chen thought in surprise. Haven't they been in the Jade Maiden Palace for too long and gotten too pent up?
A gray-haired woman stroked his face and said in a sweet voice, "I wonder what the heavenly God King's abilities are in that area."
Surrounded by beauties, Jiang Chen was so happy that he spurted nosebleeds and drooled, thinking, "Will I die at the hands of women in this life? Let me die comfortably."
Suddenly, just then, the hot spring water shot up as if someone had triggered it, causing all the girls to fall away from Jiang Chen.
He couldn't help but wonder, "Hey, why aren't you continuing? I'm fine with it." Looking at the person who appeared in front, the girls exclaimed in surprise, "Luo Yang." Ranked second on the Godless Continent beauty list, Luo River's Luo Yang. Jiang Chen also secretly exclaimed as he looked at the girl in front. "So beautiful." Luo Yang spoke up and suggested, "Have you looked enough? If you have, follow me."
The girls frowned upon hearing Luo Yang's voice. Wait, this voice? Even Jiang Chen's face twitched. Is that a dude?
Luo Yang said with a displeased expression.
The chi here is too heavy, the two of us guys will be drained dry. Let's find a safer place to avoid it. Hearing that, Jiang Chen embarrassedly scratched his head and replied, "All right." In his head, he secretly thought, "I just feel like something's off." A blue phoenix soared in the sky.
Suddenly, Luo Yang turned and asked, "Are you really the reincarnation of the Heavenly God King?" Hearing that, Jiang Chen raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed. Of course. In Jiang Chen's mind, he secretly thought, "Such a beautiful man. Isn't he forcing me to commit a crime?" Then Luo Yang stammered, "Then do you have a way to make me have?" Before he could finish, Jiang Chen panicked and quickly said, "Say what?" Seeing Jiang Chen's behavior, Luo Yang said shyly in his heart,
"It must be because I look so beautiful, but I'm a man. Nobody wants me. He wants me to be his hubby. Is my life going to violate a taboo? But this figure and face are worth it." Suddenly, Jiang Chen placed his hand on Luo Yang's shoulder.
Seeing that, Luo Yang looked at Jiang Chen and continued, "I want to become a proper man." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen quickly replied,
"Then let's get started." It seemed like Jiang Chen was having some wild thoughts. He slapped himself in the face and secretly said, "I'm the main character. Why am I having such weird thoughts?"
Luo Yang said with a sad expression,
"Actually, there are two souls in my body, one male and one female." One day, the female soul disappeared, and the male soul took over the body, but the feminine characteristics of this body. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stroked his chin and pondered. In that case, it seems like, to transform into normal, we need to start with the soul.
Hearing that, Luo Yang quickly continued, "If you are willing to help me, I will help you in the future. I'll do anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen replied, "It's a small matter, but first, we need to find the soul grass and the spirit-cleansing flower. Only by borrowing these two types of heaven-defying treasures can we do it without losing anything." Then, Jiang Chen looked up at the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "It's night." Suddenly, Luo Yang changed his attitude. He said coldly, "Stay away from this body from now on." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Jiang Chen frowned and said, "Are you Luo Yang?" Your voice turned feminine. Hearing this, Luo Yang put her hands on her hips and coldly replied, "I am Luo Shui. My soul never disappeared, and neither did his. During the day, it's Luo Yang. At night, it's me, Luo Shui." Hearing this, Jiang Chen said with a helpless expression, "Isn't this a twin soul symbiosis?" Just as he finished speaking, Luo Shui chimed in, "Who told you it was twin soul symbiosis?" "Luo Yang told you that, didn't he? He's an idiot." Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought to himself, if it's not twin soul symbiosis, then it's probably a dual-faceted soul. One soul split into two sides. I can't deal with that. After pondering, Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Shui and said, "So what should I tell Luo Yang during the day? He still thinks you two are twin souls." At this moment, Luo Shui smiled, slowly taking off her clothes. She continued, "Just stay vague about it. Once we reach the heavenly human realm, the dual-faceted soul will merge. By then, I'll be me in the day, and I'll be me at night too." Seeing this, Jiang Chen hastily covered his eyes in embarrassment, exclaiming in a panic, "Whoa, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Luo Shui further explained, "Cultivation, of course. There are so many stars tonight, perfect for integrated cultivation. Tomorrow, we'll depart for the heavenly palace. The greatest resources are all there. If Luo Yang chooses you, then you'll come with me." At this moment, Luo Shui was truly in the upper realm, the upper god realm. Seeing this, Jiang Chen stood aside and secretly thought, Luo Shui's strength has already reached the upper god realm, just one step away from the heavenly human realm.
A beauty like her isn't something you see every day, you know. A night passed, and dawn broke. It was almost time for Luo Yang to wake up.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen gave Luo Shui one last reluctant look and said, just a quick peek." Suddenly, Luo Shui let out a deep sigh. Then, she stood up and stretched lazily. She said, "Heavenly God King, my time is up. I don't have the energy to suppress the daytime soul anymore. Take good care of Luo Yang. Later on, I'll show you enough." At the Heavenly Palace's teleportation array, the crowd saw Luo Yang and Jiang Chen return, and they exclaimed, "The second most beautiful person under heaven, Luo Yang." On this side, Jiang Chen tiredly wiped sweat from his brow. He panted and said, "We've been traveling all day and it's almost dark already." Suddenly, a fierce-looking man pointed at Luo Yang's face and loudly declared, "Luo Yang, you have an engagement with the saint son of the Kangming sect. Are you allowed to be with another man?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked at Luo Yang in surprise and secretly thought, "An engagement? Guess I should keep my distance from her then." Suddenly, Luo Yang grabbed Jiang Chen's hand tightly. She announced loudly, "Can the Kangming sect's saint's son even compare to the heavenly god king?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded and thought to himself, swapping partners. Seeing this, one of the men furiously bellowed, "He's just a trash saint realm cultivator. No matter how glorious he was before, in my eyes now he's nothing but an ant." Hearing this, Luo Yang said with a resolute gaze, "He fought thousands of heaven's chosen in the ninth city, and you call him an ant?" Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Chen frowned and chimed in, "You're telling me all this?" Hearing this, the man furiously continued, "You dare to steal our saint son's fiancée? Do you dare to fight me?" Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen replied with disdain, "No, I don't. Luo Yang and the Kangming sect's Saint San have an engagement, and she's also a disciple of the Kangming sect. This is their family matter. An outsider like me shouldn't interfere." Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Hubby." Luo Yang cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Chen and said in a spoiled tone, "You didn't say that last night, hubby." Seeing this, Jiang Chen gawked in shock. The crowd standing nearby saw this and exclaimed in horror, "Beast, you've already done the deed and now you want to just shrug it off. Who knew the Heavenly God King was such a scumbag?" Then Jiang Chen whispered, "Seriously, can you behave yourself a bit? This is your family's internal matter. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Luo Yang leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and replied, "So, you're saying we just slept together?" Seeing their intimate actions, the men standing outside furiously roared, "Jiang Chen, are you even still the heavenly god incarnate? I never thought you'd be such a despicable scumbag." "Fine, I'll handle this for you. From now on you'll follow me. I won't mind your past." Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly flashed a wicked smile and said, "This woman is mine." Then Jiang Chen grabbed Luo Yang's hand tightly, making her flinch in surprise. After that, Jiang Chen gave her a passionate kiss. Witnessing this scene, the men gaped, eyes wide open, staring intently. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Luo Yang were completely immersed in their rosy romance. Then, Jiang Chen draped his arm over Luo Yang's shoulder, glanced at the group of guys, and said, "Get a good look. Jiang Chen here stole the first kiss of your goddess." After saying that, Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Yang and continued, "Playing with me, you think you can win?" At this moment, the crowd, consumed by jealousy and rage, roared, "Outrageous, you beast! Flaunting your relationship in public, truly unforgivable.
The second beauty of the godless continent has been taken by this guy.
Luo Yang, now furious, quickly pushed Jiang Chen away, scolding, "You're something else." Seeing this, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "You provoked me first. Hitting someone is your fault."
Hearing that, Luo Yang looked annoyed and muttered, "Fine, I'm done being a decent person." Then, Luo Yang shouted, "Today I'm entering Heavenly Palace's Hope Spirit Peak. Anyone who gets in my way dies, including my hubby." Hearing this, Jiang Chen awkwardly replied, "It's not what you guys think. We're totally innocent." After saying that, Luo Yang took Jiang Chen and immediately left. Seeing this, the group of men burst into tears, watching them leave while cursing. This dog couple, not only did they steal someone else's wife, but now they're relying on a woman's skirt. Jiang Chen, just wait until our holy son comes and takes your dog life. Hearing that, Jiang Chen asked, "What benefit does doing this have for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yang replied, "No benefit, but I don't want to be bothered by others. Just need someone to be my shield." Then, Luo Yang grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and continued, "Let's go. We can't waste any more time. The blood due waits for no one." Hearing that, Jiang Chen sighed in exasperation and replied, "Going with me just makes you the target." Before long, the two of them arrived at the foot of Hope Spirit Peak. The group of men standing here, seeing this, angrily said, "The second beauty under heaven, Luo Yang, the reincarnated heavenly god Jiang Chen, a dog couple." Among them, a man holding an iron hammer stepped forward and said, "Luo Yang can go up, but Jiang Chen you can't." Hearing that, Jiang Chen asked in surprise, "Who made that rule?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man angrily pointed to the stone tablet in front and said, "Are you blind? Moreover, you violate both rules. It's written on the stone. Those below the god realm and dogs are not allowed in." Hearing that, the group of men standing beside him laughed and mocked. "That's right. I forgot Jiang Chen only has saint realm cultivation." At this moment, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "1, 2. Do you really think Jiang Chen is easy to bully?" The man holding the iron hammer fiercely shouted, "What? Want to fight?" Hearing that, Jiang Chen loudly retorted, "Today, I'm telling you guys, not everyone can freeload." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately rushed towards the man. Suddenly, an angry female voice loudly shouted, "You guys, are you going to stop? Your noise is affecting this old lady." Hearing that, Jiang Chen was surprised, staring intently. Then, Jiang Chen immediately spun around, grabbing the man's precious item. Caught off guard, he screamed in pain, "Trash, you ambushed me." The man painfully clutched his wound, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at him, thinking to himself that this voice was. Then, Luo Yang immediately grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and pulled him away. Luo Yang said, "Today I must bring him up." Hearing that, Jiang Chen quickly replied, My body isn't suitable, how about we forget about it?" Ignoring him, Luo Yang directly dragged Jiang Chen up Hope Spirit Peak. Luo Yang said, "You don't get to decide in this situation." Jiang Chen helplessly resigned himself, muttering, "Creating karma." At this moment, on Hope Spirit Peak, Luo Yang and Jiang Chen's group had arrived. Walking to the front, a person sitting leisurely on a chair said, "So quickly you already have a little lover." Hearing that, Jiang Chen quickly explained, "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Lianyi immediately stood up, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said with an angry expression, "Misunderstanding? You're telling me this is a misunderstanding?" At this moment, Luo Yang held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, not letting go, causing him to tense up and stare intently. After finally getting his hands free, Jiang Chen quickly raised both hands to explain, "It's not what you think, disciple and master. It's been so long I really missed you." Hearing that, Hua Lianyi chuckled and continued, "Should I call you Shifu or hubby, huh?" Jiang Chen saw the look on Hua Lianyi's face and thought to himself, "She's the first one I slept with in this life. According to seniority, she's definitely the main wife." Seeing Jiang Chen not answering, Hua Lianyi angrily roared, "3 of us aren't enough, you still gotta go picking flowers outside." Hearing that, Jiang Chen quickly replied, "How am I flower picking and talking to Shifu, getting cocky, huh? Come to my room tonight and see how I deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Lianyi angrily pointed at Jiang Chen's face. So angry she couldn't speak, Hua Lianyi yelled, "So what if I'm getting cocky?" At this moment, Hua Lianyi had reached the upper stage of the god realm. Seeing that, Jiang Chen gaped and exclaimed, "What's with my disciples? Everyone's cultivation is so high." Suddenly, Luo Yang stepped forward to protect Jiang Chen. She said, "I don't care what kind of relationship you have, I'm keeping this Jiang Chen for sure." Hearing that, Hua Lianyi calmly said, "And who the hell are you?" Seeing the situation getting tense, Jiang Chen said gently, "We're all family." At this moment, Luo Yang and Hua Lianyi locked eyes, their gazes full of killing intent. Seeing this, Jiang Chen gave an awkward smile and quickly mediated, "This is a family matter, don't mind it." Seeing that, the male cultivator with the iron mallet pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted, "What a beast!" The male cultivator standing behind continued, "Abandoning your disciple wife outside to flirt around. I spit on you. What a waste of good flowers. At this moment, a sudden light burst out on the peak of Wangling Peak.
Seeing that, Luoyang suddenly turned to smile and said, Jiang Chen, are we about to go to the fourth minor world to find natural treasures?
Seeing that, Jiang Chen quickly raised his hand to cover his face, replying helplessly. It seems like it. At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself. The connection with Ruo Zhao is broken. Hua Lianyi said loudly. Shifu, M.I. Air. Just transmitted a message saying Ruo Zhao was being chased in the fifth minor world and unfortunately fell into the immortal pit.
Hearing that, Jiang Chen panicked and thought, Immortal pit. The immortal pit is a relic in the fourth minor world,
known as the Blood-Dew Forbidden Land. No one has ever survived. Who did it? Jiang Chen angrily asked. Hearing that, Hua Lianyi lowered her head in silence.
The group of male cultivators outside, hearing that, thought to themselves, this Jiang Chen is only at the Saint Realm, but he's bursting with an aura that even God Realm cultivators feel panicked. Just how strong is he? Hua Lianyi then continued.
The Guangming Divine Sect's #1 holy son, Wei Xuan.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen gave a strange smile and replied, Guangming Divine Sect. Guangming Divine Sect. Very good.
At this moment, a door to a minor world opened in the sky, and they all looked up. The male cultivator with the iron mallet said, Dark magic, half-step heavenly human realm. Hearing that, the male cultivator standing beside him quickly continued, That's Kang Ming. Holy son, he's back from the fifth minor world. What's he doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, the male cultivator with the iron mallet quickly replied, What else could he be doing? This dog couple is acting so arrogantly. Of course, he's here to kill Jiang Chen.
Seeing that, Jiang Chen stared at him with sharp eyes and said with a smile, Half-step heavenly human realm? So what? Then, Jiang Chen glanced at Luoyang and Hua Lianyi and instructed, You guys go ahead, meet me in the fifth minor world. Hearing that, Luoyang quickly replied, He's a half-step heavenly human, can you beat him? As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Lianyi hurriedly said, Let's go, don't think Shifu is only at the Saint Realm, Shifu is very strong. Then, Luoyang followed Hua Lianyi and left immediately. Luoyang looked at Jiang Chen and pondered. No matter how strong a Saint Realm cultivator is, they can't win against the aura of a heavenly human. Jiang Chen, you absolutely must not be foolishly blinded by anger. Over here, Jiang Chen thought to himself with a smug look. I'm not stupid enough to fight a half-step heavenly human. However, Jiang Chen immediately jumped high into the air. He continued, For the cause of the righteous godhood, there's no reason to retreat. Over here, Shangming Shengzi arrives, riding a black steed. He approaches with a beaming smile. Shangming Shengzi laughs, saying, Jiang Chen, is this all your battle prowess amounts to? I'm seriously disappointed. Hearing this, Jiang Chen retorts, Oh really? Care to join me for a round in the fourth minor world? I ain't got all day.
At this moment, Jiang Chen thinks to himself, The fourth minor world has the heavenly doom forest, where my Emperor Vine can unleash its full power. Combined with my secret techniques, I can even hold my own against a half-step celestial. It's just that there's a great demon hidden beneath the heavenly doom forest.
Hearing this, Shangming Shengzi angrily shouts. Trying to run, Jiang Chen immediately heads to the heavenly doom forest in the fourth minor world. Shangming Shengzi chases after Jiang Chen on his black steed. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stops in his tracks, staring in shock as he says, This is the ancient ferocious beast. The withered leaf nine-headed serpent. It's a celestial tribulation stage 3 supreme ferocious beast. The supreme ferocious beast says, You foolish humans dare to trespass into my forbidden heavenly doom forest. As soon as it finishes speaking, the supreme ferocious beast immediately uses its giant serpent heads to attack Shangming Shengzi and Jiang Chen. Seeing the situation turn south, Jiang Chen yells, Scatter! Split up and run! As soon as he finishes speaking, he immediately hauls ass towards a forest with many shady trees. Jiang Chen stops to rest here, his expression tense as he says, Crap. What is Shangming Shengzi so shocked about that he gapes his mouth open? He continues, This place is weird, why do I always end up back at the start? Hearing this, Jiang Chen replies, This place conceals the Qiankun, forming a closed loop. Seeing the situation isn't good, Shangming Shengzi puts his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and proposes, Let's team up, you're a reincarnated god king and understand more than me. Hurry up and think of a way out. Hearing this, Jiang Chen replies, What's in it for me to help you? Shangming Shengzi angrily yells, If not, we're both gonna die. As soon as he finishes speaking, Jiang Chen replies, Every place has dragon veins. Dragon head in the north, dragon tail in the south. Find the dragon vein, and after finding it, follow the dragon vein to get out.
At this moment, Jiang Chen uses shrinking the earth to an inch to find the dragon vein. The supreme ferocious beast has caught up to this place, and they hastily run away. Seeing this, Shangming Shengzi points ahead and says, Is that the dragon vein? As soon as he finishes speaking, the two of them immediately jump inside. At the same time, The supreme ferocious beast has caught up to this place. Inside, Shangming Shengzi breathes a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow as he says, "Finally got away." Hearing this, Jiang Chen replies, "Don't celebrate too soon." Suddenly, Shangming Shengzi discovers something and exclaims, "This is." Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly replies, "Black Dragonhead, place of death. This is a death zone." Shangming Shengzi asks, "Jiang Chen, stop. This death zone, can we not get out?" Jiang Chen replies sadly, "Here, it's likely a cage. Before I ascended, I heard that the blood path sealed 7 living beings." Seeing Jiang Chen sitting pensively looking at the coffin, Shangming Shengzi walks closer and says, There was originally nothing in this coffin. You could say the thing in this coffin has already run out." Jiang Chen says, "I can see that." Then, he uses his vision to see through the coffin. He frowns, startled. Before his eyes are dozens of heavenly lightning crying ghosts. Jiang Chen is completely shocked. He steps back and sits on the ground, saying, "The heavenly lightning crying ghosts have committed unforgivable evil deeds on the godless continent. The one in this coffin is a sinner." Suddenly, a powerful force suppresses the entire space, and a rolling wave of fire qi surges in. Shangming shouts in panic, "Those are all celestial tribulation stage 5 cultivators being suppressed. Just like that. Is he a god?" Jiang Chen strokes his chin and frowns, saying, "Gods can't enter the godless continent." In the flickering flames is the figure of a demoness, holding a shield in her hand. Shangming instantly recognized the person, exclaiming, "That's Changzhan the witch." Changzhan tilted her head back and let out a demonic laugh, then shouted, "The base of earth, the peak of heaven, the constant of the heavenly Tao, slay immortals, execute divine schemes, and judge epics. Only I, Changshan, can achieve immortality." Then her body merged with the fiery energy and vanished. Jiang Chen and Shangming just stood there, dumbfounded. Jiang Chen finally spoke. "That was truly the progenitor of the Chengjian clan," he thought to himself, "the ancestor of Nianchang." Shangming Saint-Child pointed at the fiery energy before them and asked, "Chengjian is a criminal. I've never heard of her harming the Wushen continent." Jiang Chen analyzed the situation. "Now the problem is that she's out, so this place must have an exit." Shangming Saint-Child clenched his fist, looking tense, and said, "There's a great demon here." Jiang Chen immediately made a decision. "Wake it up," Shangming Saint-Child grimaced, yelling, "Are you crazy?" Jiang Chen coldly replied, "Such strong spiritual power, only a god could have it. Only he can break the heavenly severance formation for us." A terrifying aura emanated from his entire body. Jiang Chen stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, raised his hands, and fired fiery energy directly at the coffin before them, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Shangming Saint-Child couldn't hesitate any longer. "In for a penny, in for a pound," he roared. "Whatever, I'm going with you. Who told you to be a god? A reincarnated god king." He also joined forces with Jiang Chen to create an escape route. Explosions boomed, the sound shaking the space, accompanied by an intensely bright light that dazzled the eyes. The earth trembled, and the stone cracked into hundreds of pieces and shot up. A round hole gradually formed. Jiang Chen shouted, "Shangming Saint-Child, run!" The two of them immediately flew out of the cave, otherwise they would be discovered. Shangming Saint-Child sighed in relief, finally out. Just as Jiang Chen and Shangming Saint-Child emerged from the newly created exit, a rough hand appeared, muscles bulging. He jumped out of the hole, revealing a ripped 8-pack, with tendons and muscles all over his body, and disheveled hair and beard. His name was Zi Cheng, and he had apparently been trapped here for quite some time. He smirked and said, "A measly sealing heaven technique, and you thought you could trap me? How laughable." Zi Cheng looked up to the sky, hunched over, and let out a hearty laugh. His hydrokinetic power exuded into the air. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Karma manifest. Don't even think about causing trouble." The patriarch of the heavenly human 5 decays, along with a group of elders from the Blood Dew Guardian 18 clans, stood in a line with murderous expressions, blocking the attack. Seeing this, Zhenchang's eyes turned blood red, his teeth gritted, his expression furious and indignant, and said, "A bunch of rebellious traitors. Wait until I'm free, I'll definitely wipe out your 18 clans. Changjian has already emerged, now it's my turn." When elephants fight, the ants die. Jiang Chen and Shangming Saint-Child peeked out from under a tree. Shangming Saint-Child blankly said, "Oh my god, that's a palm strike from heavenly human 5 decays, and he just ate it." Jiang Chen also spoke. "Should we not have released him?" All the elders simultaneously clasped their hands together and mumbled incantations, the leading patriarch speaking with a solemn expression, "Zhenchang, you won't get out." Zi Chang's eyes turned sharp, his expression extremely fierce, and he angrily said, "When I was at my peak, what were you guys? Even now you're just ants in my eyes." The leading elder rushed forward and unleashed a technique. With his hand he growled, "Zi Chang, you're not Changjian, you won't get out, Zi Chang, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Just then, Cheng Jian appeared, flying proudly in the sky. Then she twirled her fingers and released a layer of tough crystal screen down towards the three patriarchs and Zitian. They looked up at Cheng Jian in shock, and the leading patriarch immediately recognized her identity, exclaiming, "You're Cheng Jian." Jiang Chen stood far away, his eyes wide open, his expression extremely tense, and said, "Is that you, Nian Change?" Cheng Jian's appearance made Zicheng very happy. He put his hand on his forehead and laughed heartily, saying in a smug tone, "I knew you wouldn't leave." Cheng Jian stepped forward to protect Zicheng and coldly said to the group of patriarchs, "I want to take Zicheng away. Dare you stop me?" The leading patriarch reminded, "This is blood due. The experts of the 18 clans are about to arrive. At that time, both of you will be sealed again." Cheng Jian clasped her hands together, raised her index finger, and said with sky-high arrogance, "Really, big talk." Behind Zicheng and Changshan, a tall, towering, tower-painted pink appeared. Several cultivators gasped in shock, saying, "Creating it out of thin air. This isn't a cultivator's ability from the Wushan continent." Chang'an dragged Zhaikang into this city, under the shocked and stunned gazes of a bunch of bewildered old clan elders. The fun was over, and they decided to leave. The leader spat bitterly. "Damn it, retreat!" Only then did Jiang Chen and Shangming Saint Sun dare to show their faces. Shangming Saint Sun, still looking bewildered and astonished, said, "Chang'an, he hasn't left yet, still in the blood path. Can such a person even have rivals in this world?" Jiang Chen also thought to himself, "You really hide yourself well." Shangming Saint Sun pursed his lips and whistled a cheerful tune, then smugly told Jiang Chen, "I'll spare you this time, but next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life." Jiang Chen asked with a cold expression, "Why, your fiancé?" Shangming Saint Sun actually grimaced and brushed the topic aside. He quickly circulated his cultivation and rushed off, saying before he left, "Don't mention it again. After all, we've been through life and death together, so let's just leave it at that." Jiang Chen watched Shangming Saint Sun's receding figure and secretly smiled. "Niece. What a true man." Then he went to an open grassy patch with lush, verdant young grass, deciding to sit there to cultivate and heal his injuries, and practice his cultivation techniques. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Nian Changj, next time we meet I'll definitely tell you more. I've been cultivating the heavenly remnant art for a while now, and with today's abundant spiritual kia, it's time for a breakthrough." Guangming Saint Sun. "In this blood path I won't just erase the name of the Guangming divine sect. You're going straight to hell." 5 days later, Jiang Chen's cultivation reached a new realm. A resounding "ah" echoed throughout the mountains of the northwest, and abundant spiritual qiang dispersed everywhere. The sound waves even caused rocks and dirt to float in the air. Jiang Chen had reached the lower king stage. He quickly took hurried steps, his heart set on one person, Ruo Xiao. "I will avenge your grievances." Jiang Chen used his movement technique to cross hills and mountains. When he reached the 5th minor world, 2 young men were chatting and gossiping about Shengming Saint Sun. He slowly approached to eavesdrop. The brown-robed youth said, "Heard anything? Not long ago, Guangming Saint Sun, Wei Xuan, led a bunch of powerful experts to hunt down Xiao Qingyi. If Wutong hadn't risked his life to intervene, Xiao Qingyi would probably be dead." The green-robed youth exclaimed in shock, "No way! Wei Xuan's power is extremely strong now, allied with several peerless talents, and he has over 3,000 followers." Jiang Chen's face was full of doubt as he thought, "Wei Xuan, huh?" The brown-robed youth leaned closer to the green-robed youth's ear and whispered, "However, Wei Xuan isn't exactly comfortable right now either. He fought with the 3 great devil lords not long ago and was almost killed by Chen Liu Dao." The green-robed youth exclaimed with a sigh, "Jiang Haoran, Chen Liu Dao, Liu Songyang. Those 3 devil lords are terrifying." Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned in surprise. "Can't let these guys twist the truth any longer?" He immediately spoke up. "You idiots, that guy, full of righteous qi, has fallen into the demonic path." The green-robed youth, sweating profusely, retorted, "Who said he hasn't? I heard he was ambushed by the Heian Sanson." The brown-robed youth, quite sharp-eyed, pointed at Jiang Chen and asked suspiciously, "Wait, aren't you Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen didn't reply. He used his movement technique to soar into the sky, and the burst of flame kia he released made both of them grimace. He immediately rushed to save Ruo Xiao. After 30 minutes he arrived. Jiang Chen plunged into the pit to go inside, narrowing his eyes, his heart filled with a fierce resolve to avenge his junior disciple Ruo Xiao. "Your master will definitely avenge you and bring your remains back to Desolate Province." Suddenly, something greatly astonished him. Oh my god. So Ruo Xiao is still alive and well. Seeing Jiang Chen, she frantically ran over, calling loudly, "Master!" Jiang Chen asked incredulously, "You're still alive?" Jiang Chen grabbed Ruo Xiao's hand and worriedly asked, "What happened to your eye?" Ruo Xiao looked at Jiang Chen with glistening eyes and replied, "The Xuanwei faction sent a large number of cultivators to encircle and kill me, causing one of my eyes to fall into the immortal pit. Luckily, there was a headless creature below, and I managed to survive." After speaking, Ruo Xiao burst into childish sobs. Jiang Chen held her close, comforting her from all the suffering she had endured over the past 5 days. He soothed, it's okay, we're going home. In his heart, a flame of hatred ignited towards Guangming Saint's son. At the mouth of the pit, several figures were already waiting for Jiang Chen. They laughed mockingly and shouted, "Well, we're going home, huh?" Guangming Saint's son stood with one foot propped on a mound of earth, a smug, arrogant look on his face as he said, "Will you two even be able to leave today?" Jiang Chen held Ruo Xiao tightly in his arms. His gaze turned sharp, seeing through his cultivation realm. "Wei Xuan, huh?" Guangming Saint's son waved his hand, signaling his subordinates. "Bring out those 3 disciples, Hua Lianyi, Na Lanmir, and Xiao Qingyi, who are being controlled by Guangming Saint's son's men." They weakly called out, "Master Jiang Chen." Guangming Saint's son's lecherous subordinate stared intently at Hua Lianyi's ample chest, then licked his lips, a greedy look on his face, and said with a despicable tone, "Gotta say, the Divine King's eye for talent isn't bad at all. Finding so many beauties to satisfy his desires." This bun-haired subordinate couldn't control his lust and started groping Hua Lianyi, he said. "Let me get a taste of that too." Then he stuck out his tongue. Leaning close to Hua Lianyi's face, Jiang Chen furiously yelled, "Stop right now." He rushed forward and kicked the Guangming Saint's son's subordinate. Breaking one of his front teeth, the subordinate collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably. Jiang Chen hovered in the air, still not satisfied, his face dark. Channeling his energy, he coldly declared, "Wei Xuan, all of you shall die today." The Guangming Saint's son heard this and couldn't help but grin. He and his subordinates looked quite disdainful, saying, You think you're enough? I've got over 3,000 heavenly chosen backing me up. What makes you think you can fight me?" Jiang Chen closed his eyes, swirling his hand to release spiritual energy. He boldly replied, "I am the very heaven of Wushan continent." At this moment, a mysterious force emanating purple dark energy pulled Jiang Chen's 3 disciples out of the Guangming Saint's son's encirclement. It was none other than Diao Daide, who had stepped forward to help Jiang Chen, its eyes glowing like car headlights, flapping its wings. It asked with a grumpy expression, "Did you all get an eye-opener from my Diao Daide's methods yet?" The Guangming Saint's son was absolutely livid, and immediately ordered his underlings, "Kill him for me! Tear Jiang Chen to shreds!" 2 of his subordinates charged forward, roaring and screaming. "Kill?" Jiang Chen used his spiritual sight to discern their cultivation realms, he thought to himself. Among these people there's no shortage of divine realm heavenly chosen. But if I can't even protect my own people, what's the point of me reincarnating in this life? At this moment, a drop of blood fell from his eye. This was a drop of pure determination. He would fight to the death for those close to him. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes sparking with electricity. He clenched his fists, roaring loudly. "Sun and moon trembles the heavens. Divine descent." The Guangming Saint's son's people were utterly terrified, bewildered, and astonished, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Chen, for he had transformed into a gigantic, towering figure with 4 muscular arms, his entire body glowing as if cast from a golden furnace. He wielded his sword, glaring at them. With a single casual slash, he sent them spitting blood, and scattering instantly they yelled, "One strike killed over 300 people. What kind of monster is he?" Wherever Jiang Chen went, he swung his blade. The entire space became desolate and silent. Only the whooshing sound of his sword and the stench of blood lingered. After fighting non-stop for the duration of an incense stick, Jiang Chen's primordial ki had been significantly depleted. He spat out black blood from his mouth. Jiang Chen knelt, propping his sword on the ground. The Guangming Saint's son's guards immediately shouted, "Hurry! Jiang Chen is at his limit." They seized the chance to chatter excitedly. One man fighting against a Saint King cultivation expert, killing thousands of heavenly chosen, including countless divine realm, heavenly god, and divine king experts. Terrifying. The Guangming Saint's son took advantage of Jiang Chen's depleted primordial ki, stepped in front of Jiang Chen, stood with his arms crossed, and said, "Jiang Chen, I have to admit, you're very strong. It's just a shame you're all alone now. And your cultivation is so low you can't possibly hope to survive." At this moment, a voice called out from afar, "Who said Jiang Chen is all alone? Our Tianliu clan's old ancestor is still waiting for him to return. Let's all welcome back the crown prince of the Qian dynasty." The Guangming Saint's son frowned, angrily confirming, "What? The Tianliu clan wants to be enemies with my Guangming divine cult?" The crown prince of the Qian dynasty coldly replied, "So what if we're enemies?" He flew to Jiang Chen to check on his condition, taking the chance to ask, "How strong is the Guangming divine cult? Are they even worthy to be our Tianliu's enemies?" The crown prince of the Qian dynasty turned around and looked at him with disdain. The Guangming Saint's son was absolutely livid. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and said, "Just you wait." His subordinate then announced, "Saint Son, look over there." The blood 3-path demonic head Jiang Haoran, along with Liu Songyang and Chen Daoliu, have also arrived to assist Jiang Chen. Chen Haoran flew over and stood before Jiang Chen, declaring with an imposing aura,
Bro Jiang, I forgot to tell ya, I'm also from the Qinchuan Jiang family. Technically, you're my young master. Need me to help trash these guys? Jiang Chen retorted. You've gone demonic. Your personality's wild now. The Son of Light was totally getting nervous now. Jiang Chen's crew kept getting bigger, and they were all strong cultivators. He frowned and asked, You three also want to beef with me? He eyed Blood Devil Chen Haoran, Liu Songyang, and Chen Daoliu standing there, then muttered to himself, These three went full demon, totally wild, and their charisma is insane. In just a month, they got thousands of followers. Seriously, can't underestimate them.
Chen Haoran scoffed. What beef are you even talking about? We just want to take him away. If you won't let us, then fine. If you've got guts, let's go one-on-one. Don't try to bully us with your whole squad. The Son of Light sneered. One-on-one, huh? Spicy? You actually think a Saint King can beat me?
Then he cackled, pointing at Jiang Chen, and said with a sneer, Heavenly God, Divine King, I'll totally give you this chance. But if you lose, these disciples of yours get to have fun with my boys. His subordinates heard this and also snickered gleefully, yelling, We've been itching to get our hands on these white bunnies for ages. Chen Haoran was absolutely fuming. She roared, You sick perverts, you got a death wish. Then she channeled her energy, ready to strike, but Jiang Chen quickly raised a hand to stop her. He turned to look at her and said, I got this. The Son of Light threw a punch and lunged at him, a super smug look on his face as he gloated, Jiang Chen, time to kick the bucket. Jiang Chen wasn't about to back down either. He unleashed a blazing aura and rocketed straight at the Son of Light. Pretty flexible guy, he totally dodged Jiang Chen's attack and landed a clean palm strike right to his gut. He had this super smug look, thinking he had totally won. But then, his face suddenly changed, looking freaked out as he kept prodding Jiang Chen's stomach. Our main guy, though, felt absolutely nothing. The Son of Light yelled, No way! How can a mere Saint King have a body this solid? Jiang Chen smirked, thinking to himself, Duh. I saw my own great Tao through the heavenly remnant art, and went through the 100-fold tempering of the heavenly tribulation. Every single realm I perfected to the max, so my body's already at the half-step celestial level, no biggie. Then, he grabbed the guy's arm and said icily, My turn. Jiang Chen unleashed a full-power, thunderous punch straight into the Son of Light's gut. The power ripped right through his body, leaving a pretty big, round hole. The Son of Light died, totally pissed, as he slumped with his face practically on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Even then, he still couldn't comprehend it, spitting out black blood with his dying breath. No way. My body, my soul. Jiang Chen kicked him flying kilometers away. He said coldly, You shouldn't have touched my people. The crowd of onlookers, who'd been glued to the fight, erupted in chatter. He actually one-punched a high-level divine realm. Son of Light? Bro's not a cultivator, he's a freaking demon. Chen Haoran gazed at Jiang Chen, totally awestruck and full of admiration. Jiang Chen just kept breaking through, hitting an even higher realm, early-stage Great Saint. Those random onlookers wouldn't stop gossiping, using battle to boost his cultivation, and he actually broke through. Chen Haoran, Liu Songyang, and Chen Daoliu exchanged glances, all thinking the same thing. Seriously, only Jiang Chen. Immediately, the three of them dropped to their knees before Jiang Chen. Chen Haoran spoke up for the group. The three of us went full demon, so no sect wants us. We're here because we want to join the Quanzun sect. Liu Songyang chimed in. From now on, anyone who's with the sect master is someone we'll protect. They cupped their hands, bowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, Sect master, please take us in. Jiang Chen just stood there, lost in thought. Since the Quanzun sect was founded, we've never accepted demon cultivators, mostly because we didn't want to mess up the sect's rep. But now that I'm back in this life, I've totally figured it out. The real demons aren't even the demon cultivators. It's those hypocrites who pretend to be all righteous on the outside. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen walked closer, placed a hand on Chen Haoran's shoulder and said, Alrighty then. He smiled warmly and added, Welcome to the Quanzun sect. The three of them, Chen Haoran, Liu Songyang, and Chen Daoliu, shed tears of joy and loudly exclaimed in unison, Sect master, Jiang Chen told them, Alright, go cultivate and stabilize your realms. My Quanzun sect peeps, don't waste time. In 1 month, we're off to the small heaven world. After that, he turned and left, giving a casual wave goodbye. The three of them replied in unison, Understood. 1 month later, folks from all sorts of sects swarmed to this spatial rift. They shouted loudly, We swear to be loyal to the sect master until death. Jiang Chen, by now, had already hit the late-stage Great Saint realm. Xu Feng raised his hand high, signaling Jiang Haoran, Liu Songyang, and Chen Daoliu to set off. They immediately took action, quite excited. With the activation seal, Jiang Chen folded his arms and reminded, When you get to the Lesser Thousand World, stay humble. His voice was serious. The rules there are incomplete, making cultivation extraordinarily difficult, Jiang Chen said in a strong voice, which in turn gave them unparalleled combat power. Jiang Chen quietly landed on the ground, observing the scenery. Jiang Chen said,
and the people here are hostile towards those of us from the godless continent."
With that, Jiang Chen turned around, noticing something noteworthy. The guy suddenly wore an unspeakable expression on his face, blurting out, "Wait, I've been lecturing this whole time, but when I turn around there's not a single one following me." Jiang Chen yelled, "Where is everyone? Did I miss something again?" Approaching the teleportation gate, he considered, there hasn't been any random teleportation before. Let me recall some memories. Could it be that the people of the 18 families are secretly playing tricks, having changed the rules of the altar teleportation? 10th rate lesser thousand world? Is this for killing? Or for offering sacrifices, along with their old seals? Suddenly, movement caught Jiang Chen's attention near the teleportation gate. He thought it was the group from before, but unexpectedly, it was Granny Nian Chengge, slowly entering, making his heart skip a beat. Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed to death. "What a coincidence!" HP Chengge replied with the same words. Jiang Chen asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Chengge hesitated, finding it strange, then mustered all her courage to reveal, "I'm telling you, I'm the ancestor of the Chang'an clan. Do you believe it?" Jiang Chen, who had already been sure of this, replied without surprise, "I believe it." Nian Chengji sighed.
"I am indeed the ancestor of the Chang'an clan, which is the Chang'an that people speak of." Recalling past events, initially, our clan united with the cultivation world to stop a group of alien creatures. I and several strong individuals were unfortunately seriously injured and ambushed by a bunch of people. The one behind it was the 18 guardians, committing all kinds of evil deeds. Cheng Jie placed her hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "You actually participated in that battle too?" Jiang Chen wondered. "Mick? But I have no memory of it at all." Cheng Jie nodded sympathetically. "Of course you don't remember, because that was your second life. Do you know why the Lesser Thousand World is a desolate plain? Because it also buries your third life." The corpse of the heavenly origin god king, Jiang Chen, collapsed to the ground and asked, "How could this be?" Cheng Ge explained. "Nothing is impossible. Before, there were no boundaries between the godless continent and the 9 heavens. It's normal for you to die here."
Seeing Jiang Chen's disheveled appearance, Cheng Jie found it strange. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen lay sprawled on the ground and said,
"I suddenly love this place. It feels familiar. No wonder it's a geomantic treasure that buried a handsome guy." Cheng Ge was speechless at this narcissistic master. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Long Dai Dai, Diao Dai Dai, Feng Dai Dai." For teasing the maids, the old pervert touched my great Yang mother statue of the mansion. From today on, I'm issuing a warrant for their arrest. A big reward for anyone who captures these beasts alive. Cheng Ge found it interesting. "Your pets have quite the taste, huh?" Jiang Chen was speechless. "Luckily, I'm not involved. I'll wait for them to play themselves to death, and then I'll help collect their bodies."
Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something, and the other side shouted again, "That's right, and that damn Jiang Chen too. As their owner, he doesn't discipline himself seriously, so he's definitely not a good guy. Capture him too." Jiang Chen stood up and said, "Daiqian Mansion is issuing an arrest warrant for a maid and a few animals." "How ridiculous," Cheng Ji replied. "It's possible that they need external force, so they want to take this opportunity to win you over, in order to ensure that the Daiqian Mansion's old ancestor leaves the Heaven Flow realm."
Jiang Chen asked, "Leave the Heaven Flow realm?" Cheng Ge nodded. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately took off. "This situation definitely smells fishy. Involving me and my disciples can't be good." After about an incense stick's worth of time, Jiang Chen signaled Cheng Ge.
"If you encounter a cultivator of the same level, what are your chances?" Nian Chengge mumbled. Jiang Chen was confident. "With a powerhouse like Nian Chenghe backing me, I've got nothing to fear in the Liu Tian realm." Chengge modestly raised one finger. Jiang Chen understood. "You're definitely gonna win, right? Chengjian is majestic and fierce." Chengge laughed. "I'm only sure of about one part." Jiang Chen facepalmed. "Then what the hell are we doing here? Cannon fodder, maybe?" Just as he finished speaking, someone blocked their path. "This is Dai Tianfu territory. You two outsiders better scram." A peak deity realm cultivator strutted in front of Jiang Chen. "This is deity realm aura, even stronger than a celestial tribulation first decline." Jiang Chen then spoke, "Is the Da Tianfu prefect looking for someone who can take his ancestor out of the Liu Tian realm?" The guy suddenly froze, quickly apologizing. "Sorry, our prefect has already chosen someone. A few days ago, some kid named Lin Ling Wu Tuo agreed to give our Fu a spot." Jiang Chen turned to ask, "Are the people of the Martial Pavilion very strong?" Cheng Ge explained. "The Martial Pavilion's Holy Sun has some real power, if he can block the Holy Sun, not to mention the old man Lin Lang Wen Tian." The gatekeeper listened, his mind wandering with suspicion. Could this be his doing? Only the people in the top 10 who make it through the Blood Road will receive the baptism of Fang Tian, thereby breaking free from some of the laws and rules. That's how they can take someone out of here. Into the godless continent, they say. Could he be even stronger than Lin Ling Wu Tuo? He asked curiously. "May we know the names of you two young heroes?" Jiang Chen then suddenly realized this. He fumbled a bit,
quickly thinking up a plausible name on the spot.
Jiang Chen solemnly asked his intention. You want to leave here?
The guy could no longer hide it. I never expected someone to know his inner secrets, he replied. Of course I want to leave the Liu Tian realm. It's the dream of every celestial realm cultivator,
Jiang Chen said cautiously in a deep voice. If I can take you out of here, can you get me into the Da Tianfu? We have some things we want to discuss with Linling Wu Tu. The gatekeeper hesitated. Outsiders are not allowed into the Da Tianfu, he asked. Are you stronger than Linling Wu Tu? Jiang Chen replied. You'll know when we meet Linling Wu Tu. By then I think that Da Tianfu will make the right choice.
The gatekeeper then quickly said, You guys wait here, I'll go inform the clan head. He went in with hope in his heart. These two are so confident they must be extraordinary. Let the clan head decide.
After an incense stick's worth of time, the clan head arrived. The two Jiang Chen wondered, are these two dogmasters?
Suddenly stunned. Who exactly is that person to make them act like that? Da Tianfu prefect, Lu Yang. It turned out that what shocked them was the celestial tribulation 5th decline realm. A celestial tribulation 5th decline of Liu Tian realm.
It wasn't hard for him to recognize it. Jiang Chen had only just heard this when Lu Yang's subordinate went rabid. You're Jiang Chen. Lu Yang signaled his subordinate to calm down. Jiang Chen spoke. You are the prefect of Da Tianfu. The old man nodded in response. That's right, Da Tianfu prefect, Lu Yang.
Jiang Chen got straight to the point. Is Linling Wu Tuo currently at Da Tianfu? Da Tianfu issued a wanted order for us. Did he arrange that from behind the scenes? Lu Yang proudly replied. So what if he did? He could take the Da Tianfu ancestor out of here. The subordinate was worried. This is bad. The prefect is serious. Jiang Chen was silent, smiling without saying anything. He stepped in front of the old man.
The condition is, we have two people who can take two people out of the godless continent, while Linling Wu Tuo only has one person and can only bring one. Will you do this deal? Lu Yang considered in his heart.
The clan has the ancestor. This opportunity to leave Liu Tian realm must be given to the ancestor, but if there are two, the old man quietly signaled approval. I believe the reincarnated heavenly God who wreaked havoc in the 10 small worlds below has this strength, and moreover none of your disciples are ordinary. I believe I can get more than just 2 slots.
Chang An clenches his fist triumphantly. Awesome, master. Jiang Chen is actually the most touched of all, so much so that he couldn't believe it and froze like a statue. Cheng Ji panics. Master, don't tremble. It's just the 5 signs of the decay of heaven and man from the Tianliu realm. At worst, I'll call my old master to eliminate him. Jiang Chen hurries after him, asking, Is Linling Wu Tuo in the manor? Lu Yang replies. The 3-tier feast is about to begin. Although my Datian manor is still the overlord of the northwest, Linling Wu Tuo is the only outsider who has come this time, he adds.
He saw that the situation was not good, so he changed direction to Yin family village, so he is not in the manor. Jiang Chen frowns. You're setting me up. Thinking, could it be that he issued the wanted order to get me to Datian manor? Old Lu Yang says. However, if you win the championship in this 3-tier feast, you will get a small spirit stone mine and the protection of my Datian manor in the Liu Tian realm.
Cheng Gi replies. The protection of Datian manor, their old ancestor may have reached the half-god realm. Then aren't we getting a steal, master?
Jiang Chen's soul is now completely dedicated to benefits. Rebirth of parents. Spirit stone mine, what a beautiful word. In the Datian manor's living room at this time, the 2 masters and disciples had another night of roughhousing.
Cheng Ge says, Neon Cheng Ge, thanks master for his guidance. I have learned a lot again. Next time again. Jiang Chen holds his head and moans, spare me. Just pulling up his pants. Cheng Zhen replies. Just now my master sent a message. Jiang Chen exclaims. Oh no, don't mention him again. That old loon.
He, Cheng Zhe, hugs his master affectionately. A little bastard from Daotian Sect has stolen a corpse buried in Yuanping Plain.
Jiang Chen is surprised. Daotian Sect has emerged. When I had not yet ascended, wasn't this Daotian Sect destroyed by the old ancestors of the top sects for stealing too many graves?
Jiang Chen blurts out, wait, what did you just say? Cheng Gi hugs his master tightly, repeating it. Done, the old geezer yells. Damn it! Which immoral thief stole my 3rd life's corpse? A moment later, Daotian Sect's Mu Yuntede appears. Paying his respects, I have long heard of the name of the heavenly god divine king. Today I have the special opportunity to visit this Daotian Sect's Mu Yuntede. Jiang Chen is now like a madman, cursing. Your mom? What an immoral Mukyude is puzzled. Hey, why are you scolding people when we just met? Jiang Chen, without saying a word, smashes this guy off the table with a slap. You and I are very destined. Mu Yude is terrified, sweating profusely. Cheng Gi has to run over to intervene. Don't get excited. You understand that people from Daotian Sect rob graves. If he deliberately wants to run, none of us can catch up. Calm down. Don't be hasty, Jiang Chen roars. How can I be calm?
Much Yud hurriedly explains.
Don't mind it, it's just robbing a grave. Cheng Ge steps forward to question him. Don't you know how to cultivate on your own and survive on your own? Mu Yude scratches his head and replies, Cultivation. Cultivation is impossible. It is impossible to cultivate in this lifetime. Only robbing a few graves can survive, Jiang Chen thinks. This guy is hopeless, Mu Yude further explains. Later, we still have to participate in the three-tier feast. On behalf of Datian Manor, we must have peaceful contact. Jiang Chen is surprised. This kid is also participating in the feast. Isn't this going to stir up hatred? Mu Yude says. The corpses of the heavenly origin divine king and the heavenly Shuyan divine king are nothing. You may not know, I also stole a corpse and an ancient relic, he reveals. According to my speculation and understanding, the corpse is extremely likely to be the one and only truth, that is the corpse of Chang and One clan's old ancestor. Cheng Gan is now stunned, his mouth open asking, what the hell? Jiang Chen is also shocked. Cheng Gan bites his lip to suppress his emotions, trying to calm down but failing. Intending to rush up and teach this guy a lesson? Don't stop me, I have to kill this brat. Jiang Chen now takes his turn to stop him. Calm down, don't rush, now is not the time to kill him. Mu Yude is puzzled, what does it have to do with you? I've thought it over. When the time comes, if the bodies of the heavenly origin and heavenly Xuan, two divine kings, cannot be fused, then fuse with that body of Chang'an. Cheng Ge throws Jiang Chen away, roaring and rushing forward. You dare, I'll beat you to death. Mu Yude hurriedly rushes into his teleportation gate, justifying, what are you doing? I shared my secret with you. Why are you attacking me? Cheng Ge fumes with murderous intent. Tell him clearly, that secret is this seat's body. The thunderous news makes Yumide's face turn pale. He huddled in a corner, fearfully asking, that's your body? You're changing. He stealthily peeked into the teleportation gate, changing his tone. So what? Slow ascension evasion. Speaking back to her. At least you can't do anything to me now. Our Dao Heaven sect hasn't survived this long by being stupid. Nian Chenge flew into a rage, glaring at the petty villain, Jiang Chen thought. This, ascension evasion, is an ancient movement technique. Even if I reached the celestial human realm, it would be hard to see through. Damn it. Mu Yude popped up next to Jiang Chen, saying, don't worry, I won't reveal your identity. Judging from your expression and demeanor earlier, could it be that the bodies of the celestial origin God King and celestial mystery God King are? Jiang Chen frowned, pressing him. Say what? Mu Yude stepped back and pondered this matter for a moment. He considered the bodies of the celestial origin and celestial mystery, and his own. Our Dao Heaven sect has ancestral teachings. The owner of these God Kings' bodies is very likely to be that person's ninth reincarnation, he immediately concluded. Then you must be the heaven. Chenge instantly became vigilant, using a three-soul binding to cover the blabbermouth's mouth, saying in a cold voice, shut up. Mu Yude was shocked. He suddenly realized that person's name was a kind of taboo. Damn it. I almost blurted it out. I nearly lost my life. He swallowed hard, terrified. Mu Yude signaled, don't worry. Even if the true form stood before me, I would not forcibly fuse your bodies. Jiang Chen was surprised. He was starting to get interested in this, asking, state your terms. Mu Yude presented them. Just ensure my survival in the three-altar feast, and get me out of the blood path alive, and I'll return those bodies to you. At worst, I'll just dig up a few more graves. Cheng Ge also spoke up. Just that. What about after? Mu Yude replied. After leaving the Dao Heaven sect, I will truly emerge into the world. At that time, I hope the heaven-reaching divine hall and the entire religion will wholeheartedly support the Dao Heaven sect, stand on the same battle line as our Dao Heaven sect. He threatened. If you don't agree, don't even dream of getting any of your bodies back. Jiang Chen frowned, asking, are you threatening me? Jiang Chen responded, this needs to be discussed with my old master. Jiang Chen thought. The Ascension Shield is as famous as my instantaneous movement. If you want my body, there's no other way. You can only take advantage of the Dao Heaven sect. It's just my entire religion. Jiang Chen chatted with his disciple through spiritual power. He doesn't seem to have any hostility towards us. How about we agree to him? That's right, it's just that our reputation has probably spread throughout the streets. A day later, outside, under heaven, old Lu Yang and Jiang Chen's group had arrived early. He spoke up, cautioning. In this three-altar feast, all of you focus on competing for the championship. His voice was careful and prudent. Against the people of the 18 clans. Jiang Chen replied. You forces of the flowing heaven realm know the situation of the 18 clans. Lu Yang answered. Of course. It's just that the 18 clans are very powerful, and now their foundations are firmly established in the flowing heaven realm, not something we can oppose, he added. However, the 18 clans and the natives of the flowing heaven realm probably won't have any conflicts, so you don't need to go and deal with them. The three of them advanced, and someone was already waiting in front. It was Yin Sai, the head of the Yin family estate, who greeted enthusiastically Prefect Lu Yang. Long time no see. Yin Sai bluntly announced. Before this three-altar feast, our Yin family estate must obtain the championship. The resources of the Great Heaven Prefecture that you've occupied for so many years are probably about to be spat out. Liu Yang only smiled calmly, replying, "That's not necessarily true." Estate Master Yin and the two old masters of the two great families simultaneously erupted with their auras, glaring at each other like fighting bulls. The host's voice boomed. "The first round of the free-for-all begins," Cheng Ge said. "The prodigies of the Wu-Shen continent, even some from the 18 clans, are here. Be careful." Jiang Chen didn't bother to reply. "I feel like we've already got this in the bag." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Master, now is not the time for flexing." Someone flew over, shouting, "Boss!" Cheng Ge curiously turned his head. "It's the family. A whole bunch of them. It's been too long." Everyone's face is beaming with joy at seeing Jiang Chen. Yin Sai and the patriarch of the Ling Xie clan, Patriarch Chen clan, were shocked by the extent of Jiang Chen's team's relationships. Jiang Chen's brothers and disciples came to pay their respects respectfully. The scene was truly magnificent, like a private dynasty for Jiang Chen. "Greetings, master. Greetings, boss." Liu Yang stroked his beard, also proud of this young man, Naishi Jiang Chen's family prestige. In the tone of a holy king, "Rinsei, my beloved subjects." Liu Yang smiled familiarly. "Everyone, I think this free-for-all doesn't need to continue, right?" Jiang Chen thought to himself. "I didn't expect the outsiders from Datianfu to have such influence." However, Yin Sai eagerly hurried over. "This little brother. I don't know what benefits Datianfu promised you, but how about this? On top of his offer, we'll give you some treasures." Jiang Chen was considering what he could trade for, asking, "Ooh, what kind of things?" he thought. "Does the Liutian realm have any treasures that can move me?" Yin Sai clapped his hands, responding, "Before the Liutian realm was destroyed, I traveled to other worlds and discovered many items called Seaflight. Although they don't have any special effects, they can decorate my female slaves. Please, take a look." Jiang Chen looked at the goods he presented, puzzled. "This is a girl dressed in a Western style. Sparkling," Yin Sai introduced. "This makeup is called Ziku Shui." Yin Sai stepped forward warmly. "Little brother, if you don't like that one, I have even better additions," Jiang Chen replied. "These worldly things are too corrosive to the heart, you can't grasp them. My stable cultivation can help you grasp them. Please give me those better additions." The next item was brought out for introduction. This makeup is called Female Slave. Jiang Chen shed a little blood. "Female slave is good, what else?" Yin Sai happily said, "This makeup is my masterpiece. Its name is..." Jiang Chen's heart was burning. "What's it called?" A super slutty girl stepped forward in an electric car uniform. Jiang Chen spat out the truth. "Dope," Mu Chude then interrupted, killing the mood. "As a god king, aren't you ashamed?" Yin Sai was doing everything he could to please customer Jiang Chen, he explained. "Little brother, let me tell you, aren't my slaves makeup stronger than your disciples? Moreover, they are proficient in all kinds of secret techniques in soundproof rooms." Zhu Tong and Ruo Xiao stepped forward and snuggled up. "Master, do you not want us anymore?" Old Liu Yang couldn't bear it and cursed Yin Sai. "Shameless old man, so depraved." "So what, if we win this free-for-all, my territory will have the resources of the Liutian realm," Jiang Chen coldly replied. "Those things are good, truly good." But Jiang Chen now knew his noble duty was still halfway done, and he couldn't indulge himself like that, he said. "However, a teacher for a day, a father for life, my precious disciples are my true love." Yin Sai was now speechless, not knowing what to say. Cheng Ge hugged Dai Mei tightly, moved. "Master is so right." Jiang Chen affectionately patted Cheng Ge, looking up to ask the others. "Such affectionate disciples." Saying that, the disciples huddled together. Jiang Chen lay in the loving embrace of his obedient and lascivious disciples. He confidently spoke, "I have many more." Old Yin Sai and the others now swallowed their anger. "Regretting being born later is more painful than my suffering." Liu Yang laughed heartily again. "Little brother is very righteous, not tempted by the beauty of outsiders. Little brother admires you." Real men let their strength do the talking. "If you win first place in this competition, besides the spirit stone mine," Elder Liu Yang happily promised, "I'll give you an extra phoenix sky halberd." Jiang Chen wondered, "What? That's just a normal weapon, not even as good as my sky-chasing broken sword." Cheng Ge tugged his master's ear. "That's a peerless divine weapon." "It's your third tribulation weapon." Jiang Chen pretended he hadn't said a thing and practically drooled from desire, switching to a pleading tone. "Please, give it to me." A stranger stepped forward, declaring, "I don't think we need to hold the Three Altars Grand Feast anymore." That was Lin Suiri of the Lin family's 18 clans, who had reached the 5 decays of heavenly being, along with a peer from the Wang family of the same realm, proudly striding forth. The esteemed Three Altars Grand Feast, reduced to fawning over an outsider. How ridiculous. Why not let our 18 clans handle it instead? What do you say, old fool? Hand over the Spirit Stone mine to us. The elders were indignant. Our Three Altars Grand Feast is none of the 18 clans' Business.
Jiang Chen barely paid attention to the old farts. Provocations. There are always pesky flies buzzing around,
Lin Suiri angrily declared. Today is not like any other day. Before, our 18 clans never participated in the Three Altars Grand Feast, but this time, all of us will, and the rules must be changed. Liu Yang asked. How will you change them? You boastful Bloodpath Guardians are nothing but a bunch of thugs and hooligans anyway, Lin Suiri shrieked.
Impudence, Lin Suiri, who never considered these locals to be on his side, challenged. From today onwards, your 3 sect forces are the enemies of our 18 clans, Liu Yang sneered.
What the hell are these 18 clans? You're just the descendants of 18 great sinners. Your ancestors betrayed the Liu Tian realm, and your descendants are naturally rebellious, born with traitorous hearts. Ensai and his bros cursed in unison. You wanna fight? Then let's fight. Count my Chen clan in. What's there for my spirit snake tribe to fear? No sooner had they finished speaking, than a thunderous roar erupted from above, and the sky turned ominously dark.
Jiang Chen and Cheng Ji tilted their heads up, puzzled, to look at the strange phenomenon. What's going on? He immediately sensed.
I've already suppressed all Saint Realm tribulations, so why is this popping up? Cheng Ge replied. You even offended heaven earlier, so wouldn't the power of this heavenly tribulation be?
Jiang Chen scratched his head, at a loss for words. Well. Just then, his female disciples all ganged up and ditched their master, running for their lives.
Run, run! Jiang Chen watched them go, powerless.
The group of sisters only dared to exchange words once they found a safe hiding spot.
Master's heavenly tribulation is too powerful, everyone stand back a bit, duh. Master's been holding it in for too long, now he's gotta let it burst out. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Chen was left to wallow in his loneliness. Abandoned under the solitary moon, utterly helpless.
Li Yisui and the old man from the Wang family stared up at the sky in shock, yelling loudly, What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? Looking at its power, even those in the 5 decays of heavenly being will surely die. Damn it, we're locked down by the heavenly tribulation, we can't get out.
Li Yisui pointed at Jiang Chen and cursed him. You little brat.
That pig-mouthed old man just cursed him out. Jiang Chen went absolutely ballistic, charging forward like a storm, roaring for him to clearly understand.
Who are you calling a brat? I'm friggin' Tian Chen. The 2 old men then swaggered closer, threatening, You dared to trap us.
Jiang Chen glanced back at those trapped by the tribulation, proposing, Let's negotiate a bit. From now on, the Northwest 5 great sects will all be under my influence.
How about it? If you agree, I'll let you escape this heavenly tribulation. He then gave Li Yisui's group a strange look and said, Of course you 2 are out. The old man furiously yelled, Brat! Do you know how powerful our 18 clans are in the blood path? You've harmed us like this. Aren't you afraid of revenge?
Jiang Chen arrogantly and confidently stated, I've been making enemies with the whole world for ages, so what's there to be scared of?
The elders nodded frantically, urging him, Kid, stop talking. Quickly think of a way to help us escape. As long as you help us escape, our spirit snake tribe will protect you in the blood path. Oh, Tian Chen. Jiang Chen was satisfied. That's more like it. Then he unleashed a technique, and a storm of spiritual energy gradually enveloped the blood path. Old Liu Yang and everyone else felt a terrifying tremor, asking, This is, from Tian Chen. They only saw an enormous wave of spiritual energy surrounding them, a sight they had never witnessed before. The old geezers blurted out, Heavens! It's the heaven-stealing sun replacement, Liu Yang wondered. What kind of secret art is that?
Li Yisui and the old king desperately rushed towards Jiang Chen. Kid, if we die, don't even think about living well, let's die together. Jiang Chen glared and shouted, You want to die? Then I'll send you on your way.
The heavenly tribulation fire immediately burned the 2 old men like burning 2 ants. Their screams were utterly miserable. Cheng Ge was surprised. These guys from the 13 families have all lost their aura, but Master burned 2 Dao souls and still didn't pass the final stage. Yu De wondered. He just burned the Emperor Vine, and now he's burning the immortal bird. Won't he have no Dao souls left in the future? Cheng Ge replied. His life is what matters now. Liu Yang said, This kid is extraordinary. It's just a pity he can't get through so many heavenly tribulations.
Cheng Ge quietly rushed forward. She couldn't just stand by and watch. Mu Yude and Liu Yang were shocked and tried to stop her. Come back. Are you crazy? Cheng Ge replied. Forget it. I'm lucky to have met you in this tribulation. Why should I still be attached to this Dao soul of mine?
Waving her hand, she said loudly, Today I'll use the 36 Lotus to protect your life. I hope you won't disappoint the living beings of the world in the future. Cheng Ge's 36 Lotus struck a fierce blow in the middle of the tribulation formation. The heavenly tribulation was too intense, causing Cheng Ge to be battered and bruised, vomiting blood. But she was determined not to stop. At this moment, a figure loomed behind the thick aura, like the mist of Tam Dao.
Jiang Chen stepped out, holding Cheng Ji, who was exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. But one thing was easily noticeable. He had stepped into the lower position of the God realm. Jiang Chen looked at his disciple and asked, Why did you have to suffer so much?
Cheng Ge gasped and replied, So what if a genius is a genius? So what if they don't have a Dao soul? At this moment, The 18 families of the Heaven-Human Five Decays had led a group of Litushan realm people. It's time for a major purge.
He was extremely angry. Annihilate the Northwest 5 great sects first, and then slowly deal with you outsiders. Jiang Chen sensed the 12 of the Heaven-Human 5 Decays. These 18 families are really going all out. The God-forbidden arts can't be used in the Blood Road. I'm screwed.
Liu Yang stepped forward and replied, "If you hadn't sealed the true guardian in the Blood Road, how could our Litushan realm have been broken?" The 18 families replied, "If you hadn't colluded with the alien races, how could our Liushan realm have been confined here forever, unable to get out?"
Liu Yang and his companions were determined to fight to the death with these guys, to reclaim justice for the Litushan realm. If you want to fight, then fight. Xian Lao instructed Jiang Chen, "You guys go, this is a war of our Liushan realm. In the beginning, the heavenly origin God King sacrificed himself to protect the Liushan realm. Now we should also contribute our strength."
He smiled gratefully. "You are very similar to heavenly origin, at least the way you transcend tribulations is very similar. If there is still a chance, the Spirit Stone mine will still be yours." Mu Yude stepped forward and said, "So your third tribulation was for the sake of protecting the Litushan realm." Old Liu Yang was stunned by this secret, and he was moved to tears.
"So you really are the reincarnation of heavenly origin. We are waiting for you to return." 3 days later, Jiang Chen sat in his room thinking, "The disciples don't want to get involved with me. My master has started to scatter everywhere after the war. See you at the end of the Blood Road." Thinking of Cheng Jie, "She burned her martial spirit cultivation for me. She will inevitably be injured. I don't know what the situation is. And Mu Yude, I don't know where this kid has gone these past few days." Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Mu Yude appeared with a large coffin. "It's here. The Blood Road ahead is still full of difficulties. Quickly merge your third life's body. I'm still waiting for you to protect me." Jiang Chen wondered, "Protect? No wonder you suddenly appeared like this," Mu Yude replied. "But the situation in the Liuchan realm is not optimistic. The Daqian prefecture has been exterminated. Only Liu Yang and Lu Zhu escaped." Opening the coffin lid, Mu Yude said, "Moreover, I heard that they are arrogantly capturing outsiders and Liuchan realm cultivators to use as blood sacrifices, wanting to break the Blood Road seal to reach the godless continent." Jiang Chen replied, "Using you as a living sacrifice. If they really let them and the godless continent connect, I'm afraid something big will happen." He added, "In my past life, I saw a large teleportation array in Broken Heaven Mountain. It was probably used by them to connect to the godless continent. After I wake up, we'll move Broken Heaven Mountain. Maybe we can stop their advance." Mu Yude wondered, "How do you move Broken Heaven Mountain?" Jiang Chen replied, "Just move it directly." Mu Yude revealed, "Move it directly? Are you kidding me? You want to move Broken Heaven Mountain away?" 2 strangers interrogated each other. "Tian Yuan, Liu Tian realm, and the godless continent will eventually be ours." Tian Yuan retorted, "I alone can stop you. And now, the gods of the 9 heavens god realm are about to descend. How are you going to conquer Liu Tian realm?" A palm strike landed unexpectedly while he was still speaking. Uyin. A swarm of lackeys rushed forward to kill. Tian Yuan said, "I've held on this long with my own strength. Even if I die, it's enough. I don't know when I'll be back after this death." This is Tian Yuan's memory. Those alien races almost attacked Liu Tian realm and the godless continent. Jiang Chen finally understood. So there were alien races that could fight the gods in the 9 heavens in ancient times. What secrets are hidden? Mu Yude revealed, "This is the body of Tian Yuan God King. You think you can make it big with just one divine skill?" Jiang Chen wilted. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Mu Yude was gone, leaving a note. "Jiang bro wasn't waking up. Sold you for a profit. You're having a blast on the mountain making whoopee. I'm waiting outside the city to split the loot." Jiang Chen was furious. "Mu Yude, you bastard." A fragrance filled the room. "What is this? Smells so good." "No way. I just added a living, breathing maiden to be buried with Tian Yuan King to get it, and the kid who sold it to me said something about conquering a series or something, and especially a set of clothes." A woman appeared from nowhere, face full of butt. Holy crap! Jiang Chen spat out blood before he could save himself. 2 lackeys discussed with each other. "Hey, we've already joined the 18 clans. Did we need to be so quick?" 2 gods. "Don't say more." "This guy is eager. This is the corpse of Tian Yuan God King, the value of his body." "I don't need to say more. I heard in your manner there is a set of divine artifacts. If you sincerely want, you can treat it well, right?" The accomplice curiously asked, "Do you know what a divine artifact is?" "Just a divine artifact. My manor doesn't lack one." He immediately took out that huge divine artifact. "This thing is called the Haoshan ruler." The guy was now extremely surprised, walking around admiring it. The weapon of the Tian Yuan God King. That girl's foot was still pressed tightly against Jiang Chen's mouth. "Holy crap, open the coffin. Haoshan ruler, the God King's most powerful weapon." He recalled ancient records of breaking the dimensional wall into alien realms. Only Haoshan God King. Jiang Chen had the long legs sticking out for the babe to cuddle, he thought. Heard that Haoshan disappeared after entering the alien realm. Damn, is his problem here? The girl waited for Jiang Chen to just lie there and couldn't wait any longer, so she took the initiative to ask him, "Are you done yet?" Jiang Chen was now ready to act.
"I'm coming." A collision shook the entire mansion, surprising the two lower gods. Jiang Chen appeared. Squatting on the curvy babe, he said, "Sorry, got too excited and accidentally released all my internal energy." The two lower gods jumped like they'd seen a ghost. The God King, is resurrected. After a long time, they calmed down a bit and suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, he now realized, poking something. It's a foreigner, Jiang Chen. Why is that guy hiding in the coffin? Kill him. The 18 clans will reward you handsomely. Jiang Chen patted his head, pitying. What interesting trash, I just woke up, and you're already making me work out. I heard Jiang Chen unleash the upper-level god realm. You've already joined the 18 clans. Why not be normal people, but go and be dogs of the alien race?
The two dog gods cleared their throats and scolded. This is your own evil words. Kill you, my manner can be promoted to the core of the 18 clans. Die for me. At this time,
behind Jiang Chen, appeared two elders with the heavenly human 5-decay realm.
The two of them rushed forward together, using the same move to strike with full force towards Jiang Chen. Boom.
A deafening explosion, blinding light, no one could see a thing.
Thinking it'd be easy to deal with this Jiang Chen guy, the two dog-like gods sneered, "Two heavenly human realm experts, I'll turn you into dust." From within the dense dust cloud, Jiang Chen's voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm.
Oh really? Two unexpected gusts of wind brushed lightly past the necks of the two dog-like lackeys. They felt a chill, not understanding what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, the two heads fell off as they groaned. What is this? Jiang Chen stood tall before them, brimming with divine power. Myriad transformations, heavenly chalice, one sword cleanses the world. So this is my true form, pretty cool. With that, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the Tianyuan divine artifact, Divine King Absorption.
Jiang Chen thought, that little punk Mu Yude, daring to use me as a bargaining chip. He'd better hope I don't catch him. Just in time, my tuition is broken. This Tianhao ruler isn't a bad weapon either. Too bad it's damaged.
Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard a voice. What about me?
He turned to see the little girl lying there, exposed like an uncovered piece of meat. Jiang Chen nearly choked, put some proper clothes on, heading back outside the city.
This time, Mu Yude, after getting thoroughly beaten by Jiang Chen, sat sullenly listening. Can this Tianhao ruler be repaired? Mu Yude respectfully replied. No problem, big bro. He thought to himself. Damn it, he's got me now. He continued. How do we move this Duantian mountain? There are powerhouses of the heavenly human 5-decays realm guarding it, Jiang Chen replied. That's a tough one. Looking at the towering mountain, he thought, heavenly human 5-decays realm, just one step away from becoming a god? What's more, there are several of them. They're not something we can contend with. Jiang Chen chuckled slyly. Dao Heavenly Sect, you guys are really good at digging holes, right? Mu Yude replied.
That's right. Without a word, Jiang Chen grabbed him and left. Mu Yude, not understanding his intention, asked, What are you going to do? Jiang Chen dropped a bombshell of a bold idea. Then I'm sending you to dig tunnels, be a gopher. Mu Yude instantly transformed into a gopher. The two of them gradually advanced into the sacred mountain area. Mu Yude sighed. Above us, the aura of the heavenly human 5-decays has appeared again. They're starting a fight. Should we retreat? Jiang Chen replied. No retreating. Is there any forbidden zone in the Liutian realm? A place where entering means certain death? Preferably a place even demigods wouldn't dare to enter. Mu Yude asked in surprise. You want to move Duantian Mountain? Move it into a forbidden zone? Then how do we get out? Jiang Chen answered. I don't know. But instead of being caught by the 18 families, might as well go big.
Mu Yu dug. Until he was completely out of breath, he signaled. There's a forbidden zone. However, I heard there's a divine king sleeping there, utterly evil, and no one who enters can ever return. Jiang Chen was surprised. Oh, a divine king still exists here. He immediately nodded in agreement. In that case, go put this teleportation stone into that forbidden zone. Mu Yude complied with the order, but he suddenly felt something was off, and loudly protested. Hey, why do I feel like you're treating me like a servant? An incense stick later. Jiang Chen waited for Mu Yude to return after completing the mission, but then he saw the guy return in a flustered state. This is bad. A demon god has awakened there.
Jiang Chen, whose plan was working perfectly, stopped him and said, What's there to panic about? He then pulled out a large stone slab, speaking as he worked.
We can totally take advantage of the demon god joining the fight, Mu Yude wondered. White jade coffin. You're wasting heavenly treasures like that, Jiang Chen replied. Everything has a price. The coffin can at least contribute a bit of power. The white jade coffin then shattered into many pieces, and the entire sacred mountain of the Lutusian realm shook strangely. The 18 families of the heavenly human 5-decays realm above were now terrified, not understanding the meaning of this strange phenomenon. Who's doing this? They hurriedly investigated the cause. What kind of force is this that can't be broken? What's there to panic about? What can he do in front of so many powerhouses like us? One of them raised his hand, ready to strike. No way, did he just move the Mount Tian? As soon as he finished speaking, Mount Tian moved again, making them unable to stand. The entire Mount Tian was now lifted up, with a figure standing on the summit. The 5 signs of celestial decay, 18 families. Eyes popped out in disbelief.
Jiang Chen stood tall and imposing on it. Ready for action? He cleared his throat and shouted, "Today, your daddy's sending you off to the afterlife." Jiang Chen had put so much effort into this opportunity. Jiang Chen used his magic to strike down fiercely. The 5 signs of celestial decay bunch scattered and broke formation, each running in a different direction.
They lay sprawled on the ground, wondering, "Damn it, that was Jiang Chen." Regaining some composure, they shouted to each other, "Charge! Follow him! That's the only formation leading to the outside world. Inform all the clan leaders."
Jiang Chen brought Mount Tian straight to the land of fallen.
There, a demonic shadow was already present. Seeing their intrusion,
Jiang Chen brought Mu Yude along, revealing himself right in front of the demon god.
Mu Yude jumped up and down like he was dying. "Jiang Chen, you damn bastard."
Jiang Chen had never seen such a huge chunk of meat before. He was mesmerized. This demon god is too big. Just when things were getting good, someone ambushed Mount Tian, causing a massive explosion. Jiang Chen looked up, and it was the 5 signs of celestial decay, 18 families, sticking to him like leeches. "Jiang Chen, let's see where else you can run. You're dead."
As soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly felt an eerie demonic aura behind them. Turning around, they immediately saw the demon god. The demon god grabbed the small human. The powerhouse asked in utter terror, "What is this?" Without hesitation, the demon god shoved him straight into its mouth, chewing loudly, blood splattering everywhere. The comrades paled. It ate him. "Suddenly we got a tasty treat delivered right to our door." The demon god hurriedly grabbed the next ones, Mushude said. "Is that demon god going to eat us too?" The 5 signs of celestial decay cried out, "Don't eat us, save us." The demon god ate. While noticing Mu Yude beside it, he broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "Keep eating, don't go hungry." The demon god chewed on the corpses in its mouth, looking truly terrifying. At this point, even Jiang Chen's own grandpa was really freaking out, hugging Mu Yude tightly. "Please, gods, protect our lives."
Mu Yude's heart stopped, unable to move. That's all it took. Those were 5 signs of celestial decay powerhouses. Jiang Chen hurriedly dragged him away. "Stop wasting words, let's scram."
The demon god looked at the backs of these 2 tiny figures, and she began to take notice. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying demon god in the blood exposure." They had only run a little further when the demon god suddenly spoke.
"Don't leave in such a hurry, you 2 little bros."
The demon god used her demonic powers to block their path, stopping the 2 gods from running, forcing them to turn around and talk. The demon god lay sprawled out, licking her lips. "I haven't even had time to thank you." Musyud replied in horror. "No need to thank us. Consider it our treat." The demon god replied, "I've been guarding for so long, waiting for my master to awaken. I have to stay in the forbidden land. It's usually hard to absorb the essence of heaven and earth." The demon god spoke in a friendly tone, smiling amiably. "I didn't expect you 2 little friends to bring me blood food, allowing me to prolong my life. Truly a great kindness."
Jiang Chen replied cautiously,
"If you're thanking us, then thank us. Why use magic to trap us?"
The demon god was embarrassed, not daring to hide it.
"I wonder if little friend can bring me more blood food. This servant is craving it badly. I need to replenish a large amount of essence." Jiang Chen replied, "You're addicted to eating people," he thought to himself. "If there's a benefit, then I might be able to help this demon god." The demon goddess pouted, swaying her jiggly breasts. "I want to solve the real problem of lifespan, but there's no way."
The 2 old men couldn't control their blood flow looking at this mesmerizing scene.
Jiang Chen turned to ask, "Do you think people from the 18 families should be killed?" Mu Yude bitterly replied, "They are extremely evil, worse than dogs and pigs. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate them. I have 9 ways to kill them."
Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and snuggled into that beautiful body. "I'll take care of this, but what will I get in return?" The demon goddess was grateful,
although she didn't understand what little Yude was implying. "But our master, Zhu Yuan, will definitely not mistreat you 2, Mu Yude blurted out. Demon god Zhu Yuan. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He remembered his previous life, the ancient times. There was not only one god king, but one of the strongest god kings was Zhu Yuan. He didn't expect that he had become a demon and was still sleeping in the blood dew.
Mu Yu knew what could happen and grabbed Jiang Chen's clothes, saying, "Now, if Zhu Yuan awakens, wait." Mu Yude saw Jiang Chen caressing those enormous breasts and wondered, "What are your hands doing?" Jiang Chen, who was losing blood but still eager, replied, "I don't know why my hands just reached out there." Jiang Chen then stepped forward and said to the demon god,
Let's go, follow me, and you will definitely have good food to eat.
Thinking of good food, the demon god was fascinated and craved it.
The demon god replied, Lord Zhu Yuan once said that someone who touches my breasts will appear later. That's the person he's waiting for. Is that you? A day later, Jiang Chen gloated. Unexpected, isn't it? Surprised, isn't it? You didn't expect it, did you? Your great Jiang Chen is back. Mu Yude excitedly high-fived him.
Just as the group of experts from the 18 families waiting in ambush shouted, Jiang Chen, Mu Yude, you two brats, we're here to settle the score, and you dare to come to our doorstep? You two little punks, today we will definitely tear you apart and send your souls into the abyss, never to be reborn. Jiang Chen and Mu Yude nonchalantly sat down and gave way to the demon god. You're about to die, yet you're still so talkative. Hurry up and prepare your wills.
The demon god edged up to the group of experts. Everywhere I look, there's good food. This time, the world should be enough for me to eat, right?
Jiang Chen stood at the forefront, waving his flag to signal, start eating.
The demon god no longer caught them one by one as before. She opened her mouth wide like a shark's maw. The demon god breathed out. The group of experts from the 18 families couldn't react in time. A vortex swept them all into the demon god's mouth.
The demon god chewed a few times. A bloody mess. Blood splattered everywhere, Jiang Chen said. The godless continent is my starting point to become stronger, but you want to overthrow it? Are you looking for death? Jiang Chen and Mu Yude jumped down. The demon god signaled and burped. You two little Yude? Wait, I'll go ask my master for a moment, Mu Yude thought to himself. Is she full already?
Jiang Chen wondered. Isn't he still asleep? The demon god replied. There are some things he can still hear. The demon god opened a ghostly space right in the sky. Jiang Chen looked at the scene in shock. The space has been torn apart. This is a divine skill. Is a god descending? A bizarre formation disrupted the sky. Howling ghost heads swaying messily.
From within that strange teleportation gate, two old men appeared. Their faces were haggard. They were definitely the old ancestors of the 18 families.
The two old men revealed lust. Looking at Jiang Chen, as if looking at a chicken in a coop. Their realm was demigod. They spoke up, asking, Demon God, you are not living peacefully with your master. Why did you kill people from our 18 families? Do you know how much time our families spent nurturing these successors? The demon god had no choice but to reply. We were hungry, we ate them, when we saw them, we didn't think so much.
Jiang Chen was still amazed. There are demigods in the 18 families. The two demigods of the 18 families flew into a rage and said, You're still stubborn. Don't waste words with them. Attack now. All three of them must die.
Their grand magic carried a terrifying aura, a miraculous combination. Crow transformation hand. The demon god pointed her finger to dissolve their magic.
Jiang Chen thought this combined god skill attack had the aura of a few divided gods. Mu Yude hugged his head and yelled, I haven't even reached the 9th heaven yet. I can't handle such stimulation. Jiang Chen looked at the demon god worriedly. The demon god had just awakened not long ago, and was obviously still very weak, basically not their opponent.
A ghostly figure dashed out from the rift in space. He charged straight at the two deluded demigods. The hell is that? The two veteran demigods, seasoned in battle, had never seen anything like it. What is this? They attacked, but to no avail. Even divine techniques were nullified. Impossible. The demon's bloodthirsty eyes opened, staring at them. The two felt a sudden chill and broke out in cold sweat.
Demigods felt a shiver down their spines and stammered,
This is God King.
The divine demonic gaze locked onto them, unblinking. The two demigods said to each other, We can't move.
The divine technique slowly consumed them. One of their arms fell off like a detached Lego piece.
He screamed, finally breaking free from the confinement.
The old man swallowed his anger and yelled, Jiang Chen, you little brat. Today you cut off my arm, but one day I'll wipe out your entire clan. The demon god then replied, My name is Zhu Yuangshu Lu. I'll spare the lives of both of you. The demon god was furious. Damn it, Jiang Chen was surprised. Zhu Yuan's awake. Mu Yude then sighed in relief, thanking the heavens, I'm not dead. There's nothing left to do here. The demon god, possessing him, closed the teleportation gate. The demon god signaled to Mu Yude. You should still kneel. Mu Yude lay flat on the ground and replied, I haven't even stood up yet. The demon god asked, Didn't you dig up the Fang family's god tomb, which was the tomb of my master's good friend Mu Yude, thought he was about to be punished by the demon god and kowtowed, begging,
I'll return it tomorrow. Please spare me. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Is this a physiological reaction? Does he get a high from seeing tombs?
The demon god winked, signaling, Consider 2 Dajio techniques before you become a god as encouragement for you guys. Mu Yude was clueless. Dajio techniques? Are they good for my collection of divine techniques? The demon god explained. In our era, divine techniques were just something ordinary cultivators used. No one even wanted to cultivate them. Based on your current level division, divine techniques from our era would only be considered the lowest level Huang rank martial arts.
Jiang Chen was shocked reading this. Divine techniques from the archaic era are like Huang rank martial arts nowadays. That's too much, Mu Yude asked. What did cultivators from the archaic era use then? The demon god replied. Things like 6 paths of reincarnation first and 8 desolations and 6 unions skill were common, nothing special. The demon god's words sounded light, but those were all legendary divine skills to Jiang Chen and Mu Yude.
He thought, is Big Sis mistaken that 6 paths of reincarnation first is considered one of the strongest martial arts and divine techniques in later generations to this day? And isn't this 8 desolations and 6 unions skill supposed to be lost already? The demon god signaled to the two. All right. Thank you, 2 little friends, for bringing the blood food to me.
Then the demon god said goodbye. Now my lifespan is enough to wait for my master to awaken. We'll meet again in the future. Jiang Chen and Mu Yude thanked him. We'll meet again by fate, demon god Chu Yuan.
By now he had observed everything. He smiled coldly, unchanging prejudice. A day later, in the Liu Tianji border area,
Jiang Chen diligently practiced a martial technique from the minor 6 fingers technique. He looked at his smoking finger. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This Dao technique is indeed different. Unleashing the divine realm's power with just 1 finger could kill a heavenly human 3 decays powerhouse. My precious treasure.
He stretched, thinking, I wonder if Mu Yude has found a way for the people of Liu Tianji to get out yet. If the powerhouses of Liu Tianji help me, we can stop the people of the 18 families from coming to the Wushen continent.
Just then, Mu Yude carried a cute beast girl and shouted as he ran. Found it, Jiang bro, found it. The people of Liu Tianji are saved. Jiang Chen was surprised. Whose little girl are you holding? Put the little loli down. Mu Yude raised his voice. The people of Liu Tianji are sealed, so they can't escape the binding. But this great sky fox has ancient bloodline containing murderous intent that can break the seal of Liu Tianji. Jiang Chen was confused. Is that why you kidnapped the little loli? He was now annoyed by this guy Mu Yude. But suddenly a divine aura enveloped a beast woman, who angrily rushed over and shouted, You villain! How dare you steal my little sister? She swooped in front of Mu Yude and said fiercely. Hand her over, Mu Yude quickly explained.
I'm just borrowing her for a bit. I'll return her to you after the people of Tianliuji get out, he threatened. Don't come any closer or I'll kill her. The little girl didn't expect this young man to be so impulsive. She challenged with fire in her eyes. How dare you, Jiang Chen, step forward to defend his daughter. Smack that idiot's head. We are righteous individuals. Why are we acting like fiends? Little Loli then caressed Muyu's head, he muttered. Aren't I just trying to do what's best for you? Hey kid, don't just grab anywhere.
Jiang Chen was about to turn and reason with the little girl, but his eyes immediately landed on her 2 plump, fragrant, extra heads. Keep a cool head, Jiang Chen said, Princess Great Tianhu. We only wish to borrow a bit of your clan's bloodline power to help the people of Liu Tianji break free from the seal and wage war against the 18 great clans. We absolutely harbor no ill intent, Princess Tianhu replied. What do the 18 great clans have to do with me? I don't want to hear that name anymore. Jiang Chen was cautious. Such a strong reaction. Does Tianhu perhaps harbor some deep hatred for the 18 great clans? He carefully chose his words. Princess, you might know the idiom. When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, right? If I'm not mistaken, the Tianhu clan's bloodline has the potential to become land gods if they wanted to use you to refine pills before leaving.
Princess Tianhu then recalled, responding, My Tianhu clan's bloodline has always been rare. We were once coveted by the 18 great clans, and now only 2 of us remain, my sister and I.
Standing beside her younger sister, Great Tianhu confessed. We live like this precisely to avoid encountering those wicked 18 great clans again. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking, the 18 great clans truly deserve death. Even the great Tianhu clan was nearly wiped out. With only 2 survivors, Jiang Chen then suggested, Would you mind lending me your bloodline power, so I can lead the Liu Tianji cultivators to resist the 18 great clans, and you and your sister won't have to be implicated? The princess replied. My great Tianhu clan is already rare. I cannot lend my sister. However, Princess Tianhu suddenly said shyly and softly, I heard you're the reincarnation of someone important, and your bloodline is also considered pure. I can give you a little, but the method is a bit special. Come here, I'll tell you. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. Oh, it seems there's hope for this. The princess leaned in close and whispered something secretive into Jiang Chen's ear. Mu Yude felt envious. Don't make any weird deals behind my back. Jiang Chen understood the implication. Princess Tianhu hugged her sister, then said, don't be so lovesick/envious now, little Loli wondered. What are they talking about? Mu Yude replied. Kids, don't ask. Princess Tianhu led Jiang Chen to a tent and stepped inside. Jiang Chen asked again. "There's no other choice. I really have to. With you," Princess Tianhu shyly replied. "Only by doing this can I transfer my Tianhu clan's bloodline power to you, and also maintain hope for my rare bloodline in the future." Lying provocatively on the ground, Princess Tianhu swayed her tail, gesturing to Jiang Chen.
"You don't need to do anything, just grab my tail. Trust me." Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward. Really, he thought. The great Tianhu's way of communicating seems quite different from humans. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He grabbed the tail immediately.
"I'm very big, so bear with me for a bit. The main event is about to begin." Princess Tianhu lay there, moaning continuously, while Jiang Chen was both losing blood and feeling utterly ecstatic.
"This is too intense." He wore a wretched expression. His teeth were loose, and his eyes were bleary, as he lamented that the great Tianhu clan was ridiculously powerful.
Suddenly something startled Jiang Chen, and he quickly looked. Great Tianhu, with her alluring figure, looked at Jiang Chen tenderly and said, again.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen cried out in fear, "Help!" At this moment, the volcano erupted, releasing an immense surge of power, and heaven and earth shook violently.
Great Tianhu's younger sister and Mu Yude sat outside, secretly observing the situation. Great Tianhu's younger sister wondered aloud,
"What are big sister and little brother doing?" Hearing this, Mu Yude replied, "Kids, don't ask so many questions." In his mind, he secretly thought, so envious. One day passed.
Jiang Chen lay on the bed, crying miserably, while Great Tianhu stretched, full of energy, and said, "All right, my bloodline has been transferred into your body. From now on, you are also a member of my Great Tianhu clan."
Hearing this, Jiang Chen wore an aggrieved expression. He bit his blanket tightly, and secretly muttered, "Heavens, God Kings. My dashing life almost got ruined. I was drained dry by a tiger."
After that, Jiang Chen put on his clothes, approached Great Tianhu, and continued, "I must go now." Jiang Chen gently raised his hand to stroke Great Tianhu's cheek and said, "Many thanks for your contributed bloodline." Hearing this, De Tianhu teared up and hurriedly replied, "No need to thank me. You inheriting my bloodline is also propagating our De Tianhu clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen quickly waved goodbye. "See you later." Seeing this, Da Tianhu and her younger sister behind her reluctantly watched him leave and said goodbye. Then, De Tianhu's younger sister saw the infatuated look in her older sister's eyes, so she said, "Sister, will he come back again? I think you seem to like him already." Hearing this, De Tianhu replied with a laugh, "What nonsense are you talking about, child?"
At this moment, Da Tianhu, with tears in her eyes, said silently, "Jiang Chen, you've taken my first time and my bloodline power. I hope when you triumph, you'll still remember that there was a silly tiger who helped you." At this moment, in the Liu Tianji,
Jiang Chen and Mu Yude had arrived, and before them were the powerhouses who had been beaten to the ground. Suddenly, Lu Yang said,
"Why did you come back? Quickly find a way out. They won't let you trial participants off the hook."
Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly ran to support Lu Yang and said, "Prefect, I'm late. I didn't expect so many people to die." Hearing this, Lu Yang replied, "It's not your fault. The 18 families are too strong. Moreover, the Liu Tianji has a suppressing seal. We can't escape from this place. Even if we have strength, we will be weakened into cripples, not even having the qualification to die with them.
The justice of this world ultimately lies in the hands of the strong." Hearing this, Jiang Chen continued, "Don't worry, I can help everyone get out." As soon as he finished speaking, "I know you are the reincarnated Tianyuan, but the seal of Liu Tianji is too strong, no matter how strong a person is." Before he could finish speaking,
Jiang Chen seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened, staring at the front. The human, the celestial, the God King within Jiang Chen have been awakened. Jiang Chen then said, "I have a way to break the seal. You just need to go to war with me and fight the 18 families together."
Hearing this, Lu Yang looked at him with emotion and stared intently. "This is the bloodline power of Da Tianhu. Where are the remaining cultivators of Liu Tianji? I am the great divine prefect. I want to avenge the 18 families. Now quickly return to the Tianyuan prefecture."
Hearing this, the men lying scattered on the ground suddenly cheered and tried to look up, saying, "Tianyuan." They looked up with emotion and exclaimed,
"It really is the Tianyuan God King." Hearing this, Jiang Chen proudly replied,
"In this life, my name is Jiang Chen. The 18 families kill in Liu Tianji, kill outsiders, and in the future will even kill in the Wushen continent. Before the 18 families launch a large-scale massacre, are you willing to follow me
and fight them, even if it means death?"
As soon as he finished speaking, all the martial artists immediately followed Jiang Chen and left. They approached a tall tower in front.
Inside the tower, the old cultivators were sitting, discussing important matters. Suddenly, a man sensed something unusual. He glanced over and said, "Why did the aura of so many heavenly human 5 declines suddenly appear? Could it be?" Suddenly, the group of people stood up in panic, with tense expressions on their faces, saying, It's not good, it's people from Liu Tianji.
Outside, the group of people from Liu Tianji, led by Jiang Chen, had arrived. Suddenly, Jiang Chen signaled to stop, he said with a tense expression. Wait, Duantian Mountain. At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself, the people of the 18 families can move Duantian Mountain to nurture the clans Wu Zhen. This is indeed not something Liu Tianji can resist this war. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked back, saying, this battle is not for me but for your Liu Tianji. We may die in today's battle.
Hearing this, the people of Liu Tianji replied in unison. Even if we can't become gods, we will die one day. It's just a matter of time. Instead of muddling through, it's better to burn the remaining strength, waste the last years of our lives to kill the enemy, and restore peace to Liu Tianji. Battle. Let heaven and earth collapse. Kill until blood stains the land and terrifies the soul. Hearing this, the people of the 18 families had also arrived at this time, and they laughed loudly and said gleefully, you don't want to be ordinary people, but insist on being ghosts.
Today, we will shatter your souls, so that you will not enter reincarnation, and will no longer exist in this world.
More than 40,000 Tier 5 celestial deities. Looks like the 18 families want to kill everyone who stands in their way. Liu Tianji only has 30 Tier 5 celestial deities. The power gap is too big. This is basically a death wish. Gotta respect their courage though.
Hearing these words, the people of Liu Tianji immediately charged forward, cheering each other on. Fearless, dauntless, no surrender, kill. As soon as the words left their mouths, the Liu Tianji crowd immediately charged to attack. Jiang Chen took the lead, and as he fought, Jiang Chen thought to himself, the strongest of Liu Tianji have made their move. They know this battle is certain death, but no one's backing down. At this moment, Jiang Chen is defeating them one by one with his bare hands, his eyes full of determination. He glared fiercely at the enemies. Seeing this situation, Jiang Chen thought to himself, it's only just begun, and the heavens are already weeping. If Liu Tianji hadn't been betrayed by the 18 families, and the rules hadn't been broken, they very well could have had a place for themselves in the Nine Heavens divine realm. Whatever. The people of the 18 families said with a sneer, they should just die and turn to dust. No one can stand against our 18 families. Before our 18 families, all is nothingness. Suddenly, an old man said urgently, wait, what's that? Hearing this, the long-bearded old man replied, it's too powerful. It has the might of a god. Tian Yuan, Divine King. It's him. Hearing this, Tian Yuan, Divine King said coldly, once fought for Liu Tianji, will fight again this lifetime. Seeing this, the people of the 18 families exclaimed in panic, a demigod. That's the aura of a demigod. Without another word, Tian Yuan, Divine King immediately advanced towards them, coldly giving the order, kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tian Yuan Divine King's aura immediately changed. Jiang Chen's body radiated a huge aura that shocked the people of the 18 families. They couldn't help but exclaim, killing 8 Tier 5 celestial deities in one step? This is too terrifying. Damn it, this Jiang Chen. If he takes another step, his body might explode. Hearing this, the man beside him replied, why does he have to risk his life so much in this battle? Suddenly, Hua Lianyi appeared before them, and she said clearly, he has his own way of doing things, his own thoughts and his own pride. Hearing this, they stared blankly, wondering, you're a disciple of Tian Yuan Divine King. Hua Lianyi looked at Jiang Chen and called out loudly, Shifu. Seeing this, the people of the 18 families continued, whether you are Jiang Chen or Tian Yuan, your fate of defeat is unchangeable. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man immediately stabbed Jiang Chen in the chest with his spear. At the same time, Tian Yuan Divine King's aura immediately underwent a strong transformation. He stepped forward, Jiang Chen controlled the aura of Tian Yuan Divine, a huge flame burst out, accompanied by dozens of arrows shooting forward. Seeing this, the people of the 18 families exclaimed in shock, does this Jiang Chen not want to live anymore? No. Each arrow pierced directly into each old man of the 18 families. They were caught off guard and seriously injured. The old man roared unwillingly, Jiang Chen, you won't die in peace. Hua Lianyi stood by and silently observed the situation. She called out loudly, Master. The people of the 18 clans saw this and said, only a soul and a divine soul remain. The soul is dim and the divine soul is shattered. He can't use that power anymore. He's gonna die. Seeing this, the white-bearded old geezer angrily rushed towards Jiang Chen, yelling fiercely, Jiang Chen, today the 18 clans will destroy your divine soul, preventing you from ever entering reincarnation. Hearing this, the old guy beside him quickly added, just a divine soul, what tricks can you still pull off? Jiang Chen is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man immediately raised his hand high, ready to fight. They joined forces and attacked Jiang Chen together. In the blink of an eye, the divine soul of the Tianyuan Divine King completely dissipated. Seeing this, Hua Lianyi panicked and shouted, Master? The white-bearded old geezer grabbed Jiang Chen tightly, laughing triumphantly. Jiang Chen, any last words? The 18 clans are about to arrive at the no-god continent. Not only you, but your friends and sect members in the no-god continent must die.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "As long as I have breath, don't even think about achieving your goal." Hearing this, the old man angrily shouted, "Jiang Chen, your body is gone, and you're still being stubborn." Suddenly, a flash of light made him unable to open his eyes, and the old man exclaimed in shock, What is this?" It turns out, Jiang Chen used the Tao Soul Myriad Transformations Heavenly Plate. The event happened so suddenly that the old man's hand was severely injured. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat within it, the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Plate. At the same time, the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Plate transformed into tiny swords.
Seeing this, the stunned people of the 18 clans looked on, and Jiang Chen said clearly, "If one day I become a continental god,
the 18 clans will forever be buried here." The people of the Liu Tian realm standing beside him stared in surprise, exclaiming, "This is a god, the power of a god. Run, ancestor, save me." On this side, Jiang Chen used his sharp eyes to survey the situation, and he said coldly, "One sword sweeps the heavens."
At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself, blood exposure can't be used. Only after merging the body with the Tianyuan Divine King can the God Descent technique barely use the divine power of the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Plate, but it's also the final attack. After a period of fighting, Jiang Chen was exhausted. He closed his eyes, and his body fell freely to the ground.
On this side, the old man roared angrily, "Brat, I must kill you!"
Seeing that the situation was not good, the people of the Liu Tian realm said with tense expressions, "The ancestor of the 18 clans has awakened. Too strong, demigod."
On this side, Jiang Chen fell freely, thinking to himself, "Am I about to die? Forget it, it's already done. Even if I die, I won't regret it. Are you guys on the 9 heavens doing okay?"
Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "I'm afraid I won't be able to return anymore." Seeing this, Mu Yude immediately used divine power, and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" Then, Mu Yude immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen.
Seeing this, the people of the Liu Tian realm loudly asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, Mukyude replied, "What the hell do you understand? This venerable one is helping him." On this side, the old man struck towards Jiang Chen and the others with a palm, yelling, "Calamity, I must kill you!"
Seeing this, the people of the Liu Tian realm panicked and hurriedly fled, saying, "This is the palm of a demigod." At this moment, the old man's attack arrived. Suddenly, some force added strength to them.
Seeing this, the old man excitedly exclaimed, "The god sealing removal is complete. No god continent, the 18 clans have arrived. You must all submit under the feet of the 18 clans." Even as the situation worsened, Mu Yude remained focused on protecting Jiang Chen.
The Liu Tianji crowd was slack-jawed in awe, exclaiming, "The 18 families have finally broken the seal. The final path of the blood road has opened." Hearing this, Hua Lianyi added, "The boundless god continent is doomed." Suddenly, Jiang Chen regained consciousness.
In the dark space, Jiang Chen blankly looked around and asked, Where am I?"
Jiang Chen was surrounded by endless darkness.
A tiny ray of light flickered in front of him.
Images of Hua Lianyi and Mu Yude appeared. Hua Lianyi said, "I can't wait any longer. My master's Quanzun sect is still on the boundless god continent, and I must go and protect it too." Seeing this, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "So Mu Yude sealed my soul here to let me rest and recuperate, and to find a way back to the world. He also left me with eyes that can see the outside world."
Bai Feng loudly proclaimed,
"My master's sect must of course be protected by my White Emperor city, Nalan Nisher." Standing behind him added, "My Nalan clan is no less capable." Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked on and sighed inwardly. "So, my disciples have all gathered at the Quanzun sect? That's good. Unity is the key to survival."
Meanwhile, the people of the 18 families smugly laughed and said, "The boundless god continent is indeed weak. They've already lost more than half of it in just a few days."
Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "The 18 families have ravaged the boundless god continent so quickly. Isn't the Martial Pavilion Central Continent Imperial Court going to intervene?"
Outside, Li Fengzhe said, "The Undying City issued a covenant order forbidding our Central Continent Imperial Court from sending a single soldier or weapon. We're to head straight to the Undying City battlefield. Where's that kid Jiang Chen? The Quanzun sect is thriving, but it's a leaderless pack."
Hearing these words, Jiang Chen wondered to himself, "A covenant order? They're going to the Undying City early too. Nianchang once told me that the Qingkong clan suddenly disappeared and went to the Undying City." Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard a voice calling from afar. "Old geezer, are you going to abandon the boundless god continent to its fate? You could wipe out these 18 families with one hand." Hearing these words, Jiang Chen thought, "Wipe out demigods with one hand? Who the heck is he?" The old man in a hat replied, "If I interfere, do you think the others will sit idly by? The world isn't as simple as you think. If the 18 families finally break the seal, both the spirit race and the boundless god continent's beings will be annihilated. Hearing this, Nian Chenge exclaimed in shock. The spirit race? We clearly see them as alien races. The Undying City has been gathering many sects recently, clearly unable to withstand the spirit race's attack. The 18 families want to cooperate from the inside and the outside to destroy the entire boundless god continent. Hearing these words, the old man frowned and shouted, "Shut up! He'll eavesdrop on your mumbling." Hearing this, Nian Chenge hurriedly called out, "Master." As soon as he finished speaking, the image shattered. Jiang Chen thought to himself, that Tongtian Daoren is indeed extraordinary. However, if these 18 families want to break the seal so that alien races can invade the boundless god continent, I must stop them. The ki in my body is extremely chaotic. Right now it seems like there are signs of cultivation deviation. But I can't worry about that now, I have to set off quickly. Bai Xiangye shouted loudly, "You band of rebels! Sending a few 5 signs of celestial decay cultivators to try and destroy my son-in-law's sect? I still want to hold my grandson." At this moment, the 5 signs of celestial decay cultivator knelt down miserably and said, "Do you know the consequences of opposing the 18 families?" Hearing this, Bai Xiangye continued, "For the Quanzun sect, we will defend it to the end, even if it means death." After speaking, he immediately beheaded him. Afterwards, Bai Xiangye said in a deep voice, "Macaire, how many 5 signs of celestial decay cultivators are there in total, including those from my White Emperor city, the Nalan clan, and the affiliated sects?" Hearing this, Nalan Macaire replied, 13 people. At this moment, Bai Xiangye thought to himself, 13 people are far from enough. On the other side, at the 18 families meeting, they said, "You can't even deal with a Quanzun sect, what a bunch of trash." Hearing this, a man stepped forward and replied, "Elder, we misjudged the situation of the Quanzun sect. I'll give you another chance. You must destroy the Quanzun sect." Hearing this, the elder of the 18 families angrily slammed the table hard. He loudly asked, "How many 5 signs of celestial decay cultivators can our clan still send into battle?" Hearing this, the man quickly replied, 36 people. Hearing this, the elders of the 18 clans roared even louder. Only 36 left. We've been raising over 100 celestial 5 degenerations cultivators for thousands of years, and you're telling me that's all that's left? A bunch of good-for-nothings. The old man crushed the man's head with one hand. The elder of the 18 clans said, "Mobilize all the celestial 5 degenerations cultivators, and wipe out the all-honored sect. Take back Huangzhou." Hearing this, the people present immediately responded, "Yes." As soon as they finished speaking, they set off. Over here, Bai Xiangye and Bai Fengyu were calmly cultivating. Suddenly, Bai Xiangye noticed something unusual, and his eyes widened as he stared intently. Bai Xiangye thought to himself, "There's no way it's this fast." A loud noise exploded, and Mu Yud ran over in a panic. "Run! Someone has become a demon!" Seeing this, Bai Fengyu calmly watched. At this moment, Jia Shen appeared in the form of a demon beast. Bai Fengyu said, "Master, that's Master's aura." Hua Lianyi hurriedly ran over to Mu Yude and asked him urgently, "Wasn't he still normal a few days ago? Could it be that there's something wrong with your technique?" Hearing this, Mu Yude quickly explained, "I obtained that technique in the tomb of a god king. This is the first time I've used it." At this moment, a woman walked over and shouted angrily, "Bastard! You're using my master to test some strange technique." Seeing that the situation was not good, Mu Yude explained in a wrong tone, "I just made a mistake with one hand seal. It's not a big deal." Over here, the people of the 18 clans shouted loudly, "The 18 clans are sending over 30 celestial 5 degenerations cultivators. I'm afraid the entire Huangzhou will collapse." Hearing this, the woman looked panicked and said, "The all-honored sect is also in a tribulation." Hearing this, the red-haired man standing next to her said, "Even White Emperor City and the Nalan family are about to be destroyed." Over here, the people of the 18 clans said triumphantly, "We already gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now you can't even surrender." These little rats scattered before the fight even started. Jiang Chen's awakened power was extremely strong, and the people present ran away in a hurry. He said, "Where are you running? This is a grand demon celestial level." The short-haired man laughed and replied, "A demon? So what? You think a demon head can defeat our over 3,005 degenerations cultivators?" Suddenly, Jiang Chen readied himself to attack, and then he immediately rushed forward. He crushed the short-haired man's head with one hand. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Instant kill tastes good." Hearing this, the short-haired man blankly glanced over, not understanding what was happening, and stammered, Wait. The people standing beside him exclaimed, His aura is higher than 5 degenerations. In the blink of an eye, he had been killed. Blood splattered on the old man's eyes, causing him to panic and become speechless. Then, Jiang Chen used the small 6 fingers Dao skill to attack a second time. Seeing this,
The disciples of the 18 clans shouted in fear. "Run! Call the ancestors over. This isn't something we can resist. It's a Datao skill." Where did he get a Datao skill? After dealing with one person, Jiang Chen brushed his hands clean. The people of the 18 clans were stopped by Jiang Chen before they could escape, and they said resentfully, "Your all-honored sect will not die peacefully." As soon as they finished speaking, they disappeared into the void. In an instant, Jiang Chen had dealt with all of those people. He stared blankly and blurted out, "That's it." Then, he shot a glance at Bai Fengyu and Hua Lianyi and commanded, "Over there." He lunged at them instantly. Seeing this, Bai Fengyu shrieked, "Mahaster!" Just as she finished, he casually swiped a hand across the two girls. Instantly, Hua Lianyi's and Bai Fengyu's clothes were ripped to shreds, bearing their seductive figures. He then fixed his gaze on Hua Lianyi's body. As Jiang Chen moved closer, Bai Fengyu and Hua Lianyi huddled together in fear, whispering, "Master, don't you remember us?" Suddenly, Jiang Chen's hands shot out, seizing Hua Lianyi and Bai Fengyu by their necks. Jiang Chen replied, "I can't." Hearing this, Hua Lianyi weakly whispered, "Master." Just then, Bai Fengyu's grandfather stormed in, bellowing, "Grandson-in-law, if you dare to harm my granddaughter, my Baidi city will rather be annihilated than let you live. She's your fiancé, for crying out loud." Jiang Chen's face twisted in annoyance. Ugh, the tragedy. He dropped Bai Fengyu and Hua Lianyi instantly. Jiang Chen's head throbbed fiercely. He clutched his skull with both hands, letting out a pained roar. Jiang Chen crumpled to the ground, when suddenly, a gentle hand reached out towards Jiang Chen. That hand then gripped Jiang Chen's neck firmly, a voice chiding, "Always causing trouble, aren't you?" Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes to hear a voice ask, "Old ancestor, why do you care so much about him?" Before him, Rong Tiangshu was chatting with her old ancestor, the Wang Jiyu female emperor, instructed. "Once he wakes up, get him out of here," Rong Tiangshu questioned. "You're not letting him see you." The female emperor's face flushed. Adult business, kids don't meddle. He actually got a blessing in disguise. The lustful energy lingering within him can now be used as a power at any time. Rong Tiangshu mused. So, is he perhaps the old ancestor's partner? The one from a different clan name? Our celestial clan's other old ancestor? Old ancestor, do you like him? The Wang Jiyu female emperor heard the question but didn't answer. She simply flicked her finger, doing something that made Rong Tiangshu suddenly go limp and tumble down. She landed on the old ancestor's lap, a blush creeping up her face as she asked, "Old ancestor, what was that for?" The female emperor then playfully smacked Rong Tiangshu's butt. "This venerable one is still a maiden, thank you very much." But even after the smack, Rong Tiangshu was unrepentant, even egging her on. "Old ancestor, if you like him, why hide it? His cultivation is a mess right now though. Aren't you gonna just claim him, old ancestor?" Hearing this, the female emperor unconsciously mused. She's right. She started imagining her wedding night with Jiang Chen, a scene right out of a romance novel. A general under the willow trees, moonlight, a twilight rendezvous, and him embracing her tenderly, whispering, "Wifey." The thought snapped the female emperor back to reality, and she scoffed in disdain. "I'm the female emperor, how could I possibly do something like that, and set such an example for my disciple?" The female emperor didn't forget to give Rong Tiangshu a tap on the head as a reminder. "Once he's recovered, take him away. That guy, besides causing trouble all day, does he have any other redeeming qualities? Anyway, come to my room tonight." Rong Tiangshu cheekily stuck out her tongue and replied, "Got it." 3 days later, Jiang Chen slowly came to on the bed. He sat up, clutching his head, and looked around, asking, "Where am I? How did I get here?" Rong Tiangshu cut straight to the chase. "You turned demonic, dude. If it wasn't for our old ancestor stepping in, you'd either be obliterated by heavenly tribulation or dead at the hands of the 18 great clans, experts by now." Her words slowly brought everything back to Jiang Chen. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Mu you need, that damn bastard," Rong Tiangshu interjected. All right, if it wasn't for him, you'd have been long dead anyway." The old ancestor said, "Once you woke up, I was to get you out of here." With that, she raised her hand, preparing to activate a teleportation array. Jiang Chen frowned. "Your old ancestor, the female emperor, why won't she meet me?" "Well, then I can also say thank you in person." Rong Tiangshu, for some reason, suddenly started scolding him relentlessly. "You shameless scoundrel, god king without morals, scram." Just then, the teleportation array opened, Jiang Chen was kicked inside, and it sent him back to the Wushen continent, Huangzhou. After landing, he was still confused and muttered to himself, "How strange. My cultivation has actually reached the celestial human first tribulation." His heart was also full of doubts. This time is truly a blessing in disguise, directly reaching the celestial human realm, but it seems like there's an extra force in my body. I wonder if the All Sect is still planning to snatch the 100 treasures. And will those 18 families show up? How are Feng Yu and the others? Injuries. Thinking this, he raised his hand to his forehead and used a probing technique, but when he learned the situation he couldn't help but be surprised. They vanished. Someone came up from behind and said, "The celestial human fifth tribulation all sect has joined forces to go into an independent small world." Hiding away, Jiang Chen turned around when he heard the voice. When he saw Li Fengzi, he immediately asked, "Haven't you guys gone to Undying City yet?" Li Fengzi replied, "It's almost time.
Since we haven't left yet, why not come to the Central Continent Dynasty for a bit?" Jiang Chen agreed upon hearing this. Alright then. At the Central Continent Dynasty, someone's shout echoed.
"What, Jiang Chen? You're injured. Want to open the burdening heavens technique? To bless the people of Wushan Continent to become gods?" Li Fengzi immediately ordered, "Pass down my order. All celestial human fifth tribulation cultivators in the Wushan Continent who want to become gods, quickly come to the Central Continent Dynasty. I certainly can't come empty-handed. Remember to bring some spirit pills and elixirs for my bro."
The subordinate received the order and quickly left. Only 2 people remained in the hall, and Li Fengzi said, "Alright, everyone's gone." Jiang Chen raised his bloody hand and asked, "Can I get an award for this acting?"
Li Fengzi was a bit speechless, thinking, to think that a dignified sect leader would actually do this.
Jiang Chen, with blood streaming from his mouth, still grinned wickedly and said, "The 18 families have half-gods, so I'll create a few gods to play with them." After gathering the celestial human fifth tribulation cultivators into the main hall, Li Fengzi sat on the high seat and said, "Everyone, the reason I invited you here today is to resolve the burdening heavens technique. As long as you can heal Jiang Chen's wounds, you can transcend the tribulation. If my Central Continent Dynasty weren't currently empty in the national treasury, would there be any need for you to take action? If I, Li Fengzi, could obtain the first great Dao treasure, I would have given it to him long ago, without any reward. The burdening heavens technique, the sealed secret art of ascension to the path of the gods, is a difficult problem that many experts want to break, and only Jiang Chen can remove this technique."
Jiang Chen sat to the side, secretly giving a thumbs up, thinking, what a god-tier teammate. Then he pretended to be weak and coughed, speaking up, "Everyone, if you can transcend the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the 9 heavens god realm, then I will ask my disciples and grandchildren, close friends, to take care of you. Wouldn't that be perfect?"
The crowd discussed after hearing this. He was killed by someone and reincarnated. Who knows how many enemies he has in the 9 heavens god realm? In any case, he's at least a god king. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen smirked.
"They took the bait," he weakly said. "It's just that my wound, if it's not treated with the great Dao treasure, I'm afraid I won't be able to last through today." Saying this, he coughed again, even vomiting blood. Li Fengzi anxiously asked from outside, "Brother Jiang, you can't die. Otherwise, what will happen to this burdening heavens technique?"
On the surface, that's what he said, but inside, he secretly despised. This shameless guy really knows how to act.
At this moment, countless medicinal herbs were brought before Jiang Chen, and they all anxiously urged, "Quickly take it and heal your wounds."
Jiang Chen received the items, but was still not satisfied and made a condition. "These little things are just a meeting gift. If you want to express your sincerity, then each of you take out a set of treasures. This request isn't too much, right?" The people below heard this and shouted, "Aren't 3 sets not enough?" The long-bearded old man turned around and questioned, "Nonsense. It's very fair. The 3 of us have already taken them out. Why shouldn't you bring them out?" That person also agreed, "That's right. Either bring them out together, or we'll take ours back too." The other people had no choice but to bring out their treasures. Jiang Chen leisurely reached out and took them, secretly rejoicing and laughing in his heart. Jackpot. After collecting all the items, Jiang Chen happily sat down before putting them away. One person angrily asked, "Royal Lord, when will he remove the burdening heavens technique?" Li Fengzi glanced at him and casually replied, "Soon." Jiang Chen stood up after putting away the items and said, "Not yet." The people below exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Li Fengzi also panicked and asked, "Brother, don't trick people like that. You've already taken the items. Quickly remove it." Jiang Chen now seriously said, "What I mean is that you must give me a promise." Looking at the pressure emanating from him, the long-bearded old man couldn't help but be shocked. Such strong aura. A celestial human first tribulation cultivator with an aura comparable to the 5th tribulation. This kid is indeed not ordinary. Jiang Chen expressed, "You all know that the 18 families are preparing to control the Wushan continent. If you can take action, then I will remove the burdening heavens technique right now." The people below replied, "We are now celestial human 5th tribulation peak, but we can't resist half-gods. It's not that we don't want to help. The 18 families have 2 half-gods. That's right, aren't you asking for our lives?" Jiang Chen explained. "If you guys successfully transcend the tribulation, you'll have some time in the godless continent waiting for the divine light ascension passage. During that time, you'll be considered demigods. When that time comes, you can try fighting those other 2 demigods. If you can't beat them, just bail when the divine light ascension passage opens." Hearing this, The group of celestials huddled together and looked at each other. Running away if we can't win. No problem, this works too. The 18 families are descendants of traitors, of course we have to kill them, I agree. Seeing that everyone had decided to agree, Jiang Chen raised his hand and signaled, "Alright, let's roll out." Just then, the old elder asked, "Don't you need to heal your injuries?" Jiang Chen, who was enthusiastically heading out, tripped and fell flat on his face.
He forgot he was acting. Internally he groaned, "Forgot about that, acting is so tiring."
Later, at a plain 30,000 miles from the Central Continent dynasty, the group of elders sat in a circle, while the people of their clans cheered them on from outside. "Our ancestor is so badass and mighty." Jiang Chen and Li Fengzhe stood on a cliff. Li Fengzhe spoke up and asked, "Jiang bro, how many gods do you think will be created this time?" Jiang Chen sighed and replied, "Out of 100 people who face the God Tribulation, maybe one will ascend to the 9 heavens divine realm. God Tribulation isn't that easy to pass."
With that, he summoned the crown of thorns. The God Tribulation begins. As soon as he said that, the crown of thorns slowly cracked open, and immediately afterward, streams of divine power began to shine down on the group of people who wanted to become gods. They struggled to resist and transcend the tribulation. The people outside cheered them on. "Our ancestor is so strong." Just when they were filled with hope, a beam of purple light shone down, and a certain old ancestor disappeared. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. Their pupils contracted, and utter horror appeared on their faces. The person was just there a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Continue the God Tribulation." The crowd was so big a moment ago, but in a flash there were only a few people left. Some people even went crazy, laughing loudly and saying, "They were all struck to death by lightning. Who in this world can become a god? Heaven is unfair." Jiang Chen sighed. Another one gone insane. Suddenly, Li Fengzhe pointed in one direction. "Jiang bro, look." Jiang Chen turned around and followed his gaze. From within the misty smoke, a figure appeared. This person's robust body was now 10,000 zang tall, and his voice was full of power. "Once a cultivator has embarked on the path of cultivation, even in death, they must continue forward. All cultivators of my generation are capable of cultivating," one person commented. "That's the last person facing the heavenly tribulation. He's an old ancestor of the barbarian clan." Another person also spoke up and affirmed, "He seems to have lived for nearly 100,000 years, but his condition—" At this moment, cracks gradually appeared on the barbarian clan ancestor's body, and fresh blood gushed out. Jiang Chen watched and thought to himself, the barbarian clan's old ancestor has deep cultivation, and has the potential to become a god. With that, he gathered his strength and launched something, saying, "Little bro, I'll give you a gift." A drop of fresh blood was shot into the barbarian ancestor's mouth. He was shocked. This is sacred body essence blood. After receiving the essence blood, his whole body underwent a transformation. The cracks no longer appeared, and the old wounds quickly healed. Jiang Chen gifted his own essence blood. The terrifying celestial god king, Li Fengzhe, placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and expressed, "Jiang bro, you're so selfless. You're truly a role model." The person in question grinned slyly, his eyes shining, and asked, "If this little guy becomes a god, how many spirit stones will the barbarian clan give me?" The Man tribe members watched their old ancestor's terrifying power and exclaimed, "Old ancestor! Old ancestor! We're almost gods." The Man King Old Ancestor walked up to Jiang Chen, knelt, and declared, "Many thanks for your help, Heavenly God King. I, the Man King, pledge my undying loyalty to you." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "No need for that, but I'll need to see your sincerity. Before I ascend, you must help me protect the Wu Shen continent." The Man King immediately complied, then stepped before the entire Man tribe and commanded, "Proclaim to the world, from this day forward, the entire Man tribe shall maintain good relations with the Quanzun sect. To see the Quanzun sect master is to see me." In the grand hall of the 18 clans, an old ancestor shrieked in disbelief. The Man tribe actually joined the Quanzun sect. "They've rebelled. These damn bastards dare to stand against my 18 clans." A day later, in the Central State Imperial Dynasty, Li Fengzhe spoke up. "Brother Jiang, the Man King hasn't ascended yet, he's only a demigod. But currently, the 18 clans have 2 demigods, leaving us at a disadvantage." Jiang Chen propped his chin, replying, "The urgent task is to find a second demigod-level powerhouse." Li Fengzhe then recounted. "A while back, Lin Lang Wentian from the Martial Pavilion cultivated on the third mountain, causing a massive tremor across the land. I suspect he's gained a divine power legacy." Jiang Chen said, "The third mountain is a forbidden zone, but also a place for divine ascension. If he can survive, he might just become the continent's god." After saying this, he fell into thought. "I obtained the great heavenly tiger bloodline before, and I could become a continental god. But it's just too slow." Li Fengzhe then continued, "Regarding the third mountain, I wonder how he's doing. Regardless, Things are incredibly tense. Right now, all the major powers have received the Covenant decree and will gather in Undying City. If Undying City falls, and the entire Fiend tribe invades the Wushen continent, we're totally screwed. As he spoke, he suddenly saw Jiang Chen stand up. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, where are you off to?" Jiang Chen sighed. "The situation is critical. I need to get to the third mountain, now." Li Fengzhe reached out to stop him. "Are you crazy? That's a forbidden land, and your cultivation isn't stable yet." Jiang Chen completely ignored his advice and immediately shot off. A thought suddenly flashed through Li Fengzhe's mind. Hold on. Is Jiang Chen going to the third mountain to seize the fortuitous encounter to become a continental god? Meanwhile, as Jiang Chen walked, he muttered to himself, "Forcing a heavenly god to this point, 18 clans, I'll make you pay for this later." However, as soon as he reached the foot of the third mountain, Jiang Chen ran into a snag that left him utterly speechless. Right in front of him was a demigod realm powerhouse guarding the mountain pass. He couldn't help but mutter, "Is it too late for me to turn back now?" The demigod guarding the mountain looked down at him and said, "The third mountain is a forbidden land. Those who trespass, die." Jiang Chen, ever curious, asked, "Alright, so how exactly do I get up the mountain? And, Senior, what distinguished divine being might you be?" The demigod replied, "I am the mountain guard general of the third mountain, and I've been guarding this place for 1,000 years. Withstand one of my moves, and you may enter." Hearing this, the tiny figure perched on his shoulder chirped, "Hold up, what if he actually withstands your move? Are you dense?" Mountain Guard General Yang Chui then slammed his hand down, saying, "One move from me will absolutely kill him. He'll have zero chance of survival." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was frantically thinking, "Hold on, judging by his aura, this guy's a demigod-level powerhouse. Damn it, YOLO." He raised his hand, beginning to activate a demigod formation. Full power strike. "Open my gate of Grand Dako." As he finished speaking, the gate of Grand Dako burst open, but the Mountain Guard General's hammer strike was no ordinary feat. He quickly shattered Jiang Chen's Grand Dao and scoffed, "Such trash dares to act almighty in front of this old man?" Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to his knees and clutching his chest, cursing silently. Damn it, still not good enough. At this moment, something flew out from the great Daddio gate and entered his forehead. The cracks on Jiang Chen's face slowly healed. He happily opened his eyes. This is the Dao seed of the Heaven's Remnant art. It can turn a cultivator's own great Daoyo gate into a demon, thereby forming a Daoyo seed. General Zhen Shan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. A Dao seed, the Heaven's Remnant art. "I didn't expect that there are still people walking this broken path," Jiang Chen asked in surprise. "Senior knows the Heaven's Remnant art," Zhen Shan said. "Of course I know. This old man's nickname is Omniscient. I know a lot of things. For example, the Heaven's Remnant art was actually cultivated by almost everyone in the distant age of darkness turmoil, but this path was cut off. The Heaven's Remnant art takes a risky path. Cultivation is incomplete, and the realm can only reach the God King level," Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly after hearing this. Senior is so smart. Is there a way to solve it? He thought to himself. Reaching God King is still not good enough. General Zhen Shan was happy to be praised and said, "Smart? Good eye. Of course there is." Jiang Chen immediately took out paper and pen to record, expressing, "Please tell me." He explained, "You create your own earth deficiency art, then heaven and earth will be complete." Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this, not knowing what to say. The tiny person on Zhen Shan's shoulder spoke up. "Alright, stop wasting words on him. He can't even get past the soul-devouring formation and the restrictions ahead, let alone create an ancient cultivation method." Jiang Chen, dejected, cracked his knuckles and replied, "Create a cultivation method that's enough to split the heavens. I can do it." The tiny person laughed and said, "The soul-devouring formation isn't that easy to break, you little brat." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen had already entered the soul-devouring formation to study it. Compared to the minor mysterious 9-formation array I set up before, it lasts a little longer, is that all? General Zhen Shan and the person on his shoulder looked at each other in silence. Jiang Chen broke the formation and asked again, "Is that all?" Both of them jumped in shock and shouted, "Holy crap!" Jiang Chen condensed a vortex in his palm and asked with wide eyes, "Senior, did you get something wrong? Is the next one difficult?" Zhen Shan suggested, "Little bro, should I just take you directly to the third mountain?" Jiang Chen put on a determined look and said, "I won't cheat. I want to rely on my strength to prove myself." After he finished speaking, he was grabbed by Zhen Shan and thrown forward violently as he shouted, "Get lost. You want to destroy my third mountain? I won't allow it." The tiny person on his back looked at Jiang Chen being thrown away and kept saying, "He's done for." Meanwhile, on the godless continent, many people were being sucked into a crack. The old ancestor of the Jia family smiled triumphantly and said, "The Undying City issued the Covenant Order. It seems that the spirit race and the godless continent are only a matter of time. The other demigod old ancestors of our 18 families have fully awakened. This godless continent will be ours too." At this time, the barbarian king was sitting on a green grassland, and streams of purple ki suddenly appeared above his head, and the light of the passage then shone directly on him. The barbarian race's old ancestor immediately stood up and shattered the door into pieces, and the people in his clan asked in shock, "Old ancestor, you worked so hard to become a god, why did you shatter the passage leading to the nine heavens god realm?" "Old ancestor, if you do this, you will never be able to become a god, you can only be a demigod in the godless continent."
The barbarian king's old ancestor clenched his fists and said, "The godless continent is now in danger. I promised Jiang Chen that I would protect the godless continent for him.
I won't become a god anymore." As he spoke, tears flowed from his eyes, but a satisfied smile bloomed on his lips.
Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes uncomfortably,
looking at Mu Yude floating in the sky.
Jiang Chen angrily flew up and grabbed Mu Yude. "You still dare to show up, motherfucker? The last time I became a demon, you were the one who did it, right?" Mu Yude looked at Jiang Chen's sudden appearance and shouted in panic, "Hey, Jiang!" Mu Yude writhed on the ground, clutching his head in pain, and explained, "I'm not Lao Guadi. That's because your body and Changshan are both on the third mountain." Jiang Chen put out his fist in a rude manner and said, "Then why don't you hurry up and go?" Mu Yude hurriedly stood up and persuaded, "You can't enter now."
Then Mu Yude explained, "You can only wait for the full moon night. The great Tao of destruction of the third mountain will descend today before you can enter." Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "The great Tao of destruction? What about the people on the top of the third mountain?" Mu Yude took out a flashlight and pretended to be dangerous, saying, "One word, dead." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and his hands cracked. "You're definitely a psycho."
Very quickly Mu Yude was given another lump by Jiang Chen. Mu Yude quickly pointed to the stone next to him. "You want to quickly improve your cultivation but don't want to enter the cave? This stone tablet is a good thing." Jiang Chen turned and looked at the stone slab. Mu Yude embraced the stone tablet, analyzing its merits. This stone tablet is said to be able to transform the mediocre into legends, allowing people to enter a dreamscape and rapidly raise their cultivation. Jiang Chen looked at Mu Yude curiously, asking, "How do you know so much?" Mu Yude shamelessly pointed at the stone tablet, saying, "It's written right here." The stone tablet had words carved on it. "Transform the mediocre into legends, allowing people to enter a dreamscape and rapidly raise their cultivation." Jiang Chen watched this scene, fuming with rage, utterly speechless. After that, another bump appeared on Mu Yude's head. Jiang Chen walked into the stone tablet. Before entering, he didn't forget to remind, "All right, I'm going in. Remember to watch over our bodies." Mu Yude waved from the side, saying, "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing Jiang Chen had entered, Mu Yude breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the ground. "Bro, you can't blame me for this. I remember last time I came to Mount San, I sensed someone had already gone in. It seemed to be Jiang Chen."
Inside the stone tablet, his face changed, full of tension as he said, "Lin Lang Wentian." Before Jiang Chen, Lin Lang Wentian was seen cultivating cross-legged, his entire body enveloped by a purple light.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen extended his hand, condensing spiritual energy. Jiang Chen squinted at Lin Lang Wentian, thinking to himself, "Godless continent, you've sent people to bother me multiple times now. This king will send you on your way." Just as Jiang Chen was about to make his move, a young woman's silhouette suddenly appeared. This figure was the guardian spirit of Mount San. The guardian spirit looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Hey handsome, no killing allowed here." She looked straight at Jiang Chen, seriously asking, "What do you want?" Jiang Chen crossed his arms, intrigued. "HMPH, can you even give it to me?" Jiang Chen silently assessed the guardian spirit before him. Although she was in a spirit state, he could sense her immense spiritual energy. Strange. The guardian spirit offered 3,000 Dao techniques, 3,000 ancient cultivation methods. You choose. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled like stars as he excitedly shouted, 3,000 Dao techniques. The guardian spirit looked at Jiang Chen's reaction, secretly pleased. HMPH. Jiang Chen quickly changed his tune, saying, "But what I need most right now isn't these. Do you have the decoy art?" The guardian spirit stumbled back, aghast. She angrily pointed at Jiang Chen, shouting, "How could there be? Even ancient gods couldn't cultivate that." Jiang Chen propped his chin, looking at her, and asked, "I also can't kill him, right?" The guardian spirit crossed her arms and nodded, saying, "Correct. Besides all this, what do you really want?" Jiang Chen turned his head back, softly uttering a single word, "Sleep." The guardian spirit stared at Jiang Chen, dumbfounded, asking in disbelief, "You?" Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked, "Ha ha, is that not allowed?" At the Tongtian Divine Palace, two people were seated together. A voice resounded, "Master, are you truly not going to intervene?" The old Taoist spoke in a deep voice. "This world isn't as simple as you imagine. If I make a move, naturally others will too. By then, this battle won't just be between a few demigods. It will drag in even higher-level powerhouses." Nian Chengge looked at his master, asking doubtfully, "Are there still beings in this world who can contend with Master?" The old Taoist shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not invincible. Though I've never been defeated,
There will always be opponents in this world.
Nian Cheng worriedly expressed his thoughts. What if the godless continent truly collapses then? The old Taoist glanced at his disciple. That too is the destiny of the godless continent. It's just that old geezer on Mount San. Suddenly the old Taoist sensed something, chuckling mockingly. You've been really quiet, haven't you? After all these years, still acting like a shrinking turtle. Cultivating your so-called supreme cultivation technique. How ridiculous.
Right at this moment, a massive purple light beam appeared above their heads. Following that, a purple figure appeared. It was the guardian spirit. The guardian spirit angrily declared, "Ridiculous, my foot." The guardian spirit looked at the two, confidently stating, "This venerable one's supreme cultivation technique is nearing grand completion. By then I shall be unrivaled in this world." What followed was the old Taoist and the guardian spirit getting into a heated argument, neither willing to back down. The guardian spirit pointed at the old Taoist, shouting, "You old immortal!" The old Taoist, equally enraged, retorted, "You've been cultivating for so many years, even your body is cultivated, and you still have the nerve to lecture me."
Nian Chenge stood on the side, watching this scene.
Couldn't help but feel bewildered. My master is a transcendent being, and someone actually dares to curse him out. As if sensing his disciple's gaze, the old Taoist regained his composure, cleared his throat twice, and said, "Ahem ahem, Chenge, let me introduce you." Then, the old Taoist turned towards the guardian spirit and introduced, "This person is the human emperor, currently cultivating her peerless divine technique on Mount San."
Nian Chenge's eyes widened, staring at the person before him, disbelievingly shouting.
The human emperor, Nian Chenge, was bewildered, thinking to himself, "Called the emperor of humanity by my master, just who exactly is she?" As if knowing Nian Chenge's thoughts, the human emperor raised her hand to lift Nian Chenge's chin, saying, "Don't worry about who I am."
Ren Huang stared straight into Nian Chenge's eyes, and continued, "I'm here to tell you, he's already entered the dream cycle reincarnation."
The old Taoist looked at Ren Huang and asked, "Do you think he can save the godless continent?" Ren Huang released Nian Chenge and replied, "Logically speaking, he only has a lifespan of 100,000 years. He'll run out of lives after 3 reincarnations." Nian Chenge's face turned pale, and she vomited out all her bile.
Ren Huang propped her chin up with her hand, analyzing. As for that Lin Lang Wentian, he prepared a lifespan of 1.5 million years for the dream cycle reincarnation, but he's still on his 9th life.
Nian Chenge, standing beside her, listened to Ren Huang's words, not understanding what was happening. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, "My master has entered the dream cycle reincarnation of the third mountain." A gentle vortex pulled Jiang Chen in. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, beginning his first reincarnation.
Jiang Chen sat up abruptly, clutching his head and looking around at the surroundings. Whoa, where am I? Before Jiang Chen could get his bearings, a fierce voice rang out. Punk, what are you doing? Before Jiang Chen, he saw Nalan Mir with a fierce expression, cracking a whip hard on the ground. Nalan Mir put her foot in front of Jiang Chen's face and shouted, "Aren't you going to come over here and lick it clean for me?" Jiang Chen sat on the ground, staring blankly, and cried out, "Wah!" Jiang Chen retreated backward, panicking as he asked, "Mir, what are you doing?" Nalan Mir angrily scolded. "Insolent! Since when does a disciple talk to their master like that? Hurry up and come lick it for me." Jiang Chen was stunned, dazed, and not understanding what was happening to him. When he saw Bai Fengyu and Jiang Liu appear behind Nalan Mir, Jiang Liu at this time had a burly figure, bulging muscles, and a six-pack. Jiang Chen stared blankly, angrily saying, "Damn it, we said we'd get fat together, but you secretly went to work out." Just then, Jiang Chen was grabbed by Nalan Mir by the hair, forced to lick her feet. "Hurry up and lick it clean if I told you to. Why are you wasting so much words?" Jiang Chen licked for a while, his expression perverted. He looked up at Nalan Mir and said, "Burp, not bad taste." Bai Fengyu jumped out, grabbed Jiang Chen's face, and turned it towards herself. Bai Fengyu asked, "Little Chen, is it my turn yet?" Bai Fengyu turned around, her face flushed, and asked Jiang Chen, "Help this master lick it clean?" Jiang Chen looked at this scene. His nose bled, his eyes sparkled as he looked up. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. "Although I didn't expect to return to my first life, and I'm still surrounded by these people, being a disciple doesn't seem so bad after all." Jiang Chen seemed to turn into a pervert, pouncing forward. "Master, this disciple is coming." Bai Fengyu giggled and ran away, coquettishly saying, "You're such a tease." Jiang Chen rushed up, but his face slammed into an invisible wall. In unbearable pain, the environment changed very quickly, beginning the second reincarnation. Jiang Chen at this time slammed into a tattered wall, the scene very desolate. Jiang Chen's face turned red, he sighed with anger. "Reincarnation shouldn't be like this, should it?" Beside Jiang Chen, Mu Xinglang spoke up. "Kid, you still haven't understood the true meaning of humanity." Jiang Chen looked over, only to see Mu Xinglang with a rogue look with a twig in his mouth, and said, "Working is impossible, do you understand? Now you tell me to go back.
How can I face you? Jiang Chen still stood there blankly, not understanding what was happening. In the godless continent, the Man Tribe, a group of Man Tribe people, looked up at the seal above and exclaimed in surprise, "Not good. Fallen heaven, God creation, forbidden technique. The 18 families are about to create gods."
The people of the Man Tribe turned around, seeing a dazzling light, and exclaimed in surprise, "Old ancestor, Man King."
His whole body burst out with enormous energy, activating his muscles and bones to move forward. It's my turn to take action. The Man King's foot was placed in the middle of the lotus flower, stepping out,
not for becoming a god, nor for this world, but only for the oath between me and brother Jiang, and for the Man Tribe to be able to exist for a long time in this land.
The Man King's foot stepped out. The Man King shouted loudly, "A bunch of rebellious scoundrels. Today, I, the Man King, will experience your methods." As he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch, slamming it into the ground. The members of the 18 great clans threatened, Man Wang, you're courting death." Then, both sides plunged into battle, neither willing to back down against Man Wang, who fought the members of the 18 clans alone. Man Wang voiced his grievances.
"This king has lived for tens of thousands of years, yet in front of you all, I'm still just a junior."
An old ancestor of the 18 great clans, while fighting back, cursed, "Knowing you're just a junior, where do you get the guts to fight us?" Man Wang let out a mighty roar. Man Wang braced his hands on the ground, and the air around him filled with dust and smoke. Man Wang gnashed his teeth in anger. The members of the 18 great clans sneered. "Man Wang only relies on being a demigod, and you just broke through. How can you stop the advance of the 18 great clans?"
"Give up," Man Wang scoffed disdainfully.
"Is this really the consequence of giving up on becoming a god? People on the Wushen continent truly have no backbone. An old ancestor of a clan is crying after getting beaten, huh?" An old ancestor of the 18 great clans suddenly realized something amiss. "Wait, burning his Dao fruit? You're definitely gonna die today." The person next to the old ancestor couldn't help but be shocked. Has this Man Wang gone mad? Man Wang knelt on the ground, fresh blood streaming profusely.
Suddenly, Man Wang lifted his head and roared, "Wushen continent, eternal and indestructible.
My Man clan will rise this generation. This Man Wang, I alone want to pacify the world." The scene shifts to the third mountain steel world, a mysterious sight with dragons lying there.
Jiang Chen and Linlang Wentian were still inside the third mountain, their hair both having turned silvery white.
Ren Huang looked a little worried. Both their lifespans are completely depleted, yet these two still haven't woken up.
A few moments later, Ren Huang was stunned by the sight before him.
"This is..." Linlang Wentian slowly opened his eyes.
Ren Huang exclaimed,
"Amazing! Surpassed demigod, not bad." However, the Wushen continent has now been invaded by 2 demigods of the 18 great clans. It's only a matter of time before the Saint clan infiltrates. Linlang Wentian's expression turned grim. "A bunch of rebellious scoundrels."
Ren Huang reminded him, "I can't intervene here." Linlang Wentian looked towards Jiang Chen. "The 5 heavenly decays are still dormant. He's no longer worth my intervention now." Saying that, he opened a portal himself. Ren Huang guessed, "What, you want to go save the Wushen continent?" Linlang Wentian didn't answer Ren Huang, simply leaving.
The scene shifts to the Wushen continent. Linlang Wentian had arrived. He was still pondering Ren Huang's question. "Save them? Ridiculous. What I need is subjugation."
As soon as he landed, Linlang Wentian declared loudly, "The northern Wushen continent is occupied by my 18 great clans. As for the southern Wushen continent, I, Linlang Wentian, am its emperor. Do any of you have objections?" In his mind, he thought, the 18 great clans currently have 2 demigods. Forget it. Getting half of the Wushen continent isn't bad. Just as Linlang Wentian finished speaking, Lu Dishenming appeared behind him. "Brat, you think you can do it?"
Lu Dishenming lunged, startling Linlang Wentian, who broke out in a sweat. Lu Dishenming tightly gripped Linlang Wentian's neck. He couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. How can there not be 2 demigods? Lu Dishenming grinned sinisterly. "Oh, speaking of which, I should thank Man Wang for forcing my brother to his demise, wishing me to become a god." Linlang Wentian was furious but helpless. Damn it. Inside the third mountain, Jiang Chen was still unconscious. Ren Huang silently stared at him, lost in thought. Is this kid dreaming? The Wushen continent is about to be destroyed. Jiang Chen seems to be having a beautiful dream.
Ren Huang was astonished when Jiang Chen's Tianyuan Divine King Spirit Soldier emerged. This is his Tianyuan Divine King Spirit Soldier. What magnificent dream is this kid having that even his spirit soldier has returned? 6 calamity paintings? This is Tian Yuan's Dao skill. What exactly is he? Jiang Chen seemed delighted. I lick, these are stockings. It's okay, my master can still sleep. I won't wake up." Hearing those words, Ren Huang angrily slapped Jiang Chen and cursed at him. "Sleep my ass, wake up now, you little shit. You still want to sleep? The Man King has sacrificed himself. The 18 clans have even released a land divine who is undoing the seal on the Wushen continent. In a few days the alien races will invade. Jiang Chen covered his face, looking innocent. I was sleeping earlier, I didn't know anything. At that moment, Jiang Chen regained his serious demeanor and asked, Lin Lang Wenqian is awake. Ren Huang told Jiang Chen, he's awake, and he's even above the divine level. As soon as he appeared, he was forced into the void and ran away. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Couldn't even beat him above the half-god level, Ren Huang said. Good that you know. You've reincarnated 3 times, and your strength has only reached the 5 declines of heaven, and man, I could understand if you wanted to run.
Jiang Chen requested. Help me open a door to the Wushen continent. Ren Huang was surprised. What? Want to go and die? Jiang Chen stepped into the doorway and turned his head back to reply. In my last reincarnation, I dreamed of the Tianyuan life. Perhaps each of my reincarnations is fated like this. After speaking, Jiang Chen completely disappeared, leaving only Ren Huang behind. Ren Huang worried. I don't know if unleashing a Dao skill like the 6 calamity paintings again is a good or bad thing. Moreover, he also possesses the devil transformation realm and has moved to the Wushen continent. Scene changes to a land divine kneeling before something strange. Zhang Liu expressed his opinion from the side. A flourishing era turns into a different kind of era because of an alien race. Those above either don't dare to fight, or they've surrendered, or they've died. Now it's our generation of youth's turn to rule this flourishing era. The land divine snapped. Scram. This old man doesn't want to make a move today. Suddenly, all the 5 declines of heaven and man arrived at the land divine's location, Yao Zhao said sarcastically. Our 2 masters aren't here, but that doesn't mean we can forget about the world's affairs, right? The era of the old guys is over. Chengget added. In this era, if we don't die, then the world is ours. The land divine raised his hand, wanting to teach all the 5 declines of heaven and man a lesson, relying on you guys. Without further ado, the 2 sides began to fight. Here already. Hold on tight. The land divine revealed a look of disdain. The 5 declines of heaven and man can block one of my normal attacks. You guys should be proud. After speaking, he clasped his hands together. Dao skill, hellfire. Chengari panicked. It's over. The land divine smiled sinisterly. Who in this world can stop me? I'm telling you, if you all die, there will definitely be someone from the 3rd mountain who will shatter the void and arrive, one punch destroying your land divine. Mu Yu Dai suddenly appeared to help all the 5 declines of heaven and man. Cheng Jie was surprised. Half-god Mu Yu Dai tried his best to resist while saying words as if he was writing a will. Jiang Chen, I'm doing this for you. If I hadn't saved them, I might have become a god in a cave. Remember to collect my corpse for me later. The land divine sneered. I don't know how you became a half-god, Mu Yu replied. Daitianhu's little sister lent me a hand, sharing a bit of ancient bloodline which created your grandpa Mu Yu Dai as he is now. The land god seemed to look down on them. Should have wiped them out long ago, but it's fine, I'll start with you then. Finishing his sentence, the land god immediately took action. He used an extremely powerful move on Mu Yu Yud. Do you know the difference between a god and a demigod? Muk Yud couldn't take it anymore and spat out fresh blood. The land god concluded. It's power. It was also when Mu Yu Dai ran out of strength that he threw Mu Yu Dai to the ground without mercy. Cheng Gai frantically ran to Mu Yu. After dealing with Mu Yu Dai, he still didn't intend to stop. Now it's your turn, juniors. The land god tightly gripped Sheng Jin's neck, causing her to be unable to scream and even bleed. At this moment, Jiang Chen also appeared. Didn't you hear just now? They're not wrong. If they die, someone will come out from the 3rd mountain. All the people suffering from the 5 signs of celestial decay were overjoyed to see Jiang Chen arrive. Master, boss, Jiang Chen said to them. You all retreat, I'll handle this guy. In my previous life, I decided everything in the Wushen continent, and in this life, I'll still decide everything in the Wushen continent. Mu Yu Dai took them away, not forgetting to remind Jiang Chen, be careful. Jiang Chen, the land god, didn't seem to be afraid at all. Jiang Chen, you tiny celestial 5 decay, what you say and do is like smoke in my eyes, is that so? Jiang Chen immediately let him know what he considered smoke. Jiang Chen glared at him, raising his hand to his face, half of his face turning demonic. Next was his whole face. The land god was shocked. Demonic transformation. You dare to use demonic energy as the guardian of the Wushen continent, Jiang Chen told him. My demon is different from yours. The land god frowned. So what if you're a demigod? I'm a god, Jiang Chen sneered. You're probably mistaken, this is the Wushen continent. Brothers, give me more power. God-slaying forbidden technique. Jiang Chen immediately created the Crimson God Book. The land god couldn't help but be surprised. This is the Crimson God Book. Jiang Chen didn't let him wait any longer. We can start now. The land god was stunned. Jiang Chen made his move. The land god looked around in panic. His clones changed. Can you break my body? As Jiang Chen continued to execute his move, enter the painting Calamity Heaven. Entering the painting, the land god gritted his teeth.
enduring it. This is Tianyuan's ultimate Daoyo skill. Damn it! The land god gave Jiang Chen a heaven-shattering punch. But Jiang Chen remained as calm as ever, acting like nothing happened. Do you really think you can destroy me in my current state? Lu Dishenming stubbornly retorted with disdain. Kid, whether you're channeling a god or a demon, you can't maintain that form for long. Moreover, do you even know why I want to take over the Wushen continent? Jiang Chen noticed the formation behind Lu Dishenming and realized something was wrong. Lu Dishenming smugly said, "Too late. The sacred clan is about to arrive on the Wushen continent. Zhu Zhao is just trash." Jiang Chen angrily exclaimed. Damn it! Lu Dishenming continued with a lecturing tone. Jiang Chen, you didn't stop in the Blood Road and you didn't stop coming to the Wushen continent. Don't look at this world too simply. Jiang Chen and Lu Dishenming stared at each other, and a surge of energy crashed toward them. Jiang Chen turned to look behind him. It's you! The devil god Zhu Yuan has emerged. Lu Dishenming couldn't accept this reality. Impossible, Zhu Yuan, you can't be here. In the ancient war, Zhu Yuan single-handedly killed millions of the sacred clan, but he didn't die, and he's at least recovered to the strength of a god. You want to start a fight with me for the Wushen continent? You barely survived, recovered your divine cultivation, and you want to just disappear like that? Jiang Chen said. We're both gods now. If we fight, we'll both suffer. The devil god Zhu Yuan sternly said, settle down a bit. Give the younger generation some time to develop, you know. The Undying City probably can't hold out anymore. If the Undying City is destroyed, the Wushen continent will be destroyed sooner or later. Why are you in such a rush? Lu Dishenming retorted. What does my being here have to do with the Undying City? Besides, I'm not afraid of you right now. Seeing that he was still stubborn, Zhu Yuan decided to teach him some manners. If you insist on being so stubborn, then I'll have to take action. But think carefully about the price and consequences of my actions. Lu Dishenming could only clench his fists in anger. You're forcing my hand. He considered the situation. Damn it! Even though Zhu Yuan's cultivation is unstable right now, killing him would at least severely injure me. If that Jiang Chen kid comes at me again, I might actually die here today. So he decided to accept the deal, to leave some time for the younger generation. Alright, how much time are you talking about? Zhu Yuan gave a small number. 30 years. Cultivation becomes harder later on. 30 years. Are you worried that another Lu Dishenming will appear on the Wushen continent? Lu Dishenming gave a look of contempt. 30 years. Even a half-god can't become a Lu Dishenming in 30 years, let alone now that the world has changed and no one can become a Lu Dishenming. Zhu Yuan smiled. That's right then. Alright. You and I have known each other for a long time. After 30 years, I won't care what you do. What do you say? Lu Dishenming emphasized. Are you sure? If so, then good. Finally, he agreed to leave. Zhu Yuan also left. Before leaving, Zhu Yuan glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a little gloomy. So you could only help me this much? He's gone. The 18 families are gone. In 30 years, we will definitely be able to produce a Lu Dishenming. What is there to fear? Then, Jiang Chen looked into the distance. 30 years, the Wushen continent, is not the ancient era. The great Taoists are constantly leaving. Even for me, it's not easy. Time passed quickly, and 10 years went by. A group of people from the Jin family arrived at the gate of the Quanzun sect and loudly announced, the Jin family has come to visit the Quanzun sect and requests permission to enter the sect for a tour. Lu Chen, wearing a full-body suit, opened the door. Everyone, the sect leader is in seclusion. The Quanzun sect is not receiving anyone at this time. Please return. Jin Chengtian frowned. What, do you really think the Quanzun sect is all that? We are the Jin family, the overlords of the south. Today we have come to visit the Quanzun sect, and you dare not let us in? Are you looking down on my Jin family? Lu Chen tried to explain. Fellow Taoists, I have made it very clear. The Quanzun sect does not welcome anyone, and does not want to get involved in any worldly affairs. Please do not disturb the sect leader's seclusion. Please return. Jin Chengtian stubbornly insisted. You won't even let us in after we've come all the way to visit. Wouldn't my Jin family lose all face? Seeing Jin Chengtian's fierce attitude, Lu Chen had no choice but to compromise. All right, then come in for a look. Please don't cause any trouble, Jin Chengtian sternly said. I am only a heavenly human, 5 degenerations, and I brought a few disciples who have just entered the divine realm. What trouble could we possibly cause? This seat is Jin Chengtian. I think that old man will remember my name. After today, Lu Chen remained expressionless, and only emphasized his reminder, don't cause trouble, a divine realm disciple asked. Elder, is the Quanzun sect really that strong? Jin Chengtian said with a contemptuous tone. 1 year after that 30-year agreement, for some reason, all of Jiang Chen's disciples ascended, but the Quanzun sect is still here. This is the only sect left in Huangzhou now, but after so much time I'm afraid it's just an empty shell. The Divine Realm disciple listened to Jin Chengtian's words and, seeing two disciples sweeping the floor, agreed with his opinion. That's right, there aren't many disciples, and they're all sweeping the floor, Jin Chengtian affirmed. As expected, the Quanzun sect has declined. The number one sect in Huangzhou will probably have to be handed over to another family.
A disciple of the Quanzun sect who was sweeping the courtyard nearby couldn't help but curse after hearing their words. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, old man? When did the Quanzun sect decline? The Divine Realm disciple pretended to remind,
Hey kid, watch your mouth, this is an elder of the Jin family. Getting to the Saint Realm at his age isn't easy. Are all the current disciples of the Quanzun sect useless now? An angry disciple of the Quanzun sect said. A blue-robed disciple sweeping the floor nearby said gently and politely, Everyone, guests are to be treated as guests. Our Quanzun sect respects you, but don't be rude. Even more so, you must not insult the Quanzun sect. Although his cultivation is low, he has only been cultivating since he was 20 years old, and he is only 23 years old now. Hearing this, the Divine Realm cultivator was so shocked his mouth dropped open. What? He's only been cultivating for 3 years and already has such cultivation. Jin Chengtian, who was enjoying his tea, was also surprised. Jin Chengtian showed a contemptuous expression. How would we know how many years he has cultivated? All we know now is that the Quanzun sect has really declined, to the point where even a decent disciple can't be found, the blue-robed disciple asked. What do you consider a decent disciple? How do you find our outer sect disciples? Good enough to rub shoulders with you. The Divine Realm cultivator seemed interested. What? An outer sect disciple? An outer sect disciple dares to spar with me? Do you know that I am a direct disciple of the Jin family, Divine Realm Superior Stage? The blue-robed disciple seemed very confident. There's no helping it. The Quanzun sect recruits very few disciples these days, but each one is a top-tier chosen one. Someone with average talent like me can only be an outer sect disciple, and I even have to sweep the floors, Jin Chengtian hinted at a challenge. Forget it. We didn't come here to do anything today. Then let's see the strength of the Quanzun sect's disciples. Since he wants to rub shoulders with you, agree to it, but remember not to cause serious injuries. After all, even though the Quanzun sect has declined, we still have to leave them some face. The Divine Realm cultivator cracked his knuckles with a flourish. Kid, is lying about your cultivation age something that your sect leader Jiang Chen taught you? In my eyes, the Quanzun sect is just a bunch of trash. The Divine Realm cultivator made the first move, reaching out to strike the blue-robed disciple. The blue-robed disciple calmly wiggled his ears and used a move that the sect leader taught him. Then the blue-robed disciple used only a very light move to break the Divine Realm cultivator's attack, causing him to be shocked. What? A trash outer sect disciple of the Quanzun sect blocked my attack, the blue-robed disciple said mockingly. Hey, I haven't even made my first move yet. With that, the blue-robed disciple charged forward. The normal palm strike of the Quanzun sect sent the Divine Realm cultivator flying with a distorted face, spitting out fresh blood. The outer sect disciple of the Quanzun sect beat the direct disciple of the Jin family until he fell to the ground unconscious. He said leisurely, Sorry, I've been sweeping the floor since I joined the Quanzun sect and haven't had a chance to fight. I couldn't control my strength for a moment. The hegemon of the southern region, Jin family, saw his companion being beaten so miserably and was enraged. You hit him so hard. He looked at the Heavenman Unity cultivator who was knocked unconscious and said helplessly, Dude, what kind of joke is this? An outer sect disciple sweeping the floor has reached the Heavenman Unity realm, kid. You clearly have a Heavenman Unity realm cultivation and relied on your cultivation advantage to rub shoulders with my Jin family's disciple, and you deliberately hit him so hard. Very well, Quanzun sect. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out. Ha! A trash floor sweeper, so he's actually a Heavenman Unity Stage 2 that has flown here. He confidently said, I'll deal with him. The disciple of the Quanzun sect looked at his cultivation and responded, This isn't appropriate, is it? You just said that I relied on my cultivation advantage to bully others, so why is the Jin family doing the same now? The Heavenman Unity Stage 2 cultivator didn't care about his words, and directly charged forward to attack. What if I just want to bully you? He still calmly wiggled his hands and replied, I knew it. Because he didn't want to fight him. The young man turned to the other side and called out, Hey, senior brother who's wiping the walls over there, come over here for a moment. There's a Heavenman Unity Stage 2 cultivator causing trouble. Unexpectedly, a senior brother of his jumped down from somewhere, causing the ground to shake and the rocks to shatter. Ayo, damn it. The Heavenman Unity Stage 2 cultivator didn't even know who this person was, and was still stunned. This senior brother wiped his face with a rag and said tremblingly, I have to finish cleaning the palace today or I'll get beaten again. You good for nothing, you come to cause trouble at this time. Are you deliberately trying to disturb my wall wiping? Too angry that someone disturbed him from working,
This senior brother waved his hand and unleashed a Six Paths reincarnation fist. The successive punches attacked towards the Heaven-Man Unity cultivator. The blonde guy next to him saw this and gaped, saying, "Six Paths reincarnation fist? Oh my god, the sect leader is so biased he taught you the Six Paths reincarnation fist."
The Heaven-Man Unity Stage 2 cultivator was getting his face bashed in by his powerful attacks. He saw him being so jealous and replied, "Of course, this is what I got in exchange for wiping the walls for 10 years. He remembered the scene of his master smiling and saying to him, "Your salary, according to the sect leader, this is the salary." As he spoke, he was moved to tears.
The Jin family of the southern region saw that an ordinary person like him also had such powerful martial arts and were wide-eyed with envy.
An outer sect disciple knows the Six Paths reincarnation fist. The floor-sweeping junior brother chased them away. "Go away if you have nothing to do. Our Kwanzun sect doesn't have many disciples. Also, the old man guarding the door told you just now, right? Don't cause trouble here. It's not good to disturb the sect leader."
The hegemon of the Jin family replied, "HMPH. He hasn't appeared for 10 years. Who knows if he's in closed-door cultivation or if he's already dead."
There are rumors in the outside world that Jiang Chen was seriously injured in the previous fight with the Land Divine.
The sweeping disciple replied, "These little injuries are nothing. Our sect leader is as strong as an ox."
He quickly went over to them, shooing them away. "Out of the way, you're in the way, get lost, I haven't finished sweeping here yet." The Kim family overlord, seeing that he didn't take them seriously at all, said, "You're chasing us away. If we go back like this, what about the Kim family's reputation? Call out your elders, I'm here to learn from them today." He thought to himself, "These disciples of mine are useless, I'll have to do it myself." The sweeping disciple, seeing that he wanted to confront his master, said in a panic, "Elder, this isn't good. If the elder comes out, you're probably going to die."
Seeing that he was still stubborn, he used his power to pin him to the ground. Enough with the nonsense. Seeing that he was about to be roasted alive, he hurriedly said, "Oh heavens, you're bullying me, gatekeeper. Hurry up and come, someone is bullying me." Just as he was about to attack, his attack was easily blocked by the gatekeeper from before. His eyes were sharp as he said, "When you entered my All Souls sect, I already told you, don't cause trouble."
The Kim family overlord, seeing that the person in front of him was still just a nobody, replied,
"Just a gatekeeper." Lu Qingshen sighed and replied, "I knew I shouldn't have let them in."
Lu Qingshen waved his hand, and with one kick, Jin Chengtian was sent flying far away.
Meng Yifenghua, seeing that the gatekeeper was no ordinary person, said, "Oh heavens, old gatekeeper, you're really amazing. No wonder the sect leader told us to find you if anything happened."
As a result, the three of them were chased out by Lu Qingshen. Jin Chengtian, seeing that he was chased out without any hesitation, said, "Old man, you dare to insult us, insignificant gatekeeper. If you have the guts, tell me your name, I'll come find you next time."
"My nickname is the 5 Declines of Heaven and Man," Lu Qingshen then replied to him. Former All Souls sect leader Lu Qingshen, currently working as a gatekeeper, cleaning and wiping walls and teaching disciples. After speaking, he thought to himself, "Being a former sect leader is also an unparalleled glory. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, I wouldn't be able to achieve the 5 Declines of Heaven and Man in this lifetime." Knowing that they were no match, they left in frustration, replying, "Just you wait."
Scene change. At this time, Lu Qingshen went to a place, meeting someone.
"Kill them on the way. If we let them return to the Kim family and spread the word, the Kim family might really declare war on our All Souls sect. Although we're not afraid, I don't want to bother the sect leader," the All Souls sect leader replied. "All right." Lu Qingshen of the 5 Declines took off the cloak on the outside, revealing an older man with wounds on his face, showing that he was a very experienced person.
"How dare you come to the All Souls sect and act wild? I won't let this go."
The 5 Declines of Heaven and Man looked into the distance, seeing crows flying around in disarray, knowing that something bad had happened over there.
Lu Qingshen was very annoyed that someone came to cause trouble, so he rushed to that place immediately.
As a result, when he arrived at the scene, he only saw a surprising sight.
Their corpses are scattered everywhere, each piece lying in a different place.
He couldn't believe his eyes, and thought to himself, "Who has such great power, killing a group of people with a single crow?" The old man walked over, saying, "Now that this group of people died in front of our All Souls sect, I'm afraid the days ahead will be lively." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Still dare to act arrogantly in the All Souls sect?" It turned out to be Ruo Zhao, lying on a tree waiting for him to arrive. HMPH. "Master told us to ascend together. Who will protect the All Souls sect now? Isn't it all relying on me?" At this moment, in Central Province, the Kim family's elder died in front of the All Souls sect.
The Heavenly Gate Star Master, hearing this news, said angrily, "It was said that the All Souls sect in Desolate Province is the only dominant force. Now Jiang Chen hasn't appeared for a long time, he's probably been dead for a while." The Supreme Harmony Sect Master also replied, "It seems that the overlord of the godless continent should be handed over to someone else. The Kim family sect master also said, attack the All Souls sect. Jiang Chen, at this time, was walking on the other side, suddenly sneezing.
Jiang Chen wiped his nose and said, which son of a bitch is cursing me?
Jiang Chen entered a stone cave, walking along the mountain wall while saying, that grandson Mu Jude, before going into closed-door cultivation, said my body couldn't become intelligent. Jiang Chen stepped on pebbles and said, how can a body become intelligent, lying to people without even using their brains? Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw something and froze in his tracks. Jiang Chen caught sight of his main body playing around with those two women. Jiang Chen's jaw dropped in disbelief, thinking, does he have an Adam and Eve or something?
The dude waved his hand towards Jiang Chen and said, yo, we got company, show what you got, girl chasing great art.
The three of them stood up straight, looking all prim and proper. Jiang Chen, amused by the scene, covered his eyes but couldn't help peeking through his fingers. Hey, we're supposed to be a serious manhwa.
The three of them happily chanted, ba la la. Jiang Chen was stunned, ma xiao ma. Why are those two cuties suddenly all dolled up in fancy clothes, while he's just sitting there with absolutely nothing on?
Jiang Chen, seeing this, said, why aren't you wearing any clothes? The dude confidently retorted, a real man's gotta be bold, no need for explanations. Jiang Chen felt displeased, replying, you're messing up my body.
The dude, with no intention of returning, smugly said, sorry, I've developed my own consciousness, no way I'm going back into your body.
Seeing that he was being stubborn and wouldn't listen, Jiang Chen responded,
is that so? Jiang Chen revealed half his face and lunged at him, saying, you don't get to decide that.
Scene change.
At this moment, outside the Quanzun sect, many people were waiting for something.
Seeing that they refused to leave, Lu Qingshen announced, if there's nothing else, please leave. The Quanzun sect doesn't welcome anyone. Don't hinder me from cleaning up the sect either.
A guy standing outside spoke up, saying, we've only come here today to admire the scenery of the Quanzun sect. Can we take a look around? Another guy next to him added, we're here to pay our respects, so no need to be so formal. Is there a powerhouse in your sect who'll come out and test us?
Lu Qingshen replied, everyone. The Quanzun sect doesn't meddle in anything on the godless continent. Whoever wants to be the overlord of the godless continent, go ahead. The Quanzun sect isn't interested. Seeing that polite talk wasn't working, some guys angrily said, you, the fallen celestial, you say you're not interested. But what if we don't believe you? Another one continued, fallen celestial, tell Jiang Chen to get his ass out here for me. Over on the other side, Jiang Chen had already dealt with the dude and asked, are you subdued yet?
The dude said bitterly,
no. Seeing that he was still stubborn and wouldn't submit, Jiang Chen kicked him a few times. Knowing he was no match for Jiang Chen, the dude finally said, I'm subdued, I'm subdued.
Knowing he couldn't use normal methods, he came up with a plan to use the charm of his body, saying, come help me, my ninth reincarnation master.
Jiang Chen, mimicking the dude's actions, thought to himself, I really can't imagine my body becoming so sentient.
Without saying more, he directly placed his hand on the dude's head and cast a spell.
Jiang Chen began to transmit something into his head.
The two cuties sitting on the ground asked, bro, what about us? You guys are spiritually connected, right? Maybe you'll be a big help.
Afterward, Jiang Chen transmitted a bit of his spiritual energy to the two of them.
I'll give you some spiritual energy, help me protect the Quanzun sect later. The two cuties asked again, but we're already spiritually connected, we can't absorb their spiritual energy.
The two of them screamed in agony as the spiritual energy was transmitted into them. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be in extreme pain, Jiang Chen said, I didn't even use any force, why are you in so much pain? The pink-haired girl suddenly had a relaxed, satisfied expression. So good, it feels like it's about to burst open. She continued, satisfied. I'm about to explode. Her legs trembled, unable to stand steady.
Jiang Chen replied, that's right. Along with the increase in body temperature, you can exist in this world to maintain your spiritual nature for a long time.
Jiang Chen's face flushed with joy, thinking to himself,
transmitting spiritual energy to spiritually connected females is so stimulating. Looks like I need to collect some to enhance my spiritual energy later. A watercloth cave created a large explosion. Along with it was a scream on the other side of the Quanzun sect. The sun was high in the sky.
Jin Chengtian, along with an accomplice, arrived in front of the Quanzun sect and encountered Lu Qingshen, and the old man, Jin Chengtian, immediately said,
Lu Qingshen, today you either repel us, or the Quanzun sect will be sealed off forever after. Also, let everyone know, for the next 1,000 years, the Quanzun sect is forbidden from interfering in worldly affairs.
Lu Qingshen, seeing them threaten him like that, replied,
oh, a threat or just intimidation. Still think my Quanzun sect is declining.
Suddenly, Lu Qingshen sensed someone's spiritual energy, and unconsciously said,
this familiar powerful aura is. Unexpectedly, the two young girls from before appeared, falling from the sky.
These two little girls fell directly onto the two Jin Chengtian guys, causing them pain and confusion. The blonde girl, feeling embarrassed about landing on Jin Chengtian, said to Jiang Chen, sorry, Master didn't teach us how to land properly. Jin Changtian was annoyed by this. Not wanting them to be embarrassed, Jiang Chen gently picked up the two little girls, one in each arm.
Jiang Chen said smugly,
"A 1,000-year agreement. 30 years. Now there are only 20 years left. Where did 1,000 years come from?" The two little girls blushed as they nestled into Jiang Chen's arms. The two girls uncomfortably said,
"Ah, master, be gentle," Jiang Chen asked them. "Why didn't you enter the Quanzun sect? What are you doing blocking the entrance? Couldn't be here to visit me, right?"
Jin Changtian stood up and asked Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, you've been in seclusion all these years. What's your cultivation level now?"
Jiang Chen confidently replied, "A demigod." Jin Changtian was shocked upon hearing this. Demigod. A fiery palm appeared, along with a powerful wave of water on the cliff face.
The people behind them saw that Jiang Chen had become a demigod, and began to discuss it excitedly. "Oh, a demigod," Jiang Chen said. "It seems the three sects are indeed not simple.
I didn't expect that the current environment could accommodate a demigod's advancement."
Jiang Chen immediately began to unleash the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Jiang Chen's punches collided with the opponent's fiery palm. The two powerful moves colliding created a terrifying explosion on the mountain.
Then, a divine dragon and a blade appeared above Jiang Chen's head.
Jiang Chen said sternly,
"If this blade dares to fall within 1,000 miles of the Quanzun sect, all of you will die." The blade suddenly flew straight toward Jiang Chen, intending to attack, but abruptly stopped. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and it instantly vanished, in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen asked them, "What are you guys still doing here? Don't think I don't know what you're up to, right?"
Jiang Chen's expression gradually turned serious. "Or do you think this Jiang Mou doesn't dare to kill you?" The crowd below discussed amongst themselves. "He's single-handedly holding off two demigod ancestors," a guy standing next to him replied. "This Jiang Chen's realm is definitely not as simple as it appears." Realizing Jiang Chen's true strength, they turned tail and ran. "Let's go!" Seeing them no better than to lose their lives, Jiang Chen said,
"All right." They were busy running away when they suddenly stopped, looking back in confusion.
Jiang Chen warned them, "Go back and tell them that this Jiang Chen is not dead yet. The overlord position of the Wushen continent will ultimately belong to my Quanzun sect."
The group nodded repeatedly, replying, "Yes, yes." Then they ran off frantically.
Jiang Chen solemnly announced to those who remained, "From today on, the Quanzun sect is sealed off. Prepare with all our might for the great battle 20 years from now."
Hearing this, the disciples agreed and replied, "Understood." Jiang Chen then returned to his original body, finding it still unconscious on the bed.
Jiang Chen gazed at the body and thought to himself, "Absorbing him, at least my body could reach the level of a land immortal.
But the power of a godly body is too great this time. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to withstand. His six-pack abs, they would totally make the ladies swoon."
Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Jiang Chen turned around and saw his disciple, asking, "You still won't listen to me, huh?"
Ruo Zhao hesitated, stammering, "Master, I can't ascend like the others. I want to stay and protect the Quanzun sect with you."
Jiang Chen then replied, "Right now, the Quanzun sect is important. The entire Wushen continent is thriving. But they've forgotten the 30-year agreement of the 18 families." Jiang Chen turned to Ruko Zhao and continued, 5 years ago I told you all to ascend. Don't you understand? I can't become a land immortal within 30 years on my own." Ruo Zhao stepped forward, caressing Jiang Chen's face, and replied, "I understand, but the fate of the Wushen continent can't be borne by you alone." Jiang Chen pulled Ruo Zhao's hand down and continued, explaining, "Then, what can be done? Mu Yude has been in a half-dead state since the last battle, and Nian Chengge can't become a land immortal without a body." Ruo Zhao anxiously replied, "Still, you can't bear it alone, master. That's a godly body, you can't withstand it." Jiang Chen didn't want to explain any further and proceeded with his preparations, saying, "I'm entrusting the Quanzun sect to you from now on, my good disciple." Then, Jiang Chen's body began to transform into the godly body. Ruo Zhao couldn't bear to see her master suffer like this, and rushed to stop him. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Chen's body was swapped, his clothes were torn to shreds. His mind was in turmoil, and he screamed in pain. Unable to withstand it, Ruo Zhao was blown away by Jiang Chen's power. In his agony, Jiang Chen began to regain his composure and reason. Jiang Chen, still unsatisfied, thought to himself, "It's still not enough." Xiao Xiao, seeing her master suffer, cried like a child, saying, "Master, why are you so foolish?" Jiang Chen stepped forward, gently stroking Ruo Zhao's head, and said, "Help me protect the Quanzun sect well." Seeing her master gradually disappearing, Ruo Zhao sobbed sadly, trying to hold on to her master. "Master." Jiang Chen gradually disappeared from this space. Moving to another location, Ruo Zhao was too grief-stricken to accept the tragic reality and became enraged. She suddenly unleashed all the anger in her heart, releasing a massive surge of energy as she roared. A surge of power shot into the sky, creating a shockwave around the area. The power instantly destroyed the roof of the Quanzun sect. Lu Qingshen, seeing this strange event, said, "Enemy attack." Ruo Zhao stood frozen for a moment,
a puff of purple smoke emanating from her mouth. She suddenly floated in the air, surrounded by a blazing aura. Suddenly, she cried tears of bitterness and shouted, "There are so many living beings on the Wushan continent, why does my master have to do so much?" Why? At this moment, her emotions were out of control, and her power exploded. She yelled, "This world that my master conquered, I order all the major families, sects, and inherited powers of the world to kneel in front of the Quanzun sect within 1 day." 1 day later, everyone in the Quanzun sect gathered to discuss important matters. The old man with white hair looked at Ruo Zhao and thought to himself, as expected of a hegemon, this tactic, this way of doing things, is even more ruthless than our demonic sect. To persuade all the sects of the Wushan continent in 1 day, truly worthy of being Jiang Chen's disciple. Ruo Zhao had blood on her face, but those wounds were nothing to her as she gently wiped the blood away. One of the guys below fearfully said, "Calm down." The rest were also trembling in terror, heads bowed in worry. Ruo Zhao asked them, "This position is currently vacant, do you know why?" A Kim clan's second elder, at the 5th tribulation of celestial decay, fearfully cried and knelt down, hurriedly replying, "From now on, Quanzun sect is the leader." The others didn't dare to object much, echoing, "From now on, Quanzun sect is the Li. Jiang Chen is Grandmaster. I've helped you take back the godless continent. When are you coming back?" Ruo Zhao didn't bother with their words, angrily turning and leaving. Ruo Zhao thought of Jiang Chen being somewhere, and her heart ached as she cried, thinking, "Shifu, I've helped you take back the godless continent. When are you coming back?" At this moment, Jiang Chen was somewhere else, sitting alone in a daze, pondering, sighing. "I'm trapped here. Lucky I still have the myriad transformation heavenly plate. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time escaping death this time." Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed someone behind him. Jiang Chen turned around and saw a girl, light radiating from her, blazing as she said, "Hey, you crossing your tribulation and killing me in the process ain't cool, you know?" She gently stepped forward, lightly placing a hand over Jiang Chen's mouth, knowing what he was about to say. "No need to apologize. I get your drift." Jiang Chen was surprised by her appearance, and curiously asked, "Weren't you supposed to be gone?" The immortal bird couldn't help but laugh loudly and happily. She cheerfully told Jiang Chen, "Little bro, I'm the immortal bird. Ya know about nirvana." Jiang Chen doubtfully replied, "So, you're done with your nirvana?" The immortal bird then smacked Jiang Chen hard and retorted, "This old lady hasn't even started nirvana yet. If it weren't for you, would I even need to nirvana?" Easier said than done. The immortal bird observed Jiang Chen's body and continued, "Seeing your body all broken and messed up, she approached Jiang Chen and said, 'I'll help you out this time.'" Jiang Chen replied, "Are you sure?" The immortal bird began to circulate her power, a crazy blaze erupting. "Not really, but we don't have a choice anymore." Nirvana begins. Flames gradually began to surround Jiang Chen. Scene change. 20 years passed in a flash. Still in the Quanzun sect, a figure appeared before the open door. Ruo Zhao inside said, "You've come." Ruo Zhao suddenly realized something. Looks like 30 years have passed. Nian Chengge appeared before her, asking, "Where's Jiang Chen?" Ruo Zhao cried, her face sorrowful as she replied, 30 years have passed. Everyone was gathering when suddenly someone ran over, shouting, "The Saint clan, he's back," causing everyone to be a bit panicked and surprised. We're done for, the godless continent is really dead this time." A celestial at the second tribulation of decay said, "You were originally a being of the godless continent. Why did you join the foreign realm?" The one beside him replied, "Because I see the big picture. Linglu uniting the 6 realms is only a matter of time. I'm just going with the flow. The 30-year deadline we agreed upon with you." Suddenly, he clenched his hand, crushing the purple thing. "And now, you should also abide by your promise, and not interfere in this matter." The demon giant of Shen Yuan also agreed, saying, "Of course, everything in this world has a fixed number, a destiny, a heavenly mandate, and a Tao decree. The fate of the godless continent has probably reached its end." The land god didn't say much. Immediately rushing forward, he seemed very excited, enthusiastic. "Let the battle begin." Nian Chengge chased after this land god, coldly asking, "Did you ever ask if I agreed?" "Nope." With that, Nian Chengge unleashed a terrifying wave of power towards the land god. "Don't you dare strut in front of him." Nian Chengge had reached the above half-god realm, with the faint presence of the myriad transformation heavenly plate behind her. Ruo Zhao asked with a worried expression, "Nian Chengge, wasn't your Tao's soul shattered when you saved Shifu before?" The land god wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning as he said, "Tongtian Dao Ren is really generous, even giving you the 72 lotuses." Nian Chengge shouted, "I am Chengguan." Then, she continued to unleash a torrent of water energy to envelop the land god. Nian Chengge coldly raised her hand, controlling the water energy to constrict him, reaffirming once more, "I am Cheng Yan." The land god was suppressed throughout his body by the aura. and he screamed in agonizing pain. The situation seemed to have turned around, and the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Did they win? Did the godless continent survive? The land god, with blood dripping from his mouth, grinned mockingly. Flicking his fingers, the water energy around him vanished, dissolving into the air, so it was all just acting for added drama. The land god laughed arrogantly. Just kidding. At the same time, Nian Chengyi was heavily injured, spitting out black blood with a grimace. Seizing this opportunity, the land god flew towards Nian Chengyi with murderous intent. He reached out as if to strike her, saying, 30 years as above half-god, truly talented, too bad. The land god slammed his palm into Nian Chengyi's face, then smashed her head into the ground with immense force, causing the earth to crack and shatter in all directions. He declared forcefully, "You're still far behind." The cultivators who witnessed this turned pale with fear, sweat streaming down their faces. They continued to murmur, "No, can't be. Are we, the godless continent and the above half-god, that far apart?" Nian Chengyi lay flat on the ground, blood flowing everywhere, unable to move. The land god stood with legs apart, dusting himself off and arrogantly saying, "Just an ant. Still want to stop a god?" As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles and neck with an arrogant grin. Nian Cheng lay motionless, without any reaction. Then he stepped forward and broke Nian Chengyi's left leg, a cracking sound echoing as her thigh bone snapped in two. Nian Chengyi shuddered in pain, raising her head to scream miserably. The land god continued, "I said I'd break one of your legs, to let your useless Shifu know how he'll react." Ruo Zhao and the two guards rushed forward. Upon seeing this, she shouted, "Bastard! Get your foot off of her!" The land god's eyes turned a chilling purple. He frowned at Ruo Zhao, then unleashed black energy from his magical eyes, causing Ruo Zhao and the two guards to falter. They were no match for him. The land god was still not satisfied, continuing to torture Nian Chengyi, stomping hard on her left arm. He gave a sinister smile and shouted, "Another arm, maybe." Nian Chengyi was covered in wounds, screaming loudly, black blood spurting from her mouth again. Ruo Zhao desperately wanted to help, but she was powerless. Her eyes welled up as she cried out, "No, please don't." Tears of pain and pity streamed down her face. Tearing at her hair, she could do nothing but watch her close one being brutally tortured. Suddenly, a voice thundered from afar. "Touch her again and see what happens." A purple aura flew over to protect Nian Chengyi's body. The land god stared blankly, wondering who this mysterious person was. Before him, a fire phoenix. The land god angrily asked, "Who are you this time?" The fire phoenix replied in a deep voice, "Ah, Jiang Chen." The land god then asked, "Are you molting? Undergoing nirvana? Daring to come out before successfully completing nirvana?" With that, he also raised his fist towards Jiang Chen to fight. Jiang Chen revealed his arm, saying, "Holy race, your era should end." Jiang Chen also raised his hand forward to block the power of that land god. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the water breath that the land god spat out shattered like glass. Jiang Chen gave him a way out. "If you run now, you still have a chance to survive. I'll give you 20 more breaths." The land god, with a confident expression, arrogantly replied, "Run. I am a dignified land god of the Holy Clan. Why should I run?" Jiang Chen put on a ghost mask and smiled with a sneer, saying, "Reborn from the ashes, all of me lives." Jiang Chen waved his hand and launched an attack towards that land god. Seeing this, he could only stare in astonishment and say, This is." The land god's face turned pale, and sweat poured down. Only now did he understand the feeling of fear. Jiang Chen growled, "You must die today." Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp as he looked at him, and an extremely fierce fire aura emanated from his entire body. Undeterred, the land god stepped back to prepare for an intense brawl, his eyes filled with determination, gritting his teeth and expressing disdain, saying, "Relying on you, someone who has just reached the god realm, you dare to be so arrogant." Then, he clasped his hands together, his legs wide apart, his hands pointing to the sky, and a burst of lightning and thunder erupted. The land god loudly affirmed, "Today I will show you what the king of the godless continent truly is." The wind rose fiercely, blowing everything away. Nian Chen earnestly tried to dissuade Jiang Chen. "Master, don't try to fight. Master, leave this place quickly. This is the land god's full power attack." The onlookers were also sweating their moods following the fight, and every one of them couldn't help but worry. The godless continent is finally about to perish. This full power attack of the land god, even if Jiang Chen has just returned. Jiang Chen asked. The land god said, "Do you know that 3,000 years ago I unified the godless continent?" The land god had transformed. He was hiding in the form of a giant dragon, his muscles rippling, and he arrogantly challenged, So what?
3,000 years later, you are still the same. Isn't it useless?
The people standing outside were once again astonished, marveling. Their mouths dropped open in surprise. This is godhood. The dragon opened its mouth and spat a drop of dragon breath straight towards Jiang Chen. The entire space was enveloped in flickering red and black light. The wind blew against Jiang Chen's face. He hissed and raised his hand forward to resist, blocking the surge of power. The land god. In an instant, the dragon's head was gone.
It flapped its wings, causing everything to fly erratically in the air. The land god expressed admiration and disbelief. He said,
"No, impossible." Jiang Chen smiled arrogantly and replied, "Of course I can." He stood with a heroic posture, holding the dragon's head in his hand, looking truly majestic and awe-inspiring.
Jiang Chen circulated his ki in his hand, causing a surge of black energy to emanate, and he coldly shouted,
"The martial god continent does not need you." The onlookers looked at him with admiration and reverence, and they said in unison, "He won! He won! The martial god continent has won." These people could not hide their joy, and they cheered incessantly.
Jiang Chen hugged Nianchang and carried her away from this place. He walked away coldly before everyone's eyes,
leaving only one sentence. "From all directions, come forth." Nianchang smiled as she looked at the man in front of her and felt extremely at ease. The old cultivator tightly grasped his grandson's hand and stroked his beard, nodding.
The grandson's eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Chen with admiration and said, "A generation of god kings reincarnated, 3,000 years later, once again rising up to quell the turmoil." After that, Jiang Chen's fame spread far and wide, and wherever he went, people knelt down and bowed respectfully, and his words were valued by everyone. Now the world collectively respects one person, and that is the supreme sect leader Jiang Chen. 5 days later, Jiang Chen's life was still as normal as ever. Somewhere his scolding voice rang out, "You little thief! Have you sucked enough yet, you son of a BTCH?" Mu Yude closed his eyes, savoring the delicious taste from Jiang Chen's body, slurping like a baby sucking on its mother's milk, and praising incessantly. "Shen's blood is so enjoyable." Jiang Chen frowned,
bared his teeth and growled, his eyes blazing with anger, and kicked Mu Yude into the corner of the room,
leaving an imprint of his body on the wall. He angrily roared, "I helped you ascend, not to feed you." Mu Yud wasn't afraid at all, still acting like a fool, making an ass of himself in front of Jiang Chen, leaving him speechless. Nianchang peeked at the doorway, watching what Jiang Chen was doing,
and then took the opportunity to grab the letter of introduction sent to the male lead. Opening it to read, the letter read, "Dearest husband Shen Shen, I'm Bing Bing from that road over there. When are you going to marry me?"
With just 2 sentences, it conveyed the longing and impatient waiting of the girl on the other side. At this moment, Nianchang's face darkened. She tore the letter into 2 pieces, her face full of anger, fury, and jealousy. Nianchang shouted, "Jiang Chen, what kind of gigolo SHT are you pulling now?" Suddenly a cultivator rushed into Jiang Chen's room and said anxiously, "It's not good." Just at this moment, Mu Yud clung to Jiang Chen, hugging him tightly, his face flushed red, his eyes closed as if he was enjoying it, begging, "Jiang Chen, let me suck a little more." The cultivator heard someone come in to report. Jiang Chen quickly turned his face to look.
Witnessing this scene, the cultivator froze, his eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock.
Feeling like he was breaking the romantic atmosphere, he quickly turned around and waved his hand as he left, saying, "Sorry to bother you." Jiang Chen wanted to cry out. His expression was extremely flustered, waving his hand to deny. "It's not what you think," he screamed in vain. "Wait, tell me." While Mu Yude clung to Jiang Chen's back, constantly begging,
the cultivator stopped and said urgently, "Just now, a large marriage proposal army arrived at the Quanzun sect. The formation is very strong, all of them are celestial human-level escorts, and they declared they want Jiang Chen to take responsibility."
Jiang Chen's face was a little tired, his eyes sad as he said,
Nianchang had heard the whole story, and the anger from before hadn't subsided. Now this problem made her extremely angry, clenching her fist and gritting her teeth as she called out the male lead's name,
"Jiang Chen." Outside, a large army was parading through the sky, riding a bridal sedan chair to Jiang Chen's house to propose marriage. A man with a cultivation level reaching the celestial human 5 decays led the group, looking quite refined and handsome. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Greetings, Sect Leader Jiang Chen. Greetings, Venerable Chang An. Greetings, Taoist Mu Yude." Nian Chang An stood next to Jiang Chen, complaining, "This is the result of your womanizing. Not bad strength, huh? What prestigious family is this?" Jiang Chen looked innocent, scratching his head in confusion and saying, "I didn't do anything." Mu Yude next to him was also speechless. The person from Qiluo Manor took out a scroll from his sleeve and continued, "The 2 in the bridal sedan chair are the prized pearls of my Qiluo Manor lord. This time we've come to invite sect leader Jiang Chen to enter our manor to form a marriage alliance." As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll and showed it to everyone, only to see Jiang Chen's attitude was extremely flustered and embarrassed. While Mu Yudai's eyes lit up, he exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's really Jiang Chen." It turned out that the scroll was a portrait of Jiang Chen. The old man from the Qi Manor smiled happily and continued, "I never expected that my Qi Luo Manor could be related to the Quanzun sect. It's truly the blessing and creation of my Qi Luo Manor." The girl sitting in the bridal sedan chair lifted the curtain and stepped out. She was already wearing the traditional red dress for a bride, looking at Jiang Chen with loving eyes and saying gently, "Brother, I've come to marry you." Nian Sheng stood behind Jiang Chen and reminded him, "You can apologize now while you still have the chance." Ignoring Nian Cheng's advice, Jiang Chen and Mu Yudai's eyes lit up like stars, their hands and feet staggering, praising incessantly, "Oh my god, so beautiful." Nian Cheng saw this and shouted angrily, "Jiang Chen." The young lady of Xinluo Manor heard these words and was very happy, blushing and smiling shyly, saying, "Husband is joking, it's clearly not our first meeting. You reacted like that night too?" It was a full moon night. Jiang Chen was wandering in the air. He spotted the house in front of him, still lit with the window open, and landed at the window, thinking to himself, "The moonlight is pretty good tonight. Whose window isn't closed?" Jiang Chen took the opportunity to look at the interior of the house. The young lady of Xinluo Manor was wearing a bathrobe, holding a plate of tofu, and was startled when she saw Jiang Chen scattering the tofu pieces on the ground. Jiang Chen froze for 5 seconds before the beauty of this girl that could overthrow cities and countries, and had to blurt out, "So beautiful." The young lady of Xinluo Manor screamed in fear. "Ah, pervert!" Jiang Chen waved his hand and hurriedly explained, "I'm not." Seeing the young lady of Xinluo Manor was still very agitated, he quickly jumped into the house, using his hand to cover her mouth, and then Jiang Chen took off his face covering to let the young lady of Xinluo Manor see him, and said, "I'm just resting, don't shout." The young lady of Xinluo Manor immediately recognized him, stammering, "Jiang Chen." Then he released the young lady of Xinluo Manor, showing understanding, and said, I understand. After all, Jiang Sect Leader is now the ruler of the godless continent. One must be careful when traveling." Jiang Chen sighed, his face not very happy, and said, "It's good that you understand." After that, the young lady of Xinluo Manor took actions that were truly unexpected. She pulled down one side of her clothes, shyly and bashfully saying, So shall we begin?" The look she gave him was so flirtatious. This bold move of hers made Jiang Chen have a massive nosebleed, leaving him utterly stunned. He grunted in response. The young miss of the Xinluo mansion took off a robe and said, "For a young talent like Sectmaster Jiang to seek out this little lady in the middle of the night, you must be here for something, right?" Jiang Chen, embarrassed and blushing, stammered, "I am." Upon hearing this, the young miss of Xinluo mansion threw all caution to the wind, rushing into Jiang Chen's arms and hugging him tightly, whispering tenderly, "But me, as the one saved by Sect Master Jiang, how could I let you be the one to make the first move? Our protagonist is so damn lucky, a prize served up on a silver platter, it'd be a crime not to dig in." His expression was quite excited, and he went along with the girl. She looked up at the ceiling and declared loudly, well said." With that said, the two got into bed and did the adult story thing. The young miss of the Xinluo mansion said coquettishly, "This little lady has recently researched a new foot massage technique," while an occasional shout could be heard, "Don't touch my head." Hearing about Jiang Chen's first encounter with this young miss of the Xinluo mansion, Nian Chengje couldn't help but be furious. She furiously punched Jiang Chen's chest while growling, "Jiang Chen, I'll kill you." Jiang Chen covered his mouth with his hands, repeatedly saying, "It wasn't me." Mu Yudai gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up and looked at him with admiration, saying, "So cool." At this moment, Long Dade and Miao Dade were also in the middle of a huge argument. Miao Dade angrily scolded, "You thing, you're making the boss take the fall for the mess you caused." Long Dade puffed out his chest and argued back, "You shut up, weren't you the one who indulged me in doing it?" Seeing Nian Chengge, Niao Dade cheerfully flew over to strike up a conversation. "Yo, Nian Chengge, you're here too," Nian Chengge replied with a not-so-pleased expression. "General, what a coincidence." Only then did Nian Chengge realize who the real culprit was. She angrily launched a palm strike towards Niao Dade and shouted, "So this was your fine work." Niao Dade immediately pushed the blame onto Long Dade, saying in a panic, "It wasn't me, it was Long Dade." He said the Dragon Clan was weakening and wanted to contribute a bit of his strength to the Dragon Clan to continue the family line. Nian Chengge calmed down and asked further, "And then what?" Niao Dade, trembling all over, honestly confessed the truth. Then he impersonated Jiang Chen and went out to flirt with girls. "It really wasn't me." Nian Cheng shifted her murderous gaze to Long Dade, a flame flickering in her hand, and said coldly, "Come here, you, get over here." Long Dade showed no remorse at all. He stood with his arms crossed and a smug look on his face, saying, "What did you say? This venerable one is the primordial true dragon. Show some respect when you speak to me." Nian Chengge didn't waste any more words, and immediately taught him a lesson, slamming a massive water cue onto Long Dade's back, pinning him to the ground, unable to lift his head. Nian Chengge said coldly,
I'll let you cause trouble. Long Dade's face contorted, sweat pouring down, as he ordered Nian Cheng,
let this venerable one go. I am the primordial true dragon, born of heaven and earth. Even that kid Jiang Chen wouldn't dare do this. Jiang Chen then walked over, lifted Long Dade up, and asked him,
Oh, little Jiang Chen, are you talking about me? Long Dade's face turned pale with fear, not daring to make another peep.
He quickly changed his expression, clasped his hands together, smiled warmly, and pretended to be innocent, saying, Aya, isn't this the divine heavenly king who was by my side when I was born? What a coincidence. Why are you here? Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Jiang Chen dropped Long Dade to the ground, stood before the man in green from the Qinluo mansion with an ice-cold expression, and said, Go explain it yourself.
Long Dade looked at the strangers before him, appearing a bit spooked himself. All eyes from the Qinluo mansion were fixed on Long Dade, just waiting for his explanation. The whole explanation ordeal had already been going on for an hour. Seeing that Long Dade had shown remorse, Jiang Chen spoke up to smooth things over. Alright everyone, this is a misunderstanding. My entire sect is willing to offer you a generous gift as an apology.
Before he could even finish his sentence, the people from the Xinluo mansion started blowing horns and beating gongs and drums, their faces beaming with joy, which left Jiang Chen quite puzzled.
The green-robed steward tightly gripped Long Dade's hand and said with a face full of conviction,
It's fate. Since you are responsible for this, how about our young miss be wedded to you? Hearing this, Jiang Chen, Nian Chenjie, and Mu Yude were stunned, their jaws dropping in amazement. They thought to themselves, Man, bestiality. Jiang Chen was completely floored, thinking to himself,
No way, did I give Mu Yude too much origin power and essence blood just now that I'm starting to hallucinate?
The man in green knelt on the ground, still holding Long Dade's hand tightly, and shared honestly. To be frank, my Qinluo mansion lineage has dragon blood in our bodies, but for some reason, the bloodline is about to disappear.
I never thought that at this final moment, we would meet the primordial true dragon. As he spoke, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Looking a bit over the top, Long Dade was a little scared, sweating as he said, Let go of my hand, your snot is disgusting, old man. The old man in green from the Qinluo mansion, instead of letting go, hugged Long Dade even tighter, and cried out loud, exclaiming while weeping, Heaven truly will not let my Qinluo mansion perish. Long Dade's body went stiff, his eyes wide as if he were about to suffocate.
Suddenly the Qinluo mansion steward remembered something and continued, Oh right, Lord Progenitor, if you feel that our young miss is not to your liking or not enough, all the female generations of my Qinluo mansion are yours to choose from? Long Dade flailed his body desperately, calling out to Jiang Chen for help, Big bro. Finally the man in green let him go.
Long Dade looked at Jiang Chen with an expression of reluctance to part, and he stammered, But, trailing off without saying anything more.
He pretended to stretch and warm up his limbs. Jiang Chen observed his every move, thinking to himself, What is this kid pretending to do? Long Dade said gently.
According to the age of my dragon race right now, I'm still a minor. Isn't my age unsuitable for getting married?
The people from Qinluo Prefecture looked glum upon hearing that. Jiang Chen turned his back and said coldly, You caused this. Figure out how to solve it yourself. Don't let outsiders shame our entire sect.
Long Dade's face fell when he heard that. He spread out his hand,
circulated his qi, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Presenting this to the blue-robed man with an unhappy and unfriendly expression, he said,
This is a strand of my royal origin essence blood. Let the strongest person in Qinluo Prefecture use it, and they will definitely be able to awaken the dragon bloodline, and future generations will inherit the dragon blood. The blue-robed man immediately snatched Long Dade's origin essence blood. He grinned from ear to ear and pretended to say, This is embarrassing. This origin essence blood will cause you great harm.
Then he didn't forget to kneel down on the ground and kowtow, saying his thanks. Many thanks to the ancestor. Many thanks to Sect Leader Jiang.
Then hurriedly returned to Qinluo Prefecture. Long Day was annoyed by this guy's swift and hasty manner, and said, Are you worried that I will take back the origin essence blood?
After they left, Jiang Chen asked Lu Qingchun, What is the current state of Qinluo Prefecture? Lu Qingchun replied, Second to none. Apart from our entire sect, Qinluo Prefecture is probably one of the most powerful families right now. Jiang Chen smiled and smirked, saying, Oh, do you know what to do? Lu Qingchun seemed to understand the main character's order. He replied, I know, and turned to leave. Jiang Chen said to Mu Yude with a pensive expression,
There will come a day when I leave. If Qinluo Prefecture is obedient, then good. If they don't submit, then destroy them.
Everyone went back inside the house and sat down. Jiang Chen spoke up,
Prepare a bit. It's almost time to leave.
Nian Chengge looked quite worried, and asked Jiang Chen again, Are you really going to Undying City? That place is very complicated. Mu Yude also dissuaded Jiang Chen. It's indeed complicated. With your current cultivation level, I'm afraid Jiang Chen was still determined to go there.
He said, Last time when I merged with the body, some memories told me I have a cultivation technique in Undying City, very likely the decoy art, and now I have to retrieve it. However, I'm very curious, how do you know about Undying City? A Tao Heaven Sect disciple. This question made Mu Yude feel uneasy all over. He trembled, his eyes full of worry. Mu Yude stammered, replying, A. Seeing that Mu Yude looked nervous and couldn't form a sentence, he immediately reassured, he knows you have no ill intentions. But shouldn't you be honest now? Mushude then dared to reveal, he said, I'm just a small reincarnation. Jiang Chen leaned close to Muyude's face, smiled, and asked softly. So? Muyude replied in confusion. Then, Si Ming. The sun was shining brightly, and suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Jiang Chen and Muyude looked up. While Nian Chenge was quite worried, Jiang Chen thought to himself, Heavenly tribulation, she pouted, with a surprised and incredulous expression, and said, You're the Lord of Si Ming. Muyude smiled and scratched his head humbly, replying, Yeah, it doesn't matter. At least we're on the same side now. Nian Cheng stroked her chin thoughtfully. In the past, the godless continent clashed with the nine heavens more than once, but the darkest one was caused by this Lord of Xin Ming. Even Jiang Chen's first life once fought against this guy. Jiang Chen sighed and said, I haven't even finished saying the name, and already provoked the heavenly tribulation. Nian Chengzhe raised her hand to her mouth and made a shh sound, stopping him from speaking. She instructed, You can't say it, maybe you'll know when you get to Undying City. Jiang Chen smiled, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said happily, All right, after all, there are so many secrets in the world, it should end now, come out. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mu Yude didn't quite understand. He hummed a sound. It turned out that Ruo Zhao, who had been hiding behind the door, had heard the entire conversation. Ruo Zhao stepped out. She hurriedly said, Master, I want to go with you. Jiang Chen immediately disagreed. He said, Ruo Zhao, Undying City is too dangerous. You ascend, wait for us in the Nine Heavens God realm, and also Feng Yu, they are with you. After saying that, he waved his hand and used the Ascension Passage technique. Not giving Ruo Zhao a chance to continue speaking, Ruo Zhao soared into the sky, crying and shouting loudly, Master. Scene change to the Nine Heavens divine realm, lush with vegetation, dense forests and mountains. Ruo Zhao lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes still spinning hazily, foam bubbling from her mouth. Gu is seasick. She sat up, a look of determination on her face, and said, Jiang Chen, this old lady will wait for you here, and I will definitely make you bear 100 children to apologize to me. Wait. Suddenly her eyes widened, her face full of surprise, and she shouted, Master isn't wearing any clothes. At this moment, in front of her was an image of Jiang Chen, without a shred of clothing, revealing his firm body and bulging muscles. Ruo Zhao was stunned by the perverted statue of her master, standing smack dab in the middle of the divine palace. Just then, a voice called out to her. Ah, Ruo Zhao, you're here too. Ruo Zhao was still dumbfounded by the strange and astonishing scenery. She clearly couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, What is this? Jiang Liu explained with a smile. It's obviously the boss's idol. Zhang Lin hurriedly pulled Ruo Zhao deeper inside for a tour. Yo, this is the sect we built in the Nine Heavens divine realm. After ascending, Ruo Zhao was still in shock. I haven't read enough books, don't try to fool me. Jiang Liu led Ruo Zhao to the Jiang sect's grand buffet, and she exclaimed again, What kind of weird name is this? Stepping up the stairs, Ruo Zhao sighed. Master would probably be secretly happy in his heart to see this name. Jiang Liu also agreed. Stepping inside, the scene inside was even more dreamlike. Two female subordinates stood perched on the backs of their sisters, gently bouncing up and down, gracefully performing foot massages to help the female sisters relax. Ruo Zhao couldn't describe the scene before her with any words. What is going on? Hua Lianyi recognized her and replied, Ah, Ruo Zhao is here. This is obviously a foot massage. With a light press, she groaned softly in pleasure. Neilan Mir was just as ecstatic. Ah, so comfortable. Ruo Zhao couldn't suppress her embarrassment and timidly pulled Jiang Liu back. What kind of mess is this? Bai Feng Yu then appeared with a whoosh, in a blue tracksuit. The sisters are singing the daily song that they still use for aerobics. Calories, my mortal enemy. Thanks to these habits, everyone's body is toned and healthy. Ruo Zhao didn't understand. She exclaimed again. What are you doing? Bai Feng Yu replied with a smile. Ah, Ruo Zhao is here. We're dancing. Bai Feng Yu got distracted and tripped. Whoops. Dust billowed up everywhere. Ruo Zhao and Jiang Liu coughed and choked. The sisters fell sprawled on the ground in a pile of burnt rice. Ruo Zhao was speechless. What kind of mess is this? Falling on flat ground, Jiang Liu covered his eyes and sighed. Sinful, sinful. Mu Linglang also fell down suddenly. Yikes! Ruo Zhao had to shout. Did the boss tell you to come here to build a harem for him? Ruo Zhao and Jiang Liu were then startled by a sound that alarmed all the sisters. Hua Lianyi, Nalan Mir, Mu Linglang, Xiao Qingyi were all highly alert. Not good. Enemy alert. Mu Linglang felt that something was extremely wrong. The Solar Divine Palace Godlord appeared and announced, "Today our Solar Divine Palace will fully attack the Azure world. Bring our Divine Palace to the Godless Continent, kill Jiang Chen, and those who resist before ascending will be killed without mercy," Ruo Xiao angrily shouted. "Damn Solar Godlord," Zhang Liu replied. "Actually, this situation has happened countless times. It's just that this time the war declaration Godlord has descended," Ruo Xiao eagerly asked. "What? You scared already?" Zhang Liu shook her head, explaining. "Seems like you've got the wrong idea." Na Lan Mi quickly returned to reorganize her troops. "Are you little buddies ready?" the goddess squad replied in unison. "Armor's ready." Bai Fengyu, Ruo Xiao, Xiao Qingyi, and Mu Linglang finished prepping their combat gear. "Spirits are 100% ready," Bai Fengyu signaled. "Full army, move out." Since ancient times, those on the godless continent who become divine beings ascend to the Nine Heavens God realm. Not all beings in the Nine Heavens God realm are gods. It's just that the laws of heaven and earth are more complete there, making it easier to become a god. And because true gods are everywhere in the Nine Heavens God realm, a ranking system for true gods was born. Bai Fengyu stood at the Grand Gate, with true god at the top, followed by heavenly god, mystical god, venerated god, title god, sovereign god, and god king. Everyone who makes it into the true god rankings is a powerhouse of the Nine Heavens God realm. A true god realm, ranked 999th, bowed respectfully before the chief god, reporting, "The newly risen Jiang sect wants to stop us from opening the boundary wall." The Solar God Palace burst into laughter and she sneered smugly. "Jiang Chen's sect disciples are just a bunch of newbies who recently ascended." Ignoring her enemies, she ordered, "Kill them!" Before the boundary wall, the armies of the two god palaces stood ready for battle. It seemed this battle would be incredibly fierce. A true god realm from the Solar God Palace roared, "Brothers, today we'll slaughter this bunch of broads." His army roared in response, but before he could finish laughing, Na Lan Mi zipped over like a gust of wind and grabbed him by the throat. Her supple legs clamped tightly around him. Dying like that was a worthy end, right? Na Lan Mi stroked the young man gently, saying, "You're all fire. I'm afraid you're about to burn." Lil, me, the true god froze in shock. "You, impossible. How did she get behind me in the blink of an eye?" Naralan Mi shoved him down, saying, "Listen here, little bro. Zoning out on the battlefield ain't a good idea." Nalan Mi's flames burned him, while Bai Fengyu's ice staff also shot forward. In an instant, Bai Fengyu froze him solid, leaving him with no chance to resist. The Solar God Palace's true god was taken down cleanly and flawlessly by the Jiang sect sisters. The true god's army then rushed forward in panic. "General, kill them! Avenge the general!" One of them suddenly froze, utterly terrified. Those are the luscious thighs. Now you see them, now you don't. Behind the silk, seductive. And those milky white legs are slamming into our eyes. From the clouds above, Nalan Mi's special forces use the ultimate seduction technique, dressed revealingly, limbs flailing, giving seductive looks. The outfits keep rising up. The Solar God Palace's army suffered mental blood loss and became flustered. Fighting in these clothes, the damage output is too high. Nalan Mi felt that the enemies had entered her trap and instantly activated her charm. The Solar God Palace's army threw down their swords and armor and rushed over like moths to a flame. "Oh, my ladies, we're coming." One eager guy was about to grab a girl when she scolded.